couple of hours that the conditions are going to get worse again. It is going to get windier, gusts well over 100 kilometers an hour going into the evening. But people here are used to that to some effect. But the thing about this storm, and I'm sure you've been talking about it, but the thing about this storm is like how it's sustained long periods of just extreme wind. And, you know, when I woke up this morning, there were a few instances of roofs being blown off and a little bit of storm surging. But by this afternoon, there's a lot more. And I guess the question that authorities are asking is, what is tomorrow going to look like? You know, Francois Legault saying a few minutes ago, we're not anywhere close to being able to tally the amount of damages that's been done. And the authorities here in the Magdalene Islands also saying, we're not even taking the debris off the road. Like, we're just going to wait till this thing blows over.
Yeah, it's dangerous with the winds, too, to even get in there and try to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they've literally closed all of the roads. Like, all roads are closed here. Wow. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And I'm from PEI, so I know storms. But, this one's crazy.
And can you just give us a sense of looking around, what the damage is like there?
I'm happy to. I'm just in front of a church right now. It's a large church, a Catholic church, and half of the roof blew off, like literally half of it. I'm actually going to leave momentarily because it kind of looks like more of it might blow off soon. Yeah. And it's just sheets of what appear to be steel in the cemetery now. But it's not just here. I mean, I chose here because I wanted to talk to people around here, but there's also closer to the water, a lot of roads that are just like completely underwater, right? Like Magdalene Island, very close to the water, pretty much all across the territory. Mm-hmm. I'm staying on the island that is, you know, the highest, that is above ground, the highest. But we're hearing from authorities that some of the other islands are not doing as well. But it's not safe. I mean, the only thing that separates this island from those islands is the causeway, and you can't really drive across those causeways right now unless you have a really good reason. So we'll be seeing more of that damage when we're able to cross, hopefully tomorrow at some point.
What are people there telling you about how they're feeling?
You know, it's funny here. When I arrived at the airport, somebody told me, "Bonne tempête," like, have a great storm. You know, when I turned on the local radio station, they were playing last evening songs about storms. You know, it's kind of part of the culture here that, yes, there are hardy people. They're near the water. There are lots of storms. But the little apprehension, again, is the length of this one and the concerns about you know, storms progressively getting worse, I guess, is something I've heard a lot about. And another thing that people are quite concerned about is there are basically two telecommunications cables that allow the Magdalene Islands to use phones and use ATMs and use cell phones. And one of those two lines is down right now.
Oh my goodness.
The other one is obviously being monitored very carefully. Yeah. Luckily, we brought a satellite phone in the event that goes. I think it did go in Dorian. So yeah, that's something that people are worried about. There's one thing open that I can see, and it's a dépanneur, so it's like a corner store. Wow. And it's full of people just like buying, you know, nuts and
all the things that store is going to be empty in a couple hours, I'm sure.
Exactly.
And Kate, thank you so much for bringing us this. I remember Tina Simpkin a couple hours ago saying that this thing is on the move. Fiona is on the move, but on the move makes it sound like it's fast, and it is slow. It's moving slowly. So those winds that are whipping around on Magdalene Islands are still going to stay there for the next few hours at least, it sounds like.
That's right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's Kate McKenna. She is on the Magdalene Islands right now. And if you're just tuning in, you're listening to a special broadcast coming out of Fredericton, New Brunswick. I'm Jean Armstrong. We are going to start taking calls from people. If you are, you know, listening to this and it is safe to call and you'd like to tell us about what you're seeing around you, we'd really like to hear from you. That number to call, give those numbers out. It's 451-4032. Oh, sorry, I'll give the area code there. I'm used to saying it without it here in Fredericton. So it's 506 506-451-4032. That's 506-451-4032. Or you can call us toll free 1-800-590-8181. That's 1-800-590-8181 as we follow Fiona and the impact this storm is having on Atlantic Canada and bringing you the information you need today. Now, let's check in with PEI. CBC reporter Sheehan Desjardins is in Charlottetown right now. Sheehan, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's windy here, it's rainy here, but we're hanging in it.
Okay, can you describe what Charlottetown looks like right now?
Yeah, so I'm in the station at the moment. So looking out my window, it's almost looks like a fog. You can see the rain is still being blown around by the wind. You can see trees down outside. When I spoke with people earlier today, they said that they've never seen anything like this before in downtown Charlottetown, and some of them have lived here for all their lives.
Oh my goodness. And you attended an EMO news conference just in the last hour or so, right? What are officials saying?
Well, actually, that is just set to start right away here. So we're still waiting to hear on that. But they should be talking about the impacts of what they've seen and plans for the coming days here. But there's lots of trees down. They're taking up the ground with them pretty much as they fall. There is this massive tree down in one of the oldest neighborhoods in Charlottetown, and neighbors were out. One woman was almost in tears. She says it's her favorite tree in the whole city. There was another tree that had fallen on this beautiful blue home. The owner came out and spoke with us, and she says, she's still living in the house. She's called insurance. She knows it's going to be a little bit, but yeah, it's pretty much the case all over the city. We saw a window fall out of a church and just completely shatter on the ground. So there are quite a few people out, but police and RCMP are really, really urging that people stay in for their own safety.
Which is scary, because you hear these stories about trees falling on homes, and I'm sure there are people who kind of feel like there's no safe place right now, to be.
Yeah, and there's so many trees around, and it's just, it'll be the whole tree, or it'll be branches of the tree. Or we saw a case where you could see where the tree had fallen from, and it was quite a ways away from the hole that it clearly came out of, which is pretty scary. And, people were expecting the storm, but folks that we spoke with say they didn't expect this at all.
And let's talk about the power outage situation, because it's extreme on PEI, and it's a big chunk of it is obviously in the Charlottetown area. It's more than 82,000 customers on PEI without power. There are 86,000 customers total, so that's like 95% of the population. Is that still the case from the numbers that you can see?
Yeah, that's what it's looking right about now. So as you mentioned, 82,000 people without power. Maritime Crews did tell us that it's unlikely that they would be able to restore power today. So if you are without power right now, you'll likely be without power until tomorrow. But we have seen some crews out, so that's new. When we went out this morning, we didn't see any Maritime Electric crews out, but right now we are seeing a couple on the road. We saw 2 in one neighborhood, so they are there. They are working on it, but they don't think they'll have power back until at least tomorrow. Yeah,
Maritime Electric says it has over 55 crews that are poised for action. That's more than they had during Dorian, and they also said they won't be able to do an assessment of the need for more crews until Fiona has fully passed from the island. Does it feel like the wind is still pretty strong there, or has it died down a bit?
This morning it was really strong, and even walking outside, you could feel it almost blow you over. I'd say it feels a little bit lighter at least, but it comes and goes. So when I was out earlier with a colleague of mine, it seemed like the rain was going away, and then the rain would come back, and then it seemed like the wind was going away, and then you'd feel a massive gust again. So they're just really urging that people stay home right now, and especially with those trees and with those dangling power lines and with the power poles down, home is the best place to be.
Sheehan, stay safe. Thank you for bringing us this update from Charlottetown. And I'll ask you just the EMO news conference that you're heading to this afternoon. What time can we expect that to start happening?
Yeah, so that was scheduled to start at 2:30. It's going to be online here, so it should be starting
any minute now.
Any minute now.
Okay, well, we know who to call back after that press conference is over, so we can get the latest from you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. That's Sheehan Desjardins, a reporter based in Charlottetown, and you're listening to a special broadcast coming out of Fredericton, New Brunswick, and that's really because it was a bit windy here today and some rain, but we are nowhere near the destruction and problems that we're seeing across Atlantic Canada, in Nova Scotia, on Prince Edward Island, in Newfoundland and Labrador, and they've lost power. Our colleagues at CBC have lost power there at the studio, so we are here to bring you the latest survival information that you need, and we are opening the phone lines for people to call. Tell us what can you see out your window, if it's safe, of course, to speak to us. I'm going to give that number out one more time. It's toll free, 1-800-590-8181. That's 1-800-590-8181. And Mary is on the line from Stratford, PEI. Good afternoon, Mary. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. Oh, well, it's very windy and still a bit nerve-wracking here, but it's coming down in strength, the winds. And we're in Stratford, and we're about 500 feet from the harbor, so we're looking into Charlottetown Harbor, so we can see pretty well what's going on. We're in an area where we have a lot of tall trees, like 40-foot trees, and quite a few of them are down.
Oh, boy.
And which was kind of expected, but, you just kind of hope for the best. Now, one, we thought, that was really bad. This is no comparison. This is a lot worse than one. And,
is it, eh?
It sure is, yeah. And we, Maritimers, we're pretty used to the weather, but this was something else for sure. My husband is in healthcare, so he was working the 12-hour shift. From 7 last night till 7 this morning. So I was waiting for him to get home for sure. Oh. Anyway, on his way home, which is usually a 5-minute commute, was about 30 minutes because he was trying to get in and out of different streets to find one street out of Charlottetown to come across the Hillsborough Bridge.
Wow.
And it was just like a maze. There's trees down everywhere in the city of Charlottetown. So,
oh my goodness. So he would get to the end of a road, see a tree lying across the road. Okay, can't go this way. Got to turn around and go the other way.
Absolutely. Not one tree, many trees.
Oh, yeah,
so it's
of course.
Turn around, go another way. It was, and then, of course, was the water as well in the streets, right? So, but he had a big truck with him, which was great. You can go through a fair amount of water without it, the engine stalling out. But anyway, he made it home, which was great because then we could start up the generator, which I had my lesson on it before he went to work, but I wasn't that keen on really trying it without him because of the winds, outside. Yeah. We had to go to a building to start up the generator. So, yeah. So anyway, it's but like we say, people just, if you have to go out to go home, you're in healthcare, you have to be there. Just go and come home. That's it. Don't be out looking at all. We see quite a few, people around, driving around, like they say, and it's not safe. It really isn't. And EMS and all the police, everybody has to do their job. And all these extra people out for sure is just more hazard for them and for the people themselves that they don't realize, right?
Are you prepared, Mary, for the next 72 hours? It sounds like most of the island, is out of power. So this is going to be a bit of a long haul. How prepared are you?
Oh, very prepared. Yes, we have enough, 100%. We got, the fuel for the generator. We have all kinds of food. We have, family close by, and so they can all come down here. They're only a block or two away if they had to. And so, it's very important that they're secure and safe and that all our neighbors are too. And so we're kind of watching for, there's trees down all over our property. And, we're very lucky it didn't come through the windows and stuff because there's still a few that could come through, right? Because as I said, we're surrounded by trees. We're kind of tucked in here, even though we're only 500 feet from the shore. So it's same with all the neighbors around here. So we're all kind of watching out for each other. And trees like we did lose two big ones coming down the road adjacent to this one, but they're just barely across the road, which was great. On one, we ended up losing one of five, and now we lost two more, so that's 3 of 5 that were 40 feet tall. That's only in the side yard. In the backyard, like it came down through, we had a big fence that came smashing down, but it didn't come through the patio door. So there's always, a good side to everything. You have to look at the positive side. It could have been a heck of a lot worse.
Well, you have a wonderful attitude about it, Mary, but it is a scary situation. So hunker down, stay safe,
absolutely.
Get into those storm chips, and keep checking on your neighbors. I think that's super important, that message. Thank you so much.
Yes, and I mean, the first storm chips, most people I think are looking out there, they're kind of staying away from the windows, but being cautious because you have to be gone in a minute if it comes through, right? And
Very good point. Yeah.
Turn off your propane, which we did. We have propane fireplaces here. We turned them off coming into the house. My husband, as soon as he get home, went out to the big tank, turned them off there. All these little things that you really have to think about to do. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the big wall that came down, that is a patio that's about 40 feet long, it all came down. So then he braced that because the wind changed from the northeast. Yes. Now it's coming to the northwest, so that could bring the wall back up again. So all kinds. There's no storm chips here.
Well, Mary,
we just have to take it with a grain of salt and be prepared. That's it. And keep changing your preparedness as the hours go on, right?
Yes, exactly. Be prepared is the big message here, and stay safe. Mary, thank you so much for calling us today.
Okay, well, thank you for listening, and I hope everybody will be safe in PEI and stay home. And tomorrow we can go out after the sun comes out and clean up.
For sure. Thank you, Mary.
It's a great show. We really.
We're losing you there, Mary. That's Mary from Stratford PEI. That was just on the line speaking to us there. It is 2:42 on the clock, Atlantic time, 3:12 in Newfoundland, and you're listening to a special broadcast coming to you from Fredericton, New Brunswick, as we follow Fiona and the impact this storm is having across Atlantic Canada. We're going to go to Halifax right now. Portia Clark is the host of Information Morning, and she's joining us now. Portia, good afternoon. How are you?
Oh, hi, Jean. Oh, well, it's been a bit of an upside down sort of a day. Here we are on the air in the afternoon, and our cities have been turned upside down. So, we've had all the problems with the internet, which is why we're coming to you with this show from Fredericton. So, we're all just trying to sort of get our breath here, and we know that there's very difficult situations, as you've been talking about in the last little while, with people who are living in places like Port aux Basques and parts of Cape Breton. So everybody's, I think, that I've spoken to today is really thinking about those people who have had it much worse than we have in parts of mainland Nova Scotia. I mean, we had a lot of wind and a lot of rain, and yes, there's a lot of damage, but not these extreme kind of situations.
Yeah, and there were big power outages in Nova Scotia. 393,000 customers without power was the last update we had. That's a big chunk of Nova Scotia Power clients. What's the situation now? Has it felt like the storm has passed, or is it still pretty heavy winds? What's going on?
Yeah, I was just out for about an hour just tooling around the neighborhood. You know, when you don't have internet or phone capability to reach people, you just head out and talk to folks. So there's a noticeable difference, Jean. The wind has backed right off. The streets are dry, and I think the high winds have certainly helped put the hairdryer on that situation after all the rain overnight. But very much the feeling that the storm has passed, and here we are in this part of the Maritimes in the cleanup phase. We just heard the Premier in a live address to the province, a news conference on the Nova Scotia government Facebook page, talking about, blue nosers looking out for other blue nosers, looking out for each other, something Mary was just talking about with you. And people seem to be doing that everywhere that I was in Halifax today. But the Premier's also requested some federal assistance with the cleanup from the military, some disaster assistance, because we know in parts of Cape Breton especially, they're going to need a lot of help to get back on their feet, and that'll be weeks and months and cost a fair amount of money as well. So we should be getting some reinforcements where we need them the most. But just in my travels around this part of where CBC Halifax is, here by the Northwest Arm, there are a lot of downed trees and a lot of situations that I saw which just take your breath away. You know, power poles snapped clean off, trees into houses. We walked past one where there was a car just crushed to the back wheels in the driveway. It was just make you stop and go, wow, that was a powerful storm. Wow. So those scenes are everywhere, but there's a lot of people who are out already with their chainsaws helping clean up. I ran into a whole family. It was all on chainsaw duty and trying to haul some of this stuff away very carefully, though. You know, we were not supposed to go anywhere near anything that has any power lines, and people seem to be heeding that danger and waiting for the professionals to come in, because there are a lot of those kind of lines that are down right across the city too, just taken down by those beautiful trees which we love so much in our city and places across the Maritimes. But when they go down, they sure take a lot down with them.
I remember you saying to our colleague Vanessa Blanche a couple hours ago that one of the big problems was just how strong those winds are, and there was 800 crews, right, like ready to go to help with the cleanup. But can that start now? Is that kind of starting now that the winds have died down?
Well, I haven't seen, in my small travels, I haven't seen a lot of Nova Scotia Power crews, but they've got a big province to cover. And the last we heard a couple of hours ago from Peter Gregg, the head of Nova Scotia Power, is that they're very much in the evaluation stage and waiting for those winds to back off. Maybe some of that's starting to happen now. They were able to do some restorations in the west, the Annapolis Valley area, when the winds backed off overnight. But as far as right now, I'm not seeing a lot of crews, but we are seeing those numbers come down a bit. So maybe some of that is actually starting to happen with the help of crews that have come in from Maine and Quebec, just to take on this, what seems at this stage, Jean, like an insurmountable challenge. But they have a lot of people ready to go up in those buckets once it's safe to do so. But of course, they can't do that while there's still some of those strong wind gusts.
Portia, as you said, this is all topsy-turvy. We're morning hosts on in the afternoon. But we'll be back, on Monday, I guess, covering the story in the morning. So, but I really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you.
Yeah. It's going to take a while for things to get back to normal, that's for sure. It feels like that right now. Jean, good to talk to you. Take care.
You too. That's Portia Clark. She's host of Information Morning in Halifax. And I'm Jean Armstrong. I'm hosting from Fredericton, New Brunswick today for a special broadcast across Atlantic Canada, looking at the impact of Hurricane Fiona. And our colleagues in Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador have lost power, and so we're here to keep you company. And I'll give out that number again, because we've been getting some phone calls to our line of people telling us, like Mary in Stratford, telling us what they're seeing. If it is safe to call and you'd like to give us a call, it's 506-451-4032. That's 506-451-4032. You can also call us toll free, 1-800-590-8181. Let's go to Burgeo. Steve Hiscock has been posting dramatic pictures from Burgeo in Newfoundland. He is with the Burgeo Broadcasting System. Steve, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good. Just stopping my car now at the Foodland parking lot.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, so what are you seeing around you right now?
Well, inland itself is not too bad. We got some wind and stuff like that, but it's around the water in which that, we had the spring tide, and the tide was really high. When I went out today, wharves were pretty well right under the level of the water. Usually water don't go up that high, but where's the spring tide is the highest tide of the year. So there is a buoy in which was pushed out of the water, over a bank, over rocks, and hanging up on the edge of rocks onto our government wharf, where the Ramia, Francois, and Grey River ferry would normally take you. That's one spot. There's a couple of vehicles that are damaged because there's debris coming out of the water, and it's coming up to some of the parked vehicles. We also have a couple people's storehouses or stages by the water has been washed away. Some people use that for their storage. People puts their Christmas decorations in the attic. Some people puts it into their stage. They lost all their extra materials for all their stuff. We had one resident report that a boulder from the ocean was pushed out of the ocean and up and through their house window. I have a picture of that as well. Also, there is a home very close to the water, in which that the basement area is pretty well 25% of the bottom of the house is gone. They're just waiting to collapse if more comes up, knocks them. Because Burgeo, it was a fishing village in which that people lived off the fishery and stuff like that. So most people's houses are around the water.
And Steve, can you situate us, because we're broadcasting from Fredericton, New Brunswick, to all of Atlantic Canada. So maybe for folks who aren't familiar with Burgeo, can you situate it for us in Newfoundland?
Burgeo is in the southwestern coast. We're just off to the east of Port Bass.
Just east of it. Okay.
Yeah. But it's a nice bit. So to drive from Burgeo to Port Bass is about a 3.5 hour drive.
Okay.
Right, but now if you went from a straight line from here to Port Bass, it probably would take an hour and a half. Not even that, I would say. But yeah, but unfortunately,
sorry about that.
My heart goes out to Port Bass. They have massive damage up there. There has been houses in which that have been washed away. There has been reports of one woman that has been washed in the ocean.
Yes.
I'm not sure that what the outcome of that has been. I have relatives up there that has lost their home. But here, Smalls Island is a section of Burgeo in which that you go across a cement bridge in order to get over there. So it's like a very tiny island in which the people had their houses. So what they done was they put a bridge over there so that people didn't have to move their houses. But that island is taking the major hit. That is where the rock went through Buddy's window. That's where the house is starting to come apart. There's debris right across that island all over the place. It's going to be pretty sad just to see what else is going to happen. Oh, and also, Burgeo has the only fish offal mail plant in Newfoundland, and the roof is starting to come off that now.
Oh, that won't be a pretty situation.
No, it will not.
Have you ever seen anything like this, Steve, in Burgeo?
Not to this extent. Now, back in 2019, we did have some more of an inland wind, and we did see a lot of stuff shift and move around, and some people did lose their stages at that time then too. Anything that's really pushing the water harder than usual is going to wreak havoc on outport communities in Newfoundland because, as I said, most people got their stuff beside the water.
Yeah. It's right there. It's right on the coast there. What about your house, Steve?
I'm right up on a hill.
Right. Okay, you're inland.
I'm safe. I'm safe, but I feel more of the land wind than what I do feel of the wind coming off the water, right? So, but on my way,
well,
not too bad.
Steve, stay safe. Those images you're posting are just so remarkable, and I can't even describe them. There's just debris everywhere, and there's a video you have of one massive wave that crashes into a shed and just pummels it. It's unthinkable. I'm sorry you're dealing with this right now, and I hope people have gotten out of their homes too. That's another thing. Are people at a shelter space right now in the community? Where are people?
No. Well, since there is like 1,200 people that lives here, everyone knows each other. So everybody's a friend of a friend or family of this. So everyone knows each other, so that everyone is helping out the best way they can. So if anyone needs help, they are taking them in. People do have family. People looks after each other. in a small community, let us people do work together. You know what I mean? And I do know that the RCMP is on standby. We do have a volunteer fire department. The fire department is on standby as well for any floodings of anything that's on the go. And this net, we probably, and I'm going to praise them up my own self, but our volunteer fire department exceeds probably most paid fire departments. So.
Well, thank goodness that you have them there. Yeah. And Steve, I'm really grateful that you came on the show today to tell us what's happening in Burjo and paint a bit of a picture for us. It's very frightening. It's a frightening situation there, but I'm glad you're safe, and I hope people are getting the support they need right now. Thank you very much for speaking to us.
No problem. Thank you so much as well.
That is Steve Hiscock. He runs the Burjo broadcasting system. And he was speaking to us from Burjo. It is just to the east of Port aux Basques, about a 3-hour drive from there. Just getting pummeled by Hurricane Fiona, and the pictures and the video that he has posted on social media is quite remarkable. And if you're just tuning into us now, you're listening to a special broadcast on CBC Radio 1 coming to you from Fredericton, New Brunswick. And that's because our colleagues across Atlantic Canada and Nova Scotia, on Prince Edward Island and Newfoundland and Labrador have lost power. And we're hoping to try to bring you the survival information that you need right now. Just taking a look at the power outages, there are 393,000 Nova Scotia customers without power. Most of PEI, 82,000 customers without power. In New Brunswick, 52,000 customers without power. And I think we've got a call on the line right now, but I'm not sure who it is. Yes, it is. Lauren Green is joining us now. Sorry about that, Lauren. You're a councillor in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, right?
That's correct. That is correct. Yes.
Nice to have you on. What is the situation where you are?
Well, it's how do you say, devastation and demise at the same time. That's pretty much what we're at here. It's amazing. It's horrific down here.
Describe what you're seeing. Give us some pictures of what you're seeing.
Well, we've got obviously the obvious things: the poles toppled, trees toppled, roofs off of houses, shingles, siding. In fact, my daughter's garage has actually flipped right over on its roof. So, I mean, if you can visualize taking a whole structure and turning it upside down, that's what my daughter's looking at. So, I mean, we're in. I mean, it's just heart wrenching when you look at the stuff that's happening. My understanding is our mayor is meeting with provincial reps and federal reps. I know the province, the premiers pulled a meeting together relatively quickly, and along with the federal government, they're trying to rush things through, get aid down here in Cape Breton, because it's from all indication, we're going to be without power for several days. Nova Scotia Power has indicated, could be as long as Thursday and perhaps Friday of the week that we're coming into, that before power is fully restored here.
Oh my goodness! How big of a job is this going to be to clean up, Lauren?
I would say we're probably looking. I mean, they're talking about mobilizing the army as well. So they're talking bringing military in to just to do cleanup. I mean, we're not talking about any structural work. I mean, just to clean up trees and down poles. So I would say, looking, no exaggeration, I'd say easily 2 weeks of work here. It's just these trees are massive. You can visualize a tree. The circumference of a tree, bigger than a vehicle. I mean, these are the kind of trees that it's toppling. So, I mean, the aftermath is going to be huge. The work after this is going to be incredible that have to be done.
Lauren, there's so much more I want to talk to you about. We are coming up to the top of the hour here, so we'll let you go for now, but I'm sure we'll check back in with you soon. Thank you so much for joining us, and stay safe.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Lauren Green is a councillor with the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. We're coming up to the hour now. It's almost 3 o'clock Atlantic time, 3:30 in Newfoundland, and you're listening to a special broadcast on CBC Radio 1, and I'm Jean Armstrong, broadcasting to you to Atlantic Canada from Fredericton, New Brunswick. Our newsreader, CBC newsreader William Ping, has the regional news for us. William?
Hi, Jean. We begin in Nova Scotia, where there's an ongoing press conference with the province's EMO. Hundreds of thousands of Nova Scotians continue to be without electricity this hour, along with disruptions to internet and phone services. The CBC's Sarah Halliburton has the latest.
Well, as we move into the afternoon, weather conditions have been steadily improving on most of mainland. Cape Breton and the northeast of the province, though, are still seeing those high winds, at least until early evening. But in the west, they're down to 30 or 40 kilometers an hour. Overnight, we saw power poles snapped and damage to other Nova Scotia Power infrastructure. Nova Scotia Power has about 380,000 customers without electricity this hour, but the company says work has already begun where the winds have died enough to let technicians get safely up into the lift buckets. So far, NSP says the earliest that most of the Halifax area is likely to have lights back on is late tomorrow night. The Annapolis Valley, they're saying Sunday into Monday for that region. Other more rural areas are saying Tuesday into Wednesday, especially the inland area of mainland Nova Scotia and in the northeast. Same for Cape Breton as it stands now, but those estimates are changing by the hour at this point. Provincial EMO is holding a briefing right now. The mayors of Halifax and Sydney are taking part, along with the president of Nova Scotia Power and Bob Robichaud from the Hurricane Center. So we'll have more details in the next hour. William?
Thank you, Sarah. That was the CBC's Sarah Halliburton in Halifax. Now, meanwhile, as reported earlier, Cape Breton Regional Municipality has declared a local state of emergency. Tom Ayers brings us this report.
The damage started before dawn, but with the light of day, it's becoming clearer just how serious this storm is. Christina Lamy is the municipality's spokesperson. She says the number one message to residents is, if you're safely sheltered, stay there. The municipality has suffered widespread damage to trees, homes, and the power grid. CBRM set up a temporary shelter at Centre 200 Arena last night for residents whose homes got damaged or were unsafe. About 30 people stayed there, but by morning, most had left. That's because the arena lost power overnight. The municipality is still working to find an alternative. In the meantime, it has set up shelters at other communities in the region. In North Sydney, many old trees have fallen on power lines, and poles and wires are down or leaning precariously along the shore. At St. Joseph's Church, parts of the steeple have fallen, and there are fears the rest could come down. The highway from Sydney to Glace Bay is blocked near the airport entrance, with electrical poles and wires stretching right across the road. Trees are also down across the highway in nearby reserve mines. In Glace Bay, the roof blew completely off a car wash, and the cinder block walls have crumbled. The roof at Ocean View School is also partly blown off, and neighborhoods are littered with downed trees and wires. Cape Breton Regional Police say more than 70 roads are blocked. Some people out looking at the damage say Hurricane Fiona is the worst storm they've seen in decades. But police, municipal officials, and Nova Scotia Power say people should remain indoors for now while crews start to assess the damage and prioritize repairs. Tom Ayers, CBC News, Sydney.
A state of emergency has also been declared in Channel Portobasque in Newfoundland. Mayor Brian Button says the storm surge has been bigger and worse than anyone imagined. He says homes have been washed out to sea, an apartment building's been destroyed, and the town's water system has been compromised.
What's actually happening here is total devastation in some areas, not only in my community, in the communities, neighboring communities. I haven't even been able to reach out to them. I'm just going by what some people that I have had the chance to talk to in there. So what we're seeing here is Fiona is hitting our shoreline, and it is, I'm telling you, it is a mess.
Button is urging the public to stay off the roads. He says people are out looking at the destruction and getting in the way of evacuation efforts.
They've been interfering with us trying to evacuate people out of an area because we have areas where we have a little tiny window where we're trying to squeeze cars out through water and get them where we need to go, and we have people that have it blocked, and it's just becoming. I cannot plead enough with people that you need to stay in. Stay in right now. If you're in a safe location, stay there. If you're not in a safe location, you are the people that we're moving.
Button also says the town hall has completely flooded and the town council is now using a room in the hospital as a command post. He says they have an emergency storm surge plan and are now assessing the situation to determine the next steps. But he urges people to find a location where it is safe and stay there. Meanwhile, the RCMP in Newfoundland are investigating a report that a woman in Port aux Basques was washed out to sea. Media Relations Officer Jolene Garland says police have not been able to confirm whether that happened, as the area where it would have occurred is too dangerous to access. But she says they have confirmed a separate incident where a woman was washed out to sea and retrieved.
We did have another report where a residential property collapsed earlier this morning and a woman was thrown out in the sea. She was retrieved by local bystanders and was brought to hospital for medical attention. I don't have a status on her condition.
Garland is also urging everyone to stay off the roads and stay in a safe area. And finally, post-tropical storm Fiona also caused significant damage across PEI this morning. Reports of downed power lines, broken trees, and other debris continue to pour in as the storm continues to move through the region. Police in Charlottetown are reminding people to stay home throughout the rest of the day and into tomorrow to allow crews to assess damages and begin cleaning up streets. More than 82,000 households across that province have been without power since this morning, and Maritime Electric expects those outages to last until at least tomorrow. And that's the CBC News. I'm William Ping.
Thanks so much, William. That's William Ping in the St. John's newsroom, coming to us there from Newfoundland. I'm Jean Armstrong, taking over from our colleagues in Moncton in the last, from 2 o'clock onward to now. We're continuing CBC radio coverage of Fiona and the aftermath of this storm. This is a special broadcast coming to you from Fredericton, New Brunswick, for all of Atlantic Canada. And we're starting this hour with one of our CBC meteorologists, Ryan Snodden, who joins us now on the line. Ryan, how's it going?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Can maybe just give us the situation with Fiona right now? What's going on with it? Where is it going?
Yeah, so at last check, Fiona is starting to pick up in pace, which is good news. We have Fiona in the Gulf of St. Lawrence and starting to accelerate. It's still east to northeast of the Isle de Magdalene right now, west of Port aux Basques and the southwest coast of Newfoundland. So conditions are really starting to improve now across the Maritimes. Still, it's, gusty. We're looking at gusts upwards of 80 kilometers per hour across Cape Breton. Still some gusts in the 60 to 70 kilometer per hour range for Prince Edward Island. But the mainland of Nova Scotia, mentioned that East Point in North Cape across the island are still gusting, and Prince Edward Island gusting to 90, but most of the island starting now to gust 60 to 70, which is still breezy, but nowhere near what this storm was at its peak. And across mainland Nova Scotia, again, for the most part, we're starting to see winds ease, except for coastal areas and across Cape Breton. The mainland, for the most part, is starting to see more tolerable gusts in the 60, 70 kilometer per hour range towards the eastern mainland, and even a little bit lighter than that as we work our way towards the north and west. So what that is going to do is it's going to allow power crews to get out there across the Maritimes where there's just so much damage and so much cleanup to do. That's going to allow those power crews to get out there, and the conditions are only going to continue to improve as we move our way closer to the supper hour and into the evening and overnight. And the good news is that we do have a great day shaping up for tomorrow with a mix of sun and cloud. Temperatures are going to be very favorable as well. It's a good news story as we move forward in terms of the weather. Certainly through the late afternoon into the evening and through the overnight in the Maritimes. Now, as we direct our attention to Port aux Basques, obviously that location in the news for good reason with so much devastation there. And unfortunately, Port aux Basques continues to see some very, very strong winds. At last check, still sustained at 85, gusting to 109 kilometers per hour. The winds still in from the south-southeast. So if you can imagine, that coastline of Port aux Basques is still continuing to see those onshore winds.
Wow. The storm surge. What is the storm surge situation there?
Yeah, well, as long as the winds are southerly, that water is going to be continued to push up and along that coastline. So that that's obviously not good news for the Port aux Basques area. The good news is that we will be watching those winds slowly but surely easing as we work our way through this evening. We're talking about gusts dropping back below 100 kilometers per hour through the mid and especially late evening, and then becoming westerly overnight. And so that will allow that storm surge to really start to ease there. Now, again, a lot of the damage has already been done, but when the waves are still pushing in there, obviously that's not a great situation. We want to see more improvement in terms of the wind. I should also mention that there's another high tide tonight at Port aux Basques at 9:30 p.m. But by that time, we should be looking at those winds starting to ease off a little bit. But obviously, the Port aux Basques situation is still a scary one here for the next handful of hours, or at least, I should say, into the mid to late evening time period. Now, they have a pretty favorable forecast for tomorrow as well, with sun and cloud across southwestern parts of Newfoundland. Those winds will be westerly tomorrow, which will be a little more favorable and should allow crews time to clean up there.
So how much longer into the evening should people in Newfoundland and Labrador expect this storm to keep raging? And also just in terms of wind levels,
Yeah, so it's if we take a snapshot of around supper time this evening, I still think we're seeing gusts over 100 kilometers per hour in Port aux Basques. Up the west coast towards Stephenville and Corner Brook, we're still looking at likely gusts in the 80 kilometers per hour range there. Further towards central and east, again, only gusting towards 60. And then as we work our way into, say, mid-evening, around 9 p.m., that's when I'm expecting winds to drop below 100 in Port aux Basques, below into around the 70 kilometer per hour range for places like Stephenville and Corner Brook, and then those winds will continue to ease and dropping down towards the 80 kilometer per hour range by midnight for Port aux Basques and that southwest coast.
Someone earlier, was describing that if you stood outside, she's in Port aux Basques, a reporter, this was about half an hour ago, she said if you stand outside, you can barely take an intake of breath. That's how strong the winds are. Would you say that sounds about right? That's what it would feel like it's bowling you over if
Absolutely.
You're standing there?
And having been in Newfoundland for 10 years, and when the wind is coming in off the water in a setup like that, and you are out trying to do anything, if you're trying to talk and you're a reporter, but trying to clean up, and it takes all of your energy away because you're constantly fighting the wind the entire time. And so for folks there who are already obviously dealing with a very upsetting situation of trying to clean up their property, and the wind is just continuing to be relentless. It's obviously not an ideal situation. But as we look, as I look at the last. Really, Port aux Basques has been gusting over 100 kilometers per hour now since 5:30 this morning. So without a break. And most of those hours we've been seeing, in fact, all of those hours we've been seeing sustained winds over 80. And again, that continues right now. But thankfully, some relief in sight there for Port aux Basques, especially as we push our way towards the supper hour, but most notably towards the mid to late evening hours is when we'll finally start to see things drop below 100 kilometers per hour.
Ryan, thanks for joining us. Thanks for giving us the update. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again in the next couple hours.
Sounds good. Talk soon.
That's Ryan Snodden, one of our CBC meteorologists, giving us the latest on Hurricane Fiona. If you're just tuning in, this is a special broadcast coming to you from Fredericton, New Brunswick, to all of Atlantic Canada. We are welcoming your calls to call us and tell us what's going on in your region, what you're seeing out there. You can call us toll free, 1-800-591-8181. That number to call, 1-800-591-8181. 8181. And David is on the line from Cornwall. Oh, sorry, Daniel. I apologize, Daniel. From Cornwall, PEI. Daniel, hello. How are you doing?
Hi. Good, thank you. Yes, just calling to give a little update from Cornwall. The winds are still whipping outside, but you know what? I'd say I have to go along with what a lot of people are saying. We've managed to fare out pretty well.
Yeah. Well, tell us more about that. How have you how have the past few hours been for you there in Cornwall?
Well, the few hours have been just kind of assessing damage outside, and there's about 30 horses in the backfield here, and we're not able to get it out of the lane just due to 6 or 7 trees down on the lane. But there's no trees that have hit the house. There's no trees that have hit any cars in the driveway. So, it's kind of the thing where the horses are safe, the people are safe, our neighbors are good and safe. So it's hunker down with a library book and listen to the news, and you folks are doing a great job reporting the news, and just got to thank you all so much for that.
Thank you so much. And the horses, you say 30 horses are there. Are they on your property or just behind you?
Yes, they're on our property in the backfield.
And they're doing okay, eh?
Yes, it's always amazing how animals are so adaptable to weather.
Yeah, and it makes me think, too, of Sable Island, which we haven't got an update on yet. There are so many wild horses there, and I can't imagine just how, that's just a sandbar there. But for your horses, I mean, how were they nervous about this? Could you get a sense of how this storm affected them?
Well, I was out at the gate kind of looking at them a little bit yesterday, and they all tend to cluster up a little bit whenever the weather turns to be this way. So they seem to be that way this morning when we went out too. So they tend to gather together whenever the weather turns this way.
Daniel, have you ever seen a storm like this on PEI?
Well, actually, during Hurricane Juan, I was not on PEI. I actually was living over in New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. And then Dorian, I was on Prince Edward Island. And I would have to say this is worse than both of those.
In what sense? So just when you compare them?
The devastation that I've been hearing through the news channels from other people on the island, and just the roofs tearing off houses and the barns collapsing and the trees down. And I especially think that we're okay, but that doesn't mean other people are. I know I even have family over in Richmond County in Cape Breton, and my hearts go out to them because I know they are certainly not in the same situation that we are here.
And what we were speaking to someone else on PEI who was saying it was a bit of a maze just trying to drive around, that all the roads are closed. And have you stepped out of your house to get a sense of the damage that's around you?
Well, I had a chance to walk to the end of our driveway, and that's about the safest that I felt going. And I was chatting to some of our neighbors, and unfortunately, like the other people who have spoken to you from PEI, I've seen too many cars going up and down the roads here in Cornwall. We have to stay off the roads and stay in our houses to let the experts do their jobs right now, whether it be the line crews from Maritime Electric, or whether it be the health officials that need to get into their work, or any of those other expertise. It's not the time to be out on the roads taking pictures or getting in the way.
Our RCMP PEI is asking residents, this is a tweet they sent out, asking residents to stay off island roadways. Flash flooding, debris, and power lines on the roads makes travel extremely dangerous. #stay home. And Daniel, sounds like you are doing that very well. You're curled up with a book, it sounds like, and you're staying home and you're keeping an eye on your neighbors. And I thank you so much for calling us and telling us what the situation is like in Cornwall.
Absolutely. Thank you all once again so much.
Okay, that's Daniel calling us from Cornwall, PEI. I'll give up that number one more time, just in case you'd like to call us from wherever you are across Atlantic Canada. Tell us what's going on out your window. The number to call toll-free is 1-800-590-8181. That's 1-800-590-8181. Ansel Langell is the Senior Manager for Emergency Management in Atlantic Canada for the Red Cross. Ansel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Thank you for having me.
So what's the latest?
The latest is we're still looking at hundreds of thousands of customers without power in Nova Scotia, PEI, New Brunswick, and parts of Newfoundland and Labrador. We're also looking at extensive damage to some infrastructure, some roadways, travel routes, and just it's really, really a huge disruption for many, many, many people in our region.
So how do those power outages, those road closures, how does that trickle down to the work that you do at the Red Cross? What does that mean for you guys?
So typically in something like this, we'd be supporting our partners in municipalities and provinces in setting up shelters so people aren't able to stay in their home. What this has done for us is, for instance, we can't get people over to Cape Breton right now because the causeway is closed. We can't get people to PEI because the bridge is closed. So it's causing a bit of a delay in us mobilizing our people and material resources. They are getting lined up and ready to go as soon as those transportation routes open, and then they'll be on their way to support to citizens and our municipal and provincial partners. So that's the impact on us. Plus, many of our own personnel, staff and volunteers, have been directly impacted by this. So their availability may be a little bit limited.
How much staff are you working with all across Atlantic Canada? Do you have an estimate on that?
At the moment, I don't, but I know that all of our 800 volunteers and our dozens of staff, certainly in Atlantic Canada, are aware and were placed on standby. Individual circumstances certainly impact availability, but I can tell you that our whole organization from right across the country is lining up to support us here in Atlantic Canada, as well as in Quebec, specifically on the Magdalen Islands. So when airports open and when transportation routes are fully functional, we'll see the whole organization put its focus on us.
Let's start with that, with Magdalen Islands. What are the challenges there, and what are the priorities there, I guess, for emergency management?
So, in any disaster response, the priority is to make sure that people are safe and have a roof over their head and are comforted. So with the Magdalen Islands, there's widespread power outages there for the citizens. And because it's an island, it's mobilizing the resources to be able to support them. So again, as soon as conditions allow, resources will be deployed to support the recovery efforts over there.
What do they need right now?
I'm not sure. I'm not as plugged into Quebec as I am with Atlantic Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I would expect it's the same as us. They need shelter support. They need help, generally need help getting the power restored and getting their service lines established again.
Okay, well, Ansel, we'll be checking back in with you because there's lots to talk about and you're very busy. You've got your hands full and you're doing really important work. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your interest and your time.
That's Ansel Langell. He's the Senior Manager for Emergency Management in Atlantic Canada for the Red Cross. And Christine is calling. She's on the line from Murray River on PEI. Christine, good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing okay. What's the situation there in Murray River?
Well, right now, we're having quite a range shower, and the winds are quite fairly died down quite a bit, but it's not over yet. But the predictions of the weather last night on the satellite is pretty much identical to what's happening. It's supposed to die down as the day goes on, so I'm seeing that. But it's just devastation everywhere. I live right on the main street. I don't have any trees around my house, thankfully, but I parked my car across the road to keep away from the trees that are on the neighboring lots, and which was a good thing I did because there are trees all around my yard, branches. I wouldn't call it branches. I call it trees, parts of trees anyway. And the neighboring lots have trees down, and the back of my shed was knocked into by a big tree on another neighbor's lot. And across the river, I'm seeing a roof. There's a pine tree down in their living room. It's like $1 million home that was built a couple of years ago, and the roof is just almost totally demolished. And yeah, the streets, you can barely go anywhere, although there's a lot of traffic coming out now, and people are out walking around. It's not, I don't know, they're saying
not
it's recommended. Not safe.
Yeah.
No, it's not recommended, but if you were here, you'd see that it looks like it's clearing up enough that people see that they can do that, although I'm not, I wouldn't try to go anywhere except I just went up the road to a friend's. They're in their 80s. I wanted to double check on them because the phones are all gone. My internet line for the fiber optic is totally taken off my house. And I have no internet. I work from home, and so, of course, I don't know how long it's going to be before I get online again. Yeah, it's quite a bit of devastation all around. Like the side streets. I just go like to the next house and try to go up the back street, and there's a big pine tree, and down on each road. Like you can't get very far on either of those side streets.
You mentioned that couple in their 80s that you went to go check on. How are they doing?
They were just getting ready to go out to stay with their son because they don't have any heat in their home. It's like myself. We have no heat, just an oil furnace, and of course with no electricity, you can't get any heat. So they do have a wood stove, but they didn't have a lot of wood to stock up for this. So they don't normally use it. So they just took off to their son's house. I'm hoping that they're going to get there because roads from, I guess it's about 5 kilometers away, and a lot of the roads are not clear enough for them to get very far. They'd have to probably take some detours and stuff and different roads to get there. My neighbor told me this morning that his son, of course, is a paramedic. He came home last night at around 7 o'clock. It took him until 9 to get home to the area by taking detours.
2 hours to get home.
To get there. Yeah, from about a half an hour normally.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so it was quite a lot of trees down at that point. So yeah, it's devastation everywhere. But as I say, right now we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel is coming. We're seeing that, but I'm grateful that I've got some damage to my sheds. First time I've ever had that happen in a bad storm. Durian was bad and Juan was bad. I never had any damage. I was here during Durian, but I was here in PEI in another area, but we never had any damage at that point. But I know that a lot of people did. So it's hard to say that this one is worse. I'd say it's up there with all of them. They're really, there's a lot of damage here, and there was a lot with Juan and Durian. So I had a tree on my lot at the time. It just folded up like an umbrella and went down, a huge tree, and come down right next to my car in Durian. So yeah, it pulled up a lot of trees, the same kind of thing. So
Christine, what a picture you've painted in Murray River. Thank you so much for telling us about it, for calling us up. Stay safe and stay home.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure will. Thank you.
Okay, that's Christine calling us from Murray River on PEI. We've now reached Jolene Garland. She handles media relations for the RCMP in Port aux Basques. That's where we're going now in Newfoundland. Jolene Garland, thanks for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Give us the situation. We've been talking about it this past hour, about just the sheer devastation in Port aux Basques, and the storm continues there. What's the situation there now?
Right now it's continuing to rain with high winds. It has subsided. I would say the damage has kind of subsided from earlier this morning. So the worst point of the storm so far was around 10 a.m. this morning when high tide was in. So because of the extreme winds and rain and the tide being in, we had some monstrous waves that were very damaging to a number of properties in the community at large, causing floods, residential properties to crumble and be swept away, that sort of thing. So we're also concerned now knowing that high tide is coming in this evening, and we don't know what we'll face, if it'll be a repeat of this morning's events, less or worse. We really don't know.
We just did hear from our meteorologist Ryan Snodden saying that hopefully by that time, by the next tide, that the winds will be lessened from the storm, that so that will make for a little bit of an easier situation, according to him, in Port aux Basques. But I do want to ask you about this really concerning story about a woman who was taken out to sea during the storm surge, another woman that is missing. Can you please give us an update on that situation?
What I can confirm is, yes, in fact, one woman did get tossed out into the water this morning from one of the structures that was affected or crumbling. She was rescued, thankfully, and brought for medical attention. She's in good physical shape right now, so we're thankful for that. What I also can confirm is we are now investigating a missing persons case. We do have an active missing persons case involving the report of another woman who is believed to have been swept out of her residence as a wave struck the home, damaged the basement, and she's now missing, we believe, possibly swept out to sea.
And this situation, RCMP declared a mandatory evacuation order. Was that declared after these incidents happened?
The town of Port aux Basques actually put a state of emergency in this morning, and during that state of emergency came down these mandatory evacuations of certain streets within Port aux Basques for people's personal safety. It's hard to know exactly the time frame of when that happened versus when the worst of the storm was happening. Everything was pretty fluid, as you can imagine, developing, and decisions were made in the interest of public safety as best as they could be.
Well, in terms of a mandatory evacuation order and getting people out of that area, getting people out of those homes, and we saw those terrifying images of homes just being swept away, how did that go? How smoothly did that process go, getting people out of there?
Not smoothly at all, in fact. As to be expected, people were certainly resistant, hesitant, not wanting to leave their homes. I mean, in most cases, there was cooperation and compliance, but in a few cases, that wasn't the case. In one such case, we actually had to take a person, for their own safety. We had to physically take them out of there and get them away from the danger that they would have brought upon themselves by staying.
Are there any unresolved cases? Are there still any holdouts out there, or is everybody out?
No, as far as we know, all the risky areas that were determined to be at a greater risk have been identified and have been evacuated. Again, we'll be following the weather this afternoon, this evening, to see what happens and if anybody else would need to be evacuated.
What is your message to people in Port aux Basques right now who are just watching these images coming out of the community?
Please, stay in a safe place. Unfortunately, the only thing you can do right now is really ride this out. We'll certainly hope that the worst of this is over. Please, follow any orders that are in place, or if an officer comes to your door and lets you know that you're in an area that needs to be evacuated, know that that's for your own safety and well-being, and, please comply and cooperate.
Jolene, it's really good to have you on. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That's Jolene Garland. She's an RCMP officer handling media relations for Port aux Basques. And it is now 3:32 Atlantic time. That's 4:02 Newfoundland time. And we're sticking with Newfoundland. We're going to CBC reporter Troy Turner is in Port-au-Port area. Troy, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing?
Oh, doing great. Thank you.
What can you describe where you are first?
Okay, so the Port-au-Port Peninsula sits about 200 kilometers north or northeast of Port aux Basques. So it's a small peninsula, very sparsely populated, but it really kind of juts out to the western side of the province here, and this they're really feeling the effect of this storm now, especially located so close to the ocean there.
Yeah, what does it feel like to be there right now? What does it look like there?
Yeah, well, the rains have never really come, but the wind has ripped through this area, through every community, and the surge of the ocean now is what's really kind of scaring people here. I chatted with a few fishermen earlier, and they said that they've never seen anything like this when it comes to the storm, the wind, and what the ocean is doing. We're seeing waves 20 to 30 feet high hit the shore. Now, luckily, the Port-au-Port Peninsula, a lot of it is elevated from sea level, so there's usually a rocky, craggy cliff that separates them by about 40 or 50 feet. But for those that are close to the ocean, and we've seen some fishing stages damaged there, and those that are close to the ocean are really feeling the effects of it.
Were some of the fishermen able to get those boats out, get some of the gear out of there before this storm hit? Was there a lot of prep that could have happened beforehand that happened?
Yeah, they've done it. They've been pretty successful in taking most of all the boats out of the water. Now, we just got back from the Cape St. George area. We just kind of left that community, and there's a new $4.8 million wharf project that's been going on there for a few months, and that wharf project was going to, obviously benefit to all the fishermen in the area, and it was about 50% complete when this storm hit. And now, the beams, all the wood, the foundation, everything has been washed up, and a lot of that wood that was being used out there in that project is now being washed up ashore.
Oh.
And it looks like they're going to have to start from scratch.
Wow, that is incredible. 50% done. This is a $4.8 million project in Port-au-Port. And what is the situation with, you say a lot of people are kind of live high up. Are those people relatively safe? Have they stayed in their homes or have they evacuated? What's the situation for residents?
There's not a lot of movement. We've been here now most of the day. So we came early this morning before really the storm hit. Given our location, the storm has kind of been a couple hours behind Port-au-Basque. So it wasn't early afternoon until we really felt the strength of the winds. And being in the center of that, there's not a lot of movement on the peninsula. You know, a few people that want to come out for a look and that type of thing. But we haven't seen a whole lot of household devastation like we've seen in Port-au-Basque, likely because of the elevation of the homes. Most of the homes here are, like I say, a little bit higher than sea level, so that helps a lot.
Troy Turner, it's really good to hear from you from the Port-au-Port area. Thanks for speaking to us.
All right, thank you. Take care.
Troy Turner is a CBC reporter in Newfoundland. He was speaking to us from the Port-au-Port area, just up from Port-au-Basque. And Danny, we're going to go to PEI now. Danny is on the line from Charlottetown. Danny, good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Right outside Queen Street there, Charlottetown, there's four things right on the sidewalk, pieces of metal there. I'd say they're about 10 to 12 feet long, three of them.
10 to 12 feet of long trees?
No, metal.
Metal. Oh,
metal.
Sorry. Okay.
Also like off a roof or something like that.
Oh, just lying there on the street.
You know, with the line there on the sidewalk right now, and people trying to get around.
So you're right downtown, are you? You're right downtown?
Oh, yeah, I'm right on Queen Street. On Queen Street.
And so...
Right across Shoppers Drug Mart.
Right, okay. Did this just happen? Did they just fall to the ground now?
No, it just happened this morning, and there's the line there right there.
Yeah.
And people going around there, I'm scared people are going to get injured or hurt.
How big are these pieces? Are they pretty big pieces of metal?
Oh, yeah. Well, 10 to 12 feet, but by about 3 to 4 feet.
When you look out your window onto the street, how would you describe it?
Oh, it's kind of you see the metal, and you see like a light post down and a few other things. I'm right across Shoppers Drug Mart on Queen Street there.
What does it feel like these past few hours to be in Charlottetown with so much damage and the water flowing through the streets and trees down and metal on the ground? What does it feel like, Danny?
Oh, I was working last night too. I'm a security guard at Confederate Court Mall, so I was working last night. So we had a bunch of leaks and floods last night too.
So you were working last night. So what time did you get home?
I got home at 8 this morning. So.
8 this morning. So what was it like on the streets as you went home? Was it pretty windy out there and rainy?
Oh yeah, but it was really bad too last night around 3 o'clock when I was going home.
Oh, around 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And what did it feel like then?
There was one piece of metal was going across the street, so I had to wait till the metal go by before I could go across the street. So.
Have you ever seen anything like this, Danny? Have you lived in PEI your whole life?
I've seen it bad, but I haven't seen it this bad. I was working when white wine hit, so so I know that's what it was like. So no, I think this one was worse.
Are you all prepared there? Are you at home? You've got the things you need?
Yeah, I'm all good.
You've got some food there? And
I got food, batteries, and everything, so I'm good.
Good. Some books, because you don't have power?
Yeah, no, I won't have power till probably Monday or Tuesday, I figure.
Yeah. Danny, stay safe. Thank you for calling and giving us a sense of what's going on outside your window.
Yeah, no problem. You too. Have a good one. And I'd like to make sure people stay off the roads and that, but you see 3 or 4 people walking by my window right now.
Yeah, that's not good. People stay home.
No.
That's what police are trying to tell people. Thank you, Danny, for calling. Our RCMP PEI, they have been telling residents to stay off island roadways. Flash flooding, debris, and power lines on the roads makes travel extremely dangerous. That's a message from the RCMP in PEI and in Charlottetown. We've now reached CBC reporter Alexander Silberman. He's been working since early this morning in New Brunswick. How are you doing, Alexander?
I'm tired. It's hard to believe that we're only 3:30, 3:40 in the afternoon. It feels like it's been much longer than that.
I'm sure you're running on adrenaline. Where have you been today in New Brunswick? What's your route been like today?
Yeah, I've been out and about pretty much all along the southeast coast. So the Shediac area at Point Cheyne, which is right around Shediac, pretty significant flooding there, and further up along the coast as well in some other areas, Shediac Bridge. Just out seeing the damage, seeing how people are reacting, and we're assessing what Fiona had done to the area at that point.
What are people telling you?
Well, I've heard from quite a few people who are directly on the coast that the storm surge was the most significant impact in this area. I spoke to a woman who said the storm surge compared to Dorian just a few years ago was significantly more powerful and also lasted much longer than Dorian. And that's been causing quite a bit of damage. One of the areas I was in, Point Cheyne, which is near Shediac here in southeast New Brunswick, was experiencing some significant localized flooding. At one point, we were unable to advance in the van, my cameraman and I. So I had to go out on foot to just be able to see the area, assess the damage. And it was clear, too, that the strong winds in that area, where gusts had reached as high as 100 kilometers per hour, had caused some significant damage. I saw at least a dozen homes where siding had been ripped off right off the house. A propane tank at one point was all the way down the street, and one of the residents there told me it was his neighbor's propane tank and was just taken with the wind and the storm surge at least 300 or 400 meters further away in the neighborhood. So it shows you how powerful that wind is and that storm surge.
Can you kind of situate Pointe du Chêne for us too in that area, Alexander? Because this is right near Parley Beach, and it's a popular kind of spot in New Brunswick in the summers, right? Can you give people a sense of what the area usually looks like?
That's right. It's a very popular area. There's lots of cottages, lots of seasonal homes, but there's also plenty of people who live there year-round. And this is an area that's directly along the coast. Lots of homes are right up against the ocean and really don't have much between them and the sea other than a lot of seawalls. So there was a woman that I spoke with. Her name is Angèle Wilson. Her home is directly on the ocean. You can't really be closer than that. And she has a seawall protecting her home. But after seeing the damage that was caused to her property after Dorian just a few years ago, she didn't want to take any chances. So her and her family relocated to higher ground outside of the area last night. And I spoke with her earlier about what she was doing to prepare and the damage she saw.
Oh, my goodness. And what, in terms of the power outages, because it sounds like New Brunswick customers that have lost power affected by the power outage, 52,000. Are the bulk of those in that area, would you say? What have you learned about that?
The bulk of those are certainly in that area and really all along the eastern coast on the shore. That's where the winds have been the strongest with those high gusts that I mentioned earlier. Right now I'm back at the station in Moncton, and we do have power here in the city. Certain areas, certain neighborhoods did lose power earlier in the morning. That seems to be, for the most part, restored at this point in the afternoon. But along the coast, those outages are still there. All the traffic lights in Shediac and the different communities I visited were out, so those intersections essentially became four-way stops without those lights. Businesses aren't able to operate or have to take cash only because they don't have power. So significant outages, and with all the tree branches and debris that's out in that area, I imagine it's quite a few lines that are down at this point, so it'll take some time before crews are really able to get out there and start restoring that power.
Alexander, you're speaking to us from kind of I can tell you're indoors somewhere. It's a quiet area. It's sheltered, and so we can hear what you have to say. But I understand, going back to this woman that you spoke to with that seawall, that the sounds around her, it was quite something. I'd like you to play some of that for us, that sound that you collected today.
Oh, well, we've been preparing for a number of days now. Particularly after Dorian, we realized that you really do have to be prepared and take these storms quite seriously. As a matter of fact, last night we did not stay at our home here. We went further inland because we were concerned about the winds and the storm surge, which, of course, came to fruition. So it was quite a scary night here, apparently, but we weren't here. We arrived at around 8:30 or 9 o'clock this morning to the storm surge and some pretty heavy winds and waves crashing over the seawall.
Describe to me the scene you saw when you arrived back at your home this morning.
We couldn't really get to the house because of the storm surge, but we were in a dump truck, so it was quite high up, so we were able to get to our home and get inside. The basement is flooded, but we're pumping that out now, and the wind was incredible. The sea was, I've never seen the sea like that before in my life. The waves were crashing over the seawall and hitting the house. I've never seen anything like it.
Alexander, that sound is just remarkable. It's just pounding. Those waves are just pounding against, I don't even know where she's standing. Where is she standing when you spoke to her?
The waves really were just pounding. She was standing right against her seawall, so those waves were about, I would say, 10 feet away. Strong white caps crashing right into the seawall just behind her home.
And that seawall is doing some heavy lifting there. Like, is it doing its job, or were the waves kind of coming over it?
It was doing its job. It managed to stay intact. We were walking along the seawall, and Angèle, the woman that we just heard that I spoke with, was explaining to me some areas where it clearly took a beating. This is a wooden structure with rocks inside of it, reinforcing it, and all of the rocks, for the most part, had been sent flying onto her lawn out of that seawall, leaving just some of the wood behind. There were a couple of areas where the wooden boards had just been broken and smashed open, essentially, by the force of the waves. And earlier, the water had completely gone over that seawall, but it managed to hold back some of the stronger waves and prevent more significant damage to occur with her home. The real only big issue, other than some mild damage to the property that she experienced, was her flooded basement. So she's thankful that it wasn't, in her case, quite as bad as it was for her after Dorian.
Alexander, I'm glad you're there, but holy crow, what a scene that you've painted for us.
Thank you. For sure.
Yeah, and we'll keep touching in with you throughout the day, but actually maybe not, because I think you should get some sleep soon. You've had a very, very long day. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thanks, Jane.
That's Alexander Silberman speaking to us from Pointe de Chêne. He was also in Shediac, just surveying some of the damage there. And we're going to Cape Breton now. Wendy Bergfeld is a journalist with CBC there. Wendy, nice to have you on. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this has been quite a day. I think there have been quite a few horrific things that have happened. There's an apartment building on Rotary Drive. The roof completely peeled off. It just peeled off. So emergency crews had to evacuate the building. Residents are being distributed amongst these comfort centers or places where they can go. We have 70 roads closed in CBRM, just CBRM. There's no easy way to get anywhere downtown. If you go outside of CBRM, we're now hearing that there are a lot of roads underwater. I'm thinking about the road along Ingonish Beach, and that's just broken up. The pavement's broken up like a broken up puzzle piece. It's just little bits and pieces all over the place. earlier in the week, there was an effort to do something about that runoff. There was a real effort on the part of Department of Transportation and municipal crews to wash out those culverts, to make sure those culverts were open. But they can only take so much load, and that's what seems to have been happening is that water that was there just seems to have found its way underneath. If you take a walk anywhere, particularly in the downtown area, but anywhere in CBRM, power lines are suspended in the air in this tangle of power poles and trees, and trees that are, have been there since Queen Victoria was on the throne, are now toppled over and blocking not only entire roads but going into yards across the street. And I think part of the reason, I'm not sure if people can visualize this, but part of the reason this is happening is because most of these are old maples. They have very shallow roots when they grow here, and they lift the pavement and the sidewalks when they come up. So not only do you have a tree coming over, you have a lot of pavement coming up with it, and then you get water underneath that, and that just exacerbates the problem. So, we're starting to see the extent of the damage, and it's actually quite shocking when you get out there and have a look at it.
I never even thought of that, about the tree roots being a factor. That's a tree that, like a maple with shallower roots, would actually cause more problems in a way, because it's not as tied down to the ground, and it would just rip up anything that comes up with it.
Absolutely. And we're also hearing now that the military is entering Member 2 First Nation to assist Red Cross with evacuees. They're coming to help people across the CBRM, taking place at the Member 2 Trade and Convention Center. And these are for people who have been, who've had to leave their houses because of structural damage. And there are a lot of people. Since probably 10 o'clock this morning, emergency crews have been going from house to house to house, just saying, come with us, we'll get you out of your home safely, and then finding a space for them. So community members, the school is going to be open at 4 o'clock, and that will remain open through the night for any community members who require any kind of assistance. Eskasoni, on the other hand, they had some down power lines and some debris and trees along the roads, and they do have some comfort stations, but we're not sort of hearing the same sorts of things out of that community necessarily.
Yeah. What will you be watching for from officials in the hours and days to come?
Do you know what, I did ask this question a little earlier in the day, but we do have a lot of people who are just driving around taking pictures right now. And one of the questions that I put to the municipality is, can you ticket people who do that? If you have a shelter-in-place order, what are the implications of that for people who are just out looking around, taking pictures? Because we know that emergency crews are trying to make their way around. We know that it's difficult to get around, and that there are safety issues there. So that's a question I wouldn't mind hearing. I think the other question that we're all asking is, how will they prioritize what power is restored and when? We know that the regional hospital has power right now, but some of the seniors' homes don't. So, how will those decisions be made? And with the tangled mess that we have, particularly in CBRM, I'm not sure how, or even, if that's something they can necessarily share. We know that crews have been out triaging, and trying to sort of make the best of what they have, and we know that they are moving around now. But in terms of how they're going to determine what goes first, it would be an interesting question.
And it's also, too, about access. We were speaking to someone from the Red Cross for Atlantic Canada who said the huge problem is, as you say, just being able to get into communities is proving so difficult right now.
Yeah, and I'll tell you where it's remarkably is in along the Cabot Trail. There are no fewer than 3 road closures just around the top of the trail. So getting into these communities just to see what's happened and what's required is proving to be a problem with boulders in the middle of roads. I mean, the power of this storm was absolutely remarkable for what it was able to toss up out of the ocean. The fact that it, was hitting what we thought was pretty stable rock face, and creating rock falls is beyond, I think, what anybody really expected around this. So it will be a couple of days before some communities even get an assessment.
Yeah, I think were you the person who was saying that the rocks were the size of toasters?
Yeah, and then there was one of the counselors from I think it might have been Bedeck said actually the size of microwaves.
Yeah.
So it's it was quite remarkable, quite remarkable.
And you are speaking to so many people. I know a lot of people don't have internet and phone lines are down, but you've still managed to speak to people, to connect with people who are affected. What are some of the stories that stand out to you?
Well, I think probably it's the people who went to find higher ground. That 5 and 6 in the morning, even before the storm surge, and they came to realize that they just can't stay here, and got in their vehicles or walked up the hill and just went to other people's homes. I mean, these are even places like Sydney or Sydney Mines. These are small communities where neighbors know each other, and the fact that people found shelter in other neighbors' houses, I find to be probably one of the most moving parts of this whole narrative. But the fact that people were making decisions still in the dark, still without a complete picture of what was going on, and just looking for safety, to me, is probably in some ways the most frightening part of it. But the fact that they found safety is maybe the most moving.
Wow, Wendy, thank you so much for bringing us these stories. I hear an emergency alert
Thank you
there.
so much. We just received another emergency alert.
Yeah, this is real, people. This is Wendy Bergfeld in the field there, speaking to us from Cape Breton. And this is a special broadcast, by the way, coming to you from Fredericton, New Brunswick. I'm Jean Armstrong. We are broadcasting to all of Atlantic Canada right now as our colleagues deal with some connectivity issues in Nova Scotia, in Prince Edward Island, in Newfoundland and Labrador. Let's go to Brian Higgins. He's a journalist in PEI, and he just got into work and had a hard time getting out of his neighborhood. Brian, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Brian, are you there?
I can hear you. You're just coming in and out on me.
Okay, let's try this out. How is it going? You just got into work and had a hard time getting out of your own neighborhood. Tell us about that.
Because
we are trying to connect here with Brian Higgins. He's a journalist in PEI. I don't know if he can hear me still. He is cutting in and out. It would be really nice to connect with him, though, to see what his kind of maze-like commute has been to get into work. Oh, there you are, Brian. No, we've lost him. Well, maybe we'll try and connect with him in the next hour. Brian Higgins is a journalist in PEI. We're hoping to reach him. But in the meantime, we are coming up to the news soon, but I'll give out that number again because we're hoping to hear from people across the region, whether you're in Newfoundland or Labrador or on PEI or in Nova Scotia or in New Brunswick. We'd like to hear from you about what you're experiencing today as Hurricane Fiona ripped through the region. Those numbers to call are 506-451-4032. That's 506-451-4032. You can also call us toll free. That's 1-800-590-8181. That's 1-800-590-8181. We probably don't have time to get your call in the next couple minutes, but I'm giving those numbers out now so that you can note them down. And after our newscast with William Ping, you can call us and we can talk about what you're seeing, as long as it's safe for you to call. Because I know, things have been rough out there for people. I know wind is still howling out there. People are in their homes and out of power. Looking at the power outage situation, it's pretty dire in PEI. There are more than this was as of a couple hours ago, so maybe things have changed, but there were 82,000 customers on PEI that were without power. That's 95% of the population. It's concentrated in Charlottetown area, in Kings County, in the eastern third of the province. Lots of crews out there now that the winds have died down that are hoping to try and get that power up, but that could be days. In Nova Scotia, 393 customers without power at last count. Maybe that number has changed. We'll try to get you the latest figures on that, but that's about 75% of Nova Scotia Power's clients. More than 800 Nova Scotia Power workers are in the field ready to restore power. Hundreds more behind the scenes are coordinating that effort. 52,730 New Brunswick Power customers affected. The bulk of the outages in New Brunswick are, as Alexander Silberman was telling us earlier this hour, in the Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe region, but also in the Shediac, Cap-Pelé region. Once again, you're listening to a special broadcast of our coverage here of Hurricane Fiona from Fredericton, New Brunswick, which was not very affected by the hurricane. We did have high winds here and some rain, but really it's because our colleagues across the region have lost power, lost connection to the studio. Let's check in now with our newsreader, and William is there to give us the latest on the region. William.
Hi there, Jean. We begin with the latest from Prince Edward Island. Provincial officials in PEI are calling it a historic storm, and that storm continues to hit PEI hard, with extensive damage island-wide. Jessica Doria-Brown reports.
We heard from the province's premier in the past hour. Dennis King says major provincial infrastructure has been damaged, including some bridges and causeways. And there are parts of the province that are totally cut off at this moment due to large trees down on the roads. That's, of course, dangerous in the event anyone needs emergency medical assistance. The Premier says it's going to take days to get the full extent of the damage, to grasp that. He says talks have already begun with the federal government and that provincial officials have been assured that support will be made available to help PEI with the cleanup from this storm. The main message from the Premier at this time and emergency officials is to please stay home. This will allow first responders and the city and provincial and electrical crews to start to get out once it's safe to do so to help where that's most urgently needed. There have been over 82,000 households without power since this morning, and that's a number that likely won't change for at least another day. Jessica Doria-Brown, CBC News, Charlottetown.
Turning now to Halifax, where the CEO of Nova Scotia Power says some customers will be without electricity for multiple days. Right now, there are about 377,000 homes and businesses in the dark. During a provincial EMO briefing in the last hour, CEO Peter Gregg says in several areas, high winds are still preventing crews from safely using the lift trucks.
But I want to assure you that they're still busy. We have lots of crews removing wires from cars and roads and responding to 911 calls. And we continue to assess the damage and do everything we can to be ready to go when the winds drop and allow our crews to safely get back up there. In the western region, as an example, our crews were able to start restoring power overnight as the wind speeds started to drop. I'm pleased to report that we've restored power to over 60,000 customers so far during this storm.
Gregg says the damage to equipment and infrastructure in Cape Breton is extreme. He says right now NSP has more than over 900 workers on the ground, and more crews are expected to arrive from as far as Ontario and Maine. Meanwhile, as reported earlier, Cape Breton Regional Municipality has declared a local state of emergency. Tom Ayers brings us this report.
The damage started before dawn, but with the light of day, it's becoming clearer just how serious this storm is. Christina Lamy is the municipality's spokesperson. She says the number one message to residents is, if you're safely sheltered, stay there. The municipality has suffered widespread damage to trees, homes, and the power grid. CBRM set up a temporary shelter at Centre 200 Arena last night for residents whose homes got damaged or were unsafe. About 30 people stayed there, but by morning, most had left. That's because the arena lost power overnight. The municipality is still working to find an alternative. In the meantime, it has set up shelters at other communities in the region. In North Sydney, many old trees have fallen on power lines, and poles and wires are down or leaning precariously along the shore. At St. Joseph's Church, parts of the steeple have fallen, and there are fears the rest could come down. The highway from Sydney to Glace Bay is blocked near the airport entrance, with electrical poles and wires stretching right across the road. Trees are also down across the highway in nearby reserve mines. In Glace Bay, The roof blew completely off a car wash, and the cinder block walls have crumbled. The roof at Ocean View School is also partly blown off, and neighborhoods are littered with downed trees and wires. Cape Breton Regional Police say more than 70 roads are blocked. Some people out looking at the damage say Hurricane Fiona is the worst storm they've seen in decades. But police, municipal officials, and Nova Scotia Power say people should remain indoors for now while crews start to assess the damage and prioritize repairs. Tom Ayres, CBC News, Sydney.
In the meantime, a state of emergency has also been declared in Channel Port-aux-Basques, Newfoundland. And the editor of a local newspaper in Port-aux-Basques says the storm surge has been far worse than predicted. Renee Roy of Wreck House News says several homes have been badly damaged or completely destroyed, as water levels are getting higher than he's ever seen.
I'm seeing things I've never ever thought I'd see, to be honest. I'm seeing houses that are simply not there anymore. I'm seeing houses that have half of their structure dangling out over a washed-out ledge. I'm seeing homes in the middle of streets. I've seen a playground that has a water system going through it to the point where there are waves and boats in a playground.
Roy says people are now realizing the danger of the storm surge, and traffic is subsiding. And finally, despite significant damage to the Port-aux-Basques region, a local meteorologist is warning that the devastation caused by Fiona is far from over. David Neal is a warning preparedness meteorologist with the Gander Weather Office. He says while the tide may have dropped slightly, the evening high tide will still be an issue.
We've seen some significant flooding in that area, and from the waves and the storm surge. The tide should be coming down now from morning high tide, but still expect fairly high waves into this evening's high tide as well. Still gonna have to keep the guard up for the evening high tide, pretty well right along the south coast and into the Bay St. George area where we maintain our storm surge warnings.
Neal says waves are expected to be up to and possibly exceeding 12 meters. And that's the CBC News. I'm William Ping.
Thank you, William. That's William Ping from the St. John's newsroom in Newfoundland, and you're listening to a special broadcast across Atlantic Canada on what's going on with Hurricane Fiona. I'm Jean Armstrong. I'm broadcasting to you from Fredericton, and we are continuing CBC radio coverage of Fiona, the aftermath of this storm, the weather tracking, the stories coming out of communities, and the survival information that you need. It is 6 minutes now past 4 o'clock Atlantic time, 4:36 in Newfoundland, and Betty Ann Power is on the line from Yarmouth Harbour, and we understand that she's on a sailboat right now. Betty Ann, what are you doing on a sailboat right now?
Well, we were hoping to jump across to Maine and start working our way down to sunnier climates, and that will happen eventually. But we tucked into Yarmouth because it was a safe hidey hole.
Oh my goodness! So where did you start? Where are you from?
Halifax.
Okay, and how long have you been on your boat?
Oh, just short of a week. Like just getting things underway.
Yeah, and so what have you seen these past 12 hours?
Oh, some pretty bad time at the dock. There's about blowing 40 knots of wind, and unfortunately the stern on our boat, the tow rail tore off, so we lost some of our holding. So it's more about, okay, I just want to talk about the community, because we couldn't get off our boat because we were blown far enough that you couldn't step off safely. But within a couple of hours in coming into Yarmouth, you meet the boating community, and we shared phone numbers, and we called someone up the dock, and he came down and took a line, and we doubled up again, and they're now safely tied up again. And he had a little bit of trouble, and people are up there trying to help him put fenders down because it's just blowing so hard. We were blowing off the dock, and he was blowing on the dock. So
you were trying to get off that boat. You were trying to get off in Yarmouth Harbour.
No, we were tucked in safely on the dock, but we can't step off because the way we're tied up behind on the side of the dock, the wind is blowing.
Oh my gosh. Okay. That's Betty Ann Power. She was on board a sailboat in Yarmouth Harbor in southwest Nova Scotia. And we'll check back in with her because that's a really scary situation. It sounds like she said she came from Halifax. She's been out on the sea for about a week heading to Maine. It's not clear. I guess it's really hard to get off that sailboat onto the dock there in Yarmouth Harbor. What a tricky situation. And we'll try to check back in with her. Ryan Snodden joins us now. He's a CBC meteorologist. Ryan, what did you think of what you had to hear there?
Well, yeah, obviously, I'm glad they're safe. And, in terms of the winds with this system being, for the most part, especially down towards the Yarmouth area, that really, if there was a spot that you were going to have to, harbor for a while during this storm, Yarmouth would probably be the spot. I mean, the gusts there weren't as strong as other areas. It was the furthest away from the track, at least here in the Maritimes, and the winds were from the north. So again, sounds like they sheltered in place. I'm sure it was still very stormy. I wouldn't want to do it. I get seasick on a calm day, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, so that's kind of a calmer side of things in southwest Nova Scotia. What can you tell us about the situation with Fiona and the tracking, where it is now?
Yeah, it's continuing to work its way up through the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and it's starting to pick up in speed slowly but surely. And again, we've really started to see some improvements here across the Maritimes over the last couple of hours. So that's the good news. We're really since lunchtime now, for most areas, we're seeing hour by hour It's slow, but a slow and gradual improvement in the forecast. The winds slowly easing, and the rain tapering off across the Maritimes with the sun that's been actually breaking in. And so that situation is going to continue here over the next few hours. It's still Cape Breton, coastal Prince Edward Island, especially those exposed areas, and along that Northumberland Strait area. That is where we've been continuing to see those strongest gusts of wind. For this evening, those winds again will continue to drop off into the 80, 70, then 60 kilometer per hour range. For southwest Newfoundland, unfortunately, Port aux Basques, I know you folks have been talking to folks there and along that southwest coast of Newfoundland. It's going to be another troubling evening, another nervous evening, anxious evening, I'm sure there. We were talking last hour about the high tide that's still to come there mid to late evening. It sounds like it's not going to be as high as this morning, the surge, but could still be problematic, could still be high, and will still be high, I should say. And so obviously some anxious moments there again this evening as they will watch that come in, and hopefully everybody is going to stay safe when that is occurring. The good news with that will be that the wind won't be as intense as it was this morning when the surge was coming in at that high tide this morning, and a more intense surge at that. But the wind's still gusting over 100 kilometers per hour in Port aux Basques and along that southwest coast, and that will then we'll start to see some relief after supper and through the evening. A slow but steady, gradual weakening in the winds there as well. And I think by the time we get to around 9 p.m. this evening, we'll start to really see those gusts dropping below warning criteria, certainly towards the midnight hour at the very latest. And so an easier sleep for those who are back in their homes, at least in Port aux Basques and the southwest coast of Newfoundland. Again, the Port-au-Port Peninsula. I know we've been talking to folks there as well. It looks like the winds will be a little bit stronger there for a little bit longer. Again, they're a little bit further to the north and west, so we'll be looking at stormy conditions there a little bit longer, but through certainly late evening and into the overnight, some improving conditions there as well. And the good news is that across the entire region tomorrow, we're looking at a nice day and a good day for cleanup and to assess more of the damage.
Ryan, if people were looking at a map and tracking this hurricane and the eye of it and where it's moving, where would they actually see it on that map moving? In what path is it going?
Yeah, so if you can imagine, last night it kind of came up by Sable Island, then straight in. Looks like it made landfall somewhere in around Cape Breton, southwestern Cape Breton, eastern mainland Nova Scotia, right near the causeway there, tracked up across Cape Breton, and now it's been working its way northward just east of the Isle of Magdalene, and between the Isle and Newfoundland is kind of where the center of the storm is, and it will continue to work northward through the Gulf of St. Lawrence. But again, this is such a massive system scale-wise that, while the center has been there, we've been feeling the effects from Edmundston to St. John's to, and by the time we get to the end of this system, all the way up to the north coast of Labrador, and as we just heard, Yarmouth in the extreme southwest. So just a massive system scale-wise that has pretty much had an influence on everybody, but especially those closest to its path.
Yeah, you just mentioned Labrador there. What can folks there expect for this system?
Heavy rain and some gusty winds, no question, but nothing that looks too severe in that regard. I think folks in Labrador will have, having spent 10 years in the province, they see some big-time storms there, and I think they'll be able to ride this one out fairly okay, especially given the fact that the system will continue to weaken as it works its way up into Labrador tonight and in throughout the day tomorrow. Some heavy rain, some gusty winds, but I think those folks will be okay. They're pretty hardy up there.
For sure. Ryan Snodden, thank you so much for this update.
Thank you.
That's Ryan Snodden, our CBC meteorologist, keeping an eye on Hurricane Fiona in that system for us. We were speaking just a couple minutes ago to Betty Ann Power. She is in Yarmouth Harbour in the southwest of Nova Scotia on her sailboat. Betty Ann, it's good to have you back connected with you. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yep, I'm back.
So you're still on that boat, and what's the situation? What you were describing before when we were talking to you that you were trying to get off that boat onto a dock there. What's going on? What are the challenges there?
Well, just with the side of the dock that we're tied on, we are being pushed, but safely pushed off the dock. So we're not hard on it or anything. So, but the distance was we couldn't get off, and the winds just were keeping us off too hard. And my husband is there just we're looking at some very damaged cleats and hardware that the wind just pushed so hard that it tore off the stern tow rail, which was unbelievably, that's a lot of force. So we're safe, everything's good. I'm just shocked with how hard everything is going to be for so many people. We're fortunate. We're in Yarmouth where everything is available to be fixed. Newfoundland, where I grew up, I can't stop thinking about Port of Basque. How are they going to get this done in time for winter? I'm very sad right now. Very sad.
I bet. And are you able to get off the sailboat somewhere safe in Yarmouth, or what's the situation there?
Oh, absolutely. No, we're safe in Yarmouth. Like I said, we're at a dock. Once the wind is diminishing enough that we'll be able to get off the dock, and I'll go for a walk and clear my head and try not to be as emotional. I think just with a sleepless night and just thinking of all this hardship that's still not over for so many people.
Have you talked to folks in the region about how they're feeling and what they've dealt with?
I'm in touch with my family, but they're St. John's area, so I just know it's hard. Just living on the water is hard, and you just never know what's going to hit you. You just really have to be resilient and keep it going. So that's it.
And, I imagine you've seen your fair share of storms, but have you ever seen anything like this?
Once coming from, where was I? St. Pierre-Miquelon, coming into Fortune, and it was horrific. But most people, it turns out okay, and we keep going back to the water, so that's what we do. We're Maritimers.
Why do you keep going back to the water?
I just can't imagine not being on it. I don't know what my husband and I, we love it. We have a community. I've been in touch with our boat club in Halifax, Armdale Yacht Club, and they are just banding together to help each other and work hard. And communities are found in a lot of different places, but my husband and I absolutely love this community, this boating community. And we meet people within landing. You're looking at, we've met German people here. We're all just, as soon as you get to the marina, you start
seeing how everyone's doing. So that's pretty wonderful.
Yeah, it's moments like these when community really comes together and neighbors look out for each other, people look out for each other. What kind of, I mean, I'm sure you're in a part of the province that is a bit calmer, I guess, than other areas of Atlantic Canada, but how, you must feel like you really want to help in some way.
Well, that's exactly. I'm going to go. I'm going to get off this boat pretty soon and go for a walk. But there's still power in Yarmouth, so I don't think there's anything we're going to be able to do. But if there is, we're certainly able and willing and going to be doing whatever we can do here.
Betty Ann, stay safe. Thank you for speaking to us and for just emphasizing the power of community and how important that is. That's a really important message right now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Betty Ann Power speaking to us from Yarmouth Harbour. Her boat was tied up there at the harbour that's in southwest Nova Scotia. And as Ryan Snodden was saying, he thinks that if there is any harbor that would be the calmest right now, it's right there on pretty as far as you can get, really, from the path of Hurricane Fiona is right there at Yarmouth Harbor. So thankfully she's safe and folks there are safe. Well, let's now move over a little west to where we were speaking to, well, I guess north, to Jeffrey Downey in New Brunswick. He's the spokesperson for the Provincial Emergency Measures Organization. Jeffrey, good to have you on. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Talk to us about the areas in New Brunswick that are worst hit by the hurricane.
Well, I guess not surprisingly, the worst areas are those closest to PEI in Nova Scotia. Along our east coast, we saw, winds up to 128 kilometers an hour, and, that can do a lot of damage. And then it was compounded, of course, with significant storm surge. On the plus side, we didn't maybe get as much rain as we thought, but that's a cold comfort.
Yeah, we heard earlier from Alexander Silberman, our CBC colleague, who spoke to a woman right next to her seawall, and the pounding that you could hear from those waves and that wind was deafening. It was so loud there. So, and in Shediac, one bridge is closed, or two bridges are closed. How are the bridges affected?
Well, one's closed and one's been suffered significant damage. I'm not sure if it's closed at this point. Engineers will certainly look at it and determine if it's safe. But you're seeing the kinds of infrastructure impacts that you'd expect. We've got roads closed because of water. We had bridge damage. I've seen pictures of trailers that have been flipped over, yards completely filled with water, and I'd only imagine the basements are as well. And certainly the fact that some people have been evacuated and going to emergency shelters certainly indicates that there's a lot of damage.
How many people had to be evacuated?
I don't have exact numbers on evacuations. Part of the problem with establishing that number is if they don't identify themselves, they just evacuate and then go to a friend's house or somewhere else. They don't say register with the Red Cross. It's always hard to say. It hasn't been, hundreds or anything, but we've had people at shelters. And the good news, at least on that front, is some have already returned home. It's hard to say what shape their home is in, but if they've managed to deem it safe to go back, that's certainly a good sign.
And we keep hearing messages from police and RCMP saying don't go out taking photos and walking around, and there's real safety risks out there, down power lines and trees down and things like that. Would you have a similar message, or do you think that it's kind of safer out there now in those areas?
It's certainly safer in the sense that the storm has passed, but storms also leave a lot of damage in their wake. Say a water-covered road, you don't know what's happened on it. If there's been any erosion, if you're not familiar with it, maybe it's, known to locals to be full of potholes that they know how to avoid, but with water over it, you don't know. That message about what we like to call disaster tourism is absolutely critical right now. There's at least 42,000 NB Power customers without power at the moment, which is down from 53 earlier today, so they're obviously making great headway, and that's certainly a good sign. But there's no need to be out and about. You're only going to get in the way potentially of emergency responders, NB Power crews, and things like that. I'm really hoping that everyone will use their best judgment and stay home right now.
What's the next steps for you at EMO?
It's continuing to evaluate the damage, making sure that anyone who needs help gets it, and just being there for New Brunswickers because, while we may have been spared to the same degree that Nova Scotia and PEI and now Newfoundland, we certainly have a number of people who need some help.
Jeffrey, it's good to have you on. Thanks so much for speaking to us about the latest situation here in New Brunswick.
Great. Thank you very much.
Jeffrey Downey is the spokesperson for the Provincial Emergency Measures Organization in New Brunswick, staying with EMO, but moving to Prince Edward Island. We have Tanya Mullally on the line. She's the director responsible for PEI's Emergency Measures Organization. Good afternoon, Tanya.
Good afternoon.
What's the situation on PEI?
So we're still feeling some of the effects of Fiona. She's slowly working her way over to Newfoundland, but we're still feeling wind gusts in excess of 100 kilometers an hour. So when you look out our windows here, still not great conditions. So our message remains consistent from all day today: people need to stay home, stay indoors, and where they can be safe, because we still have items that can be blown around, and it's just not safe out there. We're hearing reports of emergency services that are getting kind of caught up in people driving on the roads and blocking their way through because of that's it's becoming a barrier to keeping the road safe and keeping other people safe.
Yeah, so not only are the down power lines and the trees kind of a maze to get around, it's people blocking what is left of the roadways where people need to get around. Can you? We've already heard quite a bit about and seen images of just the extensive damage on PEI, but can you give us a sense of what you understand? How bad is the damage?
Sure. So I think I haven't been able to get out. I'm heeding the same warning that I'm telling people is stay indoors. So we've been here at the Emergency Operations Center since Tuesday, but we are staying in a hotel that's really connected to our operations center. So I haven't stepped outside, but I can see from a few stories up, and we're pretty sheltered here, but I'm seeing the images that residents are providing through social media, from their pictures, sending tweets, or whatever it might be. That's the visual that we have so far, because it isn't safe to go out and start our damage assessment. But certainly hearing words like devastating, damage they have never seen before. And I think some of it is even unimaginable. Like, this is the most significant storm that we have experienced here in PEI. Historic storm surges. We've always said is that we could, but we never, and now we have, and people are you just can't imagine the scope of damage that we're experiencing here.
Well, it's so jarring too, right? Because you just wrapped up a tourism season, really, in PEI, and we were seeing these pictures of, for example, North Rustico. One picture, beautiful sunny day with the red sand, and then just destruction and water. And another picture of Stanley Bridge, a place where people jump off that bridge into the water. There's water over top of Stanley Bridge. It's completely destroyed. I mean, how difficult is it for you to see some of those images?
I would say extremely difficult, because actually North Rustico is my hometown. I grew up there. I lived for over 20 years, and I still have family that live in Rustico and the surrounding community. PEI is a pretty small place. We know all of the communities, or know most of the communities, and we know people in those communities. So the pictures that we see in social media, or that people are sharing with us and talking about it, we tend to have a personal attachment to it, because again, it's either family, friends, or a neighbor that we have attached to that. So yeah, it's pretty scary. I've seen some of the photos from Rustico specifically that a family member was sharing with me, and it was just unimaginable to say, well, I know that's where the road is, but it's not there anymore. So it's pretty hard and just hard to imagine.
Putting your emergency measures organization hat back on, I mean, when you look forward in the next hours and days, as the storm, moves away and the wind starts settling down and the dust settles, what's the priority for EMO? What's your priority?
Well, once we have the winds come down a little bit, we have kind of the first steps is we'll have the Confederation Bridge that will start to open up so that, when we start planning for the essential movement of resources that we might need, because we haven't had, grocery stores, a whole bunch of shelves have been emptied, so they need to be replenished. So we'll be having that once we have safe roadways. But even it's just really getting out there and trying to understand what damage has taken place and what do we need to do to bring it back to normal or whatever that normal looks like. So that's kind of the only vision I can have because it's just so immense to try and think about, a week or picking up some branches. It's way more than that. We're talking the landscape of PEI has been changed quite significantly, and it's going to take a long time for us to get it back to what we're more familiar with.
I also meant to ask you, Tanya, did you have to evacuate people at all today?
I won't say, I'm not sure about evacuation. There was some isolated incidents where some individuals had some, I think, water that kind of came up onto them a little bit faster, or even because they're in areas that they've never experienced a coastal flooding before. So I understand from a few reports that some people did get evacuated. They called 911. They were kind of stuck in their property and they couldn't get out. And so they had to call fire service, I think, and they managed to get them out of the property, but we didn't do any large-scale evacuations.
Tanya Mullally, it's really good to have you on today. Thank you so much for the update. Stay safe.
Thank you very much, and you stay safe as well.
Tanya Mullally is director responsible for PEI's Emergency Measures Organization, EMO, and we've been talking to a lot of officials today from that organization about how difficult it is for crews to get into areas right now. Not only, as Tanya mentioned there, not only because of, downed power lines across roads and trees blocking the way, but people in their cars blocking what little is left of the roadway, making it difficult for crews to get around. And this is a reminder that police all across Atlantic Canada are just reminding people to stay off the road. If it's not an emergency, then you shouldn't be on the road, and please stay home. Let's go back to Portia Clark in Halifax. She's the CBC morning host for Information Morning. Portia, nice to have you back.
Hello, Jean. Good to be back, and good to tell you that there's actually, if you can believe it, some blue sky outside right now. It feels like it's been a long time and a lot of events since we've seen anything so optimistic looking. But yeah, the clouds are moving out a bit and we're starting to see some blue. And we were speaking probably a couple of hours ago now about the winds here, and it's pretty dramatic how they've cut back just in the last little while as a sign of where the storm is moving. Although we heard from Ryan Snodden, it'll probably be into the evening before the storm really passes. But it's really calm here in Halifax now, which is, traffic at this time, it's rush hour. It's actually looking almost like rush hour. People are getting out and about. There are a lot of impassable roads, though, in the Halifax region and certainly across the province where there's still no-go zones and a lot of down trees, all of the things that we've been hearing people describe. Not hearing so much about flooding on the mainland, for example, especially to the west of Halifax. So that is good news. Although we were talking to one of our contacts in Pictou County, which has been hit quite hard, who says he's just noticed this field that has a big pond in it that wasn't a pond yesterday, and some ducks are already making their home on it. Ducks, I guess, adaptable, right?
Yeah. Well, and also I'm just wondering, Portia, has anything changed besides the blue sky little prelude there that you described? What has changed since we talked to you last in terms of comments from politicians or officials about the situation? Has anything been updated on that front?
Yeah, well, we heard from Nova Scotia Power, first of all, that they saw unprecedented winds through this storm. 179 kilometers an hour has not been seen in parts of Nova Scotia. So they're playing quite a bit of catch up, and they're still in the evaluation stage about how to tackle the damage across the province because it is so severe, and they can't get a good sense of that, or they haven't haven't been able to get a good sense of that while the winds have been up. But they are going to be able to send up some helicopters, so they'll have a better idea of how to get to some of those transmission lines and how much chopping back or dealing with trees they'll have to do to get to that. But they are starting to do some restorations in the Annapolis Valley and to the west. So that's good. The number's slowly creeping down, Jean. So we're at 361,000 customers without power now. So that's an improvement on earlier in the day. We did hear about some evacuations overnight and this morning too in the Halifax region. About 160 people had to leave a couple of buildings that were badly damaged. So they'll be, in the situation that others are in places like Port aux Basques and up in the Cape Breton regional municipality, looking for homes, not just for, overnight accommodation, but in a city with a lot of housing issues. It may be they'll need some help from the Red Cross and other organizations to get back on their feet again. A lot of road closures. We haven't heard about bridge washouts, for example, but we are expecting the military to come in and help. It may not be as much on the mainland, though, as in places like Cape Breton, of course, just given the level of destruction there. The Premier has asked for some military assistance. We don't know whether the federal government has come through with that, but that would be something we would expect to hear. But, here we are. We do have the sunshine, but it's going to be getting dark soon, so it's that reminder for people. There will not be street lights, and, of course, in rural Nova Scotia, less so, and those down power lines will be a danger that they need to stay back from. But my sense from talking to people is they're concerned about what's happened elsewhere and maybe directing their help and their energy to getting those folks back on their feet.
Yeah, and I guess, too, with so many people still out of power, that might be why people are milling about in Halifax right now, just trying to get some daylight, soak up some rays before things get dark later, I guess. And people are having to light candles. And is it your sense that much of Halifax is still out of power, or is it starting to come back up?
Yeah, it looks like to me, because we haven't seen a lot of crews, the winds have been so high, Jean, that they haven't been able to do a lot of restoration in Halifax yet. So I would anticipate that we're looking at another dark night at least, and then tomorrow we might start to see Halifax being restored in, groups of thousands or so. So another night maybe of board games and candlelight and flashlights, yeah,
for sure. And speaking to Wendy Bergfeld in Sydney in the last hour, she was just talking too about how parts of the Cabot Trail are just blocked to the road. So it's so hard to get into there for emergency crews to help people. So that's going to be a big priority for, I guess, those helicopters you were talking about that are going to try and figure out where to prioritize, because that's the other issue, right? Is just what to prioritize here.
Exactly. If you can get some of those transmission towers back up, you can, get large numbers of people back online more quickly. And as often happens in these situations, people will, be left on their own perhaps for as long as a week if they aren't part of those big groups that can be restored all at once. So a lot for Nova Scotia power crews to figure out, but it sounds like they have a lot of reinforcements coming from Ontario and Maine to help them. So,
do they? Okay.
Yeah, once we get under 80, they'll be hard at work, I would imagine, for a long time. We'll be hearing the sound of chainsaws for some time to come.
I bet, yeah. And are we expecting any other media conferences in the next few hours this evening from anybody in Nova Scotia to update things?
We haven't had an indication of that yet. The last one was at 2:30, and there wasn't a suggestion that there would be one tonight or before nightfall, but we'll certainly keep you posted from here so that you can get that information out to people through the rest of your broadcast and whoever is coming up next here on CBC Radio, keeping people company. I know it's been a real comfort to a lot of folks to have CBC Radio back on. We had to sort of battle through some challenges to do that, but
we did. Yeah. And thank you, Portia, for joining us and giving us the latest on things. And I hope that those rays of sunshine stick around for a bit longer.
Yeah, we could all use seeing more of those in the next little while. Jean, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. That's Portia Clark. She's host of Information Morning in Halifax. And let's go to South Rustico now. Kevin Down is on the line. Kevin, hi. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Fared out pretty well, actually, luckily.
Yeah, tell me more about that. What's the situation where you are?
Yeah, so it was pretty scary. Although I did sleep most of the night. I usually, when storms come, I go to bed early and hope that I don't wake up to seeing the stars, and I didn't. So, but at my place, there wasn't a huge amount of damage. But my trellis, that's been there for 25 years, was ripped out of the ground. A few trees broken off. But when it calmed down a bit and I took a drive around, I saw some pretty horrendous things. I went to North Rustico, and I think everybody is aware that the North Rustico Harbor was just completely underwater. A friend of mine lives down there, and he sent me. I did send a link to your colleague on this of a sort of a scan around his house, and his house is under 2-3 feet of water. If you know where the Blue Mussel Cafe is down there, the water is all the way up to there. You can't even go any further than the Blue Mussel. At North Rustico Harbor, the boats look like they're sitting in the parking lot. Like the water is above the wharf.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty horrendous.
Yeah, so you're in South Rustico, and that's what, a 5-minute drive to North Rustico on PEI?
That's right. Yeah. And so I went around. If you know where Cimbria Campground and the golf course is around the Cimbria Road, there were 2 cottages across the road. The road was completely blocked by 2 cottages and big ones.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
And North Rustico, like as you say, this is that little area where Blue Mussel Cafe is. That is a hopping spot in the summer.
Yes.
That's a real gathering point for people in that area, and it's a beautiful walk out to the just on the boardwalk there. And so,
absolutely.
It must be so surreal to think that just a couple weeks ago that was a bustling, or just even a week ago, or even sooner, a bustling spot, and today it's underwater.
Yeah, I was driving a Sea-Doo right in that spot, right where all that mess is right now, just days ago. It's pretty incredible what the Mother Nature can do. I spoke with a gentleman. I was down getting some gas at South Rustico a short time ago, and he's a fisherman, and I think it was not Stanley Bridge, Copehead area, and there's a whole string of shanties that are completely gone, and they had unfortunately a large oil tank for their boats, a large oil tank on a huge concrete pad, and it's gone. It's just gone.
And Stanley Bridge, so that's if you keep driving along the coast past North Rustico, Cavendish, Bayview, then you get to Stanley Bridge, which is a lovely little spot, right? There's an antique store there, and people jump off that bridge in the summer. And that's...
Well, that bridge is gone.
That's gone.
Like, I shouldn't say it's gone, but I've seen this. I've seen a picture somebody sent to me, and there's a huge gap. So right where where the bridge where people jump off there, it's not there anymore.
Are you an islander? Are you from the island?
Yeah.
And
Sure.
just how does this feel emotionally? I'm sure it's just still shocking to you, and it hasn't really settled in yet. But how are you feeling?
Well, I'm pretty tough-skinned, so it really doesn't really bother me that much because it is what it is, and again I lucked out pretty good. I don't really have any damage, but I have lived here since I was a child, and it's getting worse every it seems almost every year now. There is a pretty substantial storm like this, and there's only so many trees. My uncle on Cimbria Road there, he only has 5 trees left. All his trees are gone. And there was a whole bunch of erosion at Rustico Bay there. I know another friend of mine who's right on Rustico Bay has a very nice walk, which would cost a lot of money to build, going down the cliff, and it's completely gone. And there's probably 2 or 3 feet of erosion on his property.
People are so tight on the island. What kind of a cleanup, an effort, a community effort is going to be underway, do you think, in the next days and weeks?
Well, I think, like you say, people are pretty close to one another on the island. People like to help. So I dare say there's going to be a lot of people getting their chainsaws out, helping other people cut down trees that are broken and sticking out of their houses. I'm delivering a generator, a second generator I have to a friend this evening, and delivering water to my neighbor. They don't have any power. and their tub leaked all out last night, so they have no toilet water.
It's
so
crazy.
I think people are pretty good to help each other.
Yeah.
And hopefully people have insurance, like I did. I spoke with a man when I was looking at those cottages across the road. I stopped because he couldn't get through. I stopped, rolled the window down, and said, "How are you today?" He said, "Well, my house that was just being constructed is on the ground right now."
Oh my
So
goodness.
he still had a smile on his face.
Why do you think that is? Why we've been speaking to people today, and lots of people with a smile on their face and with a positive attitude, despite something really terrible.
Well, I think it really has a lot to do with the fact that people that are from the island and they know what it can get like. Everybody's had experiences that have lived here, with pretty strong storms like this. And I think it's such a beautiful place at most times that it's worth it. That's all I can say about that. It's worth it. I'd never want to live anywhere else.
Kevin, thank you so much for speaking to us and telling us what you're seeing. It's really terrible, but it helps people get a sense of what the situation is in your part of the island and just the community banding together to help each other. And I'm glad you're there to help others.
Super. Yep. There's always somebody that has it worse than you do. So that's the way I look at things.
Take good care.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
That's Kevin Down. He is in South Rustico, Prince Edward Island. And you are listening. If you are just tuning in, this is a special broadcast. It's coming to you not from PEI, but from Fredericton, New Brunswick, where we haven't seen nearly as much impact of Hurricane Fiona as the rest of Atlantic Canada, in Newfoundland and Labrador, in PEI, and in Nova Scotia, where connectivity has been a major issue and power is still out in many parts of Atlantic Canada because of Hurricane Fiona. So let's now scoot over to Nova Scotia, where Peter Gregg is joining us. He is the president and CEO. Oh, I apologize. We're not going to Peter Gregg right now, but we'll try to reach Peter Gregg in a little bit. But instead, we're staying in Nova Scotia, and we're going to go to the River John area that was hit particularly hard by Fiona. Cindy McKenzie felt the full brunt of it. She's been staying in a 30-foot camper trailer in order to be near her parents. Cindy, how are you doing? How are your parents doing?
They're okay, actually. Their house made it out pretty good. They live in a mobile home, so I was still quite worried. But after just taking a quick tour around my neighborhood, we got off pretty lucky. Just a couple of lots down, there's a lot with a few trailers that are completely turned over. And I'll tell you, I thought I was going to go a couple of times last night in the trailer with my animals.
Really? What around what time were you feeling, and what were you feeling?
Between 1 and about 5, I guess, was really the worst for me. Maybe a little bit after that, but it was so bad that my trailer was actually lifting, and I could feel it lifting. At one point, it got a little too high for my liking, and the wind slammed it back down, thankfully, but I really thought I was going over.
Oh my gosh, Cindy, that's so scary. So, and can you just tell us a little bit about why you're in a camper to begin with?
Well, the housing market is what it is in Nova Scotia. My parents live here. They haven't been well, and this is where my dad's from, so this is where they're living, on family land. When they got here, they were having more medical issues, so I decided to stay on the property with them. So I've actually been in the trailer for a year exactly now, being on their property to help look after them. I did move my trailer and had some amazing help from some community members here. I just need to do a big shout out to Jordy Landscaping and to Maggie's Farm, because honestly, I don't think I would be where I'm at upright right now without those guys. Sorry, I'm getting emotional because after seeing the destruction that I have in my hood, it's kind of became a little bit more real how lucky I am.
Oh my gosh, how did they help you, Jordy and...
Well, number one, Maggie's Farms, I had a hard time trying to find some hay. I have no windbreaks underneath my trailer. So I had a lot of suggestions from one of the Facebook groups that I'm on that said that it would be a good idea to pack in a bunch of hay around it just to create some type of a windbreak. And I also had, that was from Maggie's farm. They brought the hay, they drove almost a half an hour just to bring me hay so that I'd be safe. Like, big shout out to him. Brian was just amazing. And then I didn't want to leave my trailer too vulnerable because this entire year it's been sitting in the middle of a field. So I had Cody, come and help move it over to a bit more of a safer location. So I tucked it in beside my parents' garage. And I think that's probably the two things that saved me the most was pointing north and being tucked in by the garage and also having some type of wind barrier underneath. Because even with the wind barrier, I was lifting. Like that one time, I really thought I was going through, but there were another dozen times that we're close.
It's scary enough to hear the wind whipping around when you're inside a house, let alone a trailer. I mean, is there anywhere else that you can go to for safety? I know the wind is left now, so it's a little late for that, but you know.
Well, honestly, my parents have medical issues, so I couldn't bring my animals to their home for a long period of time. I didn't want to create more medical issues. So the only thing I could do was leave them in the trailer, unfortunately. Fortunately, I'm an animal lover. I'm not leaving my animals alone. I was close enough to get to my parents if I had to get to them. But they were okay through it, and I didn't have to go out through it to go to them, and they're all fine and good this morning.
Good.
But yeah, it really brought a lot of gratitude to my world this morning after seeing some of the destruction that's around our neighborhood right now, because there's a lot of people that are missing roofs, completely flattened. Trailers are completely flipped. I just went down to Skinner's Cove Wharf, and there's a bunch of boats that are on the side. You know, I feel because there's a lot of people that are going to be dealing with a lot of heartache when they find out how bad it is.
Yeah, what do you think the next days and weeks are going to look like there in River John?
Well, my community is pretty amazing because I'm already seeing guys out with chainsaws taking stuff down off the roads and pitching in and helping. Obviously, it's a little dangerous to be anywhere near power lines, and there are a lot of power lines that have trees on them around here, so it's actually not really safe to go out. But there are people that are making an effort to check on people. I just drove by and saw a bunch of people checking on one of our elders here in the neighborhood. And, it's a terrible situation. People are banding together already, which is a beautiful thing. I'm from Ontario originally, and, my dad told me about this amazing John love type thing community, and, I've really felt it this last couple of weeks, for sure.
You were cutting out there, Cindy, but I think what I heard you say is that you're from Ontario originally, and
yeah.
So, what brings you out to Nova Scotia for affordability reasons?
No, just to look after my parents.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And how long have they been there?
They've been here for a year as well.
Okay, they've been there for a year. So this is your first is this your first sort of storm in the Maritimes? Like what has your experience been?
Honestly, this is the first major storm that I think I've ever been through. I've been close to some tornadoes here and there, but nothing like this. This is the first time that I've ever experienced anything like this. And I'd like to say I hope I never do again, but the way that the world is shifting and the weather's getting so much worse, I'm sure we'll experience this again. But boy, oh boy, it was a wild ride. I'm sure there's some people that are still trying to shake it off because I was a ball of nerves all night.
I bet, Cindy. What an experience to go through. I'm so glad you're okay. And I'm so glad that, as you say, you had some great neighbors to help you with the bales of hay and just getting prepared there. And I think the worst of it is over for you guys there. The wind hopefully has died down a little bit. And thank you.
Oh, yeah. I've got the camper door open and the breeze is coming in, and it's actually pretty decent right now.
What a weird thing, eh? To have this happen 12 hours ago and then for it to be kind of no big deal in the weather.
Yeah.
That's
absolutely.
Just bizarre. Thank you, Cindy, so much for speaking to us.
No problem. Hope everybody stayed safe. Take care.
Take care. Cindy McKenzie is in River John, Nova Scotia. That is where we reached her. And let's stay in Nova Scotia, but hop over to Cape Breton and speak again to Wendy Bergfeld. She's a CBC journalist there. Wendy, you were hearing a little bit there of what Cindy had to say about just the power of community. And she said if she didn't have the help of some local contractors and getting these hay bales under her trailer, then she was worried that trailer was going to flip over. Is that a kind of story that you're hearing today about the amazing things that community members are doing for each other?
You know, I just got off the phone with the president of Cape Breton University Students' Union. And I think your listeners might remember about an hour, maybe 2 hours ago, we were talking about an apartment building on Rotary Drive. Yes. And the roof peeled off in the same way that the top peels off a sardine can. It just ripped off the top. So there were all of a sudden all of these people homeless, and they couldn't stay there. So of course emergency crews came in, and they were trying to move people to safe places. Some people went to Center 200, but right away a lot of people just went to neighbors' houses, or they went to family houses. But there were about 10 or 12 of those apartments that were filled with international students that had 3 or 4 students sharing an apartment. So what has happened is that the University Students' Union has kicked into gear, finding places. So they have used their friend networks to find temporary mid-range housing for these students, and they're going out to the Alumni Association now and saying, okay, if you have a spare room, here's the situation, we need some space. Wow. And he, the head of the Students' Union, said, I think I can probably have people housed by the middle of next week. And he was very positive. He said if the cell phones work, then people say yes, if he can get people to pick up the phone. So I think that could have been catastrophic. But here you have this university community stepping up, and the extended university community stepping up to help these young people. So I thought that was just a really nice story. In the midst of all this, I just thought that was such an uplifting story. And I just, in sort of subsequent to that, I had another conversation, and it looks like Cape Breton University is going to keep their campus closed until further notice. They sent out an email to students and faculty and the like to say that for the foreseeable future, that campus is going to be closed while they try to reassess and evaluate what they're going to do.
We were speaking to Wendy in the last little bit time. I don't remember what time we talked anymore. It's all a blur. But just about the helicopters that are going to have to come in and start surveying the damage and start to prioritize really what communities are going to need help, because some roads are impassable. Some communities are too difficult to get to. So what's the latest on that?
Well, I haven't heard anything about choppers. What I do know is that there are ground crews out at the moment, and we do have there is the NSP doing some triaging right now. But as far as getting in the air, I'm not sure. What I do know is the military has been called in, and they are mobilizing so that they can help house people as well. And I think they're going to Member 2. That's sort of what I'm hearing right now. But yeah.
And what's the situation in Member 2? What's the damage there?
Well, they have the biggest building. That's really where we are. If we have Center 200, which is the Comfort Center, the second biggest building is Member 2 Trade and Convention Center, and that is a good staging point for a lot of work that may need to be done. There's also great big parking lots there, so if you were going to muster and stage, that would be a place to do that from. So we're trying to establish just sort of what is going to be there and what that relationship is. What we have been told.
Oh, I think we may have lost Wendy there. That was a clean break there from our connection with Wendy Bergfeld. We are still connected to her though, so it's possible that she might come back. If you hear my voice, there she is. She's coming back there. Wendy, can you hear me okay? You're cutting in and out. Okay, I think we're going to have to leave things there with Wendy. We're going to come back to her though, because she's got a lot of important information for us from Cape Breton, probably one of the worst hit areas from Hurricane Fiona. And we've been speaking for the past couple of hours, checking in with communities around on Cape Breton, on PEI, in New Brunswick, and in Newfoundland and Labrador, and especially in some communities in Newfoundland, like Port aux Basques, where the winds continue to whip there, and the storm surge was just extraordinarily intense in Port aux Basques, and we've been also speaking to Port-au-Port and Burgeo, where also the winds and the storm surge were just very remarkable there. If you are just tuning into us now, this is a special broadcast coming to you from a calmer place in Atlantic Canada, Fredericton, New Brunswick. I'm Jean Armstrong, and we've been talking to you about the impact that Hurricane Fiona is having on Atlantic Canada. We've been bringing you stories from people impacted, what they're seeing out their windows as people kind of shelter in place. We've been giving you some survival information as well in terms of power outages and road closures and what officials are saying, speaking to EMO officials about the information that they need people to hear in those regions. And we're grateful that, there's so many folks out there who have lost power, who don't have internet connection, but radio is always there. So we are glad to be broadcasting to people, to our colleagues too in Nova Scotia, PEI, and Newfoundland and Labrador who have lost connectivity from their studios. Let's check back in with William Ping. He's the newsreader in St. John's, and he is here to give us an update on some regional news. Hi, William.
Hi, Jean. The southeastern region of New Brunswick has taken quite the hit from Hurricane Fiona. We turn to Enyekin Etugabe with the latest.
Earlier today, I was in Point de Chêne, where there was a serious storm surge and high winds. From fallen trees on the roads to power outages, the small town was flooded due to high tides overflowing the seawalls and into the roads, leading to localized flooding in the area. Houses were submerged in water, and rescue operations by the Shedia Fire Department was ongoing. A family vacationing in a cottage down on one of the flooded streets was stranded in the flood, but luckily for them, the firemen arrived on time for a rescue. I went on from there to Cocaine and Casey Cape. Some cottages and other properties along the coastline, Zavin, these areas, were destroyed by the storm. As of now, it seems the worst of Fiona has passed. Residents have now started to come out to clean up as much as they can, while waiting and hoping regular services will be restored and their lives will return to normal. Anyekane Tugube, CBC News, New Brunswick.
In the meantime, Nova Scotia Power says crews are working hard to restore electricity to the hundreds of thousands of people across the province. Right now, there are about 360,000 homes and businesses offline. Cell service is unreliable as well as internet. Nova Scotia Power says about 900 personnel are on the ground, but can only safely use the lift trucks in areas where the winds have dropped below 80 kilometers an hour. They say some areas, especially in eastern and rural Nova Scotia, will be without electricity for multiple days. Crews from as far as Maine and Ontario have been called in to help. Meanwhile, closures remain across Nova Scotia in the wake of Fiona, but there is some good news. Both bridges connecting Halifax and Dartmouth were closed this morning, but reopened this afternoon. The Canso Causeway, which links Cape Breton to mainland Nova Scotia, reopened to all vehicles as well, according to the Department of Public Works. The department said the Canso Causeway Canal will stay closed till 6 a.m. tomorrow. Halifax Mayor Mike Savage says the municipality was spared the highest winds. The damage in other regions is much worse.
And ultimately, I want to say our thoughts and hearts are with those who have been hit harder than us. We have had a hardship. It was a wild night in Halifax. It's going to take some time, but when I see the images from Port aux Basques, when I see what's happening in Cape Breton Island and PEI, I just want to say that we're with you, and anything we can do to help, we will.
Halifax Transit, including bus and ferry services, will remain suspended until further notice. Bay Ferries and Northumberland Ferries have cancelled some crossings over the next few days, including the Cat high-speed ferry between Yarmouth NS and Bar Harbor, Maine. Marine Atlantic says its vessels will be tied up until at least tomorrow night at 11:45. Crossings between North Sydney and Port aux Basques after that time may be impacted as well. Meanwhile, Hurricane Fiona continues to wreak havoc on parts of Newfoundland, and response plans are already being formulated. John Hogan is the Minister of Justice and Public Safety. He says there's been discussions with federal officials in recent days prior to Fiona's arrival. This comes after a state of emergency has been declared in Channel Port aux Basques, and a boil water advisory is in effect for the area. The federal government has offered its full support in cleanup efforts in the coming days. Meanwhile, Newfoundland Premier Andrew Furey is en route to the province from Turkey. He tweeted earlier today that both Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Ontario Premier Doug Ford have contacted him to offer their support to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. And finally, provincial officials in Prince Edward Island are calling it a historic storm. And that storm continues to hit PEI hard, with extensive damage island-wide. Jessica Doria Brown reports.
We heard from the province's premier in the past hour. Dennis King says major provincial infrastructure has been damaged, including some bridges and causeways. And there are parts of the province that are totally cut off at this moment due to large trees down on the roads. That's, of course, dangerous in the event anyone needs emergency medical assistance. The Premier says it's going to take days to get the full extent of the damage, to grasp that. He says talks have already begun with the federal government and that provincial officials have been assured that support will be made available to help PEI with the cleanup from this storm. The main message from the Premier at this time and emergency officials is to please stay home. This will allow first responders and the city and provincial and electrical crews to start to get out once it's safe to do so, to help where that's most urgently needed. There have been over 82,000 households without power since this morning, and that's a number that likely won't change for at least another day. Jessica Doria Brown, CBC News, Charlottetown.
And that's the CBC News. I'm William Ping. Back to you, Jean.
Thank you very much, William. That's William Ping in the newsroom in St. John's in Newfoundland. And you're listening to a special broadcast on CBC Radio 1 to all of Atlantic Canada, coming to you from Fredericton, New Brunswick. I'm Jean Armstrong, and I'll give out that number to call again for people listening who would like to tell us about some of the damage that has been happening around them. You can call toll-free 1-800-591-8181, 1-800-591-8181, and tell us what you're seeing. Just to look at the power outage situation, because in Nova Scotia, that number is coming down slightly we're now at 361,000 customers without power. I think there was a difference an hour ago. I think 40,000 more customers had no power. So they're working their way through that. More than 800 Nova Scotia power workers are in the field trying to get people back up and running. But of course, there are real barriers, physical barriers to get to access some of these communities. But now that the wind has calmed down a little bit, hopefully that number will just keep going down. In New Brunswick, the situation, we are going to hear it live right now with Dominique Couture. She's the spokesperson for New Brunswick Power. Hello, Dominique.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. So these numbers keep changing, of course, and I know crews are just so hard at work right now. So what's the latest on outages in New Brunswick?
Absolutely. So as of 4:30 p.m., we have approximately 44,000 customers who are still impacted. We are getting new outages that continue to be reported. So since the weather event has begun last night, we had approximately 86,000 customers being impacted, and we have 42,000 of those customers restored.
Okay, but as you're saying that, does that number keep kind of flowing up and down when people get power back and then kind of more people lose it? And is that a fluctuating number?
Exactly. So we are still seeing wind gusts in some communities, and that's creating new outages. So the number is fluctuating still at this time.
Can you tell us where in the province are most customers without power?
Yeah, absolutely. So the southeast area of the province is the most impacted right now, thinking specifically of Moncton and Bouctouche and also the Miramichi area.
Okay, and how many crews are out there helping to restore powers? Do you have kind of numbers on that?
Right now, it's all hands on deck. Restoration is going to continue late into this evening. We'll have crews overnight to respond to emergency calls, but we're really focused on trying to restore power to as many customers as possible.
And when we hear about Nova Scotia with some 800 workers, how many do you think are doing that work in New Brunswick?
We have approximately 500 field resources who are available, and we also have our emergency management team who is working. Of course, we need to sequence those crews, so some crews need to rest to work overnight, but in total, we're talking about an effort of about 500 people.
Wow. What are the challenges there, especially for, getting the buckets up and trying to restore power and it not be a dangerous situation? What are the challenges?
Some of the challenges we're facing, of course, is that, with the trees being in full foliage, the leaves being very heavy at this time, we've had to do a lot of clearance and vegetation management prior to even beginning to make the necessary repairs to restore power. So that has impacted our restoration response. And of course, in some areas where there's flooding, it can sometimes be more difficult to access the infrastructure that we need to access to make those repairs. So that's also impacting restoration.
Wow, yeah, it's not something I wouldn't even have thought of, but it's true. Like when you go outside, someone said earlier, it looks like someone put all those leaves into a blender and spat it out. They're everywhere, these leaves. So that's
exactly
a big challenge. And so what about people who were evacuated? What do people need to know from NB Power about returning home if they were evacuated?
I think they need to know to follow the directives of the Emergency Measures Organization. We coordinate our response with them, so we would support in evacuation procedures, but really NBEMO is your one source of information, and please follow the guidelines from NBEMO.
And what about those still in their homes but without power? What would you say to them?
We encourage people to stay in touch with us, follow us on social media. If there are more damage or if there is more damage around the home, to report it either on our website or at our customer care line, and really stay updated, stay safe. In terms of down power lines, we always like to remind the public to stay at least 10 meters away from any down power lines and treat those down power lines as if they are alive.
In terms of the people who don't have any power, have maybe lost connectivity, lost internet service, who won't be able to visit the website, you mentioned a number, in case people still have the ability to call, what is that number that they should call?
Absolutely. So our customer care line number is 1-800-663-6272. So that is 1-800-663-6272. We have a number of agents who are ready to respond to calls, and that is if you need to report an outage, report any damage to infrastructure, or report a down line, that is the place to call.
Yeah, and it's a good reminder, too, because in Nova Scotia, too, the RCMP are saying that if you do see down power lines, you should be reporting this to the power network, not calling 911 unless it's an emergency. So is that the same message in New Brunswick?
Yes, absolutely. So we really encourage people to report any damage to infrastructure. That information is very important to us to dispatch crews in impacted areas. So whenever possible, we ask that people report down lines.
Dominique Couture, thanks so much for joining us and giving us the latest on this.
Thanks, appreciate it.
That's Dominique Couture. She is the spokesperson for New Brunswick Power. Now, staying with the power outage issue, let's go to Nova Scotia. We have Peter Gregg on the line. He's president and CEO of Nova Scotia Power. Greg, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
As we were saying with Dominique, that number of customers out of power, that number is fluctuating, obviously. It's very, very in flux. So tell us what's the number now? What's the latest on outages?
So I'll start by saying, earlier this morning we were peaking out at around 400 415,000 customers, and we're down at about 350,000 customers. So approximately 60,000, maybe 65,000 had been restored over the course of the day.
Wow. What does that work look like when you talk about all those customers restored in the last few hours?
Well, it's sort of a complex undertaking, excuse me, where depending on where the storm hit. So the storm really hit Guysborough County and then across Cape Breton, sort of at the center, but it had a wide band. So we had wind all the way down the western part of Nova Scotia as well, but the wind was a little bit lighter there, and then it dissipated earlier. So we were able to get crews out early this morning and start that restoration. So first they do damage assessment, and then our crews can go out and get in the bucket trucks and start to restore power. And then as the wind dissipated across the province, we're able to do the same thing starting in Metro Halifax, with damage assessors out throughout the day, and we've got power line technicians out working to restore power in Halifax. But when you look a little further across the province to Cape Breton, the winds are just starting to dissipate up there, so it really has hampered our ability to get even our damage assessors in today.
And also just being able to get in there physically, even if the winds were a little calmer, I imagine how difficult is it to actually get into communities?
Yeah, it can be very difficult. It depends on different pockets of the province, but we've got washed out roads in various parts of the province. We've got lots and lots of trees down, and we've got lots of broken power poles in many areas, especially in Cape Breton. And so just access can be difficult. The weather is expected to improve tomorrow, so we'll get some contract helicopters up in the morning. We're looking forward to that good weather, clear weather, and that'll help us be able to do quick passovers to get a good assessment of what the damage is in the various regions, and that helps us build our plan for restoration.
So where will those choppers be going? What's the areas that you're going to focus on with that?
Primarily going to be sort of the northeast, and then Cape Breton is the focus here. As we say, down in the west, restoration efforts have been going well, and I think we've got damage assessment well in hand here in Metro. So it's really going to be northeast and up through into Cape Breton.
Yeah. Obviously, there are going to be people who are, frustrated about the prospect of having lost power for, today, but also ahead and into the week. And we got a call from someone by the name of Blair. He's in Sydney. He's wondering why it was taking so long to reconnect power in the area. He said since noon, the winds weren't too bad, just a strong breeze. What would you say to Blair?
Well, what we've got there is the winds actually were higher from what we were recording, so it's hampering our ability to get in there. But again, the access issues we've got as well in terms of road access. But weather's improving, and we should be able to get in there. But I just want to reiterate, this is a very widespread, severe storm with an awful lot of damage. And Cape Breton was particularly hard hit. And it's going to take a lot of effort. We've got over 900 people on the ground between damage assessors, power line technicians, and vegetation technicians working across the province. But it's a lot of damage and hampered by troubled access, and it's going to be difficult. So people can expect, depending on their location, to have a multiple-day outage. I know that's frustrating for customers. We don't like that, but it's just the reality of the weather system we got.
Do you have the manpower you need? 900's a lot of people, but and I know that there's people from out of province, even from Maine as well, coming in to help. But do you need more people?
So as we do the damage assessment, that'll become clearer. As you said, we did anticipate we would need additional help. And so this week we reached out to neighbors in New Brunswick, Quebec, Maine, and got staff here in advance of the storm, have them well positioned. That makes up the 900 that I mentioned earlier. As we go through and look at the damage, we have reached out to the neighbors again, and we've even reached out into Ontario. We're just determining, finalizing the plans for what additional crews we need, but we won't hesitate to bring more crews in if we need them.
You talk about planning in advance, trying to get crews set up for this event. Is there anything else? Is there anything you can do in advance of an event like this when you really don't know? You have a sense of what the damage is going to be like, but you don't really know what's going to happen. Is there anything that Nova Scotia Power can do to prepare?
Well, I can tell you what we do do. And a lot of it is we've had a lot of experience in Atlantic Canada with storms. Dorian in 19 and, many storms before that. So we've built up a lot of experience, and we've got a database of, wind speeds and what kind of damage we've seen in relation to those wind speeds. And then we build models that look at what the damage is going to be in the various areas. And those models can be very, very informative to sort of help us scope out what we think the work is going to be. And that's how we were able to stage the people across the province in advance of the storm. It's never going to be perfect, but it does give us a good sort of estimate. And in this case, we're really glad we did that.
What's your message to people at home without power, maybe listening to their radio right now? I want to say that, and I understand it's frustrating to not have power. It's something we've come to really rely on, obviously. I know it's frustrating, but I want you to know that we're going to work around the clock to safely and efficiently restore power as quickly as we can, and we're using all resources available to us. And do you have any kind of estimate for people in maybe the hardest reached areas of Nova Scotia on when they can expect their power to come back?
No, I'm hesitant to provide an estimate until we know the full extent of the damage, and we don't in those hardest hit areas. It's hard to give an estimate. We'll keep looking at that. But I will say that in those hardest hit, multiple day, I won't put a number on it yet until we get a better sense, but multiple day outages to be expected for sure.
Peter Gregg, it's good to have you on. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jean. Take care.
Peter Gregg is the president and CEO of Nova Scotia Power. If you're just tuning in to us, this is a special broadcast coming to you from Fredericton, New Brunswick, on just the havoc that Hurricane Fiona has wreaked across Atlantic Canada. And we just heard there a little bit from Peter Gregg about just that number of customers affected by the power outage coming down little by little. Every hour we seem to get a smaller number, which is hopeful. It started, the peak was 413,000 customers without power. That's like 78% of Nova Scotia Power's clients. That number now is at 350,000. So just over 60,000 customers with their power restored. Hopefully that number just keeps climbing down. And let's hear a little bit of sounds from the day. There's been so much going on across the region. Let's hear a little bit of that.
Well, certainly Fiona has come and left its mark on Nova Scotia as well as our neighboring provinces. And this is a storm that was certainly not be forgotten anytime soon. And as the storm continues along its path, damage assessments are already well underway. And I can tell you our situation right now is where none of us want it to be. And I dread to think of where we would be had Nova Scotians not taken every single possible precaution to protect themselves and their families. Right now, I'm in rural Pictou County, and I can tell you what I've seen just in the last couple hours. I had a chance to go out with a few public works team this morning, and obviously no power, spotty if anything, cell and internet service, roads washed out, including my own, an incredible amount of trees down, and not just power lines across the roads. In many cases, entire power poles down, snapped in half. And I know this is common across the province right now, especially in Cape Breton area. I'm hearing from Glace Bay where entire streets have every single telephone or every single power pole down. So I'm seeing pictures across the province of the damage, and it's pretty devastating. The sad reality is that the people who need the information that most of the folks on this call today can share are unable to hear it. Their phones aren't working. They don't have power or access to the internet. So I want to assure you that working together, we have to do everything we can to make sure that we communicate with the people that need the information. Do the Nova Scotia thing, the Blue Noser thing, and take care of each other. Check on your neighbors. Offer what you can to help. We will get through this. We will recover from this, but I want to thank everyone for their patience and their efforts today.
The magnitude of this storm has just been breathtaking. It has turned out to be everything that has been predicted, and it's affected people across the province. I've been here most of the day, or nearly all day, at the Provincial Emergency Measures Coordination Center, and just so impressed with everybody here who's working so hard It's a level 3 response for us, all hands on deck, and this building is full, and I know our emergency responders around the province are just working very hard. Our municipalities are working very hard. Our fire service, our first responders, they're all working hard to get to everybody and to meet the needs. And I know Public Works is as well through reaching out and working on the roads. I've been in contact today with many of our partners. I've had a conversation with the Federal Minister, Bill Blair, Public Safety, and we've reached out to him and asked, we've given notice that we will be asking for disaster financial assistance, and he's assured us that will be coming very quickly. I really appreciate that. And also that request to the Minister, as the Premier mentioned, for military assistance. We had military assistance during Dorian, and it was invaluable. This storm is on the magnitude or maybe larger than Dorian, and we know we will need it now to help get power connected back up to everyone. So, we also recognize that this has hit, as the storm was predicted, has hit Cape Breton very hard, and we know that there's 2 local municipalities there that have states of emergency, Victoria County and CBRM. We recognize that, and we will be moving resources there as quickly as we can to help them. So to the Mayor of CBRM, our thoughts and prayers are with you and all the many people in your community who have been so severely affected. So we're doing all we can. I do want to recognize, too, that it's impacted other jurisdictions. The PEI and Newfoundland and the Magdalen Islands have also been severely hit, too. So our thoughts and prayers are with them as well. So thank you again for the opportunity. We're here working, and we want to see Nova Scotians get through this. And I look out for your neighbors as well. That's my message to you now in the aftermath of the storm. Check in on your neighbors. Thank you.
So we've been able to complete damage assessments in the west part of the province as winds dropped, and power restoration has been underway there. We've restored power to just over 60,000 customers. As the wind has dropped in the Metro Halifax area, we've got damage assessors out in conjunction with our power line technicians, and they'll be targeting power restorations as a result of that. And as Minister Laura said, as the storm diminishes in other parts of the province, we'll move our damage assessors in there and make sure we get a good view of what's there. Tomorrow, with the good weather, we do have some contracted helicopters that are going to allow us to get up in the air and do a quicker assessment of some of the more remote parts of the province and get a really good assessment for our crews to get in there.
We just heard a few voices there. The voice we just heard was Nova Scotia Power CEO Peter Gregg, who we just had on the show. And before him was Nova Scotia EMO Minister John Lohr. Before him, that first voice we heard was Premier Tim Houston in Nova Scotia. They were speaking to the media earlier this afternoon. Now, they were talking a lot about the cleanup that's going to have to happen. That they're in that mode now of the storm has passed, more or less. The winds are still a bit strong. But in Nova Scotia, they're talking now about, now that the dust has kind of settled, what does the cleanup look like? But if we go to Port aux Basques in Newfoundland, that storm is still very much raging, and Kat Finley lives there. She's just connected with us. She can see the ocean from her house, apparently. Kat, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So what is
I'm
this?
actually originally from Fredericton, so I'm excited to talk to you guys.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Well, it's the Atlantic Canada is so connected. I'm learning. So I
know it really truly is.
Yeah.
My world.
It's really good to have you on. Tell us, what do you see outside your window right now?
So, I'm up on a hill, and below me there's a small, row of houses along a road. That road is currently being washed away. There's a bunch of debris. Yeah, there's the odd little shed that's down there, closer to the other end from me, but I believe they're gone because there's so much debris now in the bay below me, which normally wouldn't even get hardly a ripple of a wave, but
wow.
There's an island out there that usually blocks it, but the surge was so strong this morning. The town has come a few times and pushed all the debris out of the way just to try to keep that road open. And now the tide is down, so it's just all churning up and looks like a big foamy debris soup. But the winds are terrible. The winds have now picked up. So where I'm up on a hill, I was protected from the water, but My house has her dancing shoes on at the moment, and she's doing the hoochie coochie.
Your house is?
My house is dancing, in the wind. That's what I like to say. She's got her dancing shoes on. But I don't think it's going anywhere. It's been here 9 years, so I feel like I'm good.
Well, yeah, Ryan Snodden, our meteorologist at CBC, I think he was saying it was 100 kilometers an hour at the last check in Port aux Basques. So those are really strong winds. But just going back to a moment to that debris soup you mentioned and the foamy water and all the things floating down there, and that the road is kind of washed away. What has washed away there? What can you see? What kind of debris can you see?
From what I can see, like the sidewalk is all, so normally there's just a guardrail and a sidewalk and then the street. But again, we don't usually get waves there. But the sidewalk is all buckling in some areas. Some areas it's completely gone. And there's buoys, like so many buoys from boats, and there's pieces of buildings down there. A power pole blew over down there recently. I believe my husband said he spotted a canoe down in there. So there's a lot. There's even one of the big warning buoys like that they have out for the ferry that comes in. And the areas that they have around the coast to keep people from the danger zones. One of those is completely unhooked and is now down in my little bay.
What an image that is. Wow.
It is interesting. I just took another video actually of the foam soup, as I like to call it. But yeah, like I said, they've got it all cleared off once again now. But earlier there was just so much debris up on the road. I couldn't believe it.
And you're high up on a hill, but as we've seen from those images, so many homes and roofs flying off and just parts of homes just floating away. What are you hearing about how residents that are closer to the water are doing?
Well, I know they've done evacuations at different times of the day. So like earlier when I first had gotten up this morning, I'd heard a friend was, in need. They'd been evacuated and needed a few supplies. So off we went to help. We have a big Jeep, and I knew my area was safe. So I got to them. I'm also a home care worker, so I checked on my client to make sure he was safe. And then we picked up a few supplies for people that needed it and then returned home. But I do know that there is areas of what we call down channel that are gone. Like the local videos that are coming around on social media, I'm astounded that there are actually sections of town now that are no longer there.
No, they're gone. They're gone. Like parts of town are gone. That's unthinkable.
Yeah. There's like streets missing and houses gone.
Oh my goodness.
Like where there used to be a neighborhood, it's like devastation.
How are you doing, Kat?
I am actually quite good. My in-laws are well. My husband is well. My daughter is here with us. Everybody that I know in my immediate little circle is well. And like I said, I checked on a few people today that fall in that circle, though they're not family, and they're also well. So we're just now trying to get through the next few hours till the winds calm down and then pray that the tides tonight don't take out more parts of town. That's all we can do is just wait now.
And that tide set to come at 9:00 tonight, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully the winds will, be less strong and that tide won't wreak more havoc. But
Mr. Snodden and all the other meteorologists are telling us that the winds are going to die down now here starting shortly. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting, too, because we keep hearing about Hurricane Fiona trotting along, moving up the system. She's taking her time.
She's taking her good old time. She's like most of us people in Atlantic Canada. We just like to take our time. We'll get there when we get there.
Oh, my goodness. And can you just give us a sense, too, Port aux Basques as a community? How would you describe Port aux Basques and the people there?
You're lovely. I mean, I moved here 14 years ago. Like I said, I'm originally from Fredericton. So they're lovely here. And I know there's so many people coming together for their neighbors. And, I'm seeing it. I see posts on Facebook like, hey, if anybody in my neighborhood needs anything, just shoot me a message. I know they're all sticking their necks out for each other. And that's what they do here. I mean, that's what Newfoundland is in general, not just Port aux Basques. Newfoundlanders are like that. I mean, they truly are a one-of-a-kind people. And I mean, this is home for me now, so now these are my people.
And all eyes are on Port aux Basques. I imagine that you're going to get a lot of help in the coming days and weeks hopefully from other communities who can pitch in.
Well, hopefully. And I've had so many people from home. Like I have family in Fredericton, and I have friends in, all family all up and down between, Woodstock and Moncton. And they're all texting me and saying, like, what can we do to help you? And I'm telling them all the same thing. Right now, we're still just trying to survive. But when I know, I will let you know. Because even people, but again, this is this is how we are here in this part of the country. We help each other out. It's not just our neighbors; it's our provincial neighbors too.
I keep thinking though about those people who, their home is gone. As you say, there's parts of that town that are gone, and where they're going to go now.
Yeah, and they saved one lady this morning from the ocean as it was washing away. I mean, they're heroes as far as I'm concerned. But again, that's what they do here.
How is she doing, by the way?
Last I heard, she was in hospital and recovering well. So I don't know the lady. I haven't heard who she is. I'm sure I know her. I mean, Port aux Basques is quite small. But I haven't heard who she is, but I do wish her all the best.
The RCMP Constable Jolene Garland was telling us there is another person who is confirmed missing, and so there's efforts underway to locate that person. But that is just terrible news.
Yeah, I don't know how that's even possible with the waves and the winds the way they are right now, and you're actually confirming for me what I had heard, because nobody had really confirmed that quite yet, that there was a woman actually still missing. So that's also sad to hear.
Kat, by the way, do you have power?
I do.
Okay.
I do have power. Absolutely. I know there are people that don't in town. And I also know there's people that I know down the coast. There's all these little communities that dot, the coast of Newfoundland. And so when you leave us and you go along the South Shore, you get to Marguerite, and then you would hit Alamort, Burn Islands, and then Rose Blanche. Bird Islands, I know they are without power, and I know their island they have an island with a causeway, and my daughter-in-law's family lives there, and they're now all isolated out on that island. So we're all
isolated. They're there still?
Yeah, the island is a whole big island of houses that you go on a causeway to get out to.
And Burn Islands is just east of where you are, by the way, for people listening in Port aux Basques. Yes,
just east from us. So there is half of the community is kind of on the mainland of Newfoundland, we'll say, and the other half is kind of on an island. And that island, that causeway, is really getting pummeled. I'm not sure if it's completely washed away now, but last I heard it was really getting damaged. So, there's a lot of places that are really along the South Shore here, really getting the brunt of it right now. So,
well, Kat, what a terrible situation. But I'm glad you're okay, and I'm glad you're there to help people who need it.
I am.
Yeah,
I am, and that's just what we do here, but. Just really quick, I want to tell my aunties in Fredericton that I'm safe, because I'm sure they're wondering.
I'm sure they're listening. Kat.
Oh, I'm sure they are. Thanks, girl.
Thanks so much. Stay safe.
Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
You too. That's Kat Finley. We've reached her in Port aux Basques in Newfoundland that is still feeling the brunt of Hurricane Fiona. Now, let's go over to Shediac, because some people in Shediac are leaving town in search of gas to run their generators. Shediac in New Brunswick, by the way. And the storm, it really did disrupt things there. Jerry O'Brien is on his way back from Moncton. He's the manager of the Shediac Bay Yacht Club. Jerry, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Oh, we're hanging in there.
Did you manage to find some gas?
Yeah, we found some gas, so we should be good for a little while.
Okay, and so, tell us about that search for gas to run those generators.
Oh, well, it was a lot of the service stations here in Moncton and Shediac were closed, so in order to make sure that we have power for the next little while. They were calling probably maybe by 10:30 tonight that we might be getting power again. But just in case, we kind of need some fuel to make sure that we can run till tomorrow. So it's.
Tell us about how things are at the yacht club. What's the situation there?
Well, basically, last night we had a storm surge along with really high wind. It was probably around 1:30. I was down at the yacht club to have a look to see how things were progressing, and we were at about 95 kilometers an hour with gusts up to about 100 and 110. So, and the tide was rising quite quickly. So, because the high tide was at about 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning. So this morning when I went down, the whole area was flooded. There's a park in front of the marina, and the whole area was flooded. We couldn't even go down to the clubhouse and to the marina area because of the high tide. So when it receded a bit by around 10, we did go down with our hip waders and kind of had a look around to see how things if things were in shape or not. So basically, most of our docks were intact. We had 8 boats that were left yesterday that we couldn't get out. Those were all tied up properly and securely. And those were all, the docks everything was pretty well, looks pretty straight from the shore. So we haven't been able to do a really on-site inspection yet, but we have received quite a bit of sustained damages with the high water tides.
Right.
Most of our patios around the clubhouse, the building which my office is in, and the Coast Guard inshore rescue house in the summer, we've probably had about a foot of water in that building. So, that's something we'll have to clean up. But I can tell you, compared to what we had with Dorian, we came out pretty good out of this. So.
Oh, I see. So Dorian was worse.
No, this one was worse, but it's just, I think our new system, like our new anchoring system and our new dock system, is much more efficient. And I think just the fact that most of the boats were out, we usually have about 180 to 200 boats in their facility. So having all those boats out, which are, some of them are pretty big, kind of takes off that stress off the infrastructure in the water. So, with just the floating docks floating up and down with the tides, there's not a whole lot of wave action in the basin because of the breakwater. So it kind of preserves the infrastructure. So I think from that end, I think we, it's compared to what the previous system was. During it, so this was a really, really big test for us. Last year we had Hurricane Teddy that came, but it just kind of, it just kind of sidestepped the area. But when you get wind events like that and high tide events with storm surges, it's really unpredictable. You really don't know what's going to happen. So you have to make sure that you hunker down and you make sure that everything's tied up properly, and we're beside the water, so it's just a matter of getting ready and being, hoping that it's gonna survive. So.
Yeah, and you made an interesting point there, Jerry, because people are looking now to more resiliency in equipment, given what climate change is bringing us. So, it's surprising kind of to hear that your dock fared okay, but that's the situation we're in, is that people know these storms are coming. It's just a matter of being prepared. I appreciate you coming on the show to tell us the situation from the Shediac Bay. Thank you so much, Jerry.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Jerry O'Brien is the manager of the Shediac Bay Yacht Club. And just to remind people, you are listening to a special edition of on CBC Radio 1 across Atlantic Canada. I'm Jean Armstrong. broadcasting to you live from Fredericton, New Brunswick, as our colleagues have lost some connectivity at their studios. We'll be broadcasting to you until midnight, really, from here in Fredericton on the situation on Hurricane Fiona, on the havoc that it's wreaked across the region, on the cleanup efforts, on the survival information that you need, on phone numbers to call. We just heard in the last hour from New Brunswick Power, who says that you should call this number. I'll give this number out, 1-800-663-6272. 1-800-663-6272 to call that number if you're dealing with an outage and want an update, or you see down power lines and you need to alert people. There's that number. We do continue to see more and more customers across the region get power back, but it is on some of those harder to reach areas, especially on Cape Breton, for example. It's going to be a multi-day event to get power back into those areas. And we are going now to Brian Higgins. He is on Prince Edward Island. He's a journalist at CBC, and we've reached him there on Prince Edward Island. We were having some connectivity issues with him, but he's back. Brian, nice to have you on.
Yes, hi, Gene. Yeah, good to connect with you solidly. The spotty cell service has been part of our day here all day on Prince Edward Island.
That's part of the story, isn't it?
It is, exactly. Being a reporter here on Prince Edward Island it's kind of like being part of the story, just trying to get to work this morning, for sure. Shall I tell you a bit about my day?
I would like that. Yes, please tell me about your exciting commute today.
Yeah, it started at pre-dawn. I think a lot of islanders, just like me, got up, and as the storm rattled our windows, the first thing we noticed is we couldn't see much out of those windows at all. It was just like fogged over with debris, and we could see just the patches of where there used to be tree line. There was suddenly patches of light coming through, and then as the sun came up, you could start to see entire trees down. So, my news gathering day started in my own backyard. Went out there, took a few cell phone pictures, thought I'd send them back to the office. Not possible. But then as soon as I got out and started walking around, I realized that what I'm seeing isn't unique. It very quickly became repetitive, seeing downed trees, snapped poles, missing roof tiles, debris blown around block after block, and you start to get a sense of the size of the whole thing. It was really quite incredible.
And then getting to work was probably a challenge, I would imagine.
Yeah. With the city advising everybody to stay home, stay safe. For a reporter, at one point you got to say, well, I got a job to do. So there was some debate about how to do that safely. I used a buddy system. I went to work with another member of my household. We drove together. I got a drop off. He headed back to report back about my safe arrival. But more interesting was, of course, is the spectacular damage out on the arterial roads. Not just power lines are down, but sort of those major distribution lines, those transmission lines, where high voltage, pole after pole, snapped down, lying on Capitol Drive in Charlottetown, which is a major thoroughfare.
Yeah.
Traffic is shuffling past. It's kind of a startling scene. It's like you're walking along the third rail of a subway line. It's like dangerous business.
Gosh, yeah. And for you, as you're driving, you're wondering probably, is this safe to go over this area past this down power line?
Yeah, exactly. And then you come to a traffic light, no traffic lights, so we're all doing treat it like a four-way stop, and off you go. Then through deep pooling water, and off to work. So having arrived, it was a journey in itself with a lot of stories to share. When I got here, I found my stories are not unique. Everybody's going through this.
What parts of the island you say are dealing with the most damage? I mean, it feels like the whole island, but tell us about that.
Yeah, the smart money here is saying that the north shore of PEI has really taken it full right in the face, so to speak, right on the chin, because that north wind was coming down. So we're hearing about, like in Morel, the wharf is partly destroyed, partly washed away. We're seeing photos of the wharfs at Tracadie and Cove Head submerged. I'm seeing like concrete barriers, which would weigh, hundreds of pounds. They're toppled and shuffled like chess pieces. A bridge in Stanley Bridge is apparently gone. The Premier stated, and maybe we've reported this, that there is major infrastructure damage all along. But we're hearing the North Shore is heavily hit.
Well, Brian, thank you. We're actually going to hear from the Premier. We've cut some tape of some of his press conference earlier today. So we're going to play listeners that. But I thank you for telling us about your crazy commute today and for bringing us up to speed on things on PEI. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Gene. Pleasure.
Brian Higgins is on PEI. He's a CBC journalist. Before we get to that tape from Dennis King, Premier of PEI, let's give out those numbers to call because we'd like to hear what you're seeing. As Brian's saying, it's not unique, his view to work, but it would be interesting to hear from people all across the region, all across Atlantic Canada about the damage that you're seeing. Here's those numbers, and giving you a moment to get your pen to jot this down. It's 1-800-590-8181. Again, that's 1-800-590-8181. Would appreciate hearing from you folks out there. And so staying with PEI, Premier Dennis King addressed the province during an EMO briefing. He says Hurricane Fiona brought on, quote, historic weather conditions, and says the province is now beginning to lay out a level of response, which he hopes can occur in the next couple of hours. Here is part of what he had to say.
What we know at this point is incomplete. As I stated earlier, we haven't been able to begin the full assessment of the damages caused by Fiona. We do know that late last night and into the morning, high winds of over 170 kilometers per hour, heavy rains, coastal storm surges over 2 meters hit our province. Fiona hit us hard. And while we haven't had that full assessment, we know and we have seen since daybreak the impacts on Prince Edward Island, and they have been devastating. And it seems that few communities, large or small, have been spared. It was billed as one of the most severe storms to ever hit our province, and by all accounts, Hurricane Fiona has lived up to that billing. The impacts, as I say, have been far-reaching. By early accounts, the devastation looks to be beyond anything that we have witnessed before in Prince Edward Island. If there is a positive, it's that at the moment of this media conference, we've had no reports of any significant injuries or worse. Islanders heeded the warnings, it seems, to be prepared, and that in itself is a blessing. And I suppose at the time of difficulty that we face here, I think it might be important for all of us to remember to count our blessings large and small. But we do know there is significant damage throughout the island. Over 95% of islanders are currently without electric power. The process to begin to reestablish our electricity connections will begin when the winds subside to a level below 80 kilometers per hour and when our EMO teams are able to get a better assessment of the damage. And Tanya will share more about that in a moment. But Islanders should know that we are ready to activate our prioritized response and recovery as soon as possible. And this will include reestablishing connection to electricity in what will be a very timely process. Because there is no electricity, we know some islanders are having an impact with their cell service. And until such time as we restore power and internet service, we encourage islanders to limit their cell phone usage. And Tanya will also talk a bit about that as well. We also know that some communities have lost critical infrastructure like causeways and bridges at critical entry points. We know the importance of this infrastructure and connectivity, and we will work as fast as humanly possible to restore this. The immediate priority for EMO and the government is to get a full assessment of the damage across the province. This will provide us with the necessary information to guide our recovery efforts and will provide us with the ability to determine what additional resources will be required from the federal government and our provincial neighbours, all of who have reached out to us and are at the ready. That will begin, as we say, as soon as the weather will allow, hopefully sometime in the next number of hours. We do know the damage is very extensive, quite likely the worst we've ever seen. Islanders know that our road to recovery, and they should know that our road to recovery will be weeks or longer. We have our teams engaged, and our efforts to do so will be like other devastating things that we've dealt with in the past, and it will be an all-hands-on-deck approach. As a province, we've been here before. Our experience will be helpful in our approach and our response, though this one, I think, will be larger and will take longer. I spoke early this afternoon with Prime Minister Trudeau. I've spoken with Intergovernmental Affairs Minister Dominic LeBlanc. Minister Compton has spoken with Minister Blair. We have been reassured that the federal government is prepared to support us in our recovery and to do so with urgency. Provincial Cabinet has met multiple times a day over the last number of days, and that will continue in the days ahead to ensure we can respond to the impacts that Islanders, businesses, and communities are feeling during the recovery stage. And lastly, while we woke up this morning to devastating weather, tomorrow morning we will wake up and start to really see and hear about the impacts of the storm and start to better understand the extent of the recovery efforts that will be required. While the news will be hard to hear, it'll be hard to see, and sometimes it'll be hard to comprehend, we will summon our island courage and strength to help us make the uncertain steps that we need to make, but I know that we will make them. In the days ahead, we will need to be kind and helpful to family, to friends, to neighbors, and to strangers. This is a time when we need to lean on each other, to look out for each other, and find our way back together. And we've done this before. I know we will do it again, and we will need to do it again, and let's do it together.
That's Premier of PEI, Dennis King. He's urging the public to stay home and stay safe. And he talks there about the assessments that Emergency Measures Organization are doing in the province, that he talks about the devastating damage from the hurricane, and that those work crews will start working on this as soon as it's safe for them to go out. But he warns, he says Islanders shouldn't expect everything to spring back to normal quickly. He says our road to recovery will be weeks or longer, that the damage was perhaps the worst we've ever seen from a tropical storm system, and the island is no stranger to storms. He says it will be an all hands on deck approach about the assessment and recovery process. And sticking with PEI for a moment there, and I think our next listener was listening to a bit of that press conference. Maureen is on the line from Linkletter. Is that right? Linkletter PEI?
Yes, that's right.
And that's just west of Summerside?
It is. It's just about 6 minutes outside of Summerside.
Okay. What do you make of what the Premier just had to say?
Well, I hope it's not going to take weeks. I mean, we survived Dorian, and we did pretty good on that. I know the hurricane warnings here have ended, but the winds are still pretty strong. And I understand what he's saying. It may take longer, but I'm praying it doesn't, because right now I'm without power, and it's getting a little cold. I've had a tree that I never expected to come down. It came down. And I agree, it's very devastating. I mean, we're tough. We can bounce back from this, but I don't know. I'm a little worried myself. I really am.
What is your property looking like, Maureen? What's the damage like in your area?
Well, the funny part of it all is there's a lot of beautiful old trees down again, and that's really disappointing and heartbreaking. It's cloudy, it's windy, it's cold, it's miserable. So it doesn't really add to the what do you want to say? You're upbeat.
Yeah, to the vibe, I suppose. I don't know. Maureen, oh, what a situation you're in, and I know that so many islanders are listening to this and feeling the way that you are about this, and just hurting that about the fact that this is going to take a long time. I'm so sorry that some of your beloved trees there have come down that have withstood other storms. We have to move to another call right now, but thank you so much for calling.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
That's Maureen calling from Linkletter, PEI. Not an area of PEI that we've kind of touched on yet. It's kind of west of Summerside on the, I guess, north western third of the province there. And if you're just tuning in, you're listening to a special broadcast on CBC Radio 1 to all of Atlantic Canada. Marie is on the line. Marie, where are you calling us from?
Marie Adset. I'm based out of CBC Halifax, so I've been out on the road today covering the region. And so they just wanted me to step in and just talk about my day and some of the people I met.
Please do. What kind of people have you met? How has your day been?
Well, we really did meet a very special family, the McDougall family here in Halifax. Dad Ian, Mom Mary Jane, and 2-week-old Samuel. He just survived his first hurricane. Mom and Dad were kind of joking because she always says he doesn't hear the baby cry, but he certainly heard when the tree crashed down on their house. And it's just an amazing story of how his in-laws, who are from PEI actually, and local friends just gathered very quickly, got the chainsaws, and they were clearing as we came by them today, and we stopped to have a visit with them. The other person that really stood out to me is Don Snyder. He's a retired firefighter. He was just out walking his dog Bella, but he wanted to make the point. He was really thinking about all the emergency personnel or everybody that has to work during a hurricane, and us included, but especially emergency personnel, because they all have families, they all have homes, and they're all concerned about their well-being and what's unfolding at home. Because, like I got updates from my home community, but it's just a special thought to really think about, well, your power might be out. Just listen to us. We'll keep you company. We'll keep you informed. We'll get through it together. We'll weather it together. But realize that there are people like firefighters that were out evacuating people at 3:30 this morning after damage to their apartment building, and they were quickly out of their homes. So can you imagine that? So really today is a day about counting your blessings.
Mm-hmm. And the randomness too of a tree that could hit someone's house but leave someone right beside them totally intact, totally untouched by this storm. That's kind of the peculiarity of storms, of events like this,
Well, and Jean, it was just remarkable because we saw a lot of trees down, but just the way they fell, they missed multiple vehicles. They missed multiple homes. I mean, power lines that were cracked and folded, but they didn't fall onto the home or a property or a person. We are so fortunate here in Nova Scotia. And I just do want to add, because there are places that we haven't been able to get to. And so I am hearing, because leading up to this, I was talking to people and sourcing other contact names of people that could give us feedback. And I'm really concerned about Great Village, the area of Portapique. They've been through so much in that whole region of Truro and beyond. And so we are thinking of them. Hopefully we'll get to them too. But everybody just keep in touch and let us know what the storylines are unfolding. But let's just all support each other through this. And as Premier King always says, be kind.
Marie, what a good message. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're most welcome, Jean. Thank you so much for your ongoing coverage. CBC Radio is really rocking it.
Well, yeah, and we're grateful to colleagues like you, though, to bring us stories of people affected and the stories that we're hearing of community as well. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's CBC reporter Marie Adset joining us from Halifax. Let's check in with William Ping in St. John's. He's going to give us the latest from the regional news. William.
Hi, Gene. We begin in Halifax. The CEO of Nova Scotia Power says it will be days before some parts of the province will have electricity again. Right now, about 350,000 customers are in the dark. Peter Gregg says Cape Breton especially is seeing extensively extreme damage. He says they've managed to hook thousands back up throughout the day, especially in the west, where the winds diminished enough to allow ground crews to get at the trouble spots. He says it'll likely be tomorrow night that much of Halifax will have power back on. But it could be as late as Wednesday night for more rural areas and most of Cape Breton. Meanwhile, people on Cape Breton suffered some of the worst damage from Fiona. As we head into our first evening, many are preparing for a night with no power and likely no electricity for days while power crews pick their way through the mess. Reporter Matthew Moore has the latest from Sydney.
There's now almost an eerie silence through Sydney. People are slowly starting to venture out to see their property damage. And there's a lot. The constant hum of generators rings through the air, with levels of destruction not seen on Cape Breton in quite some time. A car wash building totally destroyed in Glace Bay. In North Sydney, a steeple falling off a century-old church. And Sydney did not suffer near the flood damage that was to be expected. But the wind damage made up surely for that. It's hard to guess at numbers, but several dozen roads in CBRM are cut off. Some contact has come back from Parks Canada, that sections of the Cabot Trail are once again closed. With thousands still in the dark, many are expecting no power for days, if not longer. Matthew Moore, CBC News, Sydney.
Meanwhile, the southeastern region of New Brunswick has also taken quite the hit from Hurricane Fiona. We turn to Anyekin Etugabe with the latest.
Earlier today, I was in Point de Chêne where there was a serious storm surge and high winds. From fallen trees on the roads to power outages, the small town was flooded due to high tides overflowing the seawalls and into the roads, leading to localized flooding in the area. Houses were submerged in water and rescue operations by the Shedia Fire Department was ongoing. A family vacationing in a cottage down on one of the flooded streets was stranded in the flood, but luckily for them, the firemen arrived on time for a rescue. I went on from there to Cocaine and Casey Cape. Some cottages and other properties along the coastline, Zavin, these areas, were destroyed by the storm. As of now, it seems the worst of Fiona has passed. Residents have now started to come out to clean up as much as they can, while waiting and hoping regular services will be restored and their lives will return to normal. Anyekan Etugube, CBC News, New Brunswick.
Provincial officials in PEI are calling it a historic storm, and that storm continues to hit PEI hard with extensive damage island-wide. Jessica Doria Brown has more.
We heard from the province's premier in the past hour. Dennis King says major provincial infrastructure has been damaged, including some bridges and causeways. And there are parts of the province that are totally cut off at this moment due to large trees down on the roads. That's, of course, dangerous in the event anyone needs emergency medical assistance. The Premier says it's going to take days to get the full extent of the damage, to grasp that. He says talks have already begun with the federal government and that provincial officials have been assured that support will be made available to help PEI with the cleanup from this storm. The main message from the Premier at this time and emergency officials is to please stay home. This will allow first responders and the city and provincial and electrical crews to start to get out once it's safe to do so to help where that's most urgently needed. There have been over 82,000 households without power since this morning, and that's a number that likely won't change for at least another day. Jessica Doria Brown, CBC News, Charlottetown.
As Fiona continues to wreak havoc on parts of Newfoundland, response plans are already being formulated. John Hogan is the Minister of Justice and Public Safety. He says there's been discussions with federal officials in recent days prior to Fiona's arrival. The federal government has offered its full support in cleanup efforts in the coming days. Meanwhile, Premier Andrew Furey is en route to the province from Turkey. He tweeted earlier today that both Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Ontario Premier Doug Ford had contacted him to offer their support to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. Several homes in Port-aux-Basques have been badly damaged or completely destroyed by the storm surge. And finally, despite significant damage to the Port aux Basques region, a local meteorologist is warning that the devastation caused by Hurricane Fiona is far from over. David Neal is a warning preparedness meteorologist with the Gander Weather Office. He says while the tide may have dropped slightly, the evening high tide will still be an issue.
We've seen some significant flooding in that area, and from the waves and the storm surge. The tide should be coming down now from morning high tide, but still expect fairly high waves into this evening's high tide as well. Still gonna have to keep the guard up for the evening high tide, pretty well right along the south coast and into the Bay St. George area where we maintain our storm surge warnings.
Neal says waves are expected to be up to and possibly exceeding 12 meters. And that's the CBC News. I'm William Ping. Back to you, Jean.
Thank you, William. That's William Ping from St. John's. And if you're just tuning in now, this is a special broadcast on CBC Radio 1 across Atlantic Canada. I'm Jean Armstrong, coming to you from Fredericton, New Brunswick. And William just mentioned there just the power of the storm in Port aux Basques, and that continues. The winds are still quite high there, and that worry about the tide peaking at 9 o'clock this evening, and what that will mean for waves that have already gone up 12 feet. So that's something that we're keeping our eye on. And just kind of east of that is Ramia, and we're reaching the mayor of Ramia right now. We're sticking with Newfoundland. Ian Stewart is on the line. Mayor Stewart, thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Good evening, Jean. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
It's good to talk to you.
It's good to have you on. And we're broadcasting across Atlantic Canada, quite a broad area. So can you describe where you are? Can you situate Ramia for us?
Well, we're a small island off of the island of Newfoundland, and about 10 miles offshore from Newfoundland. We have our ferry to and from the mainland, and well, right now she's stormbound, and the seas are just unbelievably extreme.
Wow.
But, we've got, I guess like everybody else, that storm was supposed to be headed right for us, and then it started to turn more to PEI and Port aux Basques area, and I know they've taken an awful beating, but we've still had our share of problems here. We've lost some of our fishing stages, sheds, slipways, and boats. We have had only limited flooding, I must say. But,
wow.
No loss of houses or personal injury, not yet.
That's
and
really
no
good
loss
news.
of power. Well, we've got our diesel plant is here, but what we do have, it is a considerable problem. Where we're a small island, we've got a large pond that's our freshwater reservoir, and there's a big breakwater runs right across there, separates the freshwater from the salt, and the sea has given that a terrible time. So we're watching that carefully. So tonight around 9, I think we've got to go back up there again, have a look and see. It was breaking in over today and washed out a large portion, but it didn't completely open it up so that we would lose the fresh water and the salt would run in. So,
gosh, how stressful! That is so important to the island to have that.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you must feel so isolated, just having, only the access from the ferry to the mainland. How isolating has this experience been? Just waiting for the storm to come and not really sure where it's going to go.
Well, we were watching that storm for about a week, and the people here have been watching it too, and they hauled up their boats, and a lot of the boats were hauled up and tied on their slips and stages and wharfs, and when the seas came, it lifted the wharfs and everything up, and the whole thing went out. So anyway, we are definitely isolated, but it's something that if you live here, you'll get used to it. It's the storms that are giving us the grief, not the being isolated.
Right.
Isolated. In the winter, we're isolated for 3 and 4 days when the ferry can't run and bring freight in.
Right.
And the oil truck comes and the grocery truck and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to be perhaps 4 or 5 days now. The shops are well stocked, and people have been stocking up. And we've been telling them now to get their fresh water stocked up in case we lose our fresh water supply.
Exactly.
Tonight or tomorrow. So I'm really hoping that the wind and the storm surges kind of quieten down a little bit. But we got a lot of shoreline damage.
Do you? What does it look like on the shoreline? What does the shoreline of Ramia look like right now?
It's a mess. It's a mess. Yeah, we've got. It's hard to believe the size of boulders that the sea can actually throw in. But we've got beaches that aren't there anymore, and we've got a large section that washed away the ground near the graveyard. So we've got to deal with that. And in the main part of town, in our ship cove, and down in another area of the beach, and another spot, something muddy hole, that's just full of debris from wharfs and slips that have been, just washed away.
And Mayor Stewart, you're no stranger being on Ramia to storms, but how does this compare to other storms you've seen?
Way more intense, much stronger, more intense, and it's not only this storm, but we've been seeing each year, this time of year especially, that they've been getting closer and closer to us. They usually split off, go towards the Avalon area of Newfoundland or up in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, but this one was a little bit closer to us. Well, it was headed to us to begin with, and then it moved off towards the Port aux Basques EI area. But there's much more intense, a lot stronger, and the tides are much higher. And I don't know if it's really climate change, but if it is, it's not changing for the better. It's changing for pretty nasty times. But other than that, this is a wonderful place to be normally, but under the circumstances, it's difficult right now.
But how concerned does that make you, Mayor Stewart, if, as you say, these storms just keep getting more intense every year, and this was the most intense storm you've seen? I mean, there's not a lot more room for things. It's crazy to imagine that things could get even more intense, as the years go on. How concerned are you about that?
I'd say the people and our town council and stuff are, over the next few years, we're going to have some discussions as to how much remediation we can do and how much armor stone we can pile up. And it could be a game changer in some which way, shape, or form. I really don't know what, but the people are very resilient, and once this quietens down, they'll get back to the cleanup. And then when everybody's relaxed, then we can start talking again. And figuring out what's what.
And you must be really concerned, though, about the images and the stories coming out of Burgeo, out of Port aux Basques, just about it's just terrible.
Port aux Basques was extremely hard. Now, I'm familiar with Port aux Basques, and I've been there so many times. And when I saw the pictures, it's, oh my God, they've definitely taken a licking. I thought that, I heard it was roughly about 20 houses affected up there. And like most of us along the coast of Newfoundland, you like to live a little close to the water, but when it's like this is not a good place to be.
How about the homes on Ramia? How much damage have they sustained?
We've had very little damage, a bit of siding, loss of siding, that sort of thing. There's no houses here been washed away, or even in part. A bit of flooding for some of the houses that are very close to the shoreline. I've actually witnessed that. They're pumping out their basements. But I think that's about it. We've been watching today. We've been out looking at boats sinking and slips disappearing and all that today.
Boy, oh boy. Yeah.
It's quite amazing to see what the waves can do. It can transform everything that looks nice into just a heap of rubble.
Yeah. The power
in a
is
very short time.
incredible.
The power of the sea is just incredible, and the size of those waves is just amazing. Just amazing what's coming in here today.
Mayor Stewart, thank you for giving us a picture from Ramia, and I really hope that you can protect that water source. That's a big deal, and you'll be watching that closly over the next few days. Yeah.
Dean, and I got to thank you very much for calling, and I don't know what else I could tell you, but that's about it, I guess.
You've told us a great deal, Mayor Stewart. Thank you so much, and stay safe, okay?
And you guys take care, too, now.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye now.
That's Ian Stewart. He's mayor of Ramia. That Ramia is, I'm visiting it right now on Google Maps. I've never been. I'm sure it's a gorgeous place to be, but it's a ferry ride away from Burgeo, which is just east of Port aux Basques, so on Newfoundland. So the view there from the island of Ramia. And if you're just tuning in now, you're listening to a special broadcast on CBC Radio 1 across Atlantic Canada. I'm Jean Armstrong, broadcasting to you from Fredericton, New Brunswick. I had to think about that for a minute, where I was, what time it is. We've been on the air basically all day. My colleague Vanessa Blanche kicked things off here in New Brunswick at about 10:30 this morning because our colleagues in Nova Scotia and PEI and Newfoundland and Labrador did not have power at the studios. And so but, even if you don't have power, you can still tune in to CBC Radio. Also, it's possible if you actually have limited data or internet access. I do want to mention that CBC News has been putting digital updates on Hurricane Fiona on CBC Lite. So that's the kind of the light bandwidth version of the CBC main page that you can access if you don't have very much data or internet access. And let's now go to, let's check back in on PEI. Jerry McKenzie is one of the wharf managers in Georgetown, and he has been out assessing the damage. And boy, there's a lot of damage. He spoke to CBC's Mikey Mutek.
Well, it was a wild night down here. Heavy winds, heavy rain. And I drove around today, and there's a lot of large trees down all over the place, and wires all over the streets everywhere. Electrical, cable, telephone, a lot of shingles, some steel roofs, and up at the cemetery there's a lot of big trees up there also that came down and went over the tombstones and broke them also. It's a big mess.
Were you able to find anyone in your neighborhood to talk to you about the whole thing, or was it sort of a ghost town?
No, there's people being out walking around, and there's some out driving around now. And I've been talking, like this morning when walking on our street, which is Water Street, and looking at the damages.
How are you feeling? Have you ever experienced something like this before?
I haven't seen anything this bad in my life, and I've been around for quite a while.
Did you grow up on the island? Were you born here?
Yes.
And you say you've never seen anything like this before?
Nothing like it. Dorian had nothing on this. Oh, there's way more trees down this time, and a lot of bigger trees than the last Dorian, and more roof damage and infrastructure damage like shingles, wires.
Are you prepared for the next couple of days without electricity?
Kind of half prepared. I might have to go and see if I can find a generator. Right now I'm running the cord off one of my neighbor's generators to run a small heater.
Mm-hmm. How are you and the community kind of gathering together to help each other out right now?
Well, a lot of people are driving around or either walking around just checking on other people in the community, that could be living alone or or don't have family close by or whatever.
You know, I can't say that it's over, but the wind has definitely died down. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, you can see a little difference here with the wind dying down now, and hopefully the rain is supposed to stop fairly soon anyway, especially for the ones that have lost shingles and some steel off their roofs.
And your home, how is your home?
I lost 2 sections of fence, and I lost probably about 25 feet by 4 foot section of shingles on my roof.
Yeah, how long do you think it's going to take to get that fixed?
Well, I think the biggest thing right now for a lot of people is going to be able to find somebody that's going to be available to do some of this work. Because everybody before this was pretty well up to their eyeballs in work. And now with all this, it's just going to make it worse. There's going to be some waits to get people to come to their house, and fix it up.
That's Jerry McKenzie, one of the wharf managers on PEI in Georgetown, and he was speaking with the CBC's Mikey Mutik. Let's go now to Colleen Jones. She's on the line, CBC reporter on the line from Antigonish. She's been around Port Hawkesbury today and the Canso Causeway. Colleen, hello. Nice to have you on.
Hi, and your last guest just raised a really good point about now finding people to do the work you need to repair the damage that's happened.
Exactly. Oh, so many layers, of restructuring. And can you just maybe start us off with what you've seen in and around Port Hawkesbury today?
Well, Port Hawkesbury, oddly enough, was just absolutely perfect, and we wanted to see how the Canso Causeway was going to hold up in between, Nova Scotia and mainland Nova Scotia and Cape Breton. So when we were there, you could see the lights in the distance. So we thought maybe they have power, because when you're running around trying to do stories like this, you do need to keep your the gas tank full, and you're driving so much that it can go low. And of course, there's no gas stations open in this area right now. So we went to Port Hawkesbury and we were surprised that power was on, gas was available. The only thing that wasn't open was the Tim Hortons. Well, the stores weren't open either. But anyhow, not even a leaf was down, yet literally, 100 kilometers in the other direction in Antigonish, it's widespread trees down, power lines, and also flooding. So it's amazing the difference when you think of the geographies reasonably close.
Yeah.
So that was sort of weird how one place escaped unscathed and another is going to be cleaning up for a little bit now.
Yeah. And give us an update on the Canso Causeway and what's going on there.
Canso Causeway is now open to all traffic. It was closed to high-sided vehicles. They were really concerned about this, what was considered an engineering marvel when they built it in 1950. It's the deepest causeway in the world. But they were concerned about it because of the high tide and storm surge combination. They thought, what will happen and how long will it pound that area? But when we drove over it and when they were just allowing low-sided vehicles to start with, there was no problem. So that stood out. That thing built and opened in 1955 to 40,000 people. That won the test today for Fiona. Wow. Now, meanwhile, in Antigonish, of course, where I kind of was stationed for most of the day, their big concern was flooding because Antigonish is actually in a floodplain. And so their Columbus Park, which is where they hold their Highland Games and also all their track and field events, that was a lake.
Wow.
You could have a canoe in there today. Now, that is a traditional area in Antigonish that regularly floods, but still to see it today totally underwater and the playground equipment with the dinosaurs, just the heads bobbing up. And then there was another area where they went to the residents that live in a place called Indian Gardens that's another area in past storms that's flooded badly. And they went yesterday to say, we'd like you to do a voluntary evacuation, and nobody was really interested. But high tide was this morning, so today firemen were once again knocking on the doors saying the tide is up, the storm is on, and people did leave. Now, they got back 3 hours later after the tide, and their area was fine. So they had, because of some infrastructure work they did after previous floods, they built the berm higher, and that seems to be the ticket. So they weren't flooded out. But the trees down and shingles off of the roofs, and we went to Mahoney's Beach, and there was a tree down and a power line, plus the waves coming in, submerging the road, and there would have been people on the other side. Now, I'm sure that's a temporary flood with the tide that's going to go down just as easy. Hopefully it doesn't ruin the pavement, as it's often the way it happens. But what we've seen in Antigonish is, which exactly all over the Atlantic provinces, with the trees still full of leaves, it made for huge sales, pretty much, just very heavy sales. So they all came tumbling down. And just when we were in Antigonish just a little bit ago, and we're just heading back inside now, you could hear the chainsaws going to work. So
yeah, that's
been waiting a while to get that done.
There's going to be a lot of chainsaws sounding out across Nova Scotia today. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing about this whole storm, that it's such a large path of geography. Yeah. I know Port aux Basques and Newfoundland, and now in Sydney, looking at the pictures in Cape Breton, are really bad. But it looks like no area was untouched. So there's going to be, a big cleanup. Still, of course, no power. I don't know who has power. Well, Port Hawkesbury, I could go back.
Right.
But there's another thing that there's with no power that gets. And who knows when that's going to be restored, because that's widespread too.
Yeah, you have really been around today, Colleen, and
covered a lot of miles. No wonder why we needed that gas station.
I know. I'm like worried for your gas tank, but it sounds like you got refilled. But you've been on a road trip, but you also just talked to I would imagine so many people today. What kind of conversations are standing out to you?
Well, funny, I didn't actually talk to a lot of people, and here's why. It was when the rain was coming down and the power lines and trees were in the most vulnerable time, let's say before, well, they're probably still all vulnerable, but let's say before noon, people weren't out. People, when started coming out at noon, and that's when I was at the Canso Causeway in Port Hawkesbury and kind of the rural areas of Antigonish County. But some of the people that I did talk to, the fire chief, for example, here, Bill Chisholm in Antigonish, going door to door, asking people to leave their homes. It's a really tough ask, even though there's a storm. People want to protect their homes. And then to see people coming out of their houses with their cat, for example, one came out with a cat, and you thought, that's tough. You don't know when they tell you it could flood. What is that going to look like when you come home? And then I was just speaking with Owen Ray. He's a fourth-year student at St. FX University, and he and his 5 roommates in their rental are leaving their home because they could hear the shingles rip off of their rental house last night. And then when they went to bed, it started leaking in through all of their lighting. And so they've got tubs. I don't know how these 6 university students have so many Tupperware containers, but they're everywhere in the house.
Don't we all?
But now they have to find new accommodation. They've got to get out now. Mm-hmm. And this is such the urgency of a storm that you never know who it's going to hit, how it's going to hit, and what the long-term effects are going to be. So I found that, and then I found a wonderful lady at Mahoney's Beach whose husband boiled water on top of his wood stove, or one of those outside, and then he made coffee in a French press, because if I don't have my coffee, which I didn't,
lovely,
until they made me a cup. It was a beautiful moment.
They made you a cup. Oh, that's so nice.
Yes, thank you to them. I didn't get their names. I'll have to send a thank you note.
I bet,
know where they live.
I know that there are going to be a lot of people that went down to their basement or whatever and dug out the camping stuff and got their Coleman stove going so that they could, make a cup of coffee. Exactly.
Yeah,
you need
outside
that.
people, though. Don't forget outside. But
Yes, thank you.
And I do have that stuff at home, and I did not bring it. And now you're thinking, why didn't I bring it? I could have used it. We have no power. I'm living off the peanut butter I brought and sandwiches.
Hey, that's good high protein stuff. So,
right away. Love it.
Colleen, thank you so much, and take care out there. I hope that gas tank stays full and your spirits stay up. And thank you so much for bringing us those stories today.
You're welcome.
That's Colleen Jones. She's a CBC reporter. She joined us on the line from Antigonish, which, as she was saying, it has had its fair share of flooding and being in a floodplain, but this is like really extreme flooding going on right now, and that the Canso Causeway, of course, a very key connection, between Cape Breton and the rest of Nova Scotia, back up and running. People can travel that road now. Okay, I'm going to go through a lot of survival information for people right now because this is a special broadcast coming to you from Fredericton. I'm Jean Armstrong. We are broadcasting to all of Atlantic Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and New Brunswick. But I'd like to go through some of the latest on the power outages in the region. So let's go through that because these numbers are changing all the time. Nova Scotia Power is reporting 342,000 customers without power. That's a change from when we last spoke to Peter Gregg from NS Power. PEI, Maritime Electric, that number isn't moving very much. That's 82,000 customers. And remember, there's only 85,000 customers in PEI. So that's about 95% of the customers still without power. New Brunswick Power, that number has been whittled down to 39,000 customers without power. Newfoundland Power, about 9,000 customers without power. For Hydro-Quebec, in Gaspésie, Ile de la Madeleine region, that's about 4,000 customers without power. And Ile de la Madeleine, 393 customers without power. We just received confirmation that the warming center is open at the Amherst Fire Department for general public. Warming centers are also open throughout the county at fire departments in Pugwash and Wallace. The Lion's Den on Electric Street in Amherst is open for the is open for the homeless. A few notes to pass along from Nova Scotia, from other parts of the region, or from the province rather. The emergency department closure at Strait Regional Hospital will be extended to 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. Nova Scotia Health wants to remind community members that their hospitals are not comfort centers. They cannot provide power or charging stations for people. There are several comfort stations available around the province. I've taken a look at that list. It is a long one. I'm not going to go through it all, but really it's fire departments, legions, community centers, Lions Club, Sportsplex. So if you are in an area that is highly affected and you have kind of a gathering place, you could probably bet that that's a good place to go, a comfort station available. We also got a travel advisory because of Fiona. Northumberland ferries are canceling service for Sunday, tomorrow. For user safety for the Confederation Bridge to PEI, that is closed to all traffic until the current weather situation changes. So anyone trying to come from New Brunswick to PEI with your car, Confederation Bridge is closed. We also have a note from Moncton in New Brunswick because of power outages in the city's north end. YMCA Moncton North's location is open today. The main lobby has a place to warm up, to shower, a place to charge your phone. If you want to use the shower, the Y is asking for a government ID to use that shower area. And it's possible that radio right now is your only option. But if you do have limited data or internet access, just another reminder that CBC Lite is available to you. It's digital updates on Fiona that don't use very much data. Okay, I've talked enough, but I will just give the number out one more time for people who would like to call in and talk to us about what they're seeing, what the damage that Hurricane Fiona has wreaked in their area. That number to call is 1-800-590-8181. That's 1-800-590-8181. Give us a call if it's safe to do so. We'd really like to hear from you. The Cape Breton Regional Municipality, the CBRM, has been among the hardest hit areas in Nova Scotia. Like many of us, CBRM Mayor Amanda McDougall has had phone connectivity issues all day, but she did manage to get a call through to CBC Nova Scotia's Jeff Douglas. Take a listen.
What does CBRM look like?
Yeah, so I met up with my police chief, Robert Walsh, and my CAO, Marie Walsh, and we took a drive specifically around Glace Bay, but they were also showing me photos of the communities around CBRM and what they've been seeing. We saw a lot of damage to homes, roofs actually ripped off, trees falling on homes, windows boarded up, just debris everywhere. And then, you head down to the coastline and you see these monstrosities of waves as well. So you know that there's still anger in that ocean right now.
What do we know about injuries or human toll, I guess? Has there been anything reported? Do you know anything about that?
This is the remarkable part. So we have upwards to 200 people displaced from homes. We're working with our partners in Member 2 and the Coast Guard to secure more medium and long-term shelter for them, because we know we're just at the beginning of this journey. Not one case of injury.
That's amazing.
At this point. It is. I can't even believe it when I say it out loud. It is amazing. But I think it's testament to people taking care of each other, looking out for one another, and also people recognizing risk and going to places like our shelters.
Have you had, when you were on your tour, did you have a chance to speak to any of the citizens, anyone who had been impacted like that?
No, and I say that being grateful because we're asking people right now. We did put forward a state of local emergency this morning. We met at 4:30 this morning and again at 6, and have been asking people to stay home unless absolutely necessary to go out. And so for me, that's a good thing. I didn't see a lot of people out and about walking around. We did see some cars, but it's almost like you don't need to see the people's faces or hear their voices because you see it all around you. Our community is really, it's been beaten.
Yeah. Have things, is it starting to calm down there now? We're 10 minutes, just so folks know, because we're taping this conversation, 10 minutes after 5 local. Is it calm there in CBRM now?
It is just starting, Jeff. My husband and I, at one point today, he was like, when is this wind going to end? It's like it stirred anxiety in us for the better part of 12 hours. And finally it's starting to subside, and our cell phones are working a little bit better. So I don't know. It's indicative that we're going to be able to start doing that hard work.
And of the 200 people, you said 200 folks, as we sit here now, that your understanding is 200 folks have been displaced. Where did they go? Where have they gone?
Right. And so they initially were sent to Center 200, which is our regional recreation space. And unfortunately, the power went out there.
Yes.
And then the generators stopped working. So our staff and our EMO team had to work really quick. But getting the permissions from the Coast Guard College, we know that we have, I think, 40 people going there. We have lots of space. The Red Cross has been incredible to set up in Member 2 with our other community partners. Jeff, there's like an entire apartment building that was evacuated this afternoon that had just so many people in it. And this is going to continue happening. So that's why it was really important that we secure this really medium to long-term shelter for folks.
And so these are accommodations that folks can be in. It's not like, hey, for a couple of days, these are where people could be in the interim.
Yeah, exactly. Until other arrangements are made, for sure. Specifically at the Coast Guard College, everybody has their own room. There's bathrooms, there's kitchens, and it's pretty remarkable to see the community come together so quickly like this.
Does anyone anywhere in CBRM, to the best of your knowledge, have electricity or power? Who's not on generator?
Well, they are the lucky few, let me tell you. You know what? Actually, just up the street from me on Main Street in Glace Bay, I know that there's a small stretch and they have power. Otherwise, the rest of us are out. So there's like these remarkable small pockets that might have a little bit of power. Now, we were not anticipating to see crews working until probably later tonight because the winds were anticipated to stay high above 80. That has dropped. And so we're seeing some mobilization of power crews, which is incredible. And just, I don't know, it just brings this air of gratitude and appreciation, right?
Yeah. And have you spoken with NSP? Did they give any timelines as far as when some folks will start to start getting back up?
I mean, Peter Gregg has been really great to start emailing me. I know there's going to be a command center for Nova Scotia Power started up here in Cape Breton because there's just so much widespread damage. So that's a really encouraging step as well. What I'm seeing, especially, I'm using the outage map. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I looked at places like Lewisburg, and the damage out there is remarkable. I haven't been out there myself in person, but seeing the photos and getting the reports from my staff, it is devastating. And so,
Was there surge out there, Mayor McDougall? That was one of the places that we were kind of concerned about.
The surge came early, but it was really the wind. It was the wind. But I have to say this, Jeff, we've been through really horrible experiences of flooding in the past. I don't know what happened, what shifted within Fiona, but the rain did not come with the wind. And the flooding didn't happen, not to the extent that we were expecting for sure. And so there was some sort of higher power taking away one of those elements. And I mean, the devastation is real, but I can't even imagine or start to fathom what it would be like with the extent of flooding that we typically get, right?
Well, I'm going to let you go. I know you're very busy, but I just want to give you, because I know that all day, even Mayor Mike Savage had to read your statement earlier today that you have had a very hard time getting your voice out just because of the technical, cell service across the province. Even here on the mainland, cell service is very spotty right now. So given that we actually have you for these few moments on the line, what would you like to say to the folks of CBRM and Cape Breton Island?
Thank you for being so good to one another. The fact that nobody is hurt, the fact that streets are being cleaned up, people are being fed, it's because you're such wonderful neighbors to one another. And I think we need to just hold on to that as we enter into this phase of cleaning up and rebuilding.
Mayor Amanda McDougall, thank you so much for this. Stay safe.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing.
Be well.
Amanda McDougall there, Mayor of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, CBRM, speaking to the CBC's Jeff Douglas. He was on the air from about midnight to 5 a.m. today, managing to connect with her, even though she's had phone connectivity issues all day, really. And just an update, we were talking in the last little bit about some survival information, including the situation with Confederation Bridge. I had mentioned that it is closed for the moment, but we just got an update on that. The Confederation Bridge has reopened, but has restricted certain classes of vehicles from crossing until the current high wind situation changes. So those restricted classes include automobiles, towing trailers, motorcycles, high-sided vehicles, including trucks, tractor trailers, recreational vehicles, and buses. Those vehicles are restricted and not permitted to cross the bridge at this time. We'll keep you posted if anything changes on that. Staying with PEI, though, we do have a caller on the line, Sebastian Saez. Sebastian, thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Hey.
So where are you in Prince Edward Island?
I'm just in the Blooming Point area. It's still in Queens, but it's just on the edge there, to the west side.
Okay, and what have you been seeing there?
Well, I was just taking a drive down around in my area here in Donaldson, and it sounds like it's the same as it is everywhere else. There's just trees all over the roads, down power lines everywhere. There's a bunch of houses with the roofs torn off. I saw a couple cars and some ditches. It's just insane. I've never seen anything like it.
Wow, that's unreal. Have you lived on the island your whole life?
Most of it, yeah.
And have you ever seen a storm like this?
No, never. No, it's definitely a new experience. I think for most people who live here.
And just give us a sense too of because we've been talking about the area around Rustico, Cavendish, kind of. Where is Blooming Point in relation to that for folks who aren't familiar?
In relation to Rustico, it's about 30 minutes to the east.
To the east,
So,
okay.
Yeah, it's just down off St. Peter's Road if you go towards the east.
Yeah, and for you, I mean, where are you? Kind of near the coast, or are you inland a bit?
Yeah, we're near the bay. We weren't too worried about it here for the storm surges anyway, since we're on higher ground. But just driving up the road there, I could see into the bay, and the water was just as high as I've ever seen it. And I was worried. I know there's a lot of people out here who do live near the shore, and I'm just hoping that they're doing all right.
Have you spoken to anybody, some of your neighbors, about how they're doing?
Yeah, I've spoken to a couple of people. Most are doing all right. I think that there's a couple of people around who are helping clear the roads themselves with chainsaws and such. So most of the roads out here are a bit passable now, at least some of the main roads.
Wow, yeah, because earlier when you were driving around, how difficult was it to get around?
I mean, like I said, there are trees on the road, but it is passable. It seems as if people have cleared just at least one lane so that you can get around. It's a bit sketchy in some areas. You might have to drive off the road a bit if you want to get around, but it is possible. Yeah.
When you say it's sketchy, what describe some of those situations for us? What does it look like?
Well, at least in some areas, there's just trees covering the entire line of the road, at least, except for on just one side of the road partially, where you have to drive off of the road a bit just to get around them, where it was cleared off.
Right. And the premier of PEI says he thinks this is the worst storm that the island's ever seen. Many people today saying that PEI looks different after this hurricane, that the coastline has changed. Would given what you've seen, would you agree with that?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, just looking at my yard here, most of my trees are knocked down now. The whole entire area looks different. Before it was harder to see. We had a bit of privacy, but now it's not looking like we'll have that very much anymore with all the trees knocked down.
How many trees did you used to have in your yard?
Oh, I mean, there's a whole line there, but I'd say at least half of them are either broken or completely knocked down here now.
Half of them. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And the premier says too, it's going to be weeks. Weeks seems like a short time given the images that we're seeing coming out of the island. What do you think the next couple weeks and months look like?
Well, I think it'll be a while until most of the people get their power back. And I mean, like I was saying earlier, even just driving around for a couple of minutes, I could see power lines on the roads, and I'm sure it looks like that all over the province. So I can imagine if it would take even a month to clear most of the things up.
What's the community support like in that area, and the tight knitness, I guess, of the community in Blooming Point?
Well, most people know each other up here, but I think thankfully a lot of people got out all right. Like I said, there's a couple of my neighbors who had their just roofs shorn off, and I think that they've headed back into town and found some other places because none of them were home. So I hope that they've gotten away safe. Yeah.
So they weren't home when that roof was torn off?
Not to my knowledge,
Thank
unless
goodness.
They happened to leave after it happened. But
that would be terrifying to be inside that
absolutely.
house.
Yeah.
And what about vehicles? Have you seen some vehicles flipped over?
Yeah.
In that?
Yeah, I saw a couple trucks just flipped over in the ditches there. I'm not sure if they were driven off the road or if the wind pushed them or what exactly happened, but.
Well, and do you have any power at home right now?
No. We have a small generator, but it's just to keep our electronics charged in case anything happens. Yeah. But no power, and I don't imagine we will for a while.
What are you going to do to keep yourself occupied these next few days?
Well, I think it'll be a good excuse to read some books finally.
Yeah, those books on the bookshelf are staring you down.
Yes, exactly.
Now's their chance. Or maybe some board games you can play.
Maybe.
Well, Sebastian, Thank you so much for telling us about what you've seen. That's just so sad, though, to hear about the images that you're painting there in Blooming Point. But thanks so much for calling and telling us what's happening where you are.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Sebastian Saez calling us from Blooming Point on Prince Edward Island. And let's hear now from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He has spoken today, this afternoon, outlined how the federal government is going to begin offering assistance to our region. It includes monetary and military support. Here's the Prime Minister speaking with media.
Hurricane Fiona is currently having a terrible impact across Atlantic Canada and eastern Quebec. We're seeing devastating images come out of Port-au-Basque. PEI has experienced storm damage like they've never seen. Cape Breton is being hit hard too, as is Quebec. There have been evacuation orders issued. Hundreds of thousands of people are without power. There are reports of roads washed out and homes destroyed. We've all seen the images. This is a very powerful, dangerous storm. We're thinking first and foremost of the people who've had a terrifying past 12 hours. People who've seen their homes washed away in the winds, ripped schools, roofs off. Canadians, as we always do in times of difficulty, we will be there for each other. I will, of course, no longer be attending the state funeral in Japan, and our government is fully engaged in supporting Canadians through this major storm. I've spoken with Premiers Fury, King, Higgs, Houston, and Legault. Told them that if there is anything the federal government can do to help, we will be there. Earlier today, I convened the Incident Response Group, and our government is standing ready to support provinces with any necessary resources. We've approved Nova Scotia's request for federal assistance and will deploy the Canadian Armed Forces to assist in assessment and cleanup, stand ready to do more. We're seeing reports of significant damage in the region. Recovery is going to be a big effort. We will be there to support every step of the way. I know Canadians across the country, as always, want to help. So we're announcing that we will match any Red Cross donations Canadians and corporations make over the next 30 days. However, today and tomorrow, the situation remains very dangerous. Please, stay safe, listen carefully to local authorities, and look out for each other.
That's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau speaking with media earlier today. Let's go once more to Newfoundland. Garrett Barry is in our CBC studios in St. John's. Garrett, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
What is the situation in Newfoundland right now?
We're seeing extensive damage really concentrated in the community of Port-au-Basque, being described as absolute destruction in some corners, and I think we can say certainly worse than what that community was anticipating leading up to this storm. We've heard from local authorities that homes have been damaged and destroyed, and we've seen these stunning pictures of homes, washing away in the water. As the water system itself, in fact, the town's tap water is damaged, and the system that runs that, so the town is under a boil water order right now. It's something that's capturing attention right across the province, of course, and we understand Premier Andrew Fury has said that he is working his way back into Canada. He was overseas, back to Canada, and he's planning to head to the area immediately. We are hearing also from the RCMP that one person was brought to hospital. A police spokesperson tells us they have a report that a woman was forced into the water when her house collapsed. Police tell us that they understand that bystanders went into the water and brought that woman out. Now she's in the town's hospital. There was no update last we spoke on that woman's condition, but police are obviously keeping their eye on that. I mentioned boil water order. A lot of the town is under an evacuation order as well. The mayor posted online that people are following the rules a little bit better than they were maybe earlier this morning. A lot of people who needed to leave have now done so. Okay. So people listening to his stern warning, to get off the roads and stop looking around. But I do just want to say also that he is asking people who from Port aux Basques who are displaced, who have left their homes under that evacuation order, to call the Canadian Red Cross, so authorities can start to get a handle on who is out, who needs help, and exactly where they are.
And the RCMP spokesperson did tell us in the last hour or two about that work, trying to evacuate people. The update that you just gave about a woman who was brought to hospital, who went out, was washed out to sea. But she also mentioned that there is another person who went missing during the storm. And what do you know about that? Is there any update about that?
From what we hear, that report, last of our understanding with police, is that report was still unconfirmed. So that's what they tell us.
Okay.
That they haven't yet. They haven't yet been able to confirm that, but it's something that they're actively looking into. And of course, I guess they would love to say that if anybody knew about that, they would love the police to be contacted so they can continue their investigation into the incident, of course.
And I mean, the storm is very much still raging in Port aux Basques, in that area, right? Like the winds are high, and I know there are concerns about the high tide tonight and what will happen there. What's the situation there right now in terms of the storm?
Yeah, so the water level itself has fallen a little tiny bit from what I can see here in St. John's from away, and based on the updates from our reporters, the water fell a little bit earlier today, but the wind speed has been high throughout the afternoon, and those winds still making it difficult for people to go respond to the incidents that they see, for town workers, for first responders, and the storm continuing to affect the Port aux Basques area, of course, but also working a little bit further up now towards the Corner Brook area and a little bit up the west coast. So that area now, I guess, bracing to be affected as well. It's something that we're going to continue to see the impacts for quite some time. Over tonight and into tomorrow, as we wake up in the new day and with new light and start to see exactly what happened to all their properties.
Yeah, very good point, Garrett. That because the storm is moving slowly, but Corner Brook is just up from Port aux Basques. So something we'll definitely be watching going forward. Garrett, thank you so much for giving us this update.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Garrett Berry joining us from the CBC studios in St. John's. And we are coming to the end of this kind of hour of radio here from Fredericton, New Brunswick, for our special broadcast on CBC Radio 1. But I don't have a baton in my hand, but I am passing it figuratively to the person sitting across from me, Vanessa Vandervalk. Hello, Vanessa.
Hello, Jean, and I'll be picking it up. Absolutely. I've been listening through much of the coverage today, beginning at 3:30 this morning when I woke up.
Yeah.
Tuned into all of it, and there's just been so much to cover, of course, right across the Atlantic provinces.
Yeah, I had a bit of a pit in my stomach when I turned on the radio this morning, heard some jazz hold music, and the studio was down in Halifax. Very shortly after, PEI lost power. That's still the case there. About 95% of customers there have lost power. Newfoundland as well. The studios there are having some trouble. So CBC Radio is an important lifeline for people, I think.
I know it's been very challenging to pick up things and cover it in this way, but this is why we have as many people as we do right across the Maritimes and can pick up and carry on from there.
And we have a fantastic team too, just keeping us going, keeping us informed, connecting with people on the ground, connecting with officials, politicians, keeping you informed really with the survival information you need. So you're going to be on the air until midnight, is that right?
That's the plan. Yep.
Okay, so that's the plan. You are in the capable hands of Vanessa Vandervalk from now until midnight. And why don't we check in with the Halifax newsroom now? Sarah Halliburton is there to give us the regional news. Hi, Sarah.
Hi there. Well, hundreds of thousands of customers in eastern Canada are without power as post-tropical storm Fiona continues to move through the region. Right now, more than 340,000 Nova Scotia Power customers are without electricity. That's 2/3 of the province. The company says work has already begun where the winds have died enough to let technicians get safely up to the lift buckets. So far, NSP says the earliest most of the Halifax area is likely to have lights back on is late tomorrow night. The Annapolis Valley. They're saying Sunday into Monday for that region. Other more rural areas are saying Tuesday into Wednesday, especially the inland area of mainland and the northeast. Same for Cape Breton as it stands now, but those estimates are changing by the hour. PEI's Maritime Electric says more than 82,000 of a possible 86,000 customers are without power. MB Power is reporting around 37,000 outages scattered around the province, but the highest number is in the southeast. The company estimates it'll be tomorrow night before power is restored there. And Newfoundland Power is reporting around 6,000 customers without power. In Ottawa, the Prime Minister and the federal cabinet's incident response group met this afternoon to discuss the federal response to the destruction caused by Fiona.
Higgs, Houston, and Legault have told them that if there is anything the federal government can do to help, we will be there.
In addition to military support, Ottawa pointed to federal disaster assistance programs that can help pay for the recovery efforts. Hurricane Fiona continues to wreak havoc on parts of Newfoundland. Premier Andrew Furey is en route to the province from Turkey. A state of emergency has been declared in Channel Port-aux-Basques. A boil water advisory is in effect for that area. Halifax Mayor Mike Savage says the municipality was spared the highest winds, but there is damage to other parts of Nova Scotia that's much worse.
And ultimately, I want to say our thoughts and hearts are with those who have been hit harder than us. We have had a hardship. It was a wild night in Halifax. It's going to take some time, but when I see the images from Port-aux-Basques, when I see what's happening in Cabreton Island and PEI, I just want to say that we're with you, and anything we can do to help, we will.
Closures remain across Nova Scotia in the wake of the hurricane, but there is some good news in terms of travel. Both bridges connecting Halifax and Dartmouth were closed this morning, but they reopened this afternoon. The Canso Causeway, which links Cape Breton to mainland Nova Scotia, reopened to all vehicles as well, according to the Department of Public Works. The department says the Canso Causeway Canal will stay closed until 6 a.m. tomorrow. Halifax Transit, including buses and ferry services, will remain suspended until further notice. Bay Ferries and Northumberland Ferries have cancelled some crossings over the next few days, including the Cat high-speed ferry between Yarmouth and Bar Harbour, Maine. Marine Atlantic says its vessels will be tied up until at least tomorrow night at 11:45. Crossings between North Sydney and Port-aux-Basques after that may be impacted as well. Provincial officials on PEI are calling it a historic storm, and the storm continues to hit with extensive damage island-wide. Jessica Doria-Brown has that report.
We heard from the province's premier, Dennis King, says major provincial infrastructure has been damaged, including some bridges and causeways. And there are parts of the province that are totally cut off at this moment due to large trees down on the roads. That's, of course, dangerous in the event anyone needs emergency medical assistance. The premier says it's going to take days to get the full extent of the damage, to grasp that. The main message from the premier at this time and emergency officials is to please stay home. This will allow first responders and the city and provincial and electrical crews to start to get out once it's safe to do so, to help where that's most urgently needed. There have been over 82,000 households without power since this morning, and that's a number that likely won't change for at least another day. Jessica Doria-Brown, CBC News, Charlottetown.
And finally, to the southeastern region of New Brunswick, which has also taken quite a hit. We turn to Anakin at Agube for the latest from there.
Earlier today, I was in Point de Chêne, where there was a serious storm surge and high winds. From fallen trees on the roads to power outages, the small town was flooded due to high tides overflowing the seawalls and into the roads, leading to localized flooding in the area. Houses were submerged in water, and rescue operations by the Shedia Fire Department was ongoing. A family vacationing in a cottage down on one of the flooded streets was stranded in the flood, but luckily for them, the firemen arrived on time for a rescue. I went on from there to Cocaine and Casey Cape. Some cottages and other properties along the coastline, Zavim, these areas, were destroyed by the storm. As of now, it seems the worst of Fiona has passed. Residents have now started to come out to clean up as much as they can, while waiting and hoping regular services will be restored and their lives will return to normal. Anyekane Tugube, CBC News, New Brunswick.
And that is the CBC News to the hour.
Thanks very much, Sarah. That's Sarah Halliburton in our Halifax newsroom. We are continuing to bring you team coverage of what's going on with this storm and its aftermath all across the Atlantic provinces. I'm Vanessa Vandervalk in Fredericton, New Brunswick. We will be checking in as we go this evening with colleagues in some of the hardest hit areas. We will also be taking your calls. Do let us know what you are seeing, what you are experiencing. Also, if you need to get information out to your community, if you are, for example, a municipal leader, a fire chief, a Red Cross volunteer, if there's a warming center, a comfort center set up that you need to let people know where they can access that, give us a call. Also, if there are impassable routes that people need to avoid, get in touch to let us know that as well. The number to call is 1-800-590-8181. That's 1-800-590-8181 or 506-451-4032. Now, first, we are off to Halifax to check in with Jeff Douglas in our Halifax studio. Hello there, Jeff.
Hey, Vanessa, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. It's lovely to have you back. I was listening to you at 3:30 this morning.
Oh, yeah. No, we were on, we sort of picked up, I guess myself and Natalie Daub and Diane Paquette, who are the producers here. We had a little team in Halifax. And then, of course, we had Wayne Thibodeau and Nicola McLeod, I think, in Charlottetown, and just kept folks comfortable, or company rather, through the nights. And people were calling in, Vanessa, you know, it's an amazing thing to be part of. We had folks waiting 90 minutes on hold to get through and share their stories and share their reassurance with other Nova Scotians as Fiona kind of approached and then came through here.
My goodness, what an experience, Jeff, to be part of that, to be there and to be that voice that people want to hear, want to listen to, want to share their stories as well. What's going on where they are.
Yeah, and I think the truth is, Vanessa, that the voice was the voice of those callers. Mm-hmm. Like, that's the thing. There's been a couple of times now that, you know, we live on the east coast of Canada. There's a lot of weather here. A couple of years ago, my colleague here, Rob Dublé, who's my Danielle, Rob Dublé and I were on the air when Snowmageddon, I think it was called, was happening in Newfoundland. And they lost their ability to transmit. And so we did for them what you are now doing for us, picked it up. And at that same time, folks called in, you know, and just those voices, I think, at that time, you know, and the generosity of folks calling in, their ability to share and to reassure each other. You're a radio host. I know I'm preaching to the choir here. Mm-hmm. It's a special medium in times like this. So, yeah, it's an honor and humbling to be part of something like that.
It really is. Yeah. So how are things in Nova Scotia now, Jeff? What do you know?
Really depends where you are. We're here. We're in Halifax. Places from really Halifax, if you look at Halifax or Nova Scotia, Halifax West got off very, very easily. The further west you were in Nova Scotia, so down towards Yarmouth, Shelburne, they got off easier. Sable Island, which thankfully, and Cape Sable Island, which are so exposed out there in the ocean, they got a pass, by and large, from Fiona. Not to say that they didn't have rough nights and didn't have windy nights and rainy nights, but this storm was so big when it came through that they could be far out from the center of this storm and come through relatively unscathed. As you move east and north across Nova Scotia, the damage kind of typically, and this not to say there aren't little enclaves here and there of severe damage in various parts of the province, but further east and north you move, the worse it gets. And things kind of culminate up in eastern Guysborough County, which is just kind of the west side of Cape Breton Island, if folks don't know the geography super well. Eastern Guysborough County, Antigonish, I know, up around there. Ariseg is a weather station up there. It had some of the highest winds that we recorded. 179 kilometers an hour, I think, was the peak up there, the gusts. But really, the folks who really bore the brunt of this, when Fiona came ashore, it came ashore kind of around Canso, and then hooked. It was heading kind of north and then hooked kind of northeast again. And so came up through Port Hawkesbury, but then hooked east and kind of came up through the CBRM, really took the worst of it. And Glace Bay, I think, and Lewisburg around the historic fortress, they sustained a lot of damage. As a matter of fact, I just got off the phone just before the top of the hour here in Nova Scotia with Chief John Chant, who is the fire chief in Glace Bay. Got him on the line, and we're going to try and get you some tape, Vanessa, so you can hear some. The telecommunications really are spotty here in Nova Scotia, and it's amazing how rapidly and I think how closely the cell phone service is tied to a power service, right? And that as these transmission towers and cell towers, as they lose power, they have battery backup, but now I think the battery backup is starting to die. So it's been really hard getting in touch with folks, but I did manage to get Chief John Chant of Glace Bay Fire Department on the line. He has 40 firefighters up there, and he was describing some of the damage that Glace Bay sustained. There are roofs off buildings there. I think he said 10 to 13 buildings had their roofs ripped off. There is a car wash business there in Glace Bay that had its roof totally ripped off. And the force of the storm in Glace Bay was such that when those roofs came off, like if you're my neighbor, when my roof comes off, it would be flung into your house. So there are scores of people. I also spoke with Amanda McDougall, who is the mayor of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality up there. We managed to get through to her as well, or she managed actually to get through to us. She says that in the CBRM, to her, when I spoke to her at that point in time, which is maybe an hour ago or so now, 200 people have been displaced. Damage. There was an apartment building that was damaged in the CBRM. That put scores of people out. And then with other damage to smaller structures, 200 people in total. As she was aware when we spoke, that was the number, 200 people displaced. So they had set up as well, Vanessa, Center 200, which would be kind of like Scotiabank Center here. It's, an arena, a hockey arena. They'd set it up as a comfort center. Well, during the storm, it, of course, like every other place, lost its electrical capacity, and then it was supported by generator. Then it lost its generator. So those 200 people then, CBRM, the EMO, the chief administrative officer, the municipality had to then, scramble in the middle of the night and find placements for these 200 people. Now, the 200 people have been relocated, and it sounds like, to me, when I spoke with Mayor McDougall again, that they had found good accommodations for them in the short and medium term. So they're not going to be put out, not hotel rooms. Like, they've found places for these people to go because they will not be getting into their homes. They won't be getting back soon. It's going to be a big cleanup here. John Lohr, who is our minister responsible for the Office of Emergency Management, had just said, no, this is not going to be a fast cleanup. I think our premier as well, Tim Houston, today said this situation is where none of us want it to be. But they've reached out to the feds for some military assistance. And I know that Nova Scotia Power has a lot of help from New Brunswick and from Maine, and thank you to New Brunswick for that, and Maine, and assistance coming in from a federal level. But this is, it was a big storm, Vanessa.
Yeah.
Like a real big storm.
I know help is on the way, but it's hard to wrap your mind around the scale of something like this. It's just anytime you do see those photos or hear these stories from people, it just, it's really hard to wrap your mind around it.
It's been a long time since one like this has come ashore. Yeah. I can tell you last night when we were going through the night, Ryan Snodden and Tina, the whole meteorological team here, between Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI just did a fantastic job. Not only in tracking, helping us get through last night and through today, but in the days leading up to it. We haven't had, this is, again, speaking to Chief Chant and Mayor McDougall in the CBRM, you think of all that damage, 200 people displaced, dozens of buildings damaged. Neither one of them know of a single reported injury. A lot of that has to do, I think, is down to the work that folks like Jay Scotland and Tina Simpkin and Ryan Snodden have done in the days leading up to this, because the warnings were so clear and folks here took them to heart. And so we've gotten off luckily when it comes to the human toll of this. But it last night, I think that previous to Fiona, the lowest barometric reading that had been ever on landfall in Canadian history, I think had been at St. Anthony, Newfoundland. in 1977, I believe Ryan said, that was 940 millibars, I think. Last night, when Fiona made landfall, the barometer was reading 936. So this is, I don't know how much of a difference that is, but it's enough that it impressed Ryan.
I happened to be listening at that time when he was telling you about that, and he said in his thought it smashed it. So that says something that Ryan thought. So it's.
But hey, I want to thank you and Jean, everyone who's been picking up along the day, because I can tell you this for folks who are listening, who desperately need information from Nova Scotia Power and, from their EMOs, their emergency management offices and stuff like this. It's we're really grateful that you've picked this up with your transmitters out of Fredericton, and I guess off the top of the day when we first went down at Moncton, because it's really it's so necessary for folks for the information, but also just to know they're not alone. It's dark here. As I look out of Studio A now, we're looking at, I think, 300 and right now I've got the actual Nova Scotia Power map up, and I'm just refreshing here. 333,210, which is actually down from an hour ago. So clearly crews are already out there doing work. I know Amanda McDougall, mayor of CBRM, said that already crews were out there. So it's anyway, much appreciated. But it's a dark spot there tonight, and folks can't call each other. They can't get online right now because the phones, they get no data. They have no Wi-Fi. So this is it. So thank you.
Absolutely. Well, we're happy to do it. Happy to do whatever it is that we can to help people through this evening. And I know that you'll be with us, Jeff. I know you've got calls to make, and you're going to be keeping us updated on what's going on in Nova Scotia. And that's greatly appreciated, because it's so helpful to have somebody who is there, who's keeping a close watch on things. And we look forward to connecting with you through the evening. Thank you so much.
You bet, Vanessa. Go team.
Go team.
All right.
You take care. Bye-bye,
Okay,
Jeff.
bye-bye.
That is Jeff Douglas in our Halifax studio. We are now reaching out to southeastern parts of New Brunswick, where areas were hit with some high winds and rain, of course. Janique Cormier lives in Casey Cape near Shediac Road. She's stranded where she is right now due to flooding. Hi, Janique.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm okay. Can you describe what's going on there, Janique?
Well, finally it's calming down. The winds have died down completely, but the waves at the beach is still crazy. So we're still getting some remnants of everything else. Where I'm living right now is that due to so much construction that we've had in the past month, we have many, many detours. And that one detour that we had, they had to shut down that bridge due to the fact that it was overflooded with water.
Oh.
So we don't know if we can. I haven't heard any news yet. Of course, my internet is down, and I have power, though, not like many of us in Casey Cape.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you're wondering if, in fact, you can get out and get anywhere but your home.
Exactly, and it's a worrisome for many, because we're talking about emergency vehicles trying to get through. There probably is a way. It's not legal, but there's a way of doing it. But we're still very concerned. Yes. Yeah.
How many people would you say live on that side of the road where they would be in a situation where they can't, access the outside, I suppose?
Oh my gosh. Many. I'm going to say over like a few thousand. I don't know, but this is cottage world. But I live here all year round, and some cottages, just to give you an example, have been completely gone, are completely washed off, and it's basically our only commute is to get through Kokang. And Kokang right now seems to be closed. Now, the water has been receding, which is a good thing. So hopefully we're going to be able to go through.
I certainly hope so. Let's see if we can find out some information for you, Janique. You say that some of the cottages around you have just gone entirely?
Yeah, they've moved places. So basically the water and the wind, etc. Like, for example, I live about 500 meters from the beach, and the water came about halfway to our street, and It has moved 2 decks and taken decks from, like, it's insane, from one place to a place you would never think a deck would be able to move. There are some cottages that have completely lost control and have been shifted. You can see the blocks of where the cottage is, like, on, and the cottage is no longer. Again, I don't have enough information. I'm trying to log in and see if there was more details on it on our little community page. But because I'm lacking internet, I can't see much. But all I can see is what I did when I had a nice long walk down the shore road here. It has been a little crazy.
I would imagine so. How about your own home, Janique? Is it okay? Did you have any damage?
Lucky this time. I usually get lots of damage because of, like, heavy water or rain. I did not get any of that this time. It was mostly wind. So I did get a couple of trees that snapped and landed into my dog's fence, which is fine. So they didn't affect my home. However, across the street, one massive spruce tree landed on their trailer. So the impact was crazy. What we've noticed is a lot of the trees were just simply derooted, like nothing, just nothing. Big, big trees.
Wow. And did they snap or did they fall from the root ball?
They fell from the root ball. If only I could send you pictures. This was a massive spruce tree. And it was just like, I'm just going to lift it up and just move it on the trailer. So a lot of them, like mine, snapped, the trees that I've had, but a lot of them are derooted completely.
Wow. Pretty amazing. And you say that the main issue there was wind and storm surge more than anything else, that it wasn't really rain.
And here's the interesting thing is I was speaking to my mother today who lives in Dieppe, and she's going like, what? What's going on? I said, I can't go home, or I can't drive to Moncton. I can't. She was, like, completely oblivious of everything that was going on. So obviously they didn't get hit. I said, but Mom, I'm by the water. So it has made a huge difference. There's people that the one that lost, there's 2 decks. One deck was transported by the water, hit another deck, then landed at a different spot. There is seaweed everywhere on these waterfront properties. And people got woken up this morning, is what I was talking to some neighbors, that they got woken up to, what is that noise? Waves crashing on their windows.
On their windows, waves?
Yeah.
Oh, my heavens. Have they ever experienced anything like that before?
No. Well, I haven't. I mean, it's kind of surreal. So normally when they say, oh, there's a hurricane coming, it's like, yeah, there's wind coming and all that stuff. But this was a little bit of an interesting twist, let's just say.
I would imagine so. So you have been speaking with some of your neighbors. Is everybody safe? They're okay?
Everybody seems to be safe, just lots of disappointment. And our hearts go out to PEI people and people in Nova Scotia that are getting really hit hard in Newfoundland. So we kind of understand what they're going through. We will probably come out of the woods a little faster than they. For some odd reason, my street has got power, but the rest of Casey Cape is suffering from no power.
Huh.
So hopefully they'll get power tomorrow.
Yes, I certainly hope so. So you have power. Have you been able to contact friends and family, all of that thing, and make sure that everybody is okay? Because I know communications have been a little bit difficult over these last 24 hours or so.
Yeah, well, my internet is down, but for some odd reason, I was able to get onto my data, and I was able to text people, and yes, no problem communicating. So I said, well, we're just going to have to jack up the data this month. Yeah. But my internet is down. Many people have no internet, so that means there's no communication. I have a friend. She says it's so weird. Like, it says I have connection, but I can't send anything. So yes, communication has been a massive issue.
Okay. All right. Okay. So again, you're looking for some information about the road and whether or not you can, emergency vehicles can get in, and also you can get out should you need to. So we'll see what we can find out about that. If there is someone listening, for example, in the Coquin area who knows the situation with this road, please.
And they will.
Do
They're
get in
going to go,
touch.
oh, yes, that famous detour that we all have to do.
Yes.
And I mean, it was our only detour out, so it's very frustrating.
I can imagine. Well, we'll see what we can find out. I'll throw the number out to folks. It's 1-800-590-8181. If you can answer the question for Janique, we'll see what we can find out. Thank you so much for speaking with us. I so appreciate it.
Thank you.
You take care of yourself.
You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. That is Janique Cormier in Casey Cape near Shediac Road. Of course, we're looking for some information about that. If you do know what's going on, do get in touch. Also, if you have information that you need to pass along to your community, if you are a municipal official or a fire department chief or a Red Cross volunteer, get in touch to let us know what's going on. If there are centers that people can access, should they be without power this evening, do get in touch. 1-800-590-8181. Well, earlier this afternoon, Nova Scotia's Emergency Management Office held a media briefing. One of the speakers was Peter Gregg, the president and CEO of Nova Scotia Power. He said that repair work had already begun, but many residents could be without power for days. Here's some of what Gregg said.
Fiona continues to impact communities right across this province. We've seen significant wind, and as Bob just mentioned, we still do see some remaining significant wind in parts of the province, and peak winds that we really haven't seen before in the province. And so as a result, damage has been widespread and severe. We've seen healthy trees uprooted. We've got hundreds of broken poles that we've been able to identify so far, and we're expecting to find more as we continue to complete our damage assessment. There are also hundreds of full-size trees and branches that have come down and are impeding access to many parts of the province. So in many areas, weather conditions, as I said, are still too dangerous for our crews to get up in our bucket trucks. With winds of over 80 kilometers an hour, it isn't safe for them to be up there. But I want to assure you that they're still busy. We have lots of crews removing wires from cars and roads and responding to 911 calls. And we continue to assess the damage and do everything we can to be ready to go when the winds drop and allow our crews to safely get back up there. In the western region, as an example, our crews were able to start restoring power overnight as the wind speed started to drop. I'm pleased to report that we've restored power to over 60,000 customers so far during this storm. In the metro area, winds are now starting to be below 80 kilometers an hour, meaning our crews will be able to safely start making more progress with restoration throughout the day today and tomorrow. I know there's been some focus on Cape Breton, and I also want to focus there. Based on the information we've been getting from our damage assessors in the field, Cape Breton is seeing extremely extensive damage. As a result, we are opening a satellite emergency operations center in Sydney today. This will be the second command center, very much like our EOC here in Halifax, where I am today, where we continue to coordinate plans and resources for the province. And moving forward, we have now over 900 power line technicians, forestry technicians, and damage assessors in the field, and hundreds more working behind the scenes to support our customers and crews. And if we need more resources, we will not hesitate to reach out. In fact, we're having conversations with many of our neighbors right now. We continue to talk to our neighboring utilities, and we have more crews on the way from far away as Ontario and Maine. Unfortunately, given the dangerous condition for our crews and the widespread damage, there will be customers who will see outages for multiple days. I want to reiterate that. We'll get at the restoration as quickly and safely as we can, but recognizing the damage we're seeing, I want to say there will be outages for multiple days. We understand how challenging and frustrating that is for our customers, and I want our customers to know that we're working to restore power as quickly as we can, as soon as it is safe to do so. And while I'm on safety, I also want to remind people there are a number of downed power lines across this province. broken poles, down power lines, please treat them as if they are energized. Even if you think the power might be off in your neighborhood, you must assume that those power lines are energized. Do not go near them, do not touch them, and please report them right away so that our crews can remove them and make safe.
That was Nova Scotia Power CEO Peter Gregg speaking earlier this afternoon. In terms of the current numbers of customers without power, as of 7 o'clock, Nova Scotia Power was reporting 335,630 customers without power. You're listening to a special broadcast right across the Maritimes and Atlantic Canada. I'm Vanessa Vandervalk in Fredericton, New Brunswick. We are reaching out across the provinces to find out what is happening in the aftermath of Hurricane Fiona. It is currently 7:30, 8 o'clock in Newfoundland and Labrador. And we are heading to Prince Edward Island now. Tony Davis and Sheehan Desjardins are CBC reporters. Nope. Sorry, that is not where we're going. We were actually moments ago speaking with Jeannique Cormier, who is in Casey Cape, and she was very concerned about being able to get out if she needed to. She was worried about a road, and we asked if someone could give us a call, if they knew what was the situation with that road, and we did get a call from Blair, who's on the line. Hi, Blair.
Hi, how are you, Vanessa?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Good.
Good. So I understand you are in the same area and have traveled this road recently.
Yeah, I just left Casey Cape, and, there is a big concern in that community because the other main access to the community was closed because there's a bridge under repair for the last few weeks, and then this morning there was a lot of social media posts about I guess the only other access out over Kakung and how that area flooded. So I understand the concern, but I just came from there and was able to pass over that, and it seems the water has receded over Kakung Bridge, and now people can get out, as they would have yesterday.
Okay, so that is definitely some good news. So there's no water on the road or anything at this point?
No, it's fine. It's quite passable.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I am very pleased to hear that. I know that's certainly going to be a concern for people, if you have medical conditions, for example, and are worried about being able to get out if need be. I can imagine that was a big worry.
Yeah, well, the detour was, because of the other bridge repair, was already adding 15 to 30 minutes to get to the highway. So without it, I guess people you wouldn't be able to get out at all. So it, and it's never happened before, I don't think. So anyway, it's quite a thing. And Casey Cape did get hit quite hard, not as hard as some of the folks we're hearing about in Newfoundland and Prince Edward Island. But I think as far as New Brunswick goes, it seems to be a fair amount of damage there. So,
do you live in that area, Blair?
We've had a cottage in Casey Cape for 4 generations of our family, so I went up there today to have a look. Yeah. And
what did you find? Are things okay?
Yeah, for us it was fine. We have a fairly high, so we're on the water, but we have a fairly high sort of rock wall there. It seems that those that had lower banks or none sustained the most damage along the water because the water was able to get up over them and kind of wash things away. And we were really quite fortunate this time around. We've lost our sort of rock wall in the past a couple of times, but this time around we were okay. And then and a lot more folks, with wind damage, and there was cottages obliterated and and just gone, and then next door you'd see a cottage where the flower pot was still sitting on the deck and hadn't moved. So it was kind of weird a bit surreal to drive through there, and as Jeannique said, a lot of uprooted trees and things like that. But all in all, I think we fared better than some of our counterparts in other provinces.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that you're okay, and it was very good of you to give us a call and answer that question for Jeannique. I really do appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
You take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That is Blair calling us. He had just left Casey Cape. We have another caller now. Alice is calling from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, with an update to share. Hello there, Alice.
Hi. I live in the Highfield Park area,
and the power went out last night when a tree hit the transformer, and so the road has been closed pretty much all day. It's open now. You can go all the way through to Burnside on it. And the other bit of good news is we actually had a sunset tonight. We had pinkish orange in the west, or the east. No, west, I got it right. In the west.
It's amazing.
People here have been so good. I'm disabled. They've been checking on me. I've got some extra flashlights and batteries. I've been giving them out. This is Canada. We're going to make it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad to hear that people have been checking in on you and making sure that you're okay. You don't have power.
No, I don't. But I have flashlights. This is a portable CD player that I have, and I'm like, wait a minute, I can turn on the radio on this thing. So that's where I've been listening.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. Oh, I think we may have lost Alice. Have we lost Alice? Yep. I think that we have lost Alice there. Yep, absolutely. Sorry about that, Alice. It was very good of you to call, and she described that beautiful sunset. It's amazing how that can happen after something, a night like she experienced last night. And then all of a sudden tonight, the skies are clear, the pink is there, and it's a gorgeous sunset. So we were very glad to hear about that. Also glad to hear that the road has opened in that area. Some positive news from Alice in Dartmouth. We are inviting you to give us a call this evening. We'll be here right through until midnight. You can get in touch with us at area code 506-451-4032 or 1-800-590-8181. We'll be broadcasting right across the Atlantic provinces right until midnight tonight. And we do want to hear from you if there are things going on in your community, if there is information that you need to pass along that you would like others to know. We want to hear all about it. We are, of course, checking in as often as we can with some of our colleagues around the province who are around the various provinces who are keeping track of the information there. And we'll be doing that as often as we can. We'll also be able to check in with CBC meteorologist Ryan Snodden in the next hour of the program. He's going to be with us just after 8 o'clock with the latest details on what is happening with the storm. So that is coming up in the next hour. Again, the numbers to give us a call, 506-451-4032 or 1-800-590-8181. Okay, we do have some good news. Tony Davis is a reporter in PEI, and he is joining us now from Charlottetown. Hello, Tony.
Hi, Vanessa. How are you?
I'm very well. I know you've been working very hard today trying to get some information about what's going on the island. What can you tell us at this point, Tony?
Well, I can tell you in Charlottetown there's some significant damage. I was mainly in there today just with trouble getting to other island communities, but there's trees blocking roads completely, power poles down, power lines hanging, debris everywhere. And, RCMP have been asking people to stay off the roads as they kind of survey the damage in the city.
My goodness. I understand Sheehan Desjardins is there as well. Hello, Sheehan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. What have you been keeping track of this through the day today, Sheehan?
Yeah, so today I was really focused on the shelter situation. So what was going on at the emergency shelter in Charlottetown, which is for homeless islanders, people who don't have a place to sleep, and then what was also going on with the reception centers, and that's mainly for people who lost power. So kind of focused on, when they were opening, if they were opening, what they were seeing from people, things like that.
Wow. And with the power situation, I mean, what do you know at this point, Sheehan? How many people are still without power?
I think the number is still up there. I don't have it right in front of me here, but we were told that, if you had power or if you didn't have power, today, you probably wouldn't have it until tomorrow. Now, there were some crews out working that we did see when we were out in Charlottetown today, but still, people who don't have power today shouldn't expect to get it until tomorrow.
My goodness. And Tony, the weather conditions on the island at this point have greatly improved?
Yeah, they're a lot better than they were earlier. The hurricane warning has been lifted, as well as the rainfall warning. Now, that rain did last for quite some time, and there was some gusting winds. But it seems like we're out of the woods for now.
That's certainly some good news. Of course, it won't be long before it is dark, and it's going to be very dark for a lot of folks into this evening, I would think.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what you were asking, Sheehan, there's still about 82,000 customers with Maritime Electric without power. I understand Summerside is without power as well, the electric utility there, but it's my understanding that they've been kind of rolling power to certain locations in Summerside using generators, kind of providing people a couple hours of access to power at a time.
Yeah, incredibly useful. And Sheehan, I imagine there are a number of centers open at this point where people can go if they need to warm up or charge a phone, things like that.
Yeah, so the reception centers are what that's for. The tricky part with those is they didn't want to open until it was safe to open and it was safe to get to and from those centers. So there are some open today, and I did speak with one earlier, and at that time they had about 20 people there, people dropping in to charge their phones, get a warm cup of coffee, things like that. And then about 10 of them at that time were actually planning on spending the night. So there's a few open right now, more planning to open tomorrow. There's a website up right now where you can check and see which ones are open, which ones are closed. I mean, of course, it's hard to get that if you don't have the power. So then they're also asking that you call 211 if you want to see if there's a reception center near you that's open right now.
Okay, so 211 is a great place to get that information. How are communications on the island? I mean, do people have internet? What about cell phones?
Oh, they're not great. Even communicating through work today was a challenge. Tony and I were both out, and staying in touch with each other was tricky. Staying in touch with work was tricky. Signal isn't great. Internet isn't great. So that's been a challenge for everyone out here.
Yeah. What's it been like for you, Tony? I know it's been tricky to get in touch with folks and cover things as much as you possibly can.
Oh, certainly. I haven't talked to my wife in a couple hours, but at this point, I think we've saw some of the worst of the storm. I mean, last night, just after midnight, a tree fell on my street, and just to touch on this, I just want to say, I'm in Charlottetown. I've been in Charlottetown most of the day, but I did put a call out on social media, and I did see, other communities that they're kind of having trouble getting to. I know that there are emergency services out on the road, like firefighters, kind of providing information to EMO as to what's blocked. What's washed out. But I've seen images of, Cove Head Wharf, concrete barriers pushed back. Tracadie Wharf is completely washed out. There's a bunch of trees down in the national park. Even severe flooding around the Blue Mussel Cafe in North Rustico. It looks, pretty well flooded. I've seen campers at various places in the province just completely overturned. Even a barn silo snapped in half. So clearly the impacts are province-wide.
Wow, it's hard to wrap your mind around that kind of damage. I mean, what have you heard from the people that you've spoken with as you've been, finding out what's going on?
Well, we spoke to a gentleman earlier today. He's 77 years old. He said he's never, ever seen damage like this in the province. He said the last time he could think of damage like this was way back with Hurricane Hazel back in the 50s when he was only, 10 years old or so. This is, from all accounts, I've heard this is some of the worst damage people have seen in quite some time. Certainly worse than what Dorian brought. The Premier was saying earlier, he's not sure. EMO hasn't quite assessed all of the damage across the province, but he says it's easily in the millions of dollars.
My goodness. Sheehan, what will you be watching in the hours to come?
Yeah, so we're checking to see, what centers stay open, what centers decide to open, what the numbers are looking like there, and how people are going to figure out where they can go and if they can get in. The other thing, too, is with the emergency center in Charlottetown, that's the only one in the province. They do have another location available if they need more room. So last night there was 45 people that stayed there. I believe they have 60 cots available, so we'll see if they hit capacity and have to open another location or if they have enough room there this evening.
Okay. And that center in Charlottetown, where is that located if people are listening and not quite sure where to go?
So that would be the Jack Blanchard Family Center. So that is the one for homeless islanders, people who don't have a place to sleep tonight.
All right. Well, if you do need at any point to come on and pass along any information, don't hesitate to get in touch. If there are people who are looking for places to go, we want to make sure that they get that information. Listen, thanks so much to you both for joining us. I really do appreciate it.
No, thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. I hope you're staying safe as well.
Oh, you bet. Don't you worry. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Tony Davis and Sheehan Desjardins are CBC reporters in PEI. You know, we've just been talking about the power outages on the island. More than 90% of the province has been without power. Kim Griffin is with Maritime Electric, and she spoke with Jessica Doria Brown about the plan now.
Well, Mother Nature sure impacted us very hard. We're seeing major issues for even infrastructure all across the province, as well as numbers and numbers of trees and down on our power lines, as well as lines down due to trees. So it's been an incredibly intense day. We're really trying to focus on people to stay home. We've had a number of crews out trying to get early assessments. We're certainly going to be assessing the next 24 hours. We are running out of daylight in the next couple of hours, so that's problematic for us. And there's still trees and lines down all over the island, and it's been a real challenge. And then we've also had, people out on the highways watching the storm, but it's really slowing down our crews. So we're asking people and to tell their friends and family if they could really help us and just stay at home so that we can get our assessment done as quickly as possible to understand the potential number of trees and items that are down on our power lines.
What time were you able to start getting crews out?
Well, we started our first calls this morning at 4:30. And we had crews out, a couple of crews out in the morning and into the afternoon and now into the evening when it was safe. It was really treacherous trying to get across roads as well. So we certainly don't have the full complement because it's been really, really challenging across the province to be able to access roads and know where we're going, let alone trying to get to the system. So we're really, really focusing on that. And we're hoping to have, the full complement of our crews out tomorrow morning. And we've been working very closely with the province, trying to coordinate our crews to help get power lines if they're down, and the province and helping us to try and clear tree debris. But it's an incredible impact on Prince Edward Island, I can assure you.
And is the plan still tomorrow for 50 crews plus spotters, kind of first thing in the morning?
Yes, it is. So it could be slow going. We may not have access to everywhere, but that's certainly, and there's more crews able to come to assist us, and from Newfoundland Power, as well as from our sister utility in Fortis, Ontario. So we have lots of people that have reached out to us, and for us, it's very much about safety and getting the job done as quickly as possible for our customers.
And I mean, I'm just shocked at the amount of trees down. I mean, I don't even know where Maritime Electric really starts with this. I know you guys would have that kind of plan, but what is this plan right now? There's so many trees down. Like I think most people would just be shocked at the amount. And what is the plan moving forward?
I've never seen such destruction. And I've spent most of my life on Prince Edward Island. So I think people need to look out for each other and do their best to stay home and let us get our work done. And so our situation is that we are very much in the initial stages of our assessment. So we could have 24 to 48 hours just on assessment. We have lots of materials. We have lots of crews. We're mobilizing those crews in the most critical areas that we can. Because we don't have an assessment, though, you can imagine we could get there and we may have to clear trees. There may be a number of other things just to get to the system. We're focusing on our transmission. We have not lost any connection to New Brunswick. We're going to focus on our transmission and making sure that we understand any issues there. Then we're going to focus on all of our communities. So as you can imagine, being in the first initial 24 to 48 hours, unfortunately, people should be planning into the next couple of days that they may be without power. This is an incredible storm and an incredible impact to Prince Edward Island. We're seeing it and hearing it from our customers all across Prince Edward Island. Our contact center is open 24/7. We are hearing many comments from our customers about devastation across communities. So we need to make sure that we're able to get there, assess the situation of our equipment, get those trees off our power lines, and work to restore our system as quickly as we can. I just really want to encourage people to reach out to each other, make sure they're safe, do what you can to help us keep the roads clear so that we can work very closely with the province to get the main arteries cleaned up so we can get to our transmission lines and to our communities to help restore power as quickly as possible.
That's Kim Griffin with Maritime Electric. She was speaking with the CBC's Jessica Doria Brown. She says there are more than 60 crews working to get power back on the island now. They're working with the province to clear as much debris off the roads as possible. For now, Kim is urging islanders to stay off the roads. She says the longer disruptions continue, the longer it will take for them to do their job. So that is the situation there. In a power-related issue, we received a call from Donald Fitzpatrick in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. He's concerned about a big tree that's down on Trinity Avenue. He says it's totally blocking the road, and there's a power line down on top of it. He wanted us to pass that along in case Nova Scotia Power isn't aware of it, and he wanted to warn people to stay away from that area. So that is on Trinity Avenue in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Thanks so much for the call, Donald. It is certainly appreciated. We're about 10 minutes before 8 o'clock in the Maritime provinces. We are at 8:20 in Newfoundland and Labrador. Norman Doucette is joining us now from Summerside, Prince Edward Island, where the power, I understand, has been flickering on and off a little bit. Hi there, Norman.
Hi there, how are you?
I'm all right, thanks. What is the power doing there right now?
Well, as we speak here tonight, harboring on the 8 o'clock hour, still not a lot of power here in Summerside. Right. We're optimistic, but realistic at the end of the day that it's going to be another day or two before it starts to trickle in.
Right.
It's a slow and steady process.
Yeah. Summerside has its own utility, I understand, so it's a little bit different.
It is. It is a little bit different. We're a separate identity. We do have the the authority to reach out to other methods if needed be, but the Summerside electricity takes care of their own. The power is trickling back in a slow process, and we're, as residents of Summerside, we're okay with that.
Yeah.
It's not something that we expect to wake up tomorrow morning and the residents of Summerside be back in power. We know it's going to take time, and it's okay with that.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about your experience last night? What was it like, Norman, where you are?
Well, I live right in the city of Summerside on Granville Street, and I work for a car dealership. And when I come home last night, I'm not going to lie to you, it was really, really weighing on me as to what is going to happen over the next 8, 10, 12 hours. We didn't have a lot of activity till probably up until 10 o'clock at night, and then the wind picked up, the rain picked up, and it really weighs on you. It's the unknown. We're all safe here. I truly believe that my roof is not going to fall off, and I truly believe that trees aren't going to hit me, but there's a chance that it could. So it weighs really heavy on you, and I only slept about 2 hours last night. I was out and about checking on my property, checking on the trees, and my family's sleeping, and that's just the nature of the beast. It's the unknown.
Yeah, it's really scary, and you lay awake listening to the sounds and imagining what it's like. It's I think a lot of people had that experience last night and through the early hours of this morning, and some people are still experiencing that now. It is it's very anxiety producing. There's no doubt about it.
I did put a post on Facebook, and the normal comment of my day was, it's okay to not be okay. I wasn't okay last night when I got home from work, and my anxiety was through the roof. At the end of the day, things are going to be okay, but how do you work through the evening and late night into, the next day to think through things are going to be okay? Your house is crackling. It's making noises that you've never experienced before. Wind, trees are blowing, rain is humming down. It's really, really hard to maneuver all those emotions and still try to sleep or have some form of normalcy even through the night. And it's a challenge. It's definitely weighs on you, that's for sure.
Absolutely. It's really scary. And I know it went on a lot longer than a lot of people expected. The storm really slowed down. So if you thought it was going to be, 3-4 hours, how long did it last for you?
Well, here in Summerside, it was probably close to 11 o'clock before it took off. But it never stopped until, and I say 11 o'clock last night, but it was late this morning before the winds and the rains really subsided. I had a couple of pieces of siding that were loose on my house, and it was a heck of a challenge to secure those pieces of siding before I had a really, really big problem. Indirectly, I think Summerside people probably thought that things were not going to get much better till late in the day today, but I think we may have caught a break here in town. Other residents across the province of Prince Edward Island may have not been as lucky as us, but yes, there's a lot of residents in Summerside without power, but I don't know. I don't think it's as devastating as Hurricane Dorian, but that's just my own opinion.
Well, that would certainly be good news for Summerside anyway. Have you been able to check in with friends, family, and all of that today? How are your communications, Norman?
Well, we went for a little drive. We're not supposed to do that, and spoke to some family members across the province and checked in with some people here on social media websites and Facebook. Charlottetown and East seem to be hitting really, really hard. Lots of trees down, lots of power outages. I'm really concerned about my friends from Charlottetown and eastern parts of PEI based on the amount of damage that's happened. We've got wharves across Prince Edward Island that I'm really concerned about with the amount of water surge. I'm concerned about our farmers that are, they're on there just getting ready to harvest potatoes, corn, and other crops. I'm really, really concerned for those people. After they've had such a couple of challenging years, this summer looked to be really good for our farmers, and then all of a sudden, Hurricane Fiona comes through. So it's going to be a real tough fall for a lot of people, and we're not talking emotionally. We're talking about financially, and it's just getting started, I think.
Yeah, there's got a lot to clean up, no doubt about it. Listen, Norman, we're going to go to news in a couple of minutes. I just want to ask, with the power out there in Summerside, what are your plans for the evening? Do you have everything that you need? Do you have your flashlights and candles and all of that good stuff?
We do. We've been very lucky. My brother-in-law is here with his family and partner, and we've got lots of candles, and we're going to have some hot dogs and hamburgers and some cold salad. And you know what? Life goes on. There are so many other places in the world that are in so much worse shape than we are tonight. And if I'm going to eat by candlelight with my family, it's not a bad thing tonight. We'll be okay. It's not cold outside. It's warm. Islanders, Summerside people, we will survive, and it'll be okay. A little bit of what we call a ripple in the road. Not what we expected, not what we planned, but We'll get through it. We're Islanders. We survive.
Yeah, you're together and you're safe, and that's important.
You are. It's so true. You know what? We're going to help our friends out. We're going to help our neighbors out. We'll get through it. It's not going to get back to normal overnight. And Islanders, people from Summerside, it's not a quick return to normalcy. It will be a bit of a challenge, but we will get through it.
Listen, thank you so much, Norman, for giving us a call, taking our call, and take care of yourself. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate the call, and my pleasure to help out tonight.
You take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
That's Norman Doucette in Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Good evening. I am Vanessa Vandervalk. This is a special broadcast of CBC Radio 1 right across the Atlantic provinces. It is currently 8 o'clock in the Maritimes. It is 8:30 in Newfoundland and Labrador. We are continuing our CBC radio coverage of Hurricane Fiona and the aftermath of the storm. We'll be checking in, of course, with as many of our colleagues as we can through the coming hours. We're going to be with you until midnight tonight, and we're going to start this hour with Sarah Halliburton in the Halifax newsroom. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Vanessa. Well, we begin in Cape Breton, where people suffered some of the worst damage from Fiona. Into our first evening after landfall, many are preparing for a night with no power. Reporter Matthew Moore has the latest from Sydney.
There's now almost an eerie silence through Sydney. People are slowly starting to venture out to see their property damage. And there's a lot. The constant hum of generators rings through the air, with levels of destruction not seen on Cape Breton in quite some time. A car wash building totally destroyed in Glace Bay. In North Sydney, a steeple falling off a century-old church. And Sydney did not suffer near the flood damage that was to be expected, but the wind damage made up surely for that. It's hard to guess at numbers, but several dozen roads in CBRM are cut off. Some contact has come back from Parks Canada, that sections of the Cabot Trail are once again closed. With thousands still in the dark, many are expecting no power for days, if not longer. Matthew Moore, CBC News, Sydney.
And CBRM Mayor Amanda McDougall said in a statement earlier today that upwards of 200 people are displaced from their homes. Red Cross is moving people from Centre 200 to the Coast Guard College and Member to Trade and Convention Centres. And she expects the military will be helping out with transportation, but mainly doing work to begin the large task of debris removal. The CEO of Nova Scotia Power says it'll be days before some parts of the province will have electricity again. Right now, about 324,000 customers are in the dark, and that number has been dropping slowly throughout the day. Peter Gregg says they've managed to hook thousands back up already, especially in the western part of the province, where the winds diminished enough this morning to allow ground crews to get at the trouble spots. He says it'll likely be tomorrow night that much of Halifax Regional Municipality will have power back on, but it could be as late as Wednesday or Thursday night for more rural areas and most of Cape Breton. Phone service has also been disrupted across the province. During a briefing today, the minister responsible for EMO, John Lohr, says it's a high priority to get cell service providers working with Nova Scotia Power to ensure electricity continues to flow to the towers.
In some cases, landline phones are also tied to cell towers. And so this is something that is an area of federal government regulation. But, I mean, our world is changing. We just need better coverage for 911 with our cell service. So it's something that we, in the aftermath of this, we'll certainly be looking at.
Meanwhile, NB Power is reporting around 30,000 outages, down from 37,000 last hour, scattered across the province, but with the highest number still in the southeast. The company estimates it will be tomorrow night before most people have their power back on. PEI's Maritime Electric says more than 82,000 out of a possible 86,000 customers are without power this hour. Newfoundland Power is reporting around 6,000 customers without electricity. Everything east of Town Hall in Port aux Basques, Newfoundland, is under an emergency evacuation order as the town was pounded by severe winds and storm surge. Yesterday, the town had recommended that some residents in homes near the coast evacuate. This morning, that recommendation became an order. The town hall was flooded and multiple roads were washed out. The RCMP say multiple residential areas were evacuated, but some people were refusing to leave. The RCMP are investigating a report that a woman in Port aux Basque was washed out to sea. Media Relations Officer Jolene Garland says police have not been able to confirm whether that happened, as that area where it would have occurred is too dangerous to access. But she says they have confirmed a separate incident where a woman was washed out to sea and then rescued.
We did have another report where a residential property collapsed earlier this morning and a woman was thrown out in the sea. She was retrieved by local bystanders and was brought to hospital for medical attention. I don't have a status on her condition.
Garland is urging everyone to stay off the roads and stay in a safe area. In Quebec, the storm forced evacuations and road closures in the Magdalen Islands. The region is still under a state of emergency as well. Incumbent Premier François Legault shared this message for people in the province dealing with storm damage.
We have all the people making sure that we give them the electricity, that we reopen eventually the roads. Right now they are all closed, and I want to reassure them that if their personal insurances don't cover the damages, that we'll have a program to cover the difference.
Residents on the Magdalen Islands are being asked to limit their water consumption as some municipal water pumps are running on generators. And all 4 Atlantic premiers say they had asked the federal government for help, and Justin Trudeau held a news conference in Ottawa this evening to address the situation. The Prime Minister offered his full support.
Earlier today, I convened the Incident Response Group, and our government is standing ready to support provinces with any necessary resources. We've approved Nova Scotia's request for federal assistance and will deploy the Canadian Armed Forces to assist in assessment and cleanup and stand ready to do more.
Defense Minister Anita Anand says a military response unit at the Gagetown base in New Brunswick is ready to assist on short notice. And that's our news. Vanessa?
Thank you very much, Sarah. That's Sarah Halliburton in our Halifax newsroom. Joining us now is CBC meteorologist Ryan Snodden. Hello there, Ryan.
Oh, fancy I would see you here.
Yeah, we just spoke yesterday, but I've been hearing you a lot. I know it's been an extremely busy day for you. You're probably the man under who is most in demand at this point.
Well, the good thing is that, this is slowly but surely winding down. So I'm less and less in demand, thankfully, as we move forward here. And that's because that's a good thing. That means the storm is starting to wind down as well. But obviously, still, as I just was talking about on the TV special, Atlantic Tonight, I think the next few hours in Port aux Basques are going to be, the ones that we really are going to be keeping an eye on. Not only because, when we're looking at that location, obviously there's been so much devastation there today, not only with the surge, but then you think about the fact that their winds have been sustained at 80 or more, and their gusts have been 100 or more since 5:30 this morning. So it has just been a relentless day of wind, plus, of course, the surge, and now they have another surge kind of hanging over their head, and the storm surge warning does continue there. High tide is in about an hour, 9:30 Newfoundland time, so that's 9 o'clock Atlantic. So we're going to be obviously keeping our fingers crossed that it looks like the surge this evening will not be as high as this morning, but it's still going to be possibly a significant one, and one that we'll have to keep an eye on. So we'll keep our fingers crossed on that. In terms of the forecast and the wind, it does look like we're going to drop finally below those 100 kilometer per hour gusts. We're getting there, gusting to 106 at last check, but below 100 as we move through the next 2 to 3 hours. And then we'll see the winds just slowly but surely subsiding through the overnight along that southwest coast. Before we wrap up from Newfoundland, Corner Brook and the west coast, Stephenville, this is with this southeasterly wind that's kind of coming in. You folks know this. It slopes down over the long-range mountains and accelerates, and we get those gusts up to 120 along exposed areas of the coastline. That's just a par for the course in a fall to winter event. But again, the leaves are still, the trees are still in full leaf, and so even though you're prone to those types of winds, a wind warning is extended all the way up the west coast of the island for tonight, and we could see some outages there, given the time of year that we're seeing these types of gusts. As we look towards the Maritimes, things have really started to improve here now. We are looking at these winds that have just been slowly but surely subsiding throughout the day. For the most part, we're looking at those gusts that have dropped below warning criteria. Environment Canada is still hanging on with the wind warning for places like Inverness County in Cape Breton, and we are indeed seeing a westerly wind there, sustained at 67, gusting to 90 kilometers per hour in Grand Etang, home of the Les Souet winds, but this one's from the west, so it's still a windy, obviously, evening there. And St. Paul Island, which is, again, just to the north of Cape Breton, sustained winds there, 91, gusting to 107. Now, that's nobody's there, but that's just gives you a sense that those strong winds are just there offshore, but starting to subside. Again, is the kind of the big takeaway here. As we move through this evening, each hour is going to be an improving forecast. As I look at Sydney Metro, we're looking at gusts now down to around 50 or 60 kilometers per hour. So we've improved significantly there over the last few hours, and all of mainland Nova Scotia has really kind of dropped off, and crews can now get out in these types of winds and start making repairs. And as we know, there are a lot to make. Circling over to Prince Edward Island, we are looking at still some wind warnings in place, but I'm expecting those will be dropped here over the next few hours. The winds have really started to taper off. East Point still gusting to 80. It's, again, one of the north, just like North Cape, gusting to 70. Those are kind of the windiest spots always on the island. But even in Charlottetown, at last check, gusting to 44. So really seeing the winds easing. St. Peter's is gusting to 60 along coastal parts, but it's the same story there. We're going to continue to see those winds easing. New Brunswick is the same story. We've really been watching those winds subside. Now, there is, again, we're kind of near high tide right now across the Maritimes, Vanessa, and so storm surge warnings continue from the Acadian Peninsula right down the Northumberland Strait and all the way to Cape Breton, and including Prince Edward Island. So high tide through this evening for the next couple of hours. We are going to be obviously watching things closely here. But again, the storm surge this evening will be lower than it was this morning, and so we're hoping for an uneventful surge this evening, though one that we're cautious about with the high tide here over the next few hours.
Absolutely. Well, it's certainly good news that those winds are beginning to subside in the Maritime provinces in any case. And you're right, that's so important because that's when those crews can get out there and start doing some of that work to get the power back. I know it's been a long day for you, Ryan. Do you mind if I ask you a couple of quick questions? I want to ask again about Newfoundland and Labrador. At what point will things have passed over entirely? When's the big whew moment?
I think when we wake up tomorrow.
Okay.
I think, given the fact that high tide is late evening in Port aux Basques, 9:30, but still a few hours after that, obviously, before it starts to subside. And the winds, even though they're going to back off to around 80 kilometers per hour in Port aux Basques by around midnight and then tick down, I think just folks are going to have a restless night tonight. But by the time we wake up tomorrow, the winds will be really, continuing to taper off throughout the morning. And so I think those folks will be able to kind of breathe a sigh of relief. The West Coast will have a bit of a stormy night tonight, as I mentioned, with winds gusting to 120, but a much better day on the what's tomorrow again? Sunday. A much better day Sunday there as well. So that's that. I think that's when folks in Newfoundland can breathe kind of a sigh of relief that this is done. Will be when they wake up tomorrow, but still some unsettled hours for tonight.
Going to be a long night. And in terms of that night, one more quick question. I mean, it's not winter, certainly, but a lot of folks are without power tonight. What are the temperatures looking like around the various provinces? It's not going to be too cold, I hope.
No, and in fact, for Newfoundland and Labrador, temperatures with this south-southwesterly wind. Now, it is a bit of a cool wind wrapping back in, but lows tonight are going to be likely around 10 degrees in Port aux Basques, 11 degrees for places like Corner Brook. That's generally where we're looking at outages right now, is along that west coast. It will be a little bit milder towards central and eastern areas of the island, but for the most part, folks do have power there. And across the Maritimes, that's obviously a great point as well. So many in Nova Scotia without power tonight, and temperatures are going to be dropping into the single digits tonight. 7 degrees in the Halifax area, and most of Nova Scotia will kind of range between around 6 to 9 degrees for most of Nova Scotia. So it is going to be, it's going to be a bit of a chilly night, and it's kind of a similar story for Charlottetown and Prince Edward Island as well. Overnight lows are going to be kind of in the high single digits, low double digits. So not terribly cold, but a bit cool. So maybe an extra blanket on the bed tonight. And but temperatures are actually going to recover quite nicely across the Maritimes tomorrow. We're talking about temperatures in the 16 to 18 degree range and a lot of sunshine on tap. So in fact, mostly sunny skies with winds kind of in from the west, gusting 30 to 40. So just a bit of a breeze, but a really, really great day for crews to get after all the many outages that they are going to have to work on. Yeah, we've got some wet weather rolling back in, unfortunately, to the Maritimes on Monday with some showers. While Newfoundland will then clear out on Monday, but then it looks like those showers will kind of taper off on Tuesday across the Maritimes, and we should have another good day on Wednesday. So, and nothing too ominous here through this week. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that the crews have those favorable conditions for so much work that they have to do.
Absolutely. It's going to be a big cleanup day tomorrow. Lots of folks out in their yards as well, clearing up debris. It's going to be a big one. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Listen, very kind of you, Ryan, to join us this evening. I really do appreciate it.
No worries at all, and have a great show tonight.
Thank you. Take care.
You too.
Bye-bye. That is our CBC meteorologist, Ryan Snodden, joining us from Halifax this evening. Desmond Arsenault is on the line from Wellington, Prince Edward Island. He's with the fire department in that district. Hi, Desmond.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you? Oh, I think we're having a little bit of trouble with your phone, Desmond.
Oh, sorry. How about that?
1,000% better. Listen to that. Yeah, exactly. How was your day?
Well, it started off with a bang. We lost power around 2 a.m., I believe. And shortly after 3, we received a call from an alarm at the local school here. And unfortunately, the roof blew off the school, the elementary school at École Evangeline in Avens Village. So it's quite substantial damage there at that school. So that was an early morning for our crew for sure.
I can imagine. That must have come as quite a shock. When you say the roof is off the school, do you mean the entirety of the roof?
Probably at least half of the roof is totally gone. You can see daylight from the site, and it's a 2-story building. It's quite an old structure, probably built in the late 60s, but nonetheless, it held up pretty good, and it was working up until last Friday, but unfortunately now there's going to be a lot of strategic planning as to figure out what comes next for the elementary school, which also houses a daycare in that same building as well. So it'll be quite challenging for a while.
Absolutely, really important building for the community. I imagine that's come as quite a shock.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Have you been called out to other places as well through the day?
Well, when daylight broke, we waited till the weather subsided a little bit, and we went out and about to clear some of the roadways, because we knew the highway crew were certainly quite busy with all the roads that we have here at PEI. So we helped clear some fallen trees across the road just to make sure that our trucks could go out and about. And I must take advantage now to heed the warning again about generators. As valuable as they are at this time of the season with the power outage, there are 2 key things to remember. Number one is that the exhaust will become very hot. So after prolonged use, you should make sure that it's never set near some combustibles. And secondly, you should never install them in a house or a garage or near a house, because the exhaust is very toxic and produces carbon monoxide, as we know, which can be very harmful to health.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you said that, actually, Desmond, because so many people will be running generators. A lot of people, this will be the first time that they've run a generator, and so they may not realize how little it takes really to run into a really serious problem with a generator.
Absolutely.
We've lost people before in this province not that long ago.
Well,
yeah,
it's a very unfortunate thing, and even this afternoon we had a very close call. There was a fire in a small outbuilding, which I believe was housing a generator, which was outside. It wasn't in the home, but nonetheless, it was near some combustibles, and the shed took fire. Now, thankfully, we got there in time and helped with the Muskoka Fire Department. We were able to help save the house as well, but the outbuilding will be a total loss, sadly.
Very scary, very scary. Any other safety tips you want to pass along, Desmond, while we have you on the line? Because a lot of people, of course, are going to be in the dark this evening.
Well, this is it. Now, when we're in the dark, we tend to get some light. I mean, a lot of people have flashlight, but we also go the old-fashioned way to light some candles, which is great. But again, don't leave them unattended near pets or young children, because certainly, that they can burn their fingers or much worse. And again, don't leave them near combustibles, near curtains or newspapers or anything that could catch fire. So if you use candles, be very cautious around them, please.
Yeah, very important indeed. As you've been, making your way around the Wellington area, have you seen, power lines down? Is that something that people need to be concerned about, especially this evening if they're, driving about and not able to see something like that?
Right. Well, interestingly enough, as you know, the path was quite east of us, and that shows here that there is considerable damage, a lot of uprooted trees. We have a very critical bridge near my house here that's washed out, but there's been we didn't see any down power lines. We saw some trees and branches leaning on the power lines, but no mess of power lines in our district anyway. So I can't speak for other areas, but certainly here we're hopeful that when the Maritime Electric crews will be out, that we'll be getting restored power without too much delay, we're hoping, but we'll have to wait and see.
I certainly hope so. Are you on call this evening as well? I mean, could you get called out shortly if something does take place?
Yeah, we're always at the ready here, and hopefully it'll be quiet. And, we've been very fortunate, as I was telling many of my friends, that thanks to Environment Canada and today's technologies, we've had almost a week's notice to prepare for the storm. So we're very fortunate in that way. So, and where I'm standing here, I'm between two small harbors, which houses some lobster fishing boats. And with the advance notice, they removed all the boats from the water. And thankfully they did, because they would have sustained some critical damage, because one of the wharves was entirely submerged in water this morning at the peak of the storm.
Wow. Yeah, all of that preparation really paid dividends, it sounds like. It occurs to me as I'm speaking with you, I certainly hope that you and your fellow firefighters there, that your homes and everything are okay, because it occurs to me, we call you when things go wrong, but you're living in the same community and things go wrong at home as well.
Well, this is a challenging. That's why, again, we recognize our firefighters at a banquet every Christmas time, and we also take time to recognize their spouses, because they're the ones that are often left behind to look after the house when we're gone helping others, right? So, and it's difficult this time, right? Because there's high winds, there's rain, there's potential flooding if people don't have generators to keep the sump pump going, and there's always the fear that the window is going to be broken in or smashed somehow. So we always appreciate our families that are left behind, and we don't like being away for any more than we have to. But we have to do what we have to do, right?
Absolutely, and I'm so glad that you are there to do it, because it sounds like you were really needed today. Thank you so much, Desmond, for taking the call. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for your time, and hope you have a great rest of the storm here, and hopefully we'll be back to normal really soon.
Oh, fingers crossed. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
That is Desmond Arsenault in Wellington, Prince Edward Island. He is with the fire department in that district. Let's take a quick look at customers without power as of 8 o'clock this evening. Nova Scotia Power reports 323,284 customers without power. On Prince Edward Island, Maritime Electric reports 82,240 customers without power. New Brunswick Power, 30,670 customers without power. And Newfoundland Power, 4,107. Also, Hydro-Quebec in our region, close to us anyway, 3,898 folks without power at this hour. We're about 25 minutes now past 8 o'clock in the Maritime provinces, 5 minutes before 9 in Newfoundland and Labrador. I'm Vanessa Vandervalk. This is a special broadcast right across the Atlantic provinces, keeping you in touch with each other as much as possible, giving you as much information as we can in the aftermath of the storm, Hurricane Fiona, of course, which is still taking place on Newfoundland and Labrador. You know, throughout the storm, there have been many people thinking of others, from first responders, like one that we just spoke with, to community members. CBC Nova Scotia's Jeff Douglas is back with us now with a few of those stories. Hi there, Jeff.
Hey, Vanessa. How you doing now?
I'm all right, thanks. How are you doing?
Swell.
Excellent.
Thanks for asking. Yeah.
Excellent. Let's start, if we can, in Glace Bay. I mean, you briefly mentioned chatting with Chief John Chant. What was the hurricane like for firefighters there?
Well, I think that Glace Bay, certainly from what we've been hearing here on the mainland, my understanding is Glace Bay is the hardest hit area of Nova Scotia. They had roofs, as I mentioned, blown off buildings, businesses blown down. Chief Chant could not tell me how many folks were displaced out of their homes, but he thinks at least 10 to 12 homes had their roofs completely removed. Most cases, those roofs, as I mentioned again when we spoke previously, those were blown into other people's homes. At least 50 power poles compromised or laying flat on the street. So there was just a lot of devastation in Glace Bay. Now, Glace Bay, like so many of our communities here on the East Coast, they have sort of a hybrid fire department. So they have some paid firefighters, but they also rely very, very strongly on volunteers. I think in total, Chief Chant told me that they have about 40 firefighters there. And it is, they tried to, I guess, ration out the work and do it in shifts. That was the plan anyway. But once Fiona really kicked off in Glace Bay, that went out the window, and it was a very, very heavy 20 or 24 hours for Glace Bay firefighters. There must be some very, very tired first responders in Glace Bay.
Yeah, we were trying our best to do it in shifts, but it ended up the calls became overwhelming, where everyone had to come and with no time for rest. So they were finding space around the station to pull up a chair and have a quick nap or lay on a table. Or it was 12 hours into it. It was starting to get pretty trying.
I bet it was.
They stayed professional, and we answered the call every time it came through.
You proud of those of your firefighters?
I've been proud long before this storm came, and I'll be proud, Chief, long after it leaves. That's one thing. I have a very professional force.
And have they? Is it quieted down now? Are they going to get some relief?
We have. It's been about an hour and a half now since our last call. Most of the firefighters have gone home and spending some time with their family and cleaning up their properties. We still do have some wind, not in excess, but we have no rain. The wind is diminishing, so the firefighters are going home and spending some time with their family and assessing their own damage on their own properties.
That's Chief John Chant of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia.
Wow.
Yep.
You know, we talk a lot about emergency management offices during these types of weather events. How are they working to help us out?
Well, I mean, they obviously are making sure that folks who are in distress, who have lost power or have had, damage to their homes or are injured, thankfully, in this case, that doesn't seem to be, the latter doesn't seem to be the case. But they do a lot of work making sure that these folks have places to go once the event has happened. But an awful lot of the EMO's work is done in advance of it. Sean Andrews, I spoke with in the last hour here. Sean Andrews is the Emergency Management Coordinator for Guysborough Municipality. So Guysborough, if you were to look at a map of Nova Scotia, Guysborough is, you could not be any closer to the heart of Fiona when it hit, when it came ashore than Guysborough. So yes, Mr. Andrews, the Emergency Management Coordinator up there. Fiona came ashore there about 4 a.m., 3:38, I think the Canadian Hurricane Center said this morning. And I asked him how he prepared, what emergency management did there to prepare. And so he told me, when hurricane season is on, they become very vigilant. They're watching for alerts. They're watching for these storms developing in the Caribbean. They make sure when they saw Fiona was turning into something, that their generators are functioning and that they're full of fuel, full of diesel. Catch basins are clean. They staff or stock up on food. They fuel all the vehicles. They get food for the EMO team, and this year they did something else as well.
As we started, based on some of the warnings, the first time ever we had a voluntary evacuation for folks along the shore based on storm surge warnings and the heights of the wave action that was projected. And we had food prepared for those, and we opened two safe buildings, we call it, for the evening last evening to allow folks that wanted to voluntarily evacuate. They had someplace to go, and we had supplies for them.
How many folks took that option, Sean?
So we had two facilities open. One had 6 and the other had 4.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. And you had to, did those places, did they lose power?
So they lost power at 1 a.m. last evening, and both had backup generators. So thankfully, it was a quick switch to street power or generator power.
To generator power. Now, with who do you have up there? Who was on the sort of? Did you have first responders out on the road at the EMO? Oh, still sounds like it's active up there.
Yeah, I'm just getting a fire call right now, actually. I'm going to have to let you go.
Okay. Sean, thank you for this. Take care.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, stay safe. Bye.
Yeah, okay, bye.
Yeah. So that's Sean Andrews, Vanessa, with the EMO in Guysborough County, as you hear there, or Guysborough Municipality, as you hear, the work didn't end when the wind stopped. So anyway, yeah.
It's another busy evening for Sean, it sounds like.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to stop right away. Yeah, that's right.
Wow. It's not just emergency officials who are helping out. Who'd you chat with in Tracadie, Nova Scotia?
This is great. Yeah, Vanessa, I spoke with this woman, Catherine Hartling. So Catherine's up in Tracadie, Nova Scotia, which is not far from Antigonish, so up toward the North Shore, just off the Northumberland Strait. And this is something, we during the call-in overnight last night, a lot of folks, we were just saying, we're keeping track, doing mental inventory of who's around you, who's alone, who's elderly, who maybe has mobility issues, and just be aware and help each other out. It's something that was echoed by our Premier, by Tim Houston today, and he kind of referred to it as, doing the Blue Noser thing, which is helping each other out. And that's exactly what Catherine Hartling and a couple of others did. They started putting together hot meals for some residents at their seniors community center.
It wasn't much, but some people don't have no heat. They don't have no propane or anything, so those homes we try to get deliver something for them to have, a little hot something for supper anyway. We got some hamburgers and hot dogs. And
that's so wonderful.
It went off to them, and some little juice packs. And
so you're putting together hot meals for folks who are without electricity?
Yeah, we did that today, yeah.
When did you start thinking about doing this, Catherine?
Well, we have a stove into our community center that the Ladies Auxiliary had purchased back in 2017. And the reason why we purchased the propane stove is when the power was off in community, we would be able to, make a meal and deliver it to people. because a lot of people don't have, the opportunity to have a heat at that time and able to cook a cooking stove. So this is why, and of course we had a gentleman who celebrated his 92nd birthday on July 31st, and we had like a little barbecue for him. So we had hot dogs and hamburgers still in our freezer down there. So rather than see them go bad and thrown out, I called my other friend Mary, and I said to my husband, we'll go and cook them up and deliver them. So I called some of them, seeing how many was in the home, and they told me. So off we went and did that and delivered.
So, yeah, that's Catherine Hartling up in Tracadie, Nova Scotia. So you see, and it's something I would just encourage to Vanessa that, other folks do. Just keep in mind who's out there and what their need may be. And Catherine did. I asked Catherine, what if the power's out tomorrow? She said, tomorrow I'll make soup.
Isn't that incredible? I mean, it's just neighbors looking out for neighbors, checking in on folks to make sure everything is okay. So important at a time like this. Like we've all been in a space over the years where we've, been without power for a number of days. And, for us, it was our next door neighbors who invited us over. They've got a barbecue and we don't. So we were over there for days,
Yeah, and you never forget that, right?
No, you never do.
Never forget it.
Absolutely.
And Vanessa, thank you for this.
Thank you. So appreciate it, Jeff.
You bet.
That is CBC Nova Scotia's Jeff Douglas. Well, we've now got Brian Higgins joining us from Charlottetown. Brian, are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Excellent. What's happening in Charlottetown these days, Brian?
Well, I guess the glimmer of light on the horizon as the sun went down was the city of Charlottetown said it is starting some preliminary cleanup activity. So that kind of marks the beginning of moving from being in a storm to cleaning up from a storm. But of course, as the sun went down, about 95% of Prince Edward Island continues to be in the dark. So they're heading in their first full night. We are heading into our first full night with no lights on and into tomorrow. Maritime Electric, the local utility company here in PEI, says tomorrow is the day they'll really get the boots on the ground and hopefully start restoring some of the power.
That's certainly some good news. It must be, quite different in Charlottetown, on a night like this when it's dark.
Yeah. I guess people who live in urban areas all across the Maritimes are seeing the same thing. Their cities in darkness in a way they don't usually see it. Oddly enough, on the main drag here, cars continue to shuffle up and down, and you can't help but wonder where they're going. Everything's closed. The authorities are recommending to stay home because that's the safest place to be and to let the crews do their work. Certainly, the drive to work this morning illustrated it clearly, like major, transmission, distribution power lines, the stuff with the high voltage, post after post fallen into roads. People driving by it, and you couldn't help but be startled at the sign of that. So that's the kind of thing we're looking forward to getting started on tomorrow, cleaning up.
Yeah, it's so important that you mentioned that as well, because we've heard that from authorities just about everywhere through the day today, that they would very much like people to stay home if they are safe. I know people want to get out and take a look around, but especially now that it's dark, you can't see anything, and you also can't see if there are any new, branches down or power lines down. It could get really dangerous out there.
Yeah, and it takes hours or days for that stuff to finish kind of settling down, falling down. I might also add that cell service on the island was down much of the day. It was hard to communicate with outlying areas, and the Premier told us that there is major infrastructure damage, meaning bridges and causeways. And out in rural communities, that's a big thing. That can be, your main way to get to and from your home. So, along the North Shores where the PEI really seems to have taken it on the chin, as they say, with those strong north winds. I know that we're hearing about fishing wharfs, damaged parts of the wharf actually blown away, swept out to sea, lobster traps, boats toppled, and buildings near the shore inundated with water. And so the sense is here in the newsroom as we move into tonight that it's tomorrow when the sun comes up and we get out that we're going to be hearing about a lot more damage, a lot more.
probably haven't really even had the chance to get a really good look at, but it's certainly concerning to hear from the Premier that there is a lot of damaged infrastructure, including bridges. I mean, that is big infrastructure.
Yeah, right in the Maritimes. We all know that there's a lot of shoreline, and that's once it's blocked, yeah.
Listen, thank you so much, Brian, for keeping us updated on what's going on in the capital city over there on the island. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
It's very good of you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That is the CBC's Brian Higgins in Charlottetown on Prince Edward Island. One of the people who called into our broadcast this afternoon was Betty Ann Power. She was on a sailboat in Yarmouth Harbour in southwestern Nova Scotia.
Well, we were hoping to jump across to Maine and start working our way down to sunnier climates, and that will happen eventually. But we tucked into Yarmouth because it was a safe hidey hole.
Oh my goodness! So where did you start? Where are you from?
Halifax.
Okay, and how long have you been on your boat?
Oh, just short of a week. Just getting things underway.
Yeah, and so what have you seen these past 12 hours?
Oh, some pretty bad time at the dock. There's about blowing 40 knots of wind, and unfortunately the stern on our boat, the tow rail tore off, so we lost some of our holding. So it's more about, I just want to talk about the community, because we couldn't get off our boat because we were blown far enough that you couldn't step off safely. But within a couple of hours in coming into Yarmouth, you meet the boating community, and we shared phone numbers, and we called someone up the dock, and he came down and took a line, and we doubled up again, and they're now safely tied up again. And he had a little bit of trouble, and people are up there trying to help him put fenders down because it's just blowing so hard. We were blowing off the dock, and he was blowing on the dock.
So you were trying to get off that boat. You were trying to get off in Yarmouth Harbour.
No, we were tucked in safely on the dock, but we can't step off because the way we're tied up behind on the side of the dock, the wind is blowing.
So you're still on that boat, and what's the situation? What you were describing before when we were talking to you that you were trying to get off that boat onto a dock there. What's going on? What are the challenges there?
Well, just with the side of the dock that we're tied on, we are being pushed, but safely pushed off the dock. So we're not hard on it or anything. But the distance was, we couldn't get off, and the winds just were keeping us off too hard. And my husband is there just we're looking at some very damaged cleats and hardware that the wind just pushed so hard that it tore off the stern tow rail, which was unbelievably, that's a lot of force. So we're safe, everything's good. I'm just shocked with how hard everything is going to be for so many people. We're fortunate. We're in Yarmouth where everything is available to be fixed. Newfoundland, where I grew up, I can't stop thinking about Port aux Basques. How are they going to get this done in time for winter? I'm very sad right now. Very sad.
I bet. And are you able to get off the sailboat somewhere safe in Yarmouth, or what's the situation there?
Oh, absolutely. No, we're safe in Yarmouth. Like I said, we're at a dock. Once the wind is diminishing enough that we'll be able to get off the dock, and I'll go for a walk and clear my head and try not to be as emotional. I think just with a sleepless night and just thinking of all this hardship that's still not over for so many people.
Have you talked to folks in the region about how they're feeling and what they've dealt with?
I'm in touch with my family, but they're St. John's area, so I just know it's hard. Just living on the water is hard, and you just never know what's going to hit you. You just really have to be resilient and keep it going. So that's it.
And, I imagine you've seen your fair share of storms, but have you ever seen anything like this?
Once coming from, where was I? St. Pierre-Miquelon, coming into Fortune, and it was horrific. But most people, it turns out okay, and we keep going back to the water, so that's what we do. We're Maritimers.
Why do you keep going back to the water?
I just can't imagine not being on it. I don't know what my husband and I, we love it. We have a community. I've been in touch with our boat club in Halifax, Armdale Yacht Club, and they are just banding together to help each other and work hard. And communities are found in a lot of different places, but my husband and I absolutely love this community, this boating community. And we meet people within landing. You're looking at, we've met German people here. We're all just, as soon as you get to the marina, you start seeing how everyone's doing. So that's pretty wonderful.
Yeah, it's moments like these when community really comes together and neighbors look out for each other and people look out for each other. What kind of, I mean, I'm sure you're in a part of the province that is a bit calmer, I guess, than other areas of Atlantic Canada, but how, you must feel like you really want to help in some way.
Well, that's exactly. I'm going to get off this boat pretty soon and go for a walk, but there's still power in Yarmouth, so I don't think there's anything we're going to be able to do. But if there is, we're certainly able and willing and going to be doing whatever we can do here.
That's Betty Ann Power. She was speaking with CBC's Jean Armstrong earlier today. At that time, she was on a sailboat in Yarmouth Harbour. Of course, we have been broadcasting throughout the day today, throughout the night last night, actually, as Hurricane Fiona began and has been moving through our region. We will continue to broadcast through until midnight tonight. I'm Vanessa Vandervalk, broadcasting from Fredericton, New Brunswick. We do invite you to give us a call this evening to tell us what you've seen, what you've experienced, what you are continuing to deal with. If there are warming centers in your area that you want us to tell people about, we would certainly love to hear that as well. You can reach us in a couple of ways. The phone number is 506-451-4032 or 1-800-590-8181. Again, it's 506-451-4032 or 1-800-590-8181. We've got some survival information to pass along. We just received confirmation that the warming center is open at the Amherst Fire Department for the general public. Warming centers are also open throughout the county at fire departments in Pugwash and in Wallace. The Lion's Den at 9 Electric Street in Amherst is open for the homeless population in that area. So a couple of things to note there. A few notes from Nova Scotia as well. The emergency department closure at the Strait Regional Hospital will be extended to 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. So that's some important information. Nova Scotia Health would also like to remind community members that our hospitals are not comfort centers and we can't provide power or charging stations. That's from Nova Scotia Health. There are several comfort stations available around the province, and they are pointing people to the novascotia.ca website for information about where to find those comfort centers and shelters. We also received a travel advisory because of Fiona. Northumberland ferries are cancelling service for tomorrow, Sunday, September the 25th. So Northumberland ferries, no service tomorrow. For user safety, the Confederation Bridge is closed to all traffic until the current situation changes. We also have a note from Moncton. Because of power outages in the city's north end, the YMCA Moncton North location is open. The main lobby has a place to warm up, a shower, and a place to charge your phone as well. If you do want to shower, the Y is asking for an ID to use that area. It's possible that radio right now is your only option for getting information. If you do have limited data or internet access, you can also reach the CBC News website for digital updates on Fiona on CBC Lite. This requires less data, certainly. It's just a text sort of service, so it's a lot easier to use if you have limited data. And of course, if you would like to talk to us, you can do so. You can give us a call at 1-800-590-8181. That's 1-800-590-8181. 8181. The other number is area code 506-451-4032. Especially curious about what's going on in Newfoundland and Labrador. We spoke with Ryan Snodden at the beginning of this hour. I know that area still dealing with high winds, waves, all of that, and we have not heard from folks at this time from that area. So very curious. If you're listening in that area, give us a shout. Let us know what is going on. Well, Tom Jenick lives in Irishtown, but he has a cottage in Grand Dig, and that's where he is now. That's where we've reached him. Hello there, Tom.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
Oh, well, better now that the winds have died down a little bit. It was quite the run.
Can you describe what it was like there today?
Today was a little bit of the calm after the storm, but there was a lot of coastal damage going on. One cottage along the shore road was a small older cottage, got literally obliterated. It was nothing but kindling there. Rocks were thrown onto the roads. There was a lot of debris everywhere. A lot of cottages lost frontage. Stairs leading to the oceans. There were stairs everywhere. Decks on the opposite side of the road were also moved. An entire deck was moved from one cottage over to the neighbor's lot on the opposite side. There was a lot of water along our shores.
My goodness, that is amazing, the force of that water. So most of what you're dealing with there, has it been storm surge?
There was a lot of storm surge. There were also a lot of downed trees. One neighbor had a large tree fall on their new high-end Costco gazebo. It's gone. Another neighbor had a tree fall onto their camper, and sadly for him, second tree onto the second trailer camper of his. Heartbreaking. A lot of tree damage here as well.
My goodness. Is everyone, as far as you know, safe?
Everyone is safe.
Yeah.
Everyone's helping each other out here. Within hours, folks came out with ladders and with chainsaws and with muscle, and the neighborhoods all help each other out. And this is ongoing. It'll continue again tomorrow morning.
Wow. It's the kind of community where people know one another, or are you, meeting people for the first time in some cases who are helping?
Oh, both. Yeah, this is a pretty close community. Most folks do know each other, but it doesn't matter whether we do or we don't. If we see trouble down the road, folks will pull over and help. It's that kind of a neighborhood here. Yeah. Great little community.
So, how is everybody handling the situation? Given that, do you have power, by the way, in that area?
Well, we were lucky. Power didn't go out for very long here. It actually went out much longer at the house near Moncton. Here, there was power almost throughout. I have a weather station online here that stayed online most of the night and the morning. Recorded some pretty high gusts, although even though the weather station is up high, really about as high as a power pole, there's some tree cover around. I reached the 70s, but I'm sure we had winds into the 90s and the 100s.
My goodness.
The damage was spectacular here.
Yeah, it certainly sounds it. I mean, what you've described sounds quite incredible. How are your neighbors handling all of this?
Well, it's teamwork. Today we surveyed. We checked out each other's lots and each other's properties. And tomorrow morning, more trucks and more chainsaws and more help will come in. And some folks will need to rebuild. Some folks will have to work with insurance, and other folks are going to have to do what they can on their own.
Yeah. So you're at the cottage in Grand Dig. Do you know what the situation is with your home in Irishtown?
Well, everything's fine over there.
Yeah.
Some small branch and tree damage. I'm on a hilltop. The winds definitely got up into the 80s up there, but actually we got hit by a couple ice storms in the last 10 years, and the weaker trees were downed already in the past. So what was really left over in my neighborhood is the stronger trees. So the neighborhood handled everything fairly well. power was out for quite some time, but we expected that and we were ready for it.
Well, that's certainly some good news there. So it sounds like tomorrow is going to be a pretty big cleanup day where you are.
Yes, it will. Sadly, it's NFL Sunday, but, we'll have to put that aside and do a little cleanup.
I suppose so. Do you have any damage to your own place?
No, totally lucked out. I'm surrounded by quite a few trees and a little bit of woodland. I was protected fairly well.
Well, that is certainly some good news, and it sounds like you've got some great neighbors and people are helping each other out, and, you do what you got to do, I guess. So you've been through this a time or two, I would imagine.
Yes, this comes along. We're Maritimers. This comes along every few years, maybe not as powerfully as in the past 24 hours, but, we'll get through it. We'll rebuild those that have to, and hopefully we'll be here to enjoy the next summer.
All right. Listen, thank you so much, Tom, for taking our call today. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you for the information at CBC.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That's Tom Jenick. He joined us from Grand Dig, New Brunswick. We now have David on the line. Hello, David.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you for taking my call. I was just sort of telling the story to your screener, and she suggested that it might be something you'd want to hear. So
I'm sure that it is. First of all, where are you, David?
I'm in Mill Cove, which is just outside of Hubbard's. And for the most part, contrary to the majority of the rest of the province and other provinces, it was kind of a non-event in this area. At least as far as my neighborhood went. We lost no trees. We did lose power, but it was not an earth-shattering event by any means. But the reason I had called in was we have been without power since 2 a.m. this morning, which was to be expected. And I was sitting here, I don't know, about 10 minutes or so ago, surrounded by candles, listening to CBC and going, okay, maybe I should think about maybe it's time to head off to bed. And the power comes back on. And I leap out of my chair. I'm ecstatic, and I'm blowing out candles, and I turned off the radio, and I run upstairs to make a brandy and coffee in the percolator, and the power goes out.
Oh!
We had 45 seconds of nirvana, and suddenly it was gone.
The joy, the pure joy, and then the disappointment.
Oh, the crushing disappointment. So here I am now, once again, surrounded by candles, listening to the CBC.
Oh.
The only difference now is I'm talking to you because of this unexpected interruption of sheer joy, as minimal as it was.
Oh.
Because my main hope was that I'd have power back for tomorrow so I could watch NFL football because I'm a huge fan. So when it flickered on tonight, I thought, I'm golden. I'm all set.
Well, you may be all set. It's hard to say. A lot of things could happen between now and tomorrow, but I love the fact that you had such a concrete plan. Like, just as the power came on, you thought, this is what I'm doing. I'm flipping this off. I'm getting the brandy. This is the plan. Had you been thinking about that for hours in advance? This is exactly what I'm going to do when that power comes on.
No, you know what? I had convinced myself that power was going to be tomorrow, which may prove to be somewhat prescient. So I really didn't have any, power coming on plans. I was more focused on, okay, how long am I going to sit here listening to the CBC and surrounded by candles before I decide to call it a night and hope the power's on when I wake up? So it was a whole change of attitude when the power flicked on because it was so unexpected and so welcomed. I was running around like the road runner, blowing candles and getting ready to enjoy a fully powered up house.
Oh, and then you have to find again the lighter and get it all settled again as soon as the power goes back out.
Find your way back downstairs to the rec room in total dark with just a barbecue lighter, try and find the candles, relight them. It was nasty. But fortunately, I bruised no shins, got everything lit, and now I'm back to where I started.
Well, I guess you're no worse for wear anyway.
No, I'm not.
And you had that moment, David, which is, hope.
Well, the other thing being, I'm really making light of the situation because, again, in contrast to so many others, I've been extremely fortunate, as have been my neighbors. So, we've got that to be thankful for. And, I just thought maybe a little levity might be something to inject at this point because, we all need hope to keep going.
Yeah. Well, I certainly appreciate a little levity. It was very kind of you to call in with that, David. So you're fine. Everything is fine. Your neighbors are all good. It sounds like you have what you need. And it's just going to be darker a little longer than you might have hoped.
Well, we are good to go with the exception of power. And other than that, everything's fine. So thank you again for taking my call. I much appreciate it. And you, as well as all your listeners, stay safe.
All right. You too, David. You take care of yourself.
All right. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's David Long calling in from Hubbard's, Nova Scotia. Much appreciate the call, David. Of course, you can give us a call this evening. The numbers to dial in, 506-451-4032 or 1-800-590-8181. We will be with you right up until midnight this evening, sort of keeping you in touch with the latest information that we have access to anyway, as we continue to deal with, in some cases, the aftermath of this storm, and in other cases, the storm does continue. There are still high gusts of wind in certain areas of the Maritimes as well as Newfoundland and Labrador. So some areas of our region are still very much dealing with this, and I suspect have less access to phones and things like that, but we will try to reach out to some of those folks coming up. Right now, it is 9 o'clock across the Maritimes, 9:30 in Newfoundland and Labrador. I'm Vanessa Vandervalk. This is a special broadcast across the Atlantic provinces, keeping you in touch with information. And we go now to Halifax, where Sarah Halliburton has the latest news.
Good evening. We begin in Nova Scotia. Pictou County RCMP is asking for the help of residents in the area of East River East Side Road to find a missing 4-year-old boy. Grady McKinnon was last seen at around 5 o'clock this evening. He was playing outside when he wandered off. RCMP say they're searching with multiple police dog teams. They're asking the public to keep an eye out, but for the time being not to enter the search area because it could hamper police efforts. They say because of cell and internet communications problems, they're unable to put out a photo, but Grady is described as 2'6", 37 pounds, and missing his front top tooth and 2 bottom teeth. He has brown eyes and short light brown hair. He was wearing a gray hoodie, gray pants with blue and yellow buses, and blue shark rubber boots. That was at the time of his disappearance. The federal government has pledged their full support for the Atlantic provinces as they recover from the storm. Public Safety Minister Bill Blair spoke at a media conference in Ottawa earlier this evening. He says help will be needed for more than just the cleanup.
They're going to need help in the recovery. There's been significant damage to critical infrastructure, to people's homes and businesses, to communities. The wharves in the Maritimes are such an important critical infrastructure for those communities, and many of them have been absolutely pummeled.
Blair says the Coast Guard is already present in some of the hardest hit areas like Port aux Basques and the Magdalen Islands. And at this point, it looks as if the town of Port aux Basques on Newfoundland's southwest coast suffered the most damage from Fiona. Fierce winds and a storm surge have washed out roads and swept homes into the ocean. As Garrett Berry tells us, the community has declared a state of emergency and ordered evacuations.
Some people are calling it absolute destruction, and certainly worse than what a lot of people in the community were anticipating leading up to this big storm. We've heard from local authorities that homes have been damaged and destroyed. Some you can see in some pictures really swept away by the water. The whole water system is damaged, so the whole town now under a boil water order. An apartment building also was essentially washed away in the storm. We are hearing too from the RCMP telling us that one person has been brought to hospital. A woman was basically forced into the water after her home was severely damaged in the storm. Bystanders went and got her out of the water, brought her to the hospital where she is now. There's no update on her condition, but police tell us they are, of course, following up. Now, parts of the town are under an evacuation order. The mayor has been updating residents online, and he says that most of the people are heeding that order.
The CBC's Garrett Berry reporting from St. John's. Right now, power outages are lingering for hundreds of thousands of customers across Atlantic Canada. Currently, more than 303,000 Nova Scotia Power customers are without electricity, but that number has been declining with each passing hour. The company says work started this morning where the winds died enough to let technicians get safely up into the lift trucks. So far, NSP says the earliest that most of the Halifax area is likely to have the lights back on is late tomorrow night. The Annapolis Valley, they're saying Sunday into Monday for that area. Or for other more rural areas, they're saying Tuesday into Wednesday, especially in the inland area of mainland Nova Scotia and in the northeast. Same for Cape Breton as it stands now, but those estimates have been changing as crews make more progress. PEI's Maritime Electric says more than 82,000 of a possible 86,000 customers are without power there. NB Power is
Missing child, 4-year-old Grady McKinnon, East River East Side Road, Springville, Pictou County. Described as white, short brown hair, 2 feet 6 inches, 37 pounds with brown eyes. He is missing a top tooth and 2 bottom teeth. Last seen wearing a gray hoodie, gray pants with blue and yellow buses on them, and blue rubber boots. McKinnon was last seen at 3181 East River East Side Road in Springville at 5 p.m. today. Local residents, please check your property. If seen, call 911 or local police. For updates, visit RCMP Nova Scotia on Twitter or Facebook.
This morning, but they reopened late this afternoon. The Canso Causeway, which links Cape Breton to mainland Nova Scotia, reopened to all vehicles as well, according to the Department of Public Works. The department says the Canso Causeway Canal will stay closed until 6 a.m. tomorrow. Halifax Transit, including buses and ferry services, have remained suspended, and they will do so until further notice. Bay Ferries and Northumberland Ferries have cancelled some crossings over the next few days, including the Cat High-Speed Ferry between Yarmouth and Bar Harbor, Maine. Marine Atlantic says its vessels will be tied up tomorrow, at least for till tomorrow night at 11:45. Crossings between North Sydney and Port aux Basques after that may be impacted as well. And finally, to the southeastern region of New Brunswick, we turn to Anakin Adegube for the latest.
Earlier today, I was in Point de Chêne where there was a serious storm surge and high winds. From fallen trees on the roads to power outages. The small town was flooded due to high tides overflowing the seawalls and into the roads, leading to localized flooding in the area. Houses were submerged in water and rescue operations by the Shediac Fire Department was ongoing. A family vacationing in a cottage down on one of the flooded streets was stranded in the flood, but luckily for them, the firemen arrived on time for a rescue. I went on from there to Cocaine and Casey Cape. Some cottages and other properties along the coastline, Zavin, these areas, were destroyed by the storm. As of now, it seems the worst of Fiona has passed. Residents have now started to come out to clean up as much as they can, while waiting and hoping regular services will be restored and their lives will return to normal. Anakin Adegube, CBC News, New Brunswick.
And that's our news to the hour. Vanessa?
Thanks very much, Sarah. That's Sarah Halliburton in our Halifax newsroom this afternoon. Not this afternoon. It is, in fact, this evening. It is just after 9 o'clock, heading towards 10 o'clock in Newfoundland and Labrador. I'm Vanessa Vandervalk, broadcasting this special, looking at the storm aftermath here in the region. We are in Fredericton, New Brunswick, broadcasting across the Atlantic provinces. You can get in touch with us through until midnight tonight. The numbers to call are 506-451-4032 or 1-800-590-8181. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has outlined how the federal government will begin to offer assistance to our region. It includes monetary and military support. Here is the Prime Minister speaking earlier today with media.
Hurricane Fiona is currently having a terrible impact across Atlantic Canada and eastern Quebec. We're seeing devastating images come out of Port aux Basques. PEI has experienced storm damage like they've never seen. Cape Breton is being hit hard too, as is Quebec. There have been evacuation orders issued. Hundreds of thousands of people are without power. There are reports of roads washed out and homes destroyed. We've all seen the images. This is a very powerful, dangerous storm. We're thinking first and foremost of the people who've had a terrifying past 12 hours. People who've seen their homes washed away in the winds, ripped schools, roofs off. Canadians, as we always do in times of difficulty, we will be there for each other. I will, of course, no longer be attending the state funeral in Japan, and our government is fully engaged in supporting Canadians through this major storm. I've spoken with Premiers Fury, King, Higgs, Houston, and Legault. Told them that if there is anything the federal government can do to help, we will be there. Earlier today, I convened the Incident Response Group, and our government is standing ready to support provinces with any necessary resources. We've approved Nova Scotia's request for federal assistance and will deploy the Canadian Armed Forces to assist in assessment and cleanup, stand ready to do more. We're seeing reports of significant damage in the region. Recovery is going to be a big effort. We will be there to support every step of the way. I know Canadians across the country, as always, want to help. So we're announcing that we will match any Red Cross donations Canadians and corporations make over the next 30 days. However, today and tomorrow, the situation remains very dangerous. Please, stay safe, listen carefully to local authorities, and look out for each other.
That is Prime Minister Justin Trudeau speaking with reporters earlier this evening. Of course, much of Atlantic Canada is dealing with power outages at this hour. Many people spent the day in the dark, and many will go through the night in the dark as well. It's not easy, of course, and there are safety risks involved. Jeffrey Downey is the director of the New Brunswick Emergency Measures Organization, and he's on the line. Hello, Jeffrey.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. I imagine it's been a pretty hectic day for you.
Yes, it's been a very hectic day, certainly for many New Brunswickers, but it's been an even more hectic day for people in PEI, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland.
Absolutely. We certainly are aware of that. So there's so much information to stay on top of. If we can we talk about some of the safety tips that people should keep in mind during a power outage? Many people, of course, will spend tonight without power.
Absolutely. When you look at New Brunswick, at the peak earlier today, we had 57,000 customers without power. NB Power has been doing a tremendous job today, and they've gotten that number to down maybe around 30,000. That certainly means there's 30,000 customers who are without power right now, and they certainly will have some challenges in the days to come.
They certainly will. So in terms of eating, people are going to be looking towards their barbecues, gas stoves and the like. What do people need to know about using that safely?
I guess the first thing when you talk about safety during a power outage is to never use a charcoal or gas barbecue or camping heating equipment or generators indoors or even in garages. That is incredibly dangerous. We've seen tragedies in New Brunswick during an ice storm a few years ago when people weren't using these things in a very smart way. And we really need right now people to exercise their best judgment. So no generators indoors and even below windows that lead into the house. No gas barbecues indoors as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That is of paramount importance. And in terms of cooking, of course, people who've been without power for many hours will be looking at their freezers and starting to think about using some of the things in their freezers as they begin to thaw. What do they need to think about there? At what point have things thawed too much, perhaps, to put safely, to safely eat?
Yeah, no, and that's a very good question. If people don't open their freezers and their freezers are full to relatively full, frozen food will keep for 24 to 36 hours. After that, they do have to start making some judgment calls as to what to do with that food. If you do have a barbecue and it's been 36 hours, maybe it's time to start cooking up some of that food. But, we'd really recommend that people not open up their freezers and not let the cold air out to make any food in their freezers last as long as possible.
Okay, that is certainly useful. And in terms of, candle safety, a lot of people are going to be lighting candles tonight. What should people keep in mind there?
Absolutely. And candles are an important part of a 72-hour preparedness kit, I would just like to add. But always put candles on a proper candle holder. That's, very essential. And never leave them unattended. I know it's easy to be a little not so much careless, but forgetful in these times. I know this is a very stressful time for a lot of people, but do not leave candles unattended. That's when, accidents can happen. And if you are using candles, extinguish them before going to bed. Don't count on them to just burn out or, you just want to keep them on for a few minutes. Never trust it. Put out any candles when you're either going to be out of the room or if you're going to sleep.
Yeah, super important. What other safety tips should people keep in mind as they look at another night without power?
Well, there's the question about, why the people are without electricity at this point. Is it a question whether a branch has come across a power line in their neighborhood, have power lines simply fallen, or is it a question of water's entered your basement? I've seen many pictures today of homes that were surrounded by water, and I would suspect that water has entered their basement as well. Anyone who's had water enter their basement or enter their homes, and either their main electrical panel or a meter is even currently underwater or has been underwater, or there is visible damage to any electrical service equipment, like, say, the meter or even baseboards, people do need to get in touch with NB Power. This is not something to be taken lightly. I know this is a very stressful time for a lot of people, but, you don't want to compound it with tragedy as well. So we encourage anyone who has any questions to contact NB Power.
Yeah, that's important. That can be very dangerous if you have water in any of those kinds of things, and then the power comes back on and sparks.
Exactly. Yeah. We've been fortunate enough to avoid any fatalities thus far in New Brunswick, and we really want to keep it that way.
Yeah, we often talk as well when the power is out about turning off some of those items, so when the power comes back on, that it doesn't, cause it to overload. Is that something that people should be thinking about as well?
Absolutely. If you can do it safely, if there's any water in your home and you are currently in your home, and you are without power, absolutely turn off any equipment that you can. It certainly reduces the load when the electricity does come back on.
Okay. It's luckily it's not going to be too much of a cold night, but I know there are a number of warming centers available too around the province, and in fact around our region. If people do need places to go, certainly.
Yes, the NBEMO will be putting out on social media when shelters are opening and closing. So anyone who is looking for a little help can follow us on Facebook or on Twitter, and we will be putting out information there.
All right. Listen, thanks so much for your time this evening. It's greatly appreciated.
Not at all. Thank you very much.
Take care. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Jeffrey Downey is the director of the New Brunswick Emergency Measures Organization. Well, the River John area of Nova Scotia was hit particularly hard by Fiona. Cindy McKenzie felt the full brunt of it. She's been staying in a 30-foot camper trailer in order to be near her parents. She spoke with the CBC's Jean Armstrong earlier today, and she told Jean her parents were okay.
They're okay, actually. Their house made it out pretty good. They live in a mobile home, so I was still quite worried. But after just taking a quick tour around my neighborhood, we got off pretty lucky. Just a couple of lots down, there's a lot with a few trailers that are completely turned over. And I'll tell you, I thought I was going to go a couple of times last night in the trailer with my animals.
Really? What around what time were you feeling, and what were you feeling?
Between 1 and about 5, I guess, was really the worst for me. Maybe a little bit after that. But it was so bad that my trailer was actually lifting, and I could feel it lifting. At one point, it got a little too high for my liking, and the wind slammed it back down, thankfully, but I really thought I was going over.
Oh, my gosh, Cindy, that's so scary. So, and can you just tell us a little bit about why you're in a camper to begin with?
Well, the housing market is what it is in Nova Scotia. My parents live here. They haven't been well, and this is where my dad's from, so this is where they're living, on family land. When they got here, they were having more medical issues, so I decided to stay on the property with them. So I've actually been in the trailer for a year exactly now, being on their property to help look after them. I did move my trailer and had some amazing help from some community members here. I just need to do a big shout out to Jordy Landscaping and to Maggie's Farm, because honestly, I don't think I would be where I'm at upright right now without those guys. Sorry, I'm getting emotional because after seeing the destruction that I have in my hood, it's kind of became a little bit more real how lucky I am.
Oh my gosh, how did they help you, Jordy and
well, number one, Maggie's Farms, I had a hard time trying to find some hay. I have no windbreaks underneath my trailer. So I had a lot of suggestions from one of the Facebook groups that I'm on that said that it would be a good idea to pack in a bunch of hay around it to create some type of a windbreak. And I also had, that was from Maggie's Farm. They brought the hay, they drove almost a half an hour just to bring me hay so that I'd be safe. Big shout out to him. Brian was just amazing. And then I didn't want to leave my trailer too vulnerable because this entire year it's been sitting in the middle of a field. So I had Cody, come and help move it over to a bit more of a safer location. So I tucked it in beside my parents' garage. And I think that's probably the two things that saved me the most was pointing north and being tucked in by the garage, and also having some type of wind barrier underneath. Because even with the wind barrier, I was lifting. That one time, I really thought I was going through, but there were another dozen times that we're close.
It's scary enough to hear the wind whipping around when you're inside a house, let alone a trailer. I mean, is there anywhere else that you can go to for safety? I know the wind is left now, so it's a little late for that, but you know.
Well, honestly, my parents have medical issues, so I couldn't bring my animals to their home for a long period of time. I didn't want to create more medical issues. So the only thing I could do was leave them in the trailer, unfortunately. Fortunately, I'm an animal lover. I'm not leaving my animals alone. I was close enough to get to my parents if I had to get to them. But they were okay through it, and I didn't have to go out through it to go to them, and they're all fine and good this morning.
Good.
But yeah, it really brought a lot of gratitude to my world this morning after seeing some of the destruction that's around our neighborhood right now, because there's a lot of people that are missing roofs, completely flattened. Trailers are completely flipped. I just went down to Skinner's Cove Wharf, and there's a bunch of boats that are on the side. I feel because there's a lot of people that are going to be dealing with a lot of heartache when they find out how bad it is.
That was Cindy McKenzie in River John. She was speaking earlier this evening with the CBC's Jean Armstrong. We're about 20 minutes past 9 o'clock, or in Newfoundland and Labrador, we're about 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Speaking of Newfoundland and Labrador, let's check in with our colleagues there. Garrett Berry is joining us from our CBC studios in St. John's. Hi, Garrett.
Hi, good evening.
So what is the situation there at this point?
Well, the most of the damage still that we can see is in the Port aux Basques area on the southwest coast of Newfoundland. That town still many parts of that town, I should say, still under an evacuation order. And town officials will not be amending that overnight. They tell us that it's not safe, and they're not going to be sending anybody back into their homes. Instead, people tonight are sleeping at the town's elementary school after spending a long portion of their day at warming centers. Basically, the mayor says the wind and the waves are still too high, so now is not the time to try to slip past the town's roadblocks. They have streets shut down, essentially, and so now is not the time to try to get past that, to try to get back into your home to see what the damage is. Though this storm has been unprecedented in the town's history, he says they're not totally clear of it yet, so you should try to stay safe first, and everybody can reassess the damage later.
Yeah, I understand that area is still dealing with some fairly high winds as well as storm surge possibilities.
That's right, and right about when we're talking, I think high tide was about 20 minutes ago, so there's a possibility of storm surge on both sides of that high tide, and so that means the water is still high right now, and the winds are still fairly high too, from what we can tell. So although much of the storm happened earlier today, there's still possibilities for damage going out around town. We're told that there's still power lines down on the ground, that conditions are still pretty bad, that local power crews can't get out and address those yet. So it's still very dangerous to be out, and that's why the advice to people in the community is, if you're safe somewhere, stay there and try to wait a little bit longer if you can, before you try to go out and see what's happened to your home or your property.
Absolutely. I think that has been the main message that we hear from many of these communities that are dealing with these kinds of situations is if you are safe where you are, please do stay there. Don't go out into this and perhaps get yourself into trouble and then need further rescue, because folks have a lot that they're already dealing with. Do you have a sense at this point, Garrett, of how many people had to be evacuated there and are now spending the night at the elementary school?
We know it's somewhere more than 25 or 30, but an exact count of how many people at the elementary school, I should say, but count of how many people have left their homes is just something that officials haven't been able to get yet. Some people would have left their homes and gone to the evacuation center. Some people would have left their homes and stayed with family, maybe would have left town. We do have a few very preliminary numbers from the mayor, Brian Button. At least 20 homes are completely destroyed or damaged beyond repair. He believes there's more, but they can't get crews into those areas to count how many yet. So there are dozens of people displaced tonight, but yet again, don't know exactly how many. It's worth noting, too, that we're in the early hours of this still, even though the storm was a big part of the storm was this morning. We're still in the early hours of assessing this damage, early days of assessing what's happened in Port aux Basques and throughout the west coast of Newfoundland into Labrador, where it's going to be hitting later. The wind and the hurricane really is moving north now, moving from the Port aux Basques area where there's still concern, but moving now to Corner Brook, and then we'll be moving later up to Labrador. So we would expect to hear some news out of those communities as well in terms of adverse conditions and damage and things like that.
Absolutely. There is a story that caught a lot of people's attention, a very concerning story from Port aux Basques. There was one woman who I know was swept out to sea but then rescued, but there were reports of a second woman who had gone missing. Is there any update on that story, Garrett?
I did reach out to police officers, the police spokesperson in this province about an hour ago, a little bit less than an hour ago. And you're right that there was a report of a woman who was swept out into the water when her home collapsed around her. She was taken to hospital because bystanders were able to go in and retrieve her. And from what we hear from police about an hour ago, she's reportedly doing well. There's no serious injuries. Police have confirmed to us that they are investigating another report of a woman who went missing during the storm. That investigation is ongoing. They say once a search is safe to do so, they will do that. But as of right now, weather is still slowing down their efforts to trace down that investigation.
Okay, I know that you'll be right on top of that. And as you say, these weather conditions now moving northward into Corner Brook. So I suspect you'll be making calls there to see what the situation is there before too long.
Absolutely, yeah. And we do have, reporters that are in those areas tonight, and reporters that are going to be working for us very early tomorrow morning. So we're certainly tracking this as it develops. And as I mentioned, it's early. If you can think about it, if you can believe it that way, it's still early in the story. So there's still much more to come out of Port aux Basques, out of Corner Brook, out of Northern Peninsula, out of Labrador, about Hurricane Fiona's impact on this province.
Yeah, so much to be learned. And when the sun comes out tomorrow, we'll start to get a really good look at what has truly happened here. And it's just going to take a little bit of time. It's very kind of you to take the call today, Garrett. I really appreciate your time.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. That is Garrett Barry in our CBC studios in St. John's, Newfoundland. Well, Maritime Electric is trying its very best to bring power back on Prince Edward Island, but the pace depends on how fast roads get cleaned up. In Charlottetown, Jerry Arsenault and his crew have been working since yesterday. He's the owner of Branch Manager Tree Services, and they've now been asked to help Summerside tomorrow. Here he is speaking with Mikey Muddock.
Well, we were around last night, and we spent the night, but it wasn't fit to go out, so we didn't go out till about noon today.
Okay, and you've been working since then?
Yep, we just quit there now for the night, and we'll go at it at 6 tomorrow morning.
How long do you think it would take to kind of get majority of Charlottetown cleaned up?
Well, the street and power is going to take a good week anyway and I'm not sure about the power now. That's not my department, but just to clear the streets. But there'll be stuff to clean up till Christmas because the backyards are full.
Do you have any calls from private customers asking for help?
Oh, it started at 3 o'clock in the morning last night, and it never stops. I just quit answering. I can't take them all. There's just too many, and we can't do them anyway. So I'm going to have to change the message and tell them hopefully they can be patient. We'll get there if we can. I know there's people who have blocked driveways, trees on houses, and no power, and they need their electrical mast put back up, and it's just all stuff that's going to need to be done. But our priority right now is trying to get the city opened up and work our way out after that. There's a lot of customers in the city, too, that are waiting for us, but we're just doing the best we can. We have a crew in Summerside also. They have the same problem there, so we're stretched out.
What's happening over there at Summerside?
Well, it's the same. It's a lot of trees are in the power lines, and they need to be removed, and trees on the streets and buildings. And there's also some trees that are not down but are split and hanging over streets. They need to be made safe, so that's a lot more work there too. So.
Okay, and you start that tomorrow?
Yeah, be there tomorrow morning. This is bigger than Dorian. When Dorian hit, Summerside and Kensington were hit bad. Charlottetown was spared. We spent a day or two here, and there wasn't much damage here. But this time it seems to be island-wide from what I can see. Of course, I haven't traveled very much except Charlottetown. We haven't seen too many streets, but the ones we've seen are pretty bad. Toppled trees everywhere. North River Road is in bad shape. There's a tree in every yard, I believe, is down or hung up on the wire somewhere.
I mean, I can only imagine, like, if I'm working tomorrow and my car is blocked by a bunch of trees, what can you tell them?
Well, we just apologize. I feel bad that we can't make it. I had a guy in a trailer park call. He's got a tree on the roof, branched through the roof, and I was hoping to get to him. I was going to go there this morning, but it was too windy. And before we got to go there, the city called. They were ready to get started, so I haven't gone there. So I'm going to have to give him a call and see if he's still hanging on, and maybe try to get to him tomorrow if we can find the time. It's pretty severe.
Yeah, how you feeling about it all?
Well, it's overwhelming. It's just when I see the size of the trees that are laying there, and the amount of equipment it takes to move one of those large trees. I mean, some are 120-year-old trees down here. Those big lindens or a few big elms, and there's a few truckloads of material to move, and they're tangled up with wires, and they're not. It's not out in the woods. They're just dropping the tree down. They're a little technical, and it can be a slow process sometimes. But we're getting it done.
Jerry Arsenault and his crew have been working since yesterday. He's the owner of Branch Manager Tree Services, and he's helping to clear roads in Charlottetown and Summerside. And we're headed back to Prince Edward Island now. Brenda Hayes is on the line from Riverdale. Hi, Brenda.
Hi.
What's the situation where you are?
Well, first of all, we did contact Branch Manager, and he's right. We left a message knowing that he was on a busy route.
Yeah.
So shout out to him. Anyways, what I wanted to do is I wanted to thank somebody who came to our aid. We're living in Riverdale. My husband decided to go to Fredericton with the dog and stay there because it was just too stressful. We went through Dorian, and he didn't want to come through this one with Fiona. So then he's in New Brunswick, and what we had was trees blocking the driveway now from the storm. Plus we have wires down on the property as well. But he couldn't come home because he had a recent stroke, and it would be difficult to get past all of this debris. And all of a sudden I hear a chainsaw outside, and I thought maybe Branch Manager came, but it happened to be somebody who drove by and just saw the blockage in the driveway and decided to help. And shout out to Greg Payne. He's from Peters Road in the New Haven area, but he's also a nurse. So Nurse Greg Payne, thank you very much. You're an angel.
My goodness, isn't that something? And did you know Greg at all? Was he a friend or a neighbor of yours, or he just happened to be driving by?
He said him and his wife and his son were driving by, and he said, I'm going to go back there and help them. And I really appreciate it because Russ could not be coming home tomorrow, and because I didn't know how to clear that much. Yeah. And I know everybody's busy. And we have no power, just like everybody else, and plus it's difficult to report things when you don't have data to go online. So one more shout-out is to Charlene. She's from Maritime Electric, and we had to report our lines down, and she said treat them as live. So I thank her for that. She's very patient and compassionate, just a kind lady. So thank you also, Charlene. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's just nice sometimes to just get to thank people because, it's a hard time and get caught up in your own stuff, but thanks a lot.
Yeah, sure. It's an absolutely stressful situation, and then when people have that patience or are there to help, it makes such a difference. It really does, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Have you been there by yourself then, with your husband away in Fredericton?
Yep. It was pretty stressful by myself. Yes, and it was loud and. You didn't want to go out in the morning because it was still bad, but, you could see out the windows that it wasn't a good sign. And, we lost a lot of trees, and it was a pretty scary night.
It sounds it. Was it mostly wind? Did you have much in the way of rain there?
No. We were more prepared thinking, that there was going to be rain because of Dorian, but it ended up that it was just the wind. And the wind was very strong, it seemed like it was going through every crevice. And it's just like you could feel the wind even though you're not in there,
Yeah.
Strong wind.
Well, I'm so glad that you were able to get the help that you needed. It's really special when people are able to help in that way. Thanks so much, Brenda, for calling in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I just wanted to just make sure that Greg Payne and Charlene, that they get a shout out too.
Yeah.
So thanks again for giving me the opportunity. Have a good night.
Absolutely. I'm glad you're safe and sound. I really appreciate it. Take care.
You too.
Bye-bye. That's Brenda Hayes calling us from Riverdale, Prince Edward Island. We have a caller now from Ontario who has a connection to Prince Edward Island. Bob, hello there.
Hey, Vanessa, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. What's the situation?
No, I've been listening to your program for a number. I've been listening to CBC all day, actually, and just love the coverage. No, I just got back from PEI on Saturday last week. I was there for 10 days. Just dropped in to take a look at the place, and love and prayers to everybody in that area and everybody affected. But fell in love so bad that I bought a house there on PEI, and closing date is October the 12th. So,
oh my goodness,
God, everything works out, and in Somerset, in Linkletter. So this whole situation has made me even stronger to get out there, and just talking to some other people that from that area that live here in Ontario, we were talking about what can we do to go there and help out in any way, shape, or form. So I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing if there's any volunteers needed to kind of help out in any way whatsoever. So I just wanted to kind of share that story. The people, it's just incredible. It's just such a beautiful vibe out there. It's just beautiful. So
it's an amazing island. There's no doubt about it. Was it your intention to go there and buy a house, Bob, or did you go there on vacation and just fall in love to the point where you didn't want to leave?
A bit of both. A bit of both. I just retired literally in June, and I was trying to figure out where do I hang my hat, and dropped there. And like I said, it took about 2 days to fall in love. We stayed in North Rustico area, and So bought a house, and I hope to God everything works out.
Yeah, the house isn't yours quite yet. Do you know what it's? Have you been in touch with anyone in the area to get a sense of it?
I have not. I didn't want to impose. I reached out to the real estate agent today. Just wanted to wish her well. I didn't think it was proper to ask her about business sort of scenario. I was more concerned about her and her family. So I'll do that on Monday. Just give them some breathing room. But more resolve to get there. This whole situation, but it's just such a gorgeous place, and I just pray to God that everything works out well for everybody that's been hit with this.
Yeah, we certainly all do. Well, you couldn't have picked a more beautiful place to hang your hat, as you say, for the coming years. You're going to love it. I know that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's for sure.
Listen, thanks so much, Bob, for calling us. I really appreciate it.
And thank you for the coverage. It's like I said, I've been intently listening all day, and thank you for doing such a wonderful job at what you're doing.
Well, I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. You take care of yourself.
And you as well. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Have a good evening.
That is Bob calling us from Ontario. Plans to move to Prince Edward Island in the coming days. We've got some important information to pass along now. A 4-year-old boy is missing in Springville in Pictou County, Nova Scotia. RCMP say Grady McKinnon was playing outside at 5 o'clock tonight and wandered off. The CBC Nova Scotia's Jeff Douglas spoke with Corporal Chris Marshall.
About 25 after 5 this evening, Pictou County District RCP responded to a report of a 4-year-old that had wandered off from a residential property on East River East Side Road in Springville. Our officers attended immediately. We sent 2 RCMP police dog teams immediately to the area. We started activating local ground search and rescue teams. Those ground search and rescue teams are in the area now. We've also launched drones with FLIR capability as well to assist with the search. In that time, we have obviously issued some information about Grady McKinnon. He's 4 years old. He is about 2.5, 3 feet tall, 37 pounds. He has light brown hair. He's missing one of his top front teeth, and he's missing 2 bottom teeth. He has brown eyes as well. When he went missing, he was wearing a gray hoodie, gray pants with blue and yellow buses, and blue shark rubber boots as well. At the time, again, we were having difficulty with the cellular communications in the area due to Hurricane Fiona, which made it difficult to get photos of Grady, but we've since been able to get those, and the photos have been sent out to basically all media agencies. We posted them on social media, and then a vulnerable person alert was just sent out as well for Grady, and we're basically asking people in the area to check their properties.
Great. And for folks who are hearing this right now, Corporal Marshall, and want to get a look at Grady, where exactly can they go?
For sure. So basically, they can go to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police of Nova Scotia Facebook page. We posted the photos there. They can go to our Twitter account, which is RCMPNS on Twitter. And then there's also an RCMP alert detail site, which we've also posted to as well. And so basically those are the three locations in which you can go view those photos.
And in Springville, what's the environment like? Like, how hard was it hit? Is this a dangerous environment? Are there power lines down? Are there branches down?
No, my understanding is that obviously, that a lot of areas have had difficulty with down power lines, down branches, those kinds of things. It's out just outside of kind of across a river, but quite a ways from a river, but across a river from Stellarton, and kind of a long ways out from New Glasgow.
Yep.
Just kind of out in the county. Again, it's a fairly wooded area. My understanding from the members at the scene is while there was certainly an impact from Fiona, there's nothing imminently dangerous in that area that poses a risk to searchers or would pose an extra risk to Grady. There is a body of water, but it's quite a distance away from the home where Grady lives. So again, it's a wooded area is what we're searching through in an effort to find him.
What are the temperatures like up there, Corporal Marshall?
I don't have that information right offhand. I know in most places in the province we're talking low teens at best. It's been most of the day today, and obviously with the rain we've had, the ground would be fairly wet as well.
How many members have you been able, between members and local searchers, how many folks would be looking right now?
That's a great question. I don't have the numbers right up in front of me. I know in terms of RCMP members, between our dog service teams and members that would have been dispatched initially, we're probably talking anywhere from I'd say at least a dozen members at this point that would be engaged in this investigation. And then again, we've activated a number of ground search and rescue teams, and that would depend on, obviously, with weather conditions and things over the last 24 hours, how many people ground search teams could amass basically to get out there to start searching.
And can you remind us again what was happening? Grady, he was out playing in his yard?
That's right. He was out basically playing in his yard, and he wandered off. And as most parents would do, tried to look for him. And after about 20 minutes or so, the 25 minutes, they placed that call to police, and then we've been engaged ever since.
It's got to be terrifying.
Yeah, it would be absolutely. I can't imagine what the parents are going through.
For folks who will hear this and want to help, what do you say to them?
Again, so for people that live in the immediate area there in Springville, what we're asking is that obviously the search and rescue teams that are out and about and trying to search are, they're trained for this, they're adequately resourced for this. We also have police dogs out there, and we don't want members of the public coming into those search areas, given the police dogs and all the other searchers that are there. It could actually hamper our efforts. But what we are asking is people that live in that immediate area to please go out, check your sheds, check your garages, check your properties, check everywhere you can, turn the lights on, whatever you can do in an effort to assist both us and in an effort to try to find Grady. That's kind of what we're asking right now.
He's a cute little guy. I just retweeted that on my Twitter feed, Real Jeff Douglas. And I have a number here. Is this right? 902-485-4333?
That's right. So that would be the number for Pictou Detachment itself.
Okay.
But again, whether people see him and they can't remember the number, dial 911. We're fine with that. Yep.
Okay. Corporal Marshall, thanks for this. Good luck.
No, my pleasure. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
That's Corporal Chris Marshall with the Nova Scotia RCMP. He was speaking with the CBC's Jeff Douglas. As Corporal Marshall mentioned, you can see Grady McKinnon's photo on Facebook and on Twitter for the Nova Scotia RCMP, so just look up there. And the public are asked to call 911 or 902-485-4333 if they do see Grady McKinnon. Again, he's a 4-year-old missing in Springville in Pictou County, Nova Scotia. Well, we are going to Cape Breton now. We have Lorne Green in Sydney on the line. He's a councillor with the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. Good afternoon, Lorne. Good evening, rather.
Good evening, Vanessa. How are you doing?
I'm all right, thanks. I'm hanging in there. The question is, how are you doing? What's the situation right now in Sydney?
Well, it's really devastation is what it is, and we're in total darkness now. We're heading into 24 hours of darkness. I think we went out here in Sydney proper about 3:30 this morning, so we're heading into the 24-hour period with no power.
Yeah, hugely concerning, of course. When you say total devastation, I mean, what kind of damages have you seen in the community through the day today?
Well, we've seen everything from down trees to down poles, rooftops torn off of houses. It's just when you look at it, some of the areas it sort of reminds you of a bomb going off in some of the areas with the amount of destruction that took place.
My goodness.
We're talking about trees that are probably and definitely in the hundreds of years old that just toppled like toothpick. It's just amazing.
Wow. What caused the most damage there in Sydney, Lorne? Is it the wind?
Most definitely the wind. And, I got to say we're thankful that we didn't get all the rain that they anticipated because in 2016 we had the floods that were massive here. And luckily we didn't get that type of rain. It's really a blessing, I guess. Fiona came through and she came through with a vengeance, but she spared the rain for sure.
Yeah, that is certainly some good news. What was it like in the community when the winds were at their highest?
Well, actually, when the winds were at their highest, I was on a Teams meeting with our council, so we could actually declare a local state of emergency. In fact, when I was on the line, a shingle came off of my garage roof and went through my bedroom window, so it kind of stopped me in the meeting, and that's the kind of stuff that was happening. The house was actually, you could feel the house shaking.
Wow.
It was quite amazing.
My goodness, just incredible when you think about it. And how long did it last at that level? Because the storm really slowed down, and it seems to have taken a lot longer to clear.
Yeah, and it's amazing you say that because it seemed like it just stopped here and wanted to park here for a while. I don't know if she liked the area. If Fiona really liked Cape Breton, I guess she wanted to get a look at it.
Yeah.
It is beautiful. She made her mark for sure. It seemed like it lagged here for a while longer than they had actually predicted. So it was quite terrifying. I have never gone through this kind of storm in my life. I've seen a storm in '74, but nothing to this magnitude.
Did you grow up there on Cape Breton?
Born and raised, 57 years here, and proud to be a Cape Bretoner. And we have the slogan "Community of Communities," and it definitely is. And tomorrow we'll definitely see that those communities rise for sure. They'll be out, they'll mobilize because this is what this community does. It helps neighbors, and we'll see the boots on the ground, as they say, tomorrow, and the cleanup will start. Today we actually had crews out moving trees off of the roads just so that emergency vehicles could get through. They didn't do anything with the pole lines. Of course, that's Nova Scotia Power will do that. But there was crews out removing trees off the roads today.
Wow. What have you been hearing from residents through the day?
Well, basically what we're hearing from residents is, what's next? Like, what do we do next? And that, of course, is the plan tomorrow. That tomorrow will be the next steps of the cleanup, because this cleanup is obviously going to take us quite some time. When you look at the amount of cleanup that needs to take place, I would dare say we'd be definitely into the weeks for sure. There's massive, and the infrastructure is stuff that's going to be crucial when we get to actually visualize once all the trees are moved and the pole lines are are back in place, and you can see what those trees, the uprooting of the sidewalks and roadways. So that's the stuff that we'll have to be careful with now.
Yeah, it's so difficult to say because I don't think there's been really an opportunity to do a full assessment of the kind of damage that we've seen through the region. Of course, today the windy conditions were still very high, so it's going to take a little bit of time to figure out exactly what the situation is and what communities are dealing with. I mean, when it comes to that damaged infrastructure, do you know how much, whether it's bridges or roadways?
Well, it is bridges and roadways for sure. I'm not sure of, when I say infrastructure, I'm not sure of what the waterways and the water lines and sewer lines have been impacted. Most definitely it'll be an assessment tomorrow, a better assessment tomorrow, because hopefully the weather is predicting tomorrow is to be a calm day. So, our crews will get out and they'll be able to analyze and really have a look at what actually took place.
Yeah, big day for cleanup tomorrow. As we head into another night that, most residents are going to be in the dark, what concerns do you have?
Well, the concerns now, of course, are people that, their houses have been compromised. We're trying to impress upon them not to go back to those houses, even though, they want to. We want them to go to our shelters and our comfort centers for sure. We'd prefer to have them there, make sure that they're actually taken care of. And we ask everybody to be neighborly and look out for one another. And, where you can help, definitely lend that hand.
Are people showing up at those comfort centers? Are they making use of them this evening?
They are. Yes, they are. And actually, our mayor met with the federal MPs and the MLAs and the premier to find out what aid they're going to be able to provide, because we're hearing that we may have the Army here to assist in that cleanup tomorrow as well.
That's exactly what we're hearing as well. Listen, Lauren, thank you so much for taking our call again this evening. I know we've spoken with you earlier in the day. It's very good of you to check in with us and make sure that we can pass along the good information.
Thank you, Vanessa. It's very important that, at least some of the only lines of communication are through the media, some of the internet services, and people don't have the opportunity for those. So it's an opportunity to get the message out there, for people to take care and stay safe and, don't do anything foolish. Stay off the streets, stay home, and look out for one another.
Exactly. And if anything should develop, if there's information that you need to get out later this evening, you've got our number, so you give us a call.
I do.
Okay, Lauren? Okay.
I will do that. Thank you.
Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
That's Lauren Green. He's a councillor with the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. Well, Hurricane Fiona has not been kind to some potato farmers, and Boyd Rose is one of them. The potato grower and packer from Eastern PEI was hoping for better weather, especially after being shut out from the U.S. market due to the ban late last year. But Boyd was among the islanders who were hit the hardest by the winds. He talks to Mikey Muduk from North Lake.
Everybody's fine. Everybody's well, safe. That's the most important part. It was a wild, wild ride.
Mm-hmm. Can you talk about that? What did you experience last night and today?
We had some extensive damage at our packing facility. Unfortunately, we had a large overhead door facing north, and it, by all apparent evidence, it blew in overnight, which allowed the wind to get inside and totally blew out the east wall in our packing facility. So yeah, that was very unfortunate. We, when we do get power back, we'll have to fix this wall up. But it's there's a hole in the building now, about 24 feet high and about 60 feet long.
How did you find out?
I went for a drive at 6:30 this morning. Even though with all the warnings, I was anxious to see if all our farm equipment and our farm buildings and the packing facility had made it through the night. And as I approached East Point Potato, I seen pink insulation and pieces of steel blowing across the road. So I was like, oh, this doesn't look good. And when I went a little further, I found there was a major hole in her side of her building. I mean, we still have her 100% of her potato crop in the ground as well. I was concerned about the excessive rain, but it doesn't look like, with a few days of sun, and I think we'll be able to start harvest when we get some power back on again. So we're fortunate that way as well.
And so you're planning on harvesting them as soon as possible, you say?
Yeah, our plan was to start probably by next Saturday.
Okay. What's your hope now moving forward from this?
Hopefully we'll have a month of nice weather now, and, there's major damage with power lines and trees, and just hopeful we can get a good next 4 to 5 to 6 weeks so farmers can get their crops dug and not have too much storage rot in them. Typically it's been wetter in the western part of BI, so a little concerned about their storage ability if they got as much rain as we did, because they were wetter starting out. But that's the game we're in. The risks seem to get larger every year, but we're a pretty resilient group. We usually bounce back from it, so hopefully we'll have a successful and safe digging harvest season.
That was Boyd Rose, a potato farmer from eastern Prince Edward Island. Got a note now from Parks Canada about Cape Breton. Of course, in the aftermath of the storm, they have begun assessing the damage to the Cabot Trail and campgrounds within Cape Breton Highlands National Park, as well as National Historic Sites on Cape Breton Island and Canso. At this time, they're advising of some updates. Alexander Graham Bell National Historic Site will remain closed tomorrow. Fortress of Louisbourg National Historic Site will remain closed to visitors until further notice, including the reconstructed town, Kennington Cove, Lighthouse Trail, and green spaces. The site will reopen once repairs to the infrastructure are made and conditions are deemed safe. In Cape Breton Highlands National Park, some closures remaining in place from Neils Harbor to Ingonish. At French Mountain, they will be reassessed in the morning. Some areas have reopened, though. Celtic Road, west entrance to the park, just north of Cheticamp. Additionally, campgrounds in Cape Breton Highlands National Park remain closed until September the 30th. Visitors who have booked campsites this week will be contacted about the cancellation as well as refunding of those reservations. This is still an active weather event, they say, and extremely dangerous. Trees and power lines may be across the road, so stay home and off the roads so that we can all weather the storm together. And again, that is from Parks Canada staff on Cape Breton. It is 10 o'clock in the Maritime Provinces, 10:30 in Newfoundland and Labrador. I'm Vanessa Vandervalk, broadcasting this evening from Fredericton, New Brunswick, across the Atlantic provinces. Joining us now is Sarah Halliburton with the news.
Good evening. In Nova Scotia, Pictou County RCMP are searching for a 4-year-old boy who's been missing for 5 hours. Grady McKinnon was last seen at around 5 o'clock this evening. He was playing outside when he wandered off. RCMP say they're searching with multiple police dog teams. They are asking the public to check their own properties for now, not to enter the search area because it could hamper police efforts. They put out the alert last hour. Until now, cell and internet problems meant they couldn't put out a picture of Grady, but that's now been fixed. He's described as 2'6", 37 pounds, and has missing a front top tooth and 2 bottom teeth. He has brown eyes and short light brown hair. He's wearing a grey hoodie, grey and blue rubber boots. The town of Port aux Basques on Newfoundland's southwest coast appears to be the worst hit area by Fiona after the winds and storm surge literally swept homes and buildings into the ocean. Malone Mullen has the latest from the devastated community.
As night fell on Port aux Basques, dozens of people hunkered down in beds that aren't theirs, displaced by an emergency evacuation earlier in the morning. Over 20 homes have been lost to the sea, washed away completely or destroyed beyond repair by a record-breaking storm surge that caught the entire town by surprise. The mayor says the town has experienced total devastation in a storm unlike any it's seen before that left at least one person in hospital after she was washed out to sea and then rescued. Police say one person may still be missing. As daylight waned on Saturday, debris still cluttered roadways, whole roofs ending up on lawns, wrecked lumber washing ashore and blocking roads. Mayor Brian Button says the town isn't safe and won't be anytime soon. Its roads and causeways are compromised, electrical wires loose, its buildings unstable. The town remains under a state of emergency, and it'll stay that way for now. Malone Mullen, CBC News, Port aux Basques.
Back in Nova Scotia, the CEO of Nova Scotia Power says it'll be days before some parts of the province will have electricity again. Right now, the number of customers in the dark is just over 290,000. Peter Gregg says they've managed to hook thousands back up already, especially in the western part of the province where the winds diminished enough this morning to allow ground crews to get to the trouble spots. He says it will likely be tomorrow night or Monday night before much of the Halifax Regional Municipality will have electricity back, and it'll likely be as late as Wednesday or Thursday night for more rural areas and most of Cape Breton. Phone service has also been disrupted across the province. During a briefing today, the minister responsible for EMO, John Lohr, says it's a high priority to get cell service providers working with Nova Scotia Power to ensure electricity continues to flow to their towers.
In some cases, landline phones are also tied to cell towers. And so this is something that is an area of federal government regulation. But, I mean, our world is changing. We just need better coverage for 911 with our cell service. So it's something that we, in the aftermath of this, we'll certainly be looking at.
Meanwhile, NB Power is reporting around 28,000 outages scattered around the province, but the highest number in the eastern half. The company estimates it'll be tomorrow night before most people have electricity back on. Newfoundland Power is reporting around 4,000 customers without power. Almost all of Prince Edward Island remains without electricity, though. Brian Higgins has the latest from there.
82,000 customers remain without power as PEI heads into its first full night without electricity. Now that's 95% of the island, and that number has not changed all day. Utility repair crews are expected to get started in earnest early Sunday now that the winds are starting to drop. Now, Premier Dennis King has confirmed extensive damage to infrastructure island-wide. That includes bridges and causeways in critical points of entry, he calls it. That means to coastal communities. Damage is in the multi-millions. Cell service was also down much of the day. A shelter for homeless people in Charlottetown will reopen again tonight. Other warming centres remained closed because it was just too dangerous for people to leave their homes, but more centres will be slated to open Sunday. Maritime Electric, the local utility company, says the work of restoring power is sure to take days. Brian Higgins, CBC News, Charlottetown.
And the mayor of Cape Breton Regional Municipality, Amanda McDougall, says 200 people have been displaced from their homes there. 40 have been placed in the Coast Guard College. The municipality has been working with the Red Cross to find places for the rest. In speaking with the CBC, McDougall described some of the damage she witnessed this afternoon.
Roofs actually ripped off, trees falling on homes, windows boarded up, just debris everywhere. And then, you head down to the coastline and you see these monstrosities of waves. There's still anger in that ocean right now.
And Parks Canada says in Cape Breton Highlands National Park, there are areas that remain closed tonight from Neils Harbour to Ingonish, and at French Mountain. They'll be reassessed in the morning. But some areas have reopened, including Celtic Road and the west entrance to the park just north of Cheticamp. And the campgrounds in the park will stay closed until September 30th. And that's a CBC News to the hour. Vanessa?
Thanks very much, Sarah. That's Sarah Halliburton in our Halifax newsroom this evening. We are going to Newfoundland right now to Port aux Basques. Jolene Garland is a media relations officer with the RCMP there. Good evening.
Good evening.
What are conditions in the community like right now?
The wind and stuff is starting to pick up again, but happy to report no further destruction from what we've seen, earlier this morning.
Well, that is certainly some good news. I know there was some concern about, another surge, I guess, this evening. So what was it like?
Well, as I mentioned now, like winds are picking up, but I guess not to the point that they were this morning. So, this morning almost seemed like the perfect storm with the tide coming in and the winds and the rain and whatnot, causing those monstrous waves that, cause such devastating destruction in the town. Right now we're just kind of monitoring, on standby, ready to respond, and hoping that we won't reach anywhere near where it was this morning.
So with the winds beginning to pick up now, I'm guessing it's still not safe for people to be out on the roads in Port aux Basques.
No, for sure. We do encourage residents to find a safe space to wait out the storm. Those that have been evacuated are still evacuated from their homes. Certainly will be permitted back once it's safe to do so. But again, at this time, we're asking for people to obey by, the evacuations, stay in a safe place, and just wait it out.
Yeah, very important. I know we spoke with you this afternoon, and at that time there was a missing person. What's the situation now with that missing person?
Unfortunately, the conditions have not allowed or permitted us to safely do what we would normally do under the circumstances of a missing person. So the individual is still at large. We don't know the status. The report that was indicated believed that she had been swept out, from her residence, but unfortunately we're unable to determine, where she is or what her condition currently is. We're unable to deploy the normal resources that we would, aerial search, ground search, just for the safety of those involved in the search. It's just not permitted at this time.
So that investigation is still open. I know there was another person as well who was swept out to sea but then rescued.
Yes, we did have a woman that went into the water, and she was safely recovered by bystanders in the area. She was transported for medical attention, and our latest reports indicates that she is not seriously injured, so we're very thankful for that. The resources we do have with respect to the missing persons case are on standby and are ready to roll as soon as the weather permits us to do that safely.
Do you have a sense of when that might be, when you'll be able to conduct that search?
I really don't expect that will be till at least the morning. I mean, under any normal conditions, searches at night are very limited just by daylight and darkness. So we really don't anticipate being able to move forward until daylight, and then again we'd have to assess the winds and the rain and the safety of those who would be performing the search.
Right. Okay. So hopefully that's something that can take place in the morning. In the meantime, are RCMP getting called to deal with a number of things, I would imagine, with these winds kicking up again?
Nothing like what we had this morning. Like I said, it just seemed to be, unfortunately, like the perfect storm at the right time there, or the wrong time, whichever way you want to look at it. All things coming together to cause the devastation that was there this morning. We're really hoping that the worst of it is over, but we are asking people for their patience. During this time, we're asking residents to stay in a safe place. We're asking people to be vigilant and, not put themselves in unnecessary risk. Don't go out and trying to capture images or videos or photos of the like. It's simply not worth it. It puts them at risk. It puts first responders at risk as well.
Yeah, that is something that we have heard over and over and over again right across the region. Listen, thank you very much for the time this evening. It's really appreciated.
You're welcome. Have a nice evening.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Jolene Garland is a media relations officer with the RCMP in Port aux Basques. Well, we do have a CBC team of reporters and producers working across Atlantic Canada, people who have been working through the day and into the night. One of those people is Jeff Douglas. He's been with us all evening. Jeff worked through the night last night, and he's back in the Halifax studio now. Hello there, Jeff.
Hey, Vanessa. How are things up there?
Well, things are all right here. What's the situation in Nova Scotia at this point?
Well, do you know, I was just looking here at the Nova Scotia power outage map Nova Scotia Power puts out, and the number's still very high. just about 295,000. Well, look at this. Even as I say it, it's changed. I was going to say it's high, but nowhere near where it was. It's 292,000 now, 891. And I think when you and I first started speaking about 4 hours ago, that number was actually up around 340,000. So that's 50,000 people have had power returned to them in the past 5 hours. So obviously those crews are out there and making a pretty good time, pretty darn good time. Now there is an awful lot of people power out there on the road, and Nova Scotia, I think, is the beneficiary of a lot of generosity from neighboring jurisdictions like New Brunswick and Maine, and there's in excess of 800 crews, I think, out there right now. So things for 50,000 people have gotten a lot better. Certainly being without power is far from ideal, particularly, here in Nova Scotia, as I'm sure it is the case in New Brunswick. A lot of us are on, we're not on municipal service. We're on wells, we're on septic. So being without power means that we're without water as well. So anything that happens there, to expedite the return of the power is obviously very much appreciated. In Sarah's newscast there, she played a bit of my conversation with Amanda McDougall, who's the mayor of the CBRM. And this is the last contact I had with her. We just heard in that tape that, that was the area that was hit particularly hardest in this province, and in the CBRM, Glace Bay bore the brunt of that. We saw, a fair amount of damage there. 10 to 12 buildings had these are residences by and large, lost their roofs. Like, that's significant, obviously, damage. A lot of force, just demonstrates the force Fiona had when she still came came aground up there near Canso. And I actually just had a conversation with one of our colleagues, and I've just mentioned to one of your producers, your AP there, Danielle, that I have some tape, and this is for later on when you're needing something to talk about. Kate McKenna from CBC Montreal. This is something, Vanessa, that I just picked up, as Twitter was racing by me last night. Kate and I worked together at As It Happens a couple of years ago, and so I saw it come by, and I'm like, oh, Kate McKenna, I wonder what she's up to. And I was like, oh my gosh, she's going to the Magdalens. And I just thought, the Magdalen Islands, part of Quebec, obviously, so they've kind of fallen through the cracks a little bit here because, we've all been tasked with just, we're mandated really to report on what's happening in our own jurisdictions, you, New Brunswick, me, Nova Scotia, our colleagues in Prince Edward Island there. But even though administratively the Magdalens are part of Quebec, they are much, much closer, obviously, to Prince Edward Island and Cape Breton Island. And, if you were to triangulate kind of North Shore PEI and the west coast of Cape Breton and I guess a little bit further out, Port aux Basques, which really is what got Kate McKenna into my mind. The Ile de Madeleine or the Magdalen Islands are right there, right in the middle of that Gulf of St. Lawrence. And so I gave her a call. I was just like, hey, how did your night go? And it was crazy over there. It was crazy. And actually, when I talked to Kate, which was about an hour ago, she said that there were still winds gusting to between 120 and 160 kilometers an hour.
Wow.
Yeah. So that tape will be coming your way.
Okay, we will certainly watch out for that. In the meantime, I know there is a story that you have been watching very closely, Jeff. This is a story about a missing 4-year-old. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, Grady McKinnon, 4 years old. Look, this little fellow is 2 feet, 6 inches tall, 37 pounds. Went out. It could happen so easily, right? It's terrifying how easily it could happen. This is in Springville, Pictou County, here kind of in the north of Nova Scotia. Went out into his yard to play and, just wandered off. So last seen around 5 p.m. today, the local detachment of RCMP up in Pictou County dispatched a canine service team, dog service team. Search and rescue teams are also have been dispatched. And they're just, I spoke with Corporal Chris Marshall about a half hour ago now, I think. And he's just asking, and the RCMP and Search and Rescue just asking if folks are in the vicinity up there in Springville. This is in the area of East River
East Side Road in Springville, Pictou County, that if you're in that area, just to take a look in any outbuildings you might have. If you have a garage or a garden shed or whatever, just keep an eye out for it. But to please not, at this point, do not actively try and engage in the search, because those canine units and search and rescue units are on the ground, and they are searching for Grady. They're obviously incredibly skilled and trained people, and if folks like you and I, Vanessa, with the best of intentions, stumble into that area, we can actually frustrate their efforts. So what Corporal Marshall and the RCMP and Search and Rescue are asking is that you would call 911 if you catch sight of Grady. Again, Grady McKinnon, he is missing a front top tooth, 2 bottom teeth, brown eyes, short light brown hair, wearing a gray hoodie, gray pants, blue and yellow, with blue and yellow buses on the pants, and blue shark rubber boots. I've tweeted out a photograph on my Twitter feed, which is Real Jeff Douglas, and I think if you go into Twitter and you search for Real Nova Scotia RCMP, you can see a photograph of a beautiful, beautiful little boy. So yeah, we're definitely thinking of that family and wishing the best for those dog service teams and search and rescue teams.
Absolutely. I imagine those parents are beside themselves. So
I can't imagine. I cannot imagine.
Okay, so if you are in that area, have a look at your outbuildings and see if you can find anything there.
That's it. And call 911 if you see them.
Listen, thanks so much for this, Jeff. Really appreciate it.
Vanessa.
Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's Jeff Douglas. He is host of Main Street on CBC Radio in Halifax. He has been on duty all through the storm last night, and he is on duty again tonight, and we're very pleased to have him. He's been very, very busy. He just mentioned this tape, actually. The Magdalen Islands are part of Quebec, of course, administratively, but much closer to PEI and Cape Breton Island. The CBC Montreal's Kate McKenna is there, and as Jeff just mentioned, he reached her on the island, and he asked her what it was like riding out Fiona on the Magdalens.
Totally crazy. The wind is gusting to like 150, 160.
Still?
Yeah, this evening as well. Yeah, there's still a wind warning in effect. Might not be. It's well over 100. I don't know what exactly it is, but like between 120 and 160. The thing is that people here are very used to it, so they're very accustomed to storms. One of the islands above where I am is pretty much powerless and running on generators, but Hydro-Quebec sent teams preemptively.
Okay.
They sent 10 teams to both try and fortify the system, and also whenever there are like down lines and stuff, they can get there and try and secure the line to prevent a bad situation from getting worse. The other big thing is the water usage. We're not supposed to use water across all of the islands, so like no showers, essentially.
Right.
No, and the reason for that is because the pumps are being run by generators now. It has calmed down a lot in the last couple of hours, which is great, because the last update we had was at 4:30, and at that point, Hydro-Quebec sounded very concerned about what lay ahead, because it's the wind, right? It's not really the rain; it's the wind. But I just checked the map before I talked to you, and I don't see a significant number more outage. We do know that 22 people were forced out of their homes.
Okay.
But it's not clear if that's from flooding or from wind damage or what. The municipality, it's basically one giant municipality.
Right,
on
yes.
The island.
Yeah.
They've set up 4 different shelters, and they're nowhere near capacity. So
Okay.
They're very prepared.
That's good. And did you experience any surge there?
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, no, yeah. The waves were cresting over the wharf, all starting early this morning, well into the evening. Yeah.
For this storm, for Fiona, if you could kind of pick an area where not to be.
Yeah, I know.
It kind of looked like it. Now I know it did turn kind of northeast afterwards, but I was curious. I wonder how Kate McKenna's night went. How was your night?
Oh my God, terrifying. And they made a snap decision yesterday at 8 a.m. I got a call from my boss to be on a plane in 2 hours. And we were the last flight in before everything just went bonkers.
Yeah.
So the flight was terrifying.
I bet it was.
And yeah, I mean, nobody slept. I've been chatting with my people at my little hotel, and it was just like, I don't know well, you were on air, but here it just felt like constant gunfire at our building. Like, it was just like, I'm sure you've heard that all day, all night. It is impossible to sleep.
That's CBC Montreal's Kate McKenna on the Magdalen Islands. She was speaking with the CBC's Jeff Douglas. Well, one of the people my colleague Jean Armstrong spoke with this afternoon was Kat Finley in Port aux Basques. She can see the ocean from her home. She's originally from Fredericton.
Good afternoon.
So what is
I'm actually originally from Fredericton, so I'm excited to talk to you guys.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Well, it's the Atlantic Canada is so connected. I'm learning. So
I know it really truly is.
Yeah.
Small world.
It's really good to have you on. Tell us, what do you see outside your window right now?
So like I'm up on a hill, and below me there's like a small, row of houses along a road. That road is currently being washed away. There's bunch of debris. Yeah, there's the odd little shed that's down there, like closer to the other end from me, but I believe they're gone because there's so much debris now in the bay below me, which normally wouldn't even get hardly a ripple of a wave, but
wow.
There's an island out there that usually blocks it. But the surge was so strong this morning. The town has come a few times and pushed all the debris out of the way just to try to keep that road open. And now the tide is down. So it's just all churning up and looks like a big foamy debris soup. But the winds are terrible. The winds have now picked up. So where I'm up on a hill, I was protected from the water, but my house has her dancing shoes on at the moment, and she's doing the hoochie coochie.
Your house is?
My house is dancing, in the wind. That's what I like to say. She's got her dancing shoes on. But I don't think it's going anywhere. It's been here 90 years, so I feel like I'm good.
Well, yeah, and Ryan Snodden, our meteorologist at CBC, I think he was saying it was 100 kilometers an hour at the last check in Port aux Basques. So those are really strong winds. But just going back to a moment to that debris soup you mentioned, and the foamy water and all the things floating down there. And that the road is kind of washed away. What has washed away there? What can you see? What kind of debris can you see?
From what I can see, like the sidewalk is all, so normally there's just a guardrail and a sidewalk and then the street. But again, we don't usually get waves there. But the sidewalk is all buckling in some areas. Some areas it's completely gone. And there's buoys, like so many buoys from boats, and there's pieces of buildings down there. A power pole blew over down there recently. I believe my husband said he spotted a canoe down in there. So there's a lot. There's even one of the big warning buoys like that they have out for the ferry that comes in. And the areas that they have around the coast to keep people from the danger zones. One of those is completely unhooked and is now down in my little bay.
What an image that is. Wow.
It is interesting. I just took another video actually of the foam soup, as I like to call it. But yeah, like I said, they've got it all cleared off once again now. But earlier there was just so much debris up on the road, I couldn't believe it.
And you're high up on a hill, but as we've seen from those images, so many homes and roofs flying off, and just parts of homes just floating away. What are you hearing about how residents that are closer to the water are doing?
Well, I know they've done evacuations at different times of the day. So like earlier when I first had gotten up this morning, I'd heard a friend was, in need. They'd been evacuated and needed a few supplies. So off we went to help. We have a big Jeep, and I knew my area was safe. So I got to them. I'm also a home care worker, so I checked on my client to make sure he was safe. And then we picked up a few supplies for people that needed it and then returned home. But I do know that there is areas of what we call down channel that are gone. Like the local videos that are coming around on social media, I'm astounded that there are actually sections of town now that are no longer there.
No, they're gone. They're gone. Like parts of town are gone. That's unthinkable.
Yeah. there's like streets missing and houses gone.
Oh my goodness.
Like where there used to be a neighborhood, it's like devastation.
How are you doing, Kat?
I am actually quite good. My in-laws are well. My husband is well. My daughter is here with us. Everybody that I know in my immediate little circle is well. And like I said, I checked on a few people today that fall in that circle, though they're not family, and they're also well. So we're just now trying to get through the next few hours till the winds calm down, and then pray that the tides tonight don't take out more parts of town. That's all we can do is just wait now.
And that tide set to come at 9:00 tonight, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully the winds will, be less strong, and that tide won't wreak more havoc. But
Mr. Snowden and all the other meteorologists are telling us that the winds are going to die down now here starting shortly. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting, too, because we keep hearing about Hurricane Fiona trotting along, moving up the system. She's taking her time.
She's taking her good old time. As, it's just like most of us people in Atlantic Canada. We just like to take our time. We'll get there when we get there.
Oh, my goodness. And can you just give us a sense, too, Port aux Basques as a community? How would you describe Port aux Basques and the people there?
You're lovely. I mean, I moved here 14 years ago. Like I said, I'm originally from Fredericton. So they're lovely here. And they're all, I know there's so many people coming together for their neighbors. And, I'm seeing it. I see posts on Facebook like, hey, if anybody in my neighborhood needs anything, just shoot me a message. I know they're all sticking their necks out for each other. And that's what they do here. I mean, that's what Newfoundland is in general, not just Port aux Basques. Newfoundlanders are like that. I mean, they truly are a one-of-a-kind people. And I mean, this is home for me now. So now these are my people.
That's Kat Findlay in Port aux Basques, Newfoundland, speaking with my colleague Jean Armstrong earlier today. Of course, it has been a very difficult day in Port aux Basques. The community has experienced significant storm surge damage from Fiona. Joining us now is the mayor of Channel Port aux Basques, Brian Button. Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
A very tough day for your community. What are conditions like now?
It has certainly been a tough day for the community. There's no doubt about that. It's been all the way around. It's been a tough day. Currently, right now, we're still experiencing some high winds. We have seen some wind warnings are ending, but the winds are still quite high yet, and we're into some high tides here again, where we were worried about possible more storm surges. So it's been a trying day. We've got devastation and things in our community which we've never seen before.
I can only imagine just how trying it has been. You say that the winds have kicked up again. We've heard that earlier as well from the RCMP. Are you seeing anything in terms of the storm surge? I know that was a concern. Well, we've been monitoring that the tides are high, and the sea has been high all day. The sea was high this morning, and the wave action was even before the tides got high here. So all day, we've had a rough go all along the shorelines, and especially with so many homes built along the coastline. These homes have been, they've been experiencing those that didn't get hit. They've been in a spot where everybody, the fear and the anxiety of where they were, that we have those people out of that as well. So, we still ran into, in some cases, where people wouldn't leave. And I guess the call comes in that if you're not going to leave, we're going to run in a situation where if things go south there, we won't be able to get back to you. How many people did you have to evacuate in the end, and where are those people spending their night? I don't have the total numbers because we had so many groups that were involved with trying to move them, and a lot of people went to family and friends, and they went there. But I know tonight now those who we haven't been able to place into particular homes or at the local hotels here,
we have them at the local high school now. We have them there. They're settled away. With the help of Marine Atlantic have stepped up, and they've got their staff assigned to the high school. They're working tonight around the clock to stay with these people, and so between the schools and the school boards, Marine Atlantic, and the community, we have these people safe and sound right now, and we'll have a better handle tomorrow morning what we'll do with regards of some of them.
I imagine it was a pretty huge effort to get those people to safety and then to make plans to shelter them for the evening. What's it been like getting all of this done through the day today?
It's been chaotic at times because when we were trying to evacuate people, we were also being cut off. I guess the easiest way to describe it, the sea was taken back to land. And for our town, as you went and announced our town, it was called Channel Port-aux-Basques. Well, our town used to be separated and was separated by water at some points in our history. And the town, of course, has joined up, but the sea today was taking back some of those areas. And when the tides were high and during our evacuation, we were running into some difficulties there of being able to get people through those areas. But through the efforts of the volunteers and our fire department and so on and so forth, we were able to get people through there as safely as we could.
I understand you had a meeting a bit earlier this evening to plan next steps. What can you tell us about that?
Well, the next steps tomorrow morning, we're looking at the forecast. The forecast looking a lot better for tomorrow. The first thing we have to do is go in to assess the areas. We can't send people back to these areas. We are still in a state of emergency here, and we will continue to be so until we assess these areas and find out just what we have there, because we have down power lines, we have houses that are in middle of streets, we have houses that are completely gone. Until we actually get down and see what we've got and what we're dealing with, we won't be sending people back into these areas until we know it's safe to do so. I know a lot of people are waiting anxiously to go back to check their properties and to have a look at their properties. But today wasn't the day to do that. Tomorrow, at some point, I'm sure there'll be an opportunity that we'll be able to open some of that up where we can go and check on our properties and get things probably up and running with some heat in those houses, especially if they have water in them and things like that, so we can start that process. But we're working on that for tomorrow morning. We have crews all lined up, ready and to go into action once we get the go ahead to be able to move them down to get some of the streets open.
There's a lot of work ahead. Certainly understand that. Some of the damage that you've experienced is pretty obvious. We've seen some of the photos of the devastation. Do you think, though, that you have a real good sense of just how much damage has been done? Have you got an opportunity to really take a good look around the community, given the weather conditions through the day today?
Myself, I haven't been into all these areas. We have had our crews and our main people that have been out. We've got, of course, we've seen a lot of video, a lot of pictures and things that when we've had our people out there. So we do know what's going on. We've seen some of it ourselves firsthand. But there are areas where we haven't been able to really look at and to be able to go. So there's a lot of uncertainty of what is taking place in those areas. So we will get that sense tomorrow without a doubt. We will be into there. But like I said, with the down power lines and all those type things, until we get the green light from power companies and stuff, that's where we are. And we'll take a look. As I told some people tonight, they wanted to go home, but I said, unfortunately, I can't let you go home tonight. And if I let you go home tonight and things go a little bit south, I'll never be able to live with myself knowing that we had you out of there and we sent you back. So people we stayed status quo and kept it even. We did have some places that probably would have been okay tonight. They went back. just because waters won't reach that area. But with the high winds and the rain and the pounding that we have on the go out there, there's no need to send them back when we have places for them.
You know, given the conditions in the community, is there a message you'd like to share with people in the community or even elsewhere?
Well, I'm going to tell you, as I said in the opening here, our community has not experienced it. I guess the old saying around these parts and what we hear, especially in Newfoundland and Labrador, is that we've been through storms before. We've seen that before. We've had lots of wind, and we're known for our wind here. But I think the saying today changed a little bit. We haven't seen anything like this before, what have happened here today. And so with all of that, all I can say to people is that they got to remain calm. We're glad that they're safe. We want to keep them safe. Our duty is to keep people safe, and that's what we're trying to do. So they have to understand why we're taking the measures that we are. And until that time changes, I just say to people is stay safe and look after one another.
I certainly hope you'll never see anything like this again. Mayor, just how tired are you at this point?
I've been on the go myself since about 4 this morning. We were on the go last night, probably until 11:30, making some calls last night because, you know, we knew that we had a sense that this was going to be bad. You know, we had information that was given to us that this was going to be bad. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, it was worse than even what I thought. But at that time, we worked till about 11:30 last night, contacting as many people as we could at that particular time. We were up early this morning on the go, and we've been on the go pretty much since 4 this morning. So it's probably after 11 o'clock here now, 11 p.m. at night. So it's been a very long, trying day.
I can only imagine. I hope there is some rest in your very near future, Mayor.
We'll be back at it again in the morning, and we'll from there, we'll work things, and hopefully tomorrow will be a brighter day.
I certainly hope so. Take care. Thanks so much for taking the call. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Our best to you and everyone in the community.
We appreciate it, and we appreciate all the wishes and good wishes coming from your provinces as well.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Brian Button is the mayor of Channel Port aux Basques. Well, we have a bit of a power outage update for you now. As of 10 o'clock or 10:30 in Newfoundland, Nova Scotia Power is finally reporting numbers under 300,000 in terms of outages. Just over 293,000 people are without power in that province, so some progress there. On PEI, there are still 82,000 customers without power. NB Power is reporting almost 27,000 customers without power. Again, that's down a little bit as well. So there's been some progress in New Brunswick. And Newfoundland Power, 5,293 customers at this point without power. Well, on PEI, Premier Dennis King addressed the province during an EMO, an Emergency Measures Organization, briefing this afternoon. He says Hurricane Fiona brought a quote on historic weather conditions. And he says the province is now beginning to lay out a level of response, which he hopes can occur in the next couple of hours. Here's some of what he had to say.
What we know at this point is incomplete. As I stated earlier, we haven't been able to begin the full assessment of the damages caused by Fiona. We do know that late last night and into the morning, high winds of over 170 kilometers per hour, heavy rains, coastal storm surges over 2 meters hit our province. Fiona hit us hard. And while we haven't had that full assessment, we know and we have seen since daybreak the impacts on Prince Edward Island, and they have been devastating. And it seems that few communities, large or small, have been spared. It was billed as one of the most severe storms to ever hit our province, and by all accounts, Hurricane Fiona has lived up to that billing. The impacts, as I say, have been far-reaching. By early accounts, the devastation looks to be beyond anything that we have witnessed before in Prince Edward Island. If there is a positive, it's that at the moment of this media conference, we've had no reports of any significant injuries or worse. Islanders heeded the warnings, it seems, to be prepared, and that in itself is a blessing. And I suppose at the time of difficulty that we face here, I think it might be important for all of us to remember to count our blessings large and small. But we do know there is significant damage throughout the island. Over 95% of islanders are currently without electric power. The process to begin to reestablish our electricity connections will begin when the winds subside to a level below 80 kilometers per hour and when our EMO teams are able to get a better assessment of the damage. And Tanya will share more about that in a moment. But Islanders should know that we are ready to activate our prioritized response and recovery as soon as possible. And this will include reestablishing connection to electricity in what will be a very timely process. Because there is no electricity, we know some islanders are having an impact with their cell service. And until such time as we restore power and internet service, we encourage islanders to limit their cell phone usage. And Tanya will also talk a bit about that as well. We also know that some communities have lost critical infrastructure like causeways and bridges at critical entry points. We know the importance of this infrastructure and connectivity, and we will work as fast as humanly possible to restore this. The immediate priority for EMO and the government is to get a full assessment of the damage across the province. This will provide us with the necessary information to guide our recovery efforts and will provide us with the ability to determine what additional resources will be required from the federal government and our provincial neighbours, all of who have reached out to us and are at the ready. That will begin, as we say, as soon as the weather will allow, hopefully sometime in the next number of hours. We do know the damage is very extensive, quite likely the worst we've ever seen. Islanders know that our road to recovery, and they should know that our road to recovery will be weeks or longer. We have our teams engaged, and our efforts to do so will be like other devastating things that we've dealt with in the past, and it will be an all-hands-on-deck approach. As a province, we've been here before. Our experience will be helpful in our approach and our response, though this one, I think, will be larger and will take longer. I spoke early this afternoon with Prime Minister Trudeau. I've spoken with Intergovernmental Affairs Minister Dominic LeBlanc. Minister Compton has spoken with Minister Blair. We have been reassured that the federal government is prepared to support us in our recovery and to do so with urgency. Provincial Cabinet has met multiple times a day over the last number of days, and that will continue in the days ahead to ensure we can respond to the impacts that islanders, businesses, and communities are feeling during the recovery stage. And lastly, while we woke up this morning to devastating weather, tomorrow morning we will wake up and start to really see and hear about the impacts of the storm and start to better understand the extent of the recovery efforts that will be required. While the news will be hard to hear, it'll be hard to see, and sometimes it'll be hard to comprehend, we will summon our island courage and strength to help us make the uncertain steps that we need to make, but I know that we will make them. In the days ahead, we will need to be kind and helpful to family, to friends, to neighbors, and to strangers. This is a time when we need to lean on each other, to look out for each other, and find our way back together. And we've done this before. I know we will do it again, and we will need to do it again, and let's do it together.
That's PEI Premier Dennis King speaking this afternoon. He is urging the public to stay home and stay safe as crews look to plan their cleanup across the province in the coming days. Now, here's a call that came into our CBC broadcast earlier this afternoon. Maureen from Linkletter, Prince Edward Island, was on the CBC broadcast right after we first played Premier King's comments that it could take weeks for the cleanup.
Well, I hope it's not going to take weeks. I mean, we survived Dorian, and we did pretty good on that. I know the hurricane warnings here have ended, but the winds are still pretty strong. And I I understand what he's saying. It may take longer, but I'm praying it doesn't, because right now I'm without power and it's getting a little cold. I've had a tree that I never expected to come down. It came down. And I agree, it's very devastating. I mean, we're tough. We can bounce back from this, but I don't know. I'm a little worried myself. I really am.
What is your property looking like, Maureen? What's the damage like in your area?
Well, the funny part of it all is there's a lot of beautiful old trees down again, and that's really disappointing and heartbreaking. It's cloudy, it's windy, it's cold, it's miserable. So it doesn't really add to the what do you want to say? You're upbeat.
Yeah, to the vibe, I suppose. I don't know. Maureen, oh, what a situation you're in, and I know that so many islanders are listening to this and feeling the way that you are about this, and just hurting about the fact that this is going to take a long time. I'm so sorry that some of your beloved trees there have come down that have withstood other storms. We have to move to another call right now, but thank you so much for calling.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
That's Maureen from Linkletter, Prince Edward Island. She was speaking earlier in the broadcast to our colleague, the CBC's Jean Armstrong. Well, we have another caller on the phone right now from Prince Edward Island. Darlene Crabb is on the line. Hi, Darlene.
Hello. I can hardly hear you, but I'm here with my landline went out on me last night. I tried to call you. And I was on deck to talk to someone, but my landline went out on me.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Where are you?
I don't know.
Can you hear me okay?
What happened to it?
Can you hear me okay, Darlene?
Not too bad.
Okay. I'll try to speak up a little bit. Where are you on the island, Darlene?
I'm just a little piece past Winslow. I live in Milton.
Okay. And what has your day been like?
Well, I was really surprised. I was telling the lady that answered the phone, they're driving by here like it's a regular Saturday night. I don't know where they're going. I see cars and trucks and everybody all afternoon going by here, and I thought, there can't be anything on the road around my area, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, my goodness.
But they can't go to Charlottetown because there's nothing. Like, I talked to my friend in Charlottetown. She said there's wires and trees everywhere.
So people have not been heeding some of the advice to stay home, I guess.
Well, not where I live. I don't know. I was trying to move something, and it was in my yard, and nobody stopped to help me. They just keep driving by me.
My goodness.
So I was telling the lady, I'm here by myself. Last night was pretty wild.
I'll bet it was. Can you tell me what it was like, Darlene?
Oh, my goodness. Well, I was afraid. I stayed up all night because I thought the window might come in, and I'm visually impaired. I can't see. And I was going to take my cat, and I thought, well, we'll go down the basement if it comes in on us. But it just ripped a piece off my deck. That's about all.
Boy.
I would around supper time with my cat, and we looked, but I was lucky none of my trees, just a lot of branches. And it just ripped a piece off my deck. I didn't see nothing over at my neighbors. They all looked pretty good. Well, I didn't see any trees down or anything.
I'm glad that the damage wasn't more serious, but it sounds like it was pretty scary.
Well, I know. I know it was hitting my window on the north side really hard. Like I figured that window was going to come in on me. And I am visually impaired, like I was saying, and I didn't know where I was going to go or what was going to happen to me.
Wow.
So I just want everybody to remember neighbors or people that are all alone, maybe to check in on them once in a while.
Have you had anybody stop in to check in that you're okay?
No.
No,
I never see anybody. They just, like I was telling the other lady, I was trying to move something in the yard, and they just kept driving by me. So it kind of hurt me when I heard that other man saying, or that lady was saying over in Riverdale that somebody stopped and cut a tree down for her.
Yeah.
Or helped her move the tree that was in her yard across her driveway. So
yeah,
I just want people to remember that there's older people that might have health problems since they're all alone. It'd be nice to knock on their door and say, hey, do you need when you're driving by, do you need coffee or do you need this or that?
Yeah. Do you have power there tonight, Darlene?
No. It went out at 1:00 last night.
So you're spending another night in the dark. At least, I guess the winds are certainly not what they were last night, but it doesn't sound like a great night.
No. It's gone way down, considerable, yeah. I think what saved me, it was coming in from the north, and I only have really one window on the north. But it kind of took a piece off my deck, so. But that's okay. I can fix the deck.
Yeah, I'm certainly glad that
the wood didn't come in the window or something. That was what I was afraid of.
Well, yeah, that would have been very bad indeed. I'm glad that the damage wasn't worse, and certainly that you're okay. I mean, that's the most important part, is that you're not injured.
Oh, that was a blessing. Yes, I was thinking I was going to have to phone an ambulance earlier, but I'm feeling better than I was. So,
how come? Were you feeling sick or?
Well, I have stage 5 kidney disease, so I was feeling pretty sick because I didn't have the right kind of food to eat. I have to eat a special diet, and when I'm anxious like that, that makes everything worse.
Well, I can imagine that kind of stress is not good if you've got health conditions. That's for sure.
Not for anybody. Yeah, if you have a heart problem or something, yeah.
Yeah.
So no, I just wanted people to remember other people.
Well, that's an important thing. There's no doubt about it. I'm glad that you're okay. I really am. And
I hope the people in Charlottetown are okay. It seems like it went through Charlottetown harder than maybe my area.
Yeah, it's hit some areas worse than others, no doubt about it.
Yeah. I was shocked because I have some trees. I was pretty worried because the roots are very exposed on them. They're big old trees.
Yep.
But they stayed strong. A few limbs were broke off them, but that's about it.
Well, that's not too bad. It could have been a lot worse.
Oh, my goodness. Absolutely. So
you're able to get out and everything like that. You don't have anything across your driveway. You're going to be able to...
No. I don't even have any... There wasn't even any water on the road because the people were driving by. And I thought, well, they're kind of going fast. But I didn't see any water coming off the road.
Yeah.
Wherever they were going, I thought, well, maybe things aren't so bad. But then I was listening to your radio, and it's bad in Charlottetown because a lady called me from there, and she said her backyard is full of trees and power lines.
Oh boy, yeah, it's certainly hit some places much worse than others. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Must be just we were blessed here, I guess.
Yeah. Listen, thank you so much for calling, Darlene. I'm glad you're safe and sound, and that's a very good point that you made, so it's very good of you to give us a shout.
Yeah, just knock on somebody's door and say, are you okay?
Yeah.
Or can I get you something?
Yeah. Remember the neighbors, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Darlene. You take care.
Well, I'm praying for everybody in Charlottetown.
Yep. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Darlene Crabb is in Winslow, Prince Edward Island. Well, earlier this afternoon, Nova Scotia's Emergency Management Office held a media briefing. One of the speakers was Peter Gregg, the president and CEO of Nova Scotia Power. He said that repair work has already begun, but many residents could still be without power for days. Here's some of what Gregg said.
Fiona continues to impact communities right across this province. We've seen significant wind, and as Bob just mentioned, we still do see some remaining significant wind in parts of the province, and peak winds that we really haven't seen before in the province. And so as a result, damage has been widespread and severe. We've seen healthy trees uprooted. We've got hundreds of broken poles that we've been able to identify so far, and we're expecting to find more as we continue to complete our damage assessment. There are also hundreds of full-size trees and branches that have come down and are impeding access to many parts of the province. So in many areas, weather conditions, as I said, are still too dangerous for our crews to get up in our bucket trucks. With winds of over 80 kilometers an hour, it isn't safe for them to be up there. but I want to assure you that they're still busy. We have lots of crews removing wires from cars and roads and responding to 911 calls. And we continue to assess the damage and do everything we can to be ready to go when the winds drop and allow our crews to safely get back up there. In the western region, as an example, our crews were able to start restoring power overnight as the wind speed started to drop. I'm pleased to report that we've restored power to over 60,000 customers so far during this storm. In the metro area, winds are now starting to be below 80 kilometers an hour, meaning our crews will be able to safely start making more progress with restoration throughout the day today and tomorrow. I know there's been some focus on Cape Breton, and I also want to focus there. Based on the information we've been getting from our damage assessors in the field, Cape Breton is seeing extremely extensive damage. As a result, we are opening a satellite emergency operations center in Sydney today. This will be the second command center, very much like our EOC here in Halifax, where I am today, where we continue to coordinate plans and resources for the province. And moving forward, we have now over 900 power line technicians, forestry technicians, and damage assessors in the field, and hundreds more working behind the scenes to support our customers and crews. And if we need more resources, we will not hesitate to reach out. In fact, we're having conversations with many of our neighbors right now. We continue to talk to our neighboring utilities, and we have more crews on the way from far away as Ontario and Maine. Unfortunately, given the dangerous condition for our crews and the widespread damage, there will be customers who will see outages for multiple days. I want to reiterate that. We'll get at the restoration as quickly and safely as we can, but recognizing the damage we're seeing, I want to say there will be outages for multiple days. We understand how challenging and frustrating that is for our customers, and I want our customers to know that we're working to restore power as quickly as we can, as soon as it is safe to do so. And while I'm on safety, I also want to remind people there are a number of downed power lines across this province. Broken poles, down power lines. Please treat them as if they are energized. Even if you think the power might be off in your neighborhood, you must assume that those power lines are energized. Do not go near them, do not touch them, and please report them right away so that our crews can remove them and make safe.
That was Nova Scotia Power CEO Peter Gregg speaking earlier this afternoon. Naturally, with power out in many parts of our region, a lot of people are going to be spending the night in the dark, and they may be looking for a safe place to be. Here's a list of some of the Nova Scotia warming centres that we know about. The Dartmouth East Community Centre, along with the Sackville Area Warming Centre at 125 Metropolitan Avenue. That's the former site of the St. Elizabeth Seton Church in Lower Sackville, Nova Scotia. That's one. There are evacuation centres for the Halifax region, at the Canada Games Centre, at the Acadia Centre in Lower Sackville, St. Margaret Centre in Upper Tantallon, Musquodoboit Harbour Community Centre, of course, in Musquodoboit Harbour. An emergency storm shelter will also be available to people in Amherst. Nope, that's information. Oh, no, that information is still valid at the Amherst Lions Club on 9 Electric Street. And in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, the Canadian Red Cross moved people from Centre 200 in Sydney to the Coast Guard College and Member 2 Trade and Convention Centre today. So those are just some of the places that you can look to if you are in Nova Scotia and without power this evening and looking for a safe place to spend the night, a warm place to spend the night, and maybe charge some of your phone and things like that. A lot of people are going to be spending the night in the dark again this evening. Well, it is 11 o'clock. I am Vanessa Vandervalk, broadcasting across the Atlantic provinces this evening from New Brunswick, from Fredericton, New Brunswick. It's 11 o'clock across much of our region, 11:30 in Newfoundland. And we will head to Halifax now, where Sarah Halliburton has the news.
Good evening, and we begin this hour again in Nova Scotia, where Pictou County RCMP is asking for the help of residents in the area of East River Eastside Road in Springville, that's south of New Glasgow, to find a missing 4-year-old boy. Grady McKinnon was last seen at around 5 o'clock this evening. He was playing outside in his yard when he wandered off. Corporal Chris Marshall speaks for the RCMP.
2 RCMP police dog teams immediately to the area, and we started activating local ground search and rescue teams. Those ground search and rescue teams are in the area now. We've also launched drones with FLIR capability as well to assist with the search.
Marshall says they are currently looking in a wooded area. They're asking the public to keep an eye out on their properties, but for the time being not to enter the search area because it could hamper police efforts. There's a picture of Grady on the Nova Scotia RCMP Facebook page and Twitter account. Grady's described as 2'6", 37 pounds, and missing a front top tooth and 2 bottom teeth. He has brown eyes and short light brown hair. He's wearing gray pants, a gray hoodie, and a blue shark rubber boots. The town of Port aux Basques on Newfoundland's southwest coast appears to be the worst hit area by the storm after Fiona's winds and storm surge literally swept homes and buildings into the ocean, including a 2-story apartment building. Jolene Garland speaks for the RCMP. She says the people who were evacuated this morning are staying out of their homes for now to wait out the rest of the storm. There were earlier reports of a missing person, a woman who had been swept out to sea from her house. Garland says conditions have not permitted officers to do what they would normally do with a missing persons report.
So the individual is still at large. We don't know the status. The report that was indicated believed that she had been swept out, from her residence, but unfortunately we're unable to deploy the normal resources that we would, aerial search, ground search, just for the safety of those involved in the search. It's just not permitted at this time.
Garland says another woman who was also reportedly swept into the sea from her home was rescued by people who happened to be nearby and is in good condition now. She says right now in Port aux Basques the wind has started to pick up again, but there hasn't been any further destruction to this morning's surge. Right now, power outages are lingering for hundreds of thousands of customers across Atlantic Canada. Currently, more than 290,000 homes and businesses are in the dark in Nova Scotia. The CEO of Nova Scotia Power says some customers will be without electricity for multiple days. During a provincial EMO briefing this afternoon, CEO Peter Gregg says crews have been out in several areas as soon as the winds died down enough to work on the line safely, and they've hooked tens of thousands of people back up already. He says people in rural areas and in Cape Breton will likely wait the longest for power to be restored. Greg says the damage to equipment and infrastructure in Cape Breton is extreme. He says right now NSP has more than over 900 workers on the ground, and more crews are expected to arrive from as far as Ontario and Maine. PEI Maritime Electric says more than 82,000 out of a possible 86,000 customers are without power. NB Power is reporting around 25,000 outages now. That's down from 40,000 a few hours ago. They're scattered around the province, but the highest number are still in the southeast. The company estimates it will be tomorrow night before power is restored to most people. And Newfoundland Power was reporting around 4,100 customers without electricity. 200 people have been displaced from their homes in Cape Breton. Cape Breton Regional Municipality Mayor Amanda McDougall told the CBC that 40 have found shelter at the Coast Guard College in Sydney. The municipality's been working with the Red Cross to find places for the rest. McDougall says she's only just seeing the extent of the damage in the region.
I looked at places like Lewisburg, and the damage out there is remarkable. I haven't been out there myself in person, but seeing the photos and getting the reports from my staff, it is devastating.
Both CBRM and Victoria County declared states of local emergency. And a request from the Atlantic provinces for military assistance has been approved by the federal government. Justin Trudeau made the announcement at a media conference in Ottawa earlier this evening. The Prime Minister pledged his full support to the Atlantic premiers. Public Safety Minister Bill Blair says that help has already arrived at some of the hardest hit areas.
In addition to the excellent response of the Canadian Armed Forces, Canadian Coast Guard is also present. There are presence already in Port aux Basques, in the Magdalene Islands. This is, in many aspects, a maritime event, and the Canadian Coast Guard is deployed. They have ships, they have helicopters, and they've got personnel.
Defense Minister Anita Anand added that a military response unit is ready to be deployed from the Gagetown base in New Brunswick. And that's the CBC News to the hour. Vanessa?
Thanks very much, Sarah. That's Sarah Halliburton in our Halifax newsroom this evening. Well, parts of southeastern New Brunswick were hit with high wind and rain during Fiona. We started our show out today with Jeannique Cormier. We wanted to speak again with her as we're heading into our last hour. So we plan to do that in just a few minutes. Actually, we plan to do that now, I think. Jeannique Cormier lives in Casey Cape near Shediac Road. She and her neighbors were stranded earlier due to some flooding, and she's back on the line now. Hi, Jeannique.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well. How was the rest of your evening?
Well, good. It's calmer.
That is some good news. That is some good news. And we heard from someone right after we called you who said that he was able to use the road.
Is it Greg? Yes.
Yes, that's some good news.
Very good news. Much appreciated for your research. Thank you.
Absolutely. Did any of you actually leave the house to check things out?
Well, I mean, after our call, no. No, I think everybody's pretty much exhausted from last night, so everybody's pretty much calming down. Lots of people that I can see on the next streets still have no power. I can hear the generators going on, so yeah.
It's that kind of a night, I think, in lots of our regions, certainly. So things are calmer where you are. Is there any flooding still to speak of, or has that really resolved?
I will have to check out tomorrow morning if there's any more surges, if there's anything else. But right now, everything seems to be calmer. Looking on Facebook without data, things are a little bit better, yes.
That is good. So what are you concerned about at this point?
That everybody's power is being restored as soon as possible, I guess. And basically just hope that no more winds pick up again.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think we're good.
Oh, I really hope that that's the case and that things are good. What are you going to be doing tomorrow, do you think?
Clean up the yard. And I have some friends from Moncton saying, hi, we're coming over. I'm going, oh, thank you. So we're going to come and just clean up all the crazy branches and the dead leaves everywhere, and I said, and we're going to have to be available for other people that need extra help.
Yeah. How big of a job do you think you've got ahead of you tomorrow?
Significant.
Significant, you say?
Well, yeah, and I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining because I know there's other people are in a bigger rut than I am. But yeah, it's a lot of cleaning up because it's debris of stuff that you did not expect. I broomed off my little patio 3 times today, and it's full again.
Wow. So there's still a fair bit of debris blowing around. Is that the case?
That's exactly the case, yes.
Boy, and you say that you have plans to help some neighbors out possibly as well tomorrow. I mean, as I recall from earlier, there's a big job ahead in that community. Some of these, cottages have slipped off their foundation, that kind of thing.
Oh, it's absolutely. So it's beyond our help physically. So we're going to have to need some help from the government or whatever it is that we can get.
Yeah. It's a lot of work to be done, but it sounds like you're ready to take it on.
Absolutely. We're Maritimers.
This is true. Thank you so much, Jeannique. Really appreciate you taking a second call with us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and have yourself a good night and be safe.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Jeannique Cormier is in Casey Cape near Shediac Road. Well, one of the big issues across Atlantic Canada, of course, all day and through tonight has been power, meaning many people spent the day in the dark. It's not an easy thing, and there can be some safety risks involved as well. Earlier this evening, we spoke with Jeffrey Downey. He is the director of New Brunswick Emergency Measures Organization. Here's that conversation.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. I imagine it's been a pretty hectic day for you.
Yes, it's been a very hectic day, certainly for many New Brunswickers, but it's been an even more hectic day for people in PEI, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland.
Absolutely. We certainly are aware of that. So there's so much information to stay on top of. If we can we talk about some of the safety tips that people should keep in mind during a power outage? Many people, of course, will spend tonight without power.
Absolutely. When you look at New Brunswick, at the peak earlier today, we had 57,000 customers without power. NB Power has been doing a tremendous job today, and they've gotten that number to down maybe around 30,000. That certainly means there's 30,000 customers who are without power right now, and they certainly will have some challenges in the days to come.
They certainly will. So in terms of eating, people are going to be looking towards their barbecues, gas stoves and the like. What do people need to know about using that safely?
I guess the first thing when you talk about safety during a power outage is to never use a charcoal or gas barbecue or camping heating equipment or generators indoors or even in garages. That is incredibly dangerous. We've seen tragedies in New Brunswick during an ice storm a few years ago when people weren't using these things in a very smart way. And we really need right now people to exercise their best judgment. So no generators indoors and even below windows that lead into the house. No gas barbecues indoors as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That is of paramount importance. And in terms of cooking, of course, people who've been without power for many hours will be looking at their freezers and starting to think about using some of the things in their freezers as they begin to thaw. What do they need to think about there? At what point have things thawed too much, perhaps, to put safely, to safely eat?
Yeah, no, and that's a very good question. If people don't open their freezers and their freezers are full to relatively full, frozen food will keep for 24 to 36 hours. After that, they do have to start making some judgment calls as to what to do with that food. If you do have a barbecue and it's been 36 hours, maybe it's time to start cooking up some of that food. But, we'd really recommend that people not open up their freezers and not let the cold air out to make any food in their freezers last as long as possible.
Okay, that is certainly useful. And in terms of, candle safety, a lot of people are going to be lighting candles tonight. What should people keep in mind there?
Absolutely. And candles are an important part of a 72-hour preparedness kit, I'd just like to add. But always put candles on a proper candle holder. That's, very essential. And never leave them unattended. I know it's easy to be a little... not so much careless, but forgetful in these times. I know this is a very stressful time for a lot of people, but do not leave candles unattended. That's when, accidents can happen. And if you are using candles, extinguish them before going to bed. Don't count on them to just burn out or, you just want to keep them on for a few minutes. Never trust it. Put out any candles when you're either going to be out of the room or if you're going to sleep.
Yeah, super important. What other safety tips should people keep in mind as they look at another night without power?
Well, there's the question about, why the people are without electricity at this point. Is it a question whether a branch has come across a power line in their neighborhood, have power lines simply fallen, or is it a question of water's entered your basement? I've seen many pictures today of homes that were surrounded by water, and I would suspect that water had entered their basement as well. So, anyone who's had water enter their basement or enter their homes and either the main electrical panel or a meter is even currently underwater or has been underwater, or there is visible damage to any electrical service equipment, like, say, the meter or even baseboards, people do need to get in touch with NB Power. This is not something to be taken lightly. I know this is a very stressful time for a lot of people, but, you don't want to compound it with tragedy as well. So we encourage anyone who has any questions to contact NB Power.
Yeah, that's important. That can be very dangerous if you have water in any of those kinds of things, and then the power comes back on and sparks.
Exactly. Yeah. We've been fortunate enough to avoid any fatalities thus far in New Brunswick, and we really want to keep it that way.
Yeah, we often talk as well when the power is out about turning off some of those items, so when the power comes back on, that it doesn't, cause it to overload. Is that something that people should be thinking about as well?
Absolutely. If you can do it safely, if there's any water in your home and you are currently in your home and you are without power, absolutely turn off any equipment that you can. It certainly reduces the load when the electricity does come back on.
Okay. It's luckily it's not going to be too much of a cold night, but I know there are a number of warming centers available too around the province and in fact around our region if people do need places to go, certainly.
Yes. The NBEMO will be putting out on social media when shelters are opening and closing. So anyone who is looking for a little help can follow us on Facebook or on Twitter, and we will be putting out information there.
All right. Listen, thanks so much for your time this evening. It's greatly appreciated.
Not at all. Thank you very much.
Take care. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
That was Jeffrey Downey. He is the director of the New Brunswick Emergency Measures Organization. He spoke with us earlier this evening. Well, the Cape Breton Regional Municipality has been among the hardest hit areas in Nova Scotia. Like many of us, CBRM Mayor Amanda McDougall has had phone connectivity issues all day. But she did manage to get a call through to CBC Nova Scotia's Jeff Douglas earlier today.
What does CBRM look like?
Yeah, so I met up with my police chief, Robert Walsh, and my CAO, Marie Walsh. And we took a drive specifically around Glace Bay, but they were also showing me photos of the communities around CBRM and what they've been seeing. We saw a lot of damage to homes, roofs actually ripped off, trees falling on homes, windows boarded up, just debris everywhere. And then, you head down to the coastline and you see these monstrosities.
Now, the latest weather update for mainland Nova Scotia is issued by Environment Canada. Right tonight, clearing
what do we know about
overnight with
injuries or human toll, I guess? Has there been anything reported? Do you know anything about that?
Now, the latest weather update from Environment
Canada. So we
have
upwards of 200 people displaced from homes. We're working with our partners in Member 2 and the Coast Guard to secure more medium and long-term shelter for them because we know we're just at the beginning of this journey. Not one case of injury.
That's amazing.
At this point. It is. I can't even believe it when I say it out loud. It is amazing. But I think it's testament to people taking care of each other, looking out for one another, and also people recognizing risk and going to places like our shelters.
Have you had, when you were on your tour, did you have a chance to speak to any of the citizens, anyone who had been impacted like that?
No, and I say that being grateful because we're asking people right now. We did put forward a state of local emergency this morning. We met at 4:30 this morning and again at 6, and have been asking people to stay home unless absolutely necessary to go out. And so for me, that's a good thing. I didn't see a lot of people out and about walking around. We did see some cars, but it's almost like you don't need to see the people's faces or hear their voices because you see it all around you. Our community is really, it's been beaten.
Yeah. Have things, is it starting to calm down there now? We're 10 minutes, just so folks know, because we're taping this conversation, 10 minutes after 5 local. Is it calm there in CBRM now?
It is just starting, Jeff. My husband and I, at one point today, he was like, when is this wind going to end? It's like it stirred anxiety in us for the better part of 12 hours. And finally it's starting to subside. And, our cell phones are working a little bit better. So I don't know. It's indicative that we're going to be able to start doing that hard work.
And of the 200 people, you said 200 folks, as we sit here now, that your understanding is 200 folks have been displaced. Where did they go? Where have they gone?
Right. And so they initially were sent to Center 200, which is our regional recreation space. And unfortunately, the power went out there.
Yes.
And then the generators stopped working. So our staff and our EMO team had to work really quick. But getting the permissions from the Coast Guard College, we know that we have, I think, 40 people going there. We have lots of space. The Red Cross has been incredible to set up in Member 2 with our other community partners. Jeff, there's like an entire apartment building that was evacuated this afternoon that had just so many people in it, and this is going to continue happening. So that's why it was really important that we secure this really medium to long-term shelter for folks.
And so these are accommodations that folks can be in. It's not like, hey, for a couple of days. These are where people could be in the interim.
Yeah, exactly. Until other arrangements are made, for sure. Specifically at the Coast Guard College, everybody has their own room. There's bathrooms, there's kitchens, and it's pretty remarkable to see the community come together so quickly like this.
Does anyone anywhere in CBRM, to the best of your knowledge, have electricity or power? Who's not on generator?
Well, they are the lucky few, let me tell you. You know what? Actually, just up the street from me on Main Street in Glace Bay, I know that there's a small stretch and they have power. Otherwise, the rest of us are out. So there's like these remarkable small pockets that might have a little bit of power. Now, we were not anticipating to see crews working until probably later tonight because the winds were anticipated to stay high above 80. That has dropped. And so we're seeing some mobilization of power crews, which is incredible. And just, I don't know, it just brings this air of gratitude and appreciation, right?
Yeah. And have you spoken with NSP? Did they give any timelines as far as when some folks will start to start getting back up?
I mean, Peter Gregg has been really great to start emailing me. I know there's going to be a command center for Nova Scotia Power started up here in Cape Breton because there's just so much widespread damage. So that's a really encouraging step as well. What I'm seeing, especially, I'm using the outage map. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah. I looked at places like Lewisburg, and the damage out there is remarkable. I haven't been out there myself in person, but seeing the photos and getting the reports from my staff, it is devastating. And so,
Was there surge out there, Mayor McDougall? That was one of the places that we were kind of concerned about.
The surge came early, but it was really the wind. It was the wind. But I have to say this, Jeff, we've been through really horrible experiences of flooding in the past. I don't know what happened, what shifted within Fiona, but the rain did not come with the wind. And the flooding didn't happen, not to the extent that we were expecting, for sure. And so there was some sort of higher power taking away one of those elements. And I mean, the devastation is real, but I can't even imagine or start to fathom what it would be like with the extent of flooding that we typically get, right?
Well, I'm going to let you go. I know you're very busy, but I just want to give it because I know that all day, even Mayor Mike Savage had to read your statement earlier today that you have had a very hard time getting your voice out just because of the technical, cell service across the province. Even here on the mainland, self-service is very spotty right now. So given that we actually have you for these few moments on the line, what would you like to say to the folks of CBRM and Cape Breton Island?
Thank you for being so good to one another. The fact that nobody is hurt, the fact that streets are being cleaned up, people are being fed, it's because you're such wonderful neighbors to one another. And I think we need to just hold on to that as we enter into this phase of cleaning up and rebuilding.
Mayor Amanda McDougall, thank you so much for this. Stay safe.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing.
Be well.
Amanda McDougall is mayor of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. She was speaking with the CBC's Jeff Douglas. And speaking of Jeff Douglas, he has been in Halifax on duty during this storm. He worked through the overnight last night. He's been in the newsroom in Halifax tonight, and he's been talking to people really all over the region. He joins me now in this last half hour of our program. Hello there, Jeff.
Hello there, Vanessa.
Goodness, I know you worked through the night last night.
Well, and there's been a lot of people here who worked all through the night and then picked it up. Natalie Dobbin, who was producing last night, is still here with me as well. Rob Dublé, who is my day-to-day, he would be my AP tech and my partner in crime on Main Street throughout the week, is here with me. And there's been a lot of folks like at CBC New Brunswick and PEI as well. A lot of folks really putting in a lot of hours. It takes a whole team to get it done. It certainly does. And you were on the air overnight last night. I tuned into about an hour of it between 3:30 and 4:30. Yeah. What kind of calls were you getting? What were you hearing from people at that time? I think the first thing, there'd been by that point, by midnight here in Nova Scotia is when we came on air. And by that time, things had already started getting... I think there was just such a buildup, right, Vanessa? People knew. They knew this storm was coming, and it wasn't getting weaker as it came up through Bermuda and came racing toward us. And so there was this sort of anticipatory nervousness, this anticipation of this storm. And the weather was getting ugly from probably 10 o'clock on or so, and we could not get into network programming here locally because we have to, as you know, but the listener may not know, that things are kind of regimented. Like, this is not a fly-by-night operation. CBC is very heavily programmed, and they've got to coordinate from coast to coast to coast. So we couldn't get into the airwaves, and I knew that just from Twitter traffic, as we were getting, from 11:15 and leading up to the time when we were actually going to, when the broadcast window was going to open up and we could get on the air, that there were a lot of people already waiting and hoping to get some sort of programming that was specific to the region. And from the time we opened the line, Ryan Stone was here with me and gave the first forecast. Jack Julian was also here from the newsroom and sort of saying, hey, these are the things we're going to be looking for. I gave it the 1-800 number, and the lines lit up. They lit up, and people, Vanessa, sat in the queue for 90 minutes. To just come on and tell people, it's loud. It's people being very candid about, I'm nervous, I'm scared, but I know that we're going to get through this, and it's just good to be hearing everyone else's voice. And it was kind of, I referred to it at one point during the broadcast, and it really did feel kind of like a party line, in that it was just a way for folks who were alone in their homes, and a lot of people lost power very quickly, alone in the darkness and in the noise of that storm. It was a very loud storm here, to hear each other's voice. And so mainly it was just people reaching out through CBC to each other, and it was really a magic thing. And a lot of folks, certain callers reaching out. There was one gentleman from Charlottetown who was on oxygen, and he was just saying, just a reminder that there are folks out there who have apparatus in their homes that they're dependent on for their well-being and their health, their good health, and that these are really dependent on power. And so just to keep in mind that another woman who was blind, who went through the storm, called, and because I was saying, these things are always worse in the dark, and she said, well, the dark's no biggie for me. I'm used to the dark.
Yeah.
But she said, for me and for other people who are living with disability, and maybe have mobility issues or whatever, what the real challenge is going to come in the days, the days ahead, because there's going to be a lot of detritus around. There's going to be a lot of trees down. There's going to be power lines, and if you don't have your sight, if you are in a wheelchair, if you're using a walker, that these are the kind of days, these are the kind of things that it's going to be difficult in the days to come. And so people just. And other people saying, elderly neighbors, think of your elderly neighbors. And so it was just those are the kind of calls, Vanessa. It was like, okay, this is ugly and it's scary in the middle of the night, but in the moment, people reaching out to each other and then saying, in the days to come, we got to make sure that we look after each other. And those calls were coming in from across the region.
Yeah, I heard some of those calls, and it did feel like that, like a bit of a party line, that people, wanted not to be alone, and they wanted to share their experience. And there was, so few ways to get information about what was happening with others, that it was so important, really, to hear those stories from other people, to get some sense of what was happening outside of your own situation. And of course, things that have changed today in this region. It's the aftermath of the storm. And you've been covering a really difficult story in Nova Scotia, one in Pictou County. Tell us about it.
Yeah, Grady McKinnon is in Springville, Nova Scotia. Grady is, he's 4 years old. He's about 2.5 feet tall, 37 pounds. And a young fella, just a young fella, he went out and, in the wake of the storm, just went out and into his yard to play. And, his parents, they just lost track of him. He was gone. You turn around for a second and he was gone. So that was around 5 o'clock was the last time that Grady was seen. Very quickly, parents called RCMP. RCMP arrived with their canine support units. Search and rescue have been dispatched or have been on site. And the other thing is, because we have so many issues with cell towers here, and I think what we're learning too is that the cell towers are, they have to be powered. They take energy, and with this widespread loss of that, they go to battery power for a while. But then, when the batteries get drained down, they're just kind of, that net, that telecommunications net that we all depend on, is kind of, just withering away. It's kind of eroding as this day has gone on, and so. The thing that we think of, which is so useful in a search like this, to send out a photograph of them, they couldn't do it, right? So they couldn't get that photograph out. They finally did get the photograph out. And Grady he was wearing a gray hoodie, gray pants, gray pants with, I guess, blue and yellow buses on them, dark and a blue shark rubber boots. When he disappeared, and so they've got that photograph out and are asking people just to keep an eye out for him. If you're in the area in Springville, which is in Pictou County here in Nova Scotia, in the area of East River East Side Road, just look in your sheds, look in your garage, like under decks, whatever. Just keep an eye out for Grady, but that not to actively get out there and search yourself, because there are professionals there are dogs, and that we could actually, with the best of intentions, Vanessa, kind of thwart their efforts. So to let the professionals do the searching, but actively on your own property, search for those things. So I would say, if you have green bins or anything that where you think could a 2.5 foot tall, 37-pound little guy find his way into this, and then just call 911, I guess, if you see him. But yeah, very, very troubling. That just came out, as we were toward the end of the day here, and it was reported at 5 o'clock, but it wasn't quite that time by the time the RCMP made that release. But it's that one is, we are all hoping for the very, very best with that one.
Absolutely. I know if we heard the conversation that you had earlier with the RCMP, and they've also suggested that people, if they have lights in the area, turn those lights on to make it easier for searchers while they're doing that work.
Yes, that's it. Like you turn on your porch light, or on the front light, whatever you have outside, their deck lights, to just light it up for folks.
Yeah. You've spoken with a lot of people, I know, through the evening. Who else have you talked to, Jeff?
I just actually got off the phone not too long ago with a woman, really delightful woman by the name of Mary Susan Lafford. Mary Susan is an elected councillor up in Bodledek First Nation. Bodledek First Nation is it's a beautiful community. I was actually up there not too long ago, which is the reason I actually know Mary Susan. I was there for the Mi'kmaq, Nova Scotia Summer Games. And so Mary Susan, and she's elected councillor up there. But I thought of them as Fiona was making landfall yesterday, because when I looked at the map, it was right there. Like it came right in kind of past Canso on the mainland, and then there's Bodledek, which is kind of across. It's not right on the coast of Cape Breton, but it's on the southeast corner of the Bredor Lake, which, if most of the people in the region know, but for those who may be, visiting, maybe trapped here, they came to Nova Scotia or came to the region for a summer vacation, and here we are. But that's obviously the big lake in the middle of Cape Breton. And I was thinking, oh boy, I wonder how Bodledek made out. And so I was texting with Mary Susan last night, and we were, trying to get her on, and then it just went quiet. And I was like, okay, that's either a really good thing or not a really good thing, the fact that I lost, because either something's really gone wrong, or Mary Susan quite simply has just gone to sleep. And thankfully it was the latter. So Mary Susan went to sleep, and Bodledek, despite being right in the path of the heart of the storm, and despite now, they've all lost power like everyone else has practically across the region, they've actually come out of it quite well. And a lot of it is down to really that community taking stock, because they didn't come through Dorian that well. They had a lot of problems with Dorian, in the wake of Dorian in particular. So this is a community that really took stock of that. And, this hurricane season and with this storm in particular, thought, okay, where did we have problems before? And what steps can we actively take to address these this time? And anyway, I think that you have the tape there, right, Vanessa,
yes, we do.
Of this conversation? Do. Yeah, so I had asked, here's my conversation with Mary Susan Lafford.
Hello.
G'way, Mary Susan.
Hi.
How are things in Bodledek tonight?
Well, everybody's starting to calm down a little bit.
What was it like last night?
It was pretty hectic, to be honest. Everybody was scared. Everybody was scrambling, and there was a lot of workers out there getting things done and ready, and it was pretty crazy.
When I looked at the diagrams last night, the actual graphics of where Fiona was going to make landfall, I was like, oh, there's Bodledek. There's Bodledek right there.
Right there in the center.
So when you say people were frantic and scrambling, Mary Susan, what was happening?
Well, I think everybody was more so worried about getting generators and taking care of our elders, and people were afraid that they weren't ready for the storm. Like, they didn't think that they'd clean up their yards enough, or if they didn't tie anything down. So our community hired 10 extra workers to be able to go out and help those that needed help around their yards and stuff. So I know at 10:30 last night I seen a few posts about, oh my God, I didn't do this or I didn't do that. And 10 minutes later, there's like, oh, thank you so much for so-and-so for showing up. And like, people just showed up really quick, and it was very helpful to have all people to come together to help each other.
That's amazing. And I remember seeing, I think you might have shared on Facebook in like Thursday maybe on the Bodledek community page, that you just to call out to elders who needs anything if you need anything.
Yeah, it was me. I love my elders here in Bodledek. We're pretty close, so when anything happens here, I tend to reach out to them or have them to reach out to me, because, they need all the care, because, they're our elders. They're not very young to do a lot of things. But actually, I'm going to tell you a story. It's so cute. And today, one of the elders, their freezer or something wasn't hooking up to their generator, so the daughter called me, and she's like, oh my God, the freezer cannot plug into the generator, and she was kind of frantic. We're going to lose all our food. And I said, you know what, we have a reefer truck up the road, if anything, and we could pack up the food and we could take it there. And I told her I'd send somebody down to help her, and because I was home with the kids. So she calls me back 10 minutes later. She's like, oh, never mind, my dad got it. And her dad's an elderly man.
Yes, yeah.
I was like, you know what? I was like, I love your dad so much. Like, your parents are so independent, very strong elders. I said, I look up to them, and I'm very proud that they get to do things for themselves. It was great.
Did you have, Mary Susan, was there in the community, did people's homes and stuff to get, the buildings like the band office, things like this, was there a lot of damage in the community?
Not quite, but yeah, there's a little bit. There's a few trees that are down.
Yeah.
It wasn't as bad as we expected it to be.
Yeah.
But there was just a lot of debris. In front of my yard, our tree went down. But it didn't hit anything, and it wasn't very big, but down.
Did you lose power?
Yes. So we still have no power.
Right. Yeah. Be pretty dark up there tonight. What's the night sky look like? Is it still cloudy, or do you have stars up there tonight?
I haven't been out to look at it.
Been a little busy, Jeff. A little busy.
Well,
I haven't been staring.
Yeah, Jeff, I don't look in the sky.
No, that's, fair enough. Fair enough.
So, when I got home, it was just really dark. And I was just, because I've been gone all day. We were at the Warman Center at the community hall cooking and serving our community members and delivering some food to some elders. Like, we had soups and Forson's cake and cupcakes and stuff that one of our chefs, she's a counselor as well, she did a lot of prep yesterday, so today made it a lot easier and quicker to be able to feed everybody.
It sounds like you all were very prepared.
Yeah, actually, very much so. Actually, by yesterday evening, all the generators were out to the elders and the sick and vulnerable, and some parents that have vulnerable children. So everybody was prepared.
That's amazing. How did you get so prepared? You know, and I think that across Mi'kma'ki, across Nova Scotia, people generally were prepared. They heard about the forecast, things like this, but this sounds like next level preparedness. And how did you pull it off?
To be honest, because of what happened with Dorian, and whereas we were out of power for 8 to 10 days,
yeah,
we learned that we needed to be prepared like that. And so this week, I swear we all were running around like the chickens with our head cut off. Or I said that wrong. That was
I think you said that right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So, like we were all in contact with each other and communicating at all times, knowing what we needed, because the last time it was out 8 to 10 days, so majority of us lost food in their freezers and fridge. So we knew to get a reefer truck so that, you know, if the food is out longer, we can all put our food in the truck. And so a lot of places now have generators and propane, and like our community hall got a new generator and we got propane stoves. So we all knew what to do.
It's brilliant. The idea of the refrigeration truck is, to me, that's like next level. Where do you rent? Where did you get that?
Our public works and housing directors, they do all that.
Wow.
So they knew exactly where to call and how to get one. And the first 10 minutes, there's absolutely none that are available. And then just so happens they got one, and from New Brunswick, and it came.
Yeah. And Mary Susan, what are you thinking now? Have you heard anything? Has the council heard anything from Nova Scotia Power about, you know, when you get power returned to you in the community there?
Well, they say Wednesday, but I predict tomorrow.
Good for you. Good for you. What do you know that they don't know?
I don't know nothing. It's just that, like, I find Nova Scotia Power linesmen and all linesmen that show up to our disasters, they're amazing. They're quick.
Yeah.
And so where I live in Botarek, there's St. Peter's that's about 10 minutes away.
Yeah.
On the other side of the canal, they have power. So typically when they have power, we know we're getting ours soon.
And what about the island itself? How did Chapel Island fare?
Oh, the Minigu. Well,
yeah, Minigu. Sorry, yes.
That's fine. You had it right, anyways. It's some of it is flooded.
Yeah.
But there's quite a few cabins that have water. They're underwater, and one of them kind of blew over.
Oh boy. Yeah.
So just one that's blown over. Actually, that's really good.
Yeah.
Because last time we had one float across and came on our side.
Wow, houseboat.
Yeah, pretty much. So this time it wasn't that bad, to be honest.
Mary Susan, I'm really glad to hear this because, quite frankly, when we were sitting here last night, I was texting you during the night, and, I kind of figured you had things well in hand when you weren't answering, because I figured she's asleep. This woman is sleeping. So I figured that was a good sign, but I was concerned. I was concerned because I had a great time up there this summer at the summer games, and I knew it was pretty exposed, pretty open, but I'm glad to hear you came through it, all things considered, pretty well.
The public works, they have 10 extra workers, like I said earlier. So they're out all hours of the day. So they have two crews. One crew during the day, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and then they have crews from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So around the clock, they're continuously looking at the elders and vulnerable and sick generators to see if they stopped or if they need gas. So they're constantly being topped up so that no one's being shut off.
It's awesome, Mary Susan, and quite frankly, on this day, like at this time, on this day that has been a long day for a lot of people, it's you're a breath of fresh air. So, Will Allen.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you calling.
You bet.
Stay safe. Hopefully everything is fine. And Namultus. Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Mary Susan Lafford is an elected councillor at Buldedeck First Nation, which is right there, right where Fiona made landfall last night. And I don't know, Vanessa, is she not delightful?
She is delightful. Yes.
I was just talking to the producer here, Natalie Dobbin, and she was like, "Can you do a feature with Mary Susan?" It's just so much. But I was so glad that conversation that just happened probably in the last half hour or so, and it just was. I'm so grateful for that energy this time of day.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful to hear from her, and so pleased that things weren't worse there.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like they were very prepared just in case things did go in the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, we've also heard from politicians throughout the day at all levels of government, mayors and councillors and premiers. Let's run through some of what they've had to say.
Yeah, so here in Nova Scotia, and I do apologize because I know we're going out. Are we going out to the Maritimes right now, or Vanessa, or to Atlantic Canada?
Atlantic Canada.
Atlantic Canada. Yeah. Okay, so with my apologies to PEI and Newfoundland and New Brunswick, but I know that that's where we were focused in this newsroom today was on Nova Scotia, and our premier and the minister who is responsible for the Office of Emergency Management, John Lohr, our premier is Tim Houston. Mayor Mike Savage here in the HRM, and of course we just heard not too long ago from Mayor Amanda McDougall at the CBRM. But Mayor, the Tim Houston started it off, our premier, by saying this is a situation where none of us want it to be, that this storm hit exactly as hard as we thought it would be. It spent way longer with us than any of us wanted it to. He pointed out that nearly 75% of Nova Scotia Power customers were without power. And he pledged that, we're going to get our forestry workers out to help those line workers to clear those lines and get power back as quickly as possible. Now, to that end, I can tell you that when I started this particular shift around 6 o'clock, the number of people without power in this province was about 340,000. And right now it is getting down towards 290,000. So right. They've been making some good time. Now that, it's going to go really fast. This is what we've seen certainly in the wake of Dorian. It'll go very quickly. Those numbers come down really quickly, tens of thousands, very, very quickly. And then because those are large group, there's one tree branch that took out, 200 homes or something like that because of the supply line. And so they removed that branch and bam, those 200 homes get back up. And then as you get into more, usually typically more rural areas or more smaller areas, those things are not prioritized, and you understand that. But we're moving forward on that front, which is good. Minister Lohr said today that the magnitude of this storm of Fiona was breathtaking in his words, but did promise Nova Scotians, and I would say I would bet my car, I bet my last dollar that the other provinces, that this is the same deal there with your emergency response offices. But Minister Lohr here said this is a level 3 response, meaning that all hands on deck, and that he had reached out, as well as Premier Houston had said that he'd reached out to the federal government and said, we need military assistance. We just need help with this. We need help getting the grid back up. And Minister Lohr had, sort of reiterated that, and also said that he had reached out to Public Safety Minister Bill Blair, asking for disaster financial assistance. And we heard from earlier today those federal level officials, and I'm not sure exactly what tape we have here, Vanessa, but
we have the Prime Minister.
Okay, great. Mm-hmm. You'll hear that the Prime Minister is saying that, whatever you need, we got it.
Hurricane Fiona is currently having a terrible impact across Atlantic Canada and eastern Quebec. We're seeing devastating images come out of Port-au-Basque. PEI has experienced storm damage like they've never seen. Cape Breton is being hit hard too, as is Quebec. There have been evacuation orders issued. Hundreds of thousands of people are without power. There are reports of roads washed out and homes destroyed. We've all seen the images. This is a very powerful, dangerous storm. We're thinking first and foremost of the people who've had a terrifying past 12 hours. People who've seen their homes washed away in the winds, ripped schools, roofs off. Canadians, as we always do in times of difficulty, we will be there for each other. I will, of course, no longer be attending the state funeral in Japan, and our government is fully engaged in supporting Canadians through this major storm. I've spoken with Premiers Fury, King, Higgs, Houston, and Legault. Told them that if there is anything the federal government can do to help, we will be there. Earlier today, I convened the Incident Response Group, and our government is standing ready to support provinces with any necessary resources. We've approved Nova Scotia's request for federal assistance and will deploy the Canadian Armed Forces to assist in assessment and cleanup, stand ready to do more. We're seeing reports of significant damage in the region. Recovery is going to be a big effort. We will be there to support every step of the way. I know Canadians across the country, as always, want to help. So we're announcing that we will match any Red Cross donations Canadians and corporations make over the next 30 days. However, today and tomorrow, the situation remains very dangerous. Please, stay safe, listen carefully to local authorities, and look out for each other.
So that is Prime Minister Justin Trudeau there, essentially saying that help is on the way, Jeff.
Yeah, and it is. I think that for a lot of folks tonight, they will be taking a lot of heart in that, because it's been a long 24 hours. Yeah. Boy, has it ever. Yeah.
It certainly has. And I guess you've also found out that PEI musician Jen Grant has been dealing with some damage?
Yeah, Jen Grant lives down here, just not too far outside of Halifax, still in the HRM, on a beautiful, beautiful lake called Lake Echo, and a lot of beautiful big trees around her house. But a couple of those trees came down in the middle of the night and, did some damage on her property. So she had quite a night last night. I was hoping to get her on, but I think that she might have called it an early night. And but I did. There is a song that I think Vanessa would be good to go out on because I think what a lot of us are thinking tonight as we, still a lot of people sit in the dark. But also because the RCMP have asked the folks up in Springville, in Pictou County, that as they search for 4-year-old Grady McKinnon, last seen at approximately 5 p.m. today, that folks, as you had said earlier, Vanessa, if you're around that area, turn on your porch light, turn on the lights outside your house, and anything that can help them with that search.
That's right. That's absolutely right. So we do have the perfect song, I think, that you've chosen to go out on. Listen, thanks so much for this, Jeff. Really appreciate it.
It's been really great. One day it'd be great to meet you in person.
Someday.
Someday. Thank you for this, Vanessa. Seriously, from everyone across the region, I think I can say that. I say that quite assuredly on behalf of everyone. Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks so much. You take care. Bye-bye.
You as well.
That's Jeff Douglas. He's the host of Main Street in Halifax on CBC Radio. He has been on duty last night and again tonight covering Fiona. Here is Jen Grant.
I keep a light on for my baby almost every night. Keep a light on. Don't want a crazy fight. Keep a light on. Even if it's just the moon shining bright, I keep a light on. Everything I keep alive. Everything's gonna be alright. I dream, but you're all that I need. I dream, but you're all that I need. I dream, you're all that I need. We play for the wild chance. We play for the wild chance. Someday you can find me. It's in your prayers, baby. I dream you're all that I need. I dream that you're all that I need. I dream that you're all that I need. I dream you're all that I need. We play for the wild chance. We play for the wild chance. Someday you're gonna find me. It's in your prayers, baby. So get yourself out there, honey. Got no words to say. I dreamed you're all that I needed.
That, of course, is Jen Grant, excellent PEI musician, with Keep a Light On. I know that's going to be difficult for a lot of people around our region this evening who will be spending yet another night in the dark. A whole lot of folks are still without power, so it's going to be a difficult night. We have heard over and over again every time that we have checked in with officials all across the region to stay home and stay safe. If you are somewhere that is safe, please stay where you are. Don't venture out, especially in the dark when you can't see what may be across the road, what you may be dealing with. It's important to stay where you are. Of course, a lot of people will also be spending this evening in warming centres and in shelters as well, especially in Port aux Basques. And we're thinking about everyone in those communities who is dealing with an awful lot tonight. It's about time for us to sign off. I want to thank everyone throughout Atlantic Canada for spending time with us throughout the day. Thanks to everyone who called in and shared their stories. We've so appreciated hearing from you, understanding what you've been dealing with. It's been very good of you to call in and to share. I also want to thank many colleagues around the region. Of course, Jeff Douglas, we just heard in Nova Scotia, for joining us through much of the evening. We've also been able to check in with colleagues in Newfoundland and colleagues in Prince Edward Island, and it's been such a huge part of our coverage. Not just the people that we've spoken with on air, but the people behind the scenes as well, who have been making those calls and reaching out to those mayors. I mean, those are the people that really get the work done, and we've so appreciated here in the studio. Here we have Mafonwi Davis is there, as well as Danielle McCready. We've got Corey back there as well, and Elaine. We wouldn't have been able to do any of this without them. Listen, tomorrow morning, Bill Roach is going to pick things up with Weekend Mornings. He'll return with an extended edition of that show. You can tune in between 5 and 11. After that, Preston Mulligan will pick up with an extended Maritime Connection from 11 till 5. And overnight, Blair Sanderson in Halifax will have regional news on the hour. I'm Vanessa Vandervalk. Good night.
This is CBC News. It's 12 midnight. I'm Blair Sanderson. Here is the CBC News serving Atlantic Canada. It's 12:30 in Newfoundland and Labrador. This is a special Atlantic-wide version of the overnight hourly news focused on the aftermath of post-tropical storm Fiona. There are many problems related to this storm, power outages being one of them. In Nova Scotia, the number of customers off the grid remains stubbornly high at 292,000. On PEI, it's about 82,000, and that number is not expected to change change much until tomorrow morning. In New Brunswick, about 25,000 customers are out, mostly in the southeast. And there are about 4,000 Newfoundland power customers without electricity, mostly in the southwest, where there's been widespread damage in the Port aux Basques area. Many people, of course, wanting to know when power will be restored. Often, people have very little access to information because their internet is also out. In Nova Scotia, the utilities website has restoration times varying between tomorrow morning and Wednesday evening, with more densely populated areas such as Halifax having possible restoration times tomorrow, with more rural, isolated communities farther into next week. And as I mentioned, the town of Port aux Basques on Newfoundland's southwest coast appears to be one of the more hard-hit areas of the storm. Malone Mullen has the latest from that devastated community.
As night fell on Port aux Basques, dozens of people hunkered down in beds that aren't theirs, displaced by an emergency evacuation earlier in the morning. Over 20 homes have been lost to the sea, washed away completely or destroyed beyond repair by a record-breaking storm surge that caught the entire town by surprise. The mayor says the town has experienced total devastation in a storm unlike any it's seen before that left at least one person in hospital after she was washed out to sea and then rescued. Police say one person may still be missing. As daylight waned on Saturday, debris still cluttered roadways, whole roofs ending up on lawns, wrecked lumber washing ashore and blocking roads. Mayor Brian Button says the town isn't safe and won't be anytime soon. Its roads and causeways are compromised, electrical wires loose, its buildings unstable. The town remains under a state of emergency, and it'll stay that way for now. Malone Mullen, CBC News, Port aux Basques.
In Nova Scotia, Pictou County RCMP are searching for a 4-year-old boy who's been missing for about 7 hours now. Grady McKinnon was last seen at around 5 o'clock. He was playing outside his home in the area of East River East Side Road in Springville when he wandered off. RCMP are using police dogs, and there are ground searches as well. Corporal Chris Marshall with the RCMP says only people living in the area can help in the effort for now.
And we don't want members of the public coming into those search areas, given the police dogs and all the other searchers that are there. It could actually hamper our efforts, but what we are asking is people that live in that immediate area to please go out, check your sheds, check your garages, check your properties, check everywhere you can, turn lights on, whatever you can do in an effort to assist both us and in an effort to try to find Grady.
There's a picture of Grady on the CBC Nova Scotia website. And finally, much of Prince Edward Island remains without power. With that, Brian Higgins has the latest.
82,000 customers remain without power as PEI heads into its first full night without electricity. Now that's 95% of the island, and that number has not changed all day. Utility repair crews are expected to get started in earnest early Sunday, now that the winds are starting to drop. Now, Premier Dennis King has confirmed extensive damage to infrastructure island-wide. That includes bridges and causeways in critical points of entry, he calls it. That means to coastal communities. Damage is in the multi-millions. Cell service was also down much of the day. A shelter for homeless people in Charlottetown will reopen again tonight. Other warming centres remained closed because it was just too dangerous for people to leave their homes, but more centres will be slated to open Sunday. Maritime Electric, the local utility company, says the work of restoring power is sure to take days. Brian Higgins, CBC News, Charlottetown.
listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly.
Is no bluff. We'll speak to Canada's ambassador to the UN, Bob Rae, about what can be done. And
now, what is the Sovereignty Act? It just says we want to be treated just like Quebec.
the prospect of Quebec separatism worried many Canadians for decades. But these days, the sovereigntist sentiment is getting loud in Alberta. We'll take a closer look at the debate in both provinces and what it means for Canada. Plus, 4 years after cannabis legalization, how's it going? A new independent panel is going to tackle that question. From a boom in pot shops to the illicit market, we've got MPs ready to weigh in. But first, new developments and renewed fears in Russia's war on Ukraine. The House is now in session.
I repeat, we're talking of a partial mobilization only. Only people in the military reserve will be drafted.
A crime has been committed against Ukraine, and we demand just punishment.
Putin was wrong, and he is right now failing and flailing.
Let us speak plainly. A permanent member of the United Nations Security Council invaded its neighbor, attempted to erase the sovereign state from the map.
It has been a dramatic week of events in Russia and Ukraine. 300,000 Russian reservist troops are being mobilized, with fears the number of men conscripted could be much higher. It's led to protests in the streets and soaring prices for flights as some try to escape the country. Moscow is also undertaking referendums in 4 Russian-occupied regions of Ukraine. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and other world leaders have called them a sham. And Vladimir Putin says he will use all weapons at his disposal to protect Russian territory, putting the threat of nuclear war back on the table. With so much turmoil, what, if anything, can world leaders and diplomats do to smooth tensions? Bob Rae is Canada's ambassador to the United Nations. Welcome back to the program.
Thank you very much. Nice to be with you.
Glad to have you, sir, but obviously some pretty challenging topics here. When Vladimir Putin says that it is not a bluff, that he is willing to use nuclear weapons, do you believe him?
I don't think we can allow a threat like that to deter us from the central goal, which is to preserve the freedom of Ukraine and its sovereignty, and affirm the existence of Ukraine as a country, and to continue to pursue the path of accountability and of responding to unprecedented aggression by President Putin. But I think anyone with a sense of history would understand that what President Putin is doing has enormous parallels with what Hitler did in Czechoslovakia in 1938, the Sudetenland, what they did in many other places in terms of annexing land, declaring referenda, all of that stuff. It's just complete nonsense. And we can't let him decide what the rules of the game are. We can't let him change the nature of reality and truth. And we simply can't cower in a corner. Fear is a very bad advisor in circumstances like this. We have to stay firm and clear and absolutely determined. That, I think, is what is going to happen.
It does involve, though, specific tactical responses, right, to the things that he is saying. So, for instance, when you look at these referendums, widely expected, I mean, as we said in the introduction, the Prime Minister, many others, I believe yourself, have said they're shams. It's expected that he's going to essentially claim this territory for Russia. How should the world respond to that?
Well, I think the first way we have to respond is to say it's not just some people saying they're shams. They are, by definition, shams. We have standards for elections. These are referendums which have been called and held within 2 days of the announcement. Like, what journalist would sit in a press conference and say, "Oh, I get it. You're going to have an election in 2 days. Oh, that's good. Okay, let's just carry on and report the election." This isn't what one person or another thinks is a sham. This is a sham. It's by definition a sham. And I think the more clarity we provide to this situation, the better off we are. Putin is doing this. He's not only going to declare that he has annexed territory that his military is now occupying. He's also going to be annexing territory that he's lost, or territory that he's never occupied. So it's preposterous. And I think it's critical for us to show that the reason he's doing this is because he wants to be able to say that Ukraine is somehow attacking his nation because he's declared these provinces of Ukraine to be part of Russia. You can't do that. That's not the way the rules work, Vladimir. That's not how it works.
But beyond
we're going to have to continue to be clear about that.
Well, beyond being clear-eyed about what is happening, and you made references to Hitler a moment ago, beyond being students of history and seeing parallels in what is happening in terms of the action that the world can take right now, or even that Ukraine can take right now, what do you hope to see?
Well, Ukraine has actually been remarkably successful with the assistance of Western governments, including Canada, in not only resisting the aggression, but in pushing it back. And I think that's the approach we have to continue to take. We have to do everything we can to supply Ukraine with what it needs to be able to resist the aggression. And that has to be our singular focus. And I don't think there's any question that that's what Ukraine needs. President Zelensky, in his address this week, made it very clear that that's what he requires. And I don't think we can in any way, shape, or form make him feel that we're letting him down. We can't let him down in any way.
On that front, Ukraine has pressed Canada to send more weapons. Our colleague Murray Brewster here at the CBC reported on a list sent to Defence Minister Anita Anand 3 weeks ago. Given everything that you just said, is there any way that Canada can say anything but yes when Ukraine asks for more weapons?
Well, it may be a career-limiting move for me to say this, but I don't believe we can say anything less than yes. That's been my consistent advice to whoever's listening. Obviously, governments have to decide the pace at which they can do it. We have other defense commitments, which we also have to live up to. But I think we have to keep on pushing, because the test of our success is not what did we do last month. The test of our success is, are we meeting the need that will allow Ukraine to achieve the objectives which it has, and frankly, which we share. And so I think we have to be clear about that.
In terms of what else Ukraine is asking for, I know you were there for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's virtual appearance at the UN this week. He asked for Russia to be stripped of its Security Council veto. Is that something that Canada supports? Is it a realistic ask?
It's not a realistic ask, and I think the president knows that. I mean, the fact is that you can't deprive a country of the veto, the permanent members of the veto, without changing the the rules of the UN, and you can't change the rules of the UN without the approval of the 5 permanent members. It's a circular issue, but I don't think we should get sidelined by that. The fact of the matter is, Russia's use of the veto has been condemned in a very serious way by a number of countries that prior to this time were on the fence about whether the veto was appropriate. But for a permanent member to use the veto to advance its own particular interests, and in particular to carry out an aggression against its neighbor is simply not on, it's not right. But changing the charter of the UN is not an easy thing to do. As I said, I don't think we should get deterred from what we can't do. I think we should be focusing on what we can do. And I think much of what President Zelensky had to suggest in his speech are things that we believe can be done and should be done.
What's the most significant thing, the most significant action you would expect the world to take in light of that speech?
I think it's continuing on this path, which is, let's not forget, it's a joint path. It involves providing humanitarian and financial assistance to Ukraine. It involves providing military assistance to Ukraine. It also involves the use of targeted sanctions and making sure that those sanctions become even more effective. And I think those are three things that we can and should continue to do in as strong a way as possible. And I think that in the West, there's much greater efforts to coordinate the supply of equipment. There's much greater efforts to do this in a strategic way. And I think that's something we'll continue to see.
How do you view the moment we are in this conflict? I've heard it described as the end of the beginning, a turning point. How do you view it?
Well, when you're in the middle of it, all you know is when you're, as Churchill once said, when you're going through hell, just keep going. And that's what we have to do. The world is going through a very, very difficult time. Ukraine is facing an existential crisis. The future existence of their country is at stake. The rest of the world is going to be facing serious, serious consequences of this Russian aggression, which are causing havoc in economies around the world. So until we see stability, until we see a return to real progress on things like the Sustainable Development Goals and the other good things that we were trying to do before this Russian aggression, we have to persist, and we have to understand the nature of the threat that Russia now poses to the security of not only of its neighbor, but to the security of the world.
Before I let you go, I would like to ask you about one other international matter, which is the situation in Iran right now. Thousands of protesters in the streets following the death of a young woman arrested for wearing a so-called improper hijab. The U.S. has put sanctions in place. Here in Canada, Conservatives are pushing to have the Revolutionary Guard listed as a terrorist group. How would you like to see Canada respond?
Well, I know the government is looking at all that can and should be done in an effective way. I think we have to understand something very clear. Our government, I think, has been very clear that no one should be required to wear a hijab, and no one should be prevented from wearing a hijab. That's the kind of freedom I think Canadians believe in and Canadians recognize. What the Iranian people are doing now is an example of extraordinary courage, of incredible determination in the face of deep, deep repression. Iran is another terrible dictatorship, and the people are showing great courage in resisting it. We already have a number of sanctions on a number of different groups and sections within the Iranian economy, within the Iranian government. And I know the government is looking actively at what more we can do to be as effective as we can be together with others to get us to the right place.
So that extraordinary courage that you talk about, some sort of action needs to follow to recognize.
I know it will. I know it will. But it's important to not to get focused only on one particular thing, but to get focused on the broad range of things that we need to do. And we will certainly continue to do that here at the UN, and I know the government will be taking steps as well.
Okay. Ambassador Ray, lots to talk about. We appreciate your perspective today. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Good to talk to you.
Bob Ray is Canada's ambassador to the United Nations in New York.
We're facing competition from these illegal producers, from these illicit producers. They're also, producing cannabis products that have questionable ingredients. That is creating a bad name for all of our products, and also making legitimate consumers wonder about the extent to which they can rely on cannabis products.
With cannabis shops crowding the downtowns of a lot of big Canadian cities, you might think that the industry is thriving. But cannabis company executives like Rick Savoni say that, in fact, they need help. The federal government announced this week it's launching an independent review of pot legalization almost a year later than it was supposed to. So how is legalization going? Has the illicit market been beat back? And should the government be doing more to help cannabis producers? Joining me now to talk about this are two of the three co-chairs of the All-Party Cannabis Caucus. NDP MP Don Davies here with me in studio, and Liberal MP Nathaniel Erskine-Smith on the line from Toronto. Welcome to you both.
Great to be with you, Catherine.
I should say we did reach out to several Conservative MPs to join us, but unfortunately no one was available. I want to start, gentlemen, by getting both of your sort of quick takes on how legalization is going. It's been in place since 2018. Don, I'll start with you. What is your assessment of how well things are going?
Well, if I had to grade the government, Catherine, I'd give them a C minus. That's a conditional pass, but they're on the verge of failing. I think there's no question legalization was the correct policy. You know, the exaggerated, hysterical concerns that came from mainly the right have not happened. But at the same time, I think an overly timid approach by the government has hampered progress in terms of meeting the goals that we had set.
Okay, we will dig down into that, but I asked you both for a quick take. So Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, your take. I imagine you'd give the government a slightly better grade.
Yeah, I would say probably B plus to an A minus. Insofar as I think Canada was a world leader in advancing sensible drug policy, I think cannabis legalization and regulation is an example of that. I think Don's exactly right to say the sky didn't fall, everything has been okay. And if anything, we've done a slow but steady job of displacing the black market and the gray market, and we have to do a better job of displacing that market now and of serving medical patients and of making sure we address the past injustice of criminalization of cannabis.
I do believe the health minister said his estimate was something like 70% of the market was now legal, the rest illicit, although I know that is a statistic that some folks would quibble with. It is such a complex issue, though, as you point to, the illicit market, producers, the effect on young people. I'm going to ask you to pick one, to prioritize one issue that you think needs to be addressed by the end of this legislative review.
Wow, that's tough because there are a number, as you pointed out, Nate's pointed out, important pieces. I guess I would probably say the illicit market. You said 70%, Catherine. I know the Cannabis Council of Canada says 50%. It's hard to measure because
it's illicit.
It's illicit,
yeah.
Exactly. But I think one of the major policy goals of legalization was to bring everything that had been underground and in the dark into the open. And whether it's 50% or 30%, that's still billions of dollars and a lot of cannabis that is still being accessed by Canadians through the unregulated market. So I think that's something we need to do a better job on.
So let me ask you this. I remember I covered legalization quite a lot when it was happening, and the government did sort of try to set an understanding that this is not going to happen overnight. Of course, we're years ahead to 2018 that legalization kicked in. Is it happening fast enough, I guess, is the question. What is a reasonable timeline for stamping out the illicit market?
Great question. Well, nothing ever happens fast enough in politics, and I think some of it is natural, as you point out. You can't take 100 years of criminalization and turn the switch off overnight. But I do think some things were predictable, and there were things that the government did and didn't do that could have, I think, hastened the transition. For instance, the fact that they downloaded the retailing issues to the provinces, the fact that they have not brought in the small craft producers in this country, they made it very difficult for them to actually enter the legal market. So they're still producing. So there are things I think that we could do to hasten the legalization of the illicit market.
Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, I'm going to stick you with that same tough question. I know you know a lot about this issue, but pick one thing that you think is most pressing and needs to be addressed in this independent review.
So I think Don was right to identify the fact that we need to better displace the gray and black markets, and that this isn't going to happen overnight, but we do need to make sure there aren't regulatory burdens and additional government barriers for businesses to succeed in this space and displacing that illicit marketplace. I would say, though, and Don and I have talked a lot about this, that we also need to make sure we better serve patients in this process, that recreational cannabis has been a major focus, but it's still a medicine for many people, and we need to make sure we remember that and respect that. And the one thing that is missing, I would say, entirely from this conversation in an unfortunate way when we look at the review, we aren't really seriously talking about past injustices. And it's mentioned a little bit in the course of impacts on Indigenous peoples, racialized communities, and women who may be at increased risk of harm or barriers to participation in the legal industry. That's a very small piece of the puzzle.
So what would that look like if the government were to address that in a more substantive way?
Well, on patient access, at a minimum, you'd get rid of the excise tax on medicinal cannabis.
So I just want to jump in and make sure that everybody is on the same page. The listeners know what you're talking about. When you talk about the excise tax, this is sometimes called a sin tax. The rules were set up so that it's a minimum of $1 per gram or 10% of the selling price. But that was because they estimated that cannabis was going to be sold at about $10 per gram. In fact, it's often cheaper. So if you're buying a gram that's $4, you're still paying $1 of tax.
That is for recreational cannabis, and that does need to be addressed. The initial premise was 10%, and there was a sense from Health Canada, an incorrect sense, that it was going to be $10 a gram, so $1 equals 10%. That's not how it's played out. That's never how it would have played out. And so we do need to revisit the excise tax regime overall. But for medical patients, there should just be no excise tax at all because it's a medicine. We don't put an excise tax on any other medicine in this country except for cannabis. And then with respect to the past injustice, and Don and I have talked about this at length as well, we have a very broken pardons process, and other countries have expunged records for simple possession, and other countries have done a much better job at taking funding and revenue from cannabis legalization regulation and supported negatively impacted communities who have been really negatively affected by past criminalization.
Don, let me pick up on that and ask you, I mean, this is an 18-month review. Typically, we imagine it takes some time to enact the recommendations. Given the seriousness of what Nathaniel Erskine-Smith is talking about, particularly when it comes to marginalized communities, how do you feel about the prospect that we could be 2 years away from action on something like that?
Well, I think the concerns that you and Nate have raised are pressing. You know, some of these things will take time to work out, but some have real impacts on people right now. You know, the original bill called for a review after 5 years. We got it down to 3, and the government is a year late. So we're really about 4 years out, and if you look another 18 months, we're talking 5-6 years before we get meaningful action on this. And, you know, to put it in some real perspective, there's about 500,000 Canadians are still carrying records for simple possession. And I think less than 1,000 have actually obtained pardons, if my last numbers are correct. So I think, you know, moving to an expungement process, which Nate and I think both agree on, would eliminate that stigma. You know, people still can't get jobs, they can't travel, it affects their ability to get apartments when they have a criminal record for something that we no longer even regard as a criminal act. So real people are still being affected. There's real impacts here by waiting.
I want to ask you both about the way that a lot of Canadians may, or a certain percentage of Canadians may experience legalization, which is they walk out on the main street in their city and they see a stunning number of cannabis shops. I remember seeing, I think, something like 3 open on one city block in the part of Ottawa where I live. And they say, are you kidding me that the industry is in trouble? And in fact, if they had anything to say about it, they feel that the proliferation is too great, that it's too present. Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, what would you say to those Canadians?
I'd say a few different things. So first, we've seen a significant number of producers that have struggled economically, and we're going to see the same thing with those retail outlets, I think, in the coming months. That there has been an overemphasis on retail, and we've seen too many retail outlets pop up, and I think we're going to see an economic challenge going forward. And so if, you know, you're not going to see the 3 pot shops on a short walk along your neighborhood, I think, going forward. On the other hand, though, I personally look at it and say, are we concerned about the LCBO? Are we concerned about the wine rack? There's a normalization of, I think, cannabis that has to happen here. It's less harmful than alcohol. We can treat Canadians like responsible adults. We should treat Canadians like responsible adults. And there's a normalization that has to happen here, and that will continue to happen.
Don Davies?
Yeah, I think part of that is the product of the way the provinces have addressed this, because that's not necessarily the experience, say, in British Columbia, where there's municipalities that have no pot shops. Where I come from in Vancouver, there's actually regulations that they can only have so many cannabis retail outlets in a certain area. So, but, you know, the real problem is the cannabis sector is in financial difficulty. And I think that's a serious problem. You know, Canopy, a major Canadian company, the stock price was $70 a while back. It's less than $4 today. Aurora, another major one, just reported a $600 million Q4 loss.
So let me challenge you a little bit there and say, like, it's a business. They made a gamble. Maybe it's not working out so well.
No, 100%. But to the extent that those financial difficulties are caused by poor regulations, a bad approach to legalization, because I think that the legitimate industry has been hampered with heavy taxes. And by the way, I want to say I think there's sales taxes also on medical cannabis, which should also be lifted. We don't tax any other medicine, as Nate pointed out. So to the extent that we're hampering the cannabis sector with administrative burdens, we should be removing that. I just want to say I'm really bullish on it. Canada has a chance to be a global leader in safe, high-quality cannabis products. It could be a real economic driver. It's a sustainable industry. So let's get it right.
I'm going to challenge you again to be succinct here and ask you both. 18 months for this independent expert review panel to complete its work. Don Davies, what do you need to see for this to be considered a success?
I think we have to throw the process wide open to all stakeholders in the industry who have to really lay down what's really happening to the government, and the government has to respond quickly and appropriately.
Speaking of quickly, Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, a quick last thought from you.
It's already in part been a success because they've really broadened the review to include many more factors than were initially considered in the legislation. But success is addressing concerns around industry, addressing concerns around patient access, and addressing concerns around injustices associated with the criminalization of cannabis.
Okay, thank you both so much for your time today.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
That was Liberal MP Nathaniel Erskine-Smith and New Democrat Don Davies. I'm Catherine Cullen, and you're listening to The House on CBC Radio 1 and Sirius XM. Still to come on the program, why is most of the talk about sovereignty these days coming not from Quebec, but Alberta?
They seem to think that, using terminology, tactics, and broad strategies that separatists in Quebec have applied will help to gain Alberta the kind of recognition and authority within Confederation.
That conversation is about 10 minutes away. And if you miss anything, you can catch up on the program by using the CBC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts. Quebecers will go to the polls in less than 2 weeks, and two issues dominating the provincial campaign are intertwined: a debilitating labour shortage and immigration. Quebec is unique when it comes to immigration. The province has its own rules for choosing which immigrants to accept and how many. While some businesses are keen for more newcomers, hoping to offset Quebec's aging workforce and low birth rate, there are also worries about protecting the province's francophone identity. It's become a hot topic, particularly after François Legault, leader of the frontrunner Coalition Avenir Québec, raised eyebrows when he spoke about the challenges he sees in integrating new arrivals in the province.
Quebecers are peaceful. They don't like conflict. They don't like extremists, and they don't like violence. So we need to keep it that way.
Legault walked back those comments after facing widespread criticism for conflating immigration with extremism. But how are the issues of immigration and the labour shortage playing out on the ground? The CBC's Kate McKenna went to a factory in a suburb of Montreal to find out.
It's a rainy Monday morning at Creopac, a packaging plant in the town of Mount Royal on the island of Montreal. The factory floor is a bustle of whirring and clanging machines. The place is loud. Staff strain to hear each other over the din. Business is good. Creopac has 100 employees, but it's still being hindered by something affecting many Quebec companies: not enough workers.
This summer, we tried to get people in. We did ads everywhere. There's no resume. Nobody shows up.
Jean-Sébastien Comtois is the general manager of Creopac.
We have a good reputation to have a good service. Now our delays to manufacture are longer, and also our growth is limited. We're still doing great. But we have a challenge. We pick and choose the business we want to grow with because we don't want to create problems for our existing customers.
His solution has been doing whatever he can to find people, raising wages and trying to hire more immigrants. 60% of his employees are from other countries, everywhere from Cameroon to the Philippines.
We get people from all around the world. We have, 35 different countries in our facility. And it's part of our culture to be open to this. And that's why I think we're still doing okay today compared to some other companies. We get them and then we train them from scratch.
The question for Quebec's political parties is how much is too much? The Liberals and Québec Solidaire want to increase immigration by tens of thousands. The Parti Québécois wants the number lowered, not increased. The Conservative Party of Quebec says it would keep immigration levels where they are, at about 50,000 annually. That's also the position of the CAQ, the frontrunner in the election. It says any more could dilute Quebecois culture.
This, I don't agree on it. So for me, I don't agree.
Natalie Duquette isn't buying that argument. She works at Creopac as a machine operator, but we tucked into an office to get away from the noise of the factory floor. Born and raised in Quebec, Natalie says being exposed to other cultures has been a pleasure.
Sometimes, we speak to each other, especially around food, because there's different food you can have here in Canada or even in Quebec is different from anywhere else, but the food, I find we talk a lot about food.
One of the things that's come up in this election campaign is workers from outside of Quebec not being able to integrate into Quebecois society. What is your experience with that? Like, are people speaking French or?
Well, that I find they don't speak as much as French when they come here, but it's normal because everybody speaks English all over the world. So, but I find that the people that I met wants to learn French.
And how can you tell that? Or I guess they're telling you that.
Well, like a few people who work with me ask me to talk to them in French. So I talk to them in French. So slowly but surely, a few words here and then, and eventually they're going to catch up.
Hi. How are you? Good. I'm Kate. It's so nice to meet you. Thank you.
My name is Ivan Soy Baguio. So I'm from the Philippines. It's a long story. To make it short, my partner sponsored me to come here to Canada. And that was 2018 on my birthday. I submitted 5 applications with 5 different companies. All the 5 invited me for an interview. But what I prioritized the most was Creopac because it was near to me and it was like the job was perfect for me because it was a physical job.
Do you speak French?
Un peu. Because I learned French just here. Oh no, I learned way back in the Philippines, but over the internet, YouTube. So I'm speaking to everyone else here in Creopac with French, but not every day, but almost every day. It is important for me because Quebecois it's a different culture. In Canada, it's a different culture. So before I got to Canada or to Quebec, I research on what is Quebec. So when I came here, it's just I didn't have any problems because Quebecers are welcoming.
Industry watchers say Creopac's success in integrating its foreign-born staff is not unique, but it will soon be essential. Carl Blackburn is with the Conseil du Patronat, a group representing Quebec businesses.
The best way to integrate the immigration is what place. We have enough place to be able to successfully integrate immigration. The labor shortage in Quebec is not because the economic is so strong. It's because we have an old aging population here in Quebec. This is why we are in this situation. And to be able to successfully in that very big challenge for our society, we need students, we need workers, we need immigration.
Écoutez, je le répète encore une fois.
But CAQ leader François Legault has spent much of the campaign defending his position on immigration. He's been asked about his views repeatedly, including after the French language debate last week.
What we see right now is that the percentage of Quebecers speaking French is decreasing year after year. So we have to change something. We have to make sure that more immigrants coming in Quebec speak French if we want to protect our language. But I want to be very clear, immigrants are a wealth for Quebec. It's important to get them. They bring a lot to our state, so that's clear. But we also have to protect French. French will always be vulnerable in North America.
That's not an idle concern. Census numbers show that the percentage of native French speakers in Quebec has been dropping for 2 decades. Legault also says more immigration threatens what he calls the national cohesion of Quebec.
Cohésion nationale au Québec.
There is a national cohesion in Quebec. People have certain values, and it's a nation that's fairly tight-knit. But for there to be a national cohesion, there needs to be a nation, a strong nation. And the Quebec nation could be strong, but we need to protect French.
Yves Boisvert is a columnist at the French-language newspaper La Presse. He was struck by Legault recently calling immigration a richness because Legault very rarely frames immigration as a good thing.
I think he really thinks that up to a certain point, immigration is a threat to French-speaking in Quebec and to national cohesion. I think he honestly believes that, and I think he talks about it because it appeals to many voters in Quebec. But at the same time, unfortunately, he is appealing also to people who are just afraid of any kind of immigration and think by definition it's a threat to society. And when he talks like that, and I don't think he's extremist in any way, but he's using, knowingly or not, the same language as far-right parties in Europe and what you see in the Republican Party in the U.S.
He says it's not just Legault's comments, but also his actions. When he took office, his government implemented a so-called values test for new arrivals. As well, the